Have you ever been to Old Thayer's?" "I have. I went to school there for a season." I would not mention the academy. I had no desire to tell the long tale of why I was no longer there. School? Ah, never been myself. And if you were in a school, you never saw my city. She was adamant. "I didn't?" I asked cautiously. "Do you know the part of town down by the river docks? Some folk call it the Rats' Nests." I shook my head, inviting her to go on. "Well, that's where I come from. I lived all my life there, until I come here. My father was a rag picker. My mother sewed. She could take old rags my father gathered, wash and press them, and turn them into the best things you ever saw. She taught me. A lot of folks throw away stuff that just needs a good washing and a bit of mending to be fine again. Some will throw out a whole shirt for a stain down the sleeve, as if you couldn't make something nice out of the part that was good. Rich people waste a lot of things." She said it self-righteously, as if challenging me to disagree. I said nothing. She sipped from her tea, then admitted, "My husband was a thief." Her mouth twisted on the word. He was a thief, like his father and grandfather before him. He used to laugh and say that it was the good God's will that he follow in his father's footsteps. When our boy was born, he even talked about how he would teach him to cut purses when he was older. But then Rig was caught, and the choice was put to him: lose his hand or come east to work on the King's Road. She sighed. "It's my fault we're here. I talked him into coming east. They made it sound so good. Hard work for my husband for 2 years, but then our own home in the town that they'd built along the King's Road. They made it sound so good. We'd have our own little house and garden in town, and land of our own outside of town. They told us any man could learn to hunt, and that made meat free, and, with what we'd grow in our garden, we'd never be short of food again. And they said the King's Road would flow golden with travellers and trade, right past our door. I imagined that we would have a wonderful new life." She pursed her lips and stared into the fire. For a moment, caught in that old dream, she looked much younger, and with a jolt I realized she probably wasn't much older than I was. Her musing look changed to a scowl. "It's getting late," she warned me, without looking at me. It wasn't just that I feared she would send me away from the fireside. I truly wanted to hear the rest of her tale. I steeled myself to the loss and then said, "I've a tiny bit of sugar left in my panniers. Shall we have one last cup of sweet tea to end the night?" "Sugar?" the elder girl said in wonder. The other 2 children looked puzzled. Thus I bought myself a longer stay by the fire. Amsel pulled her chair closer to the hearth and told out her sad tale. The long, miserable journey east, camping each night by the road, the callousness of the guards who forced them on each day, the primitive conditions in the camps. I'd seen the shackled lines of prisoners moved past our home in Widevale. Summer after summer, the coffles of convict workers and their military guards had passed my home. I'd always suspected it was a miserable journey, but Amsel's tale of hardship made it real. As she spoke, her elder daughter's face grew grave, obviously reliving those memories with her mother. We travelled to the end of the road. There was just a work camp here, with other men working off their crimes. There was no town with little houses and gardens for us, just canvas stretched over boards and rough huts and dirt and work. Tents to sleep in, ditches to piss in, and the river for hauling water. Some new life. But they told us we were home now, that it was up to us to make it into a town. They gave each household some canvas and some basic food and tools, and my husband and I put up what shelter we could. And the next morning, they put the men to work on the King's Road, and left the families to cope as best we could. By day, the men left their families to go to work on the road. By night, they returned, too tired to do anything more than sleep. "Or curse," Amsel said wearily. "My husband often cursed the liars who'd brought us here. Toward the end, Rig cursed me too, for believing their lies and wanting to come. It was all my fault, he said. He said that even with one hand, he could have provided better for us in Old Thayer's. While they were building this stretch of road, it wasn't too bad. It was noisy and dusty, of course. Heavy wagons and big horses everywhere. They dug and scraped and levelled and measured the land over and over. It seemed silly to me, the way they dug down into the earth to set down big stones, and then filled up between them with smaller stuff, and the amount of time they spent tamping it down. Why the road couldn't just be a wide path, I don't know. But they built it up in what everyone started calling an adger, with a lot of gravel, and all sorts of men with measuring sticks, always worrying about levelling things and making drains. I never knew what all went into a road before then. Amsel's dark hair had pulled free of the string she used to tie it back. It was feathering around her face, blending her features with the shadows behind her. But at least there were lots of folks here then. There was a big kitchen set up to feed everyone, and we could all go there for a meal once a day. The food was plain and not very good, but as you said, any food is better than none. And there were more people here, families as well as the other workers and the guards. There were other women to talk to while I did the wash at the river, and other women to help me when my baby came. The women who were already here when we arrived had learned a bit of how to manage, and they taught us. But most of us didn't know a thing about how to live outside a city. We tried. Most of the houses you see around here, women built, and some fell down faster than we put them up, but we had each other to help. She shook her head and closed her eyes for a moment. Then it all went bad at once. Without asking her, I added the last of the hot water to the uncoiled tea leaves in the bottom of the pot. It made a final pale tea. I divided what remained of my sugar equally among the 5 bowls, and carefully dipped the weak tea over it. The children watched me as if I was stirring molten gold. "What happened?" I asked, as I put Amsel's cup into her hands. "Rig had an accident. A heavy stone fell off a wagon and crushed his foot. He couldn't work any more. So, even though his time wasn't up, they let him stay at home here with us all day. I was glad to have him here at first. I thought he could help me a bit, could mind the children while I tried to make things better for us. But he didn't know how to do anything around a house, and his foot wouldn't heal. It only got more painful, and he had a fever that came and went. The pain made him mean, and not just with me." She glanced at her elder daughter, and old anger flashed in her eyes. She shook her head. "I didn't know what to do for him, and he hated me by then anyway." Her eyes went past me to the fire, and all feeling emptied out of them. 2 days before he died, the guards said it was time to move camp. The prisoners who had worked off their time and their families could stay here and build a new life, they said. A lot of them decided to move on with the work crew anyway. But those who stayed got a shovel, an axe, a saw, and 6 bags of different kinds of seed. And they gave us what they said was 2 months of flour, oil, and oats. But it didn't last our family more than 20 days. She shook her head again. "I did my best. I dug holes and planted those seeds. But maybe it was the wrong time, or maybe the seed was bad, or maybe I did something wrong. Not many plants came up, and a lot of the ones that grew got eaten by rabbits or just died off. I wasn't the only one who didn't know how to grow vegetables. Before too long, people just started to leave. Nothing here to hold them, I guess. Some of them lasted the first winter, others didn't, and we buried them. When spring came, pretty much everyone who could got up and left, heading back west, trying to get back to a place where they knew how to live. Some of us couldn't go. Kara might be able to walk a full day, but Sem and Dia are too small to walk that far, and I couldn't carry them both. I knew that if I started walking, at least one of them would die on the way. But maybe that would have been better than staying here. Here we are, winter's closing in again, and we have even less this time than we had last year." A long silence fell, and then she said, "I feel we're going to die here, and my biggest dread is that I'll die before my children do, and there will be no one left to protect them from whatever comes next." I had never heard such black despair. Worse was to see in the children's eyes that they fully understood what their mother said. My heart spoke. I'll stay a day or two, if you want. I can at least help you make this place tight for the winter." She looked at me flatly, and then asked, with acid sweetness, "And what will you want from me in exchange?" Her eyes travelled over me disdainfully. I knew what she thought I would ask of her, and that it disgusted her. I also read in her eyes that if that were what I demanded, she'd give it to me, for the sake of her children. She made me feel like a monster. I spoke slowly. "I'd like to sleep in here, near the fire, instead of out in the shed. And I'd like a day or two of rest and grazing for my horse, and some time out of the saddle. That's all." "Is it?" She was sceptical. Her mouth pinched again, bringing out the cat in her again. "If that's all, I'll say yes to that then." "That's all," I said quietly, and she nodded sharply to the deal we had struck. She and her children slept in the only bed, across the room from the fire. She put herself between me and her children, and her pistol between her and me. I slept on the floor by the fire. The next day, I built a wood crib for the firewood, so I could stack it so it would stay dry. It was crudely built from salvaged wood and nails, but it worked. I put a roof over it to keep the snow off the firewood. Amzil and Kara stacked the wood between the supports as I showed them, while the other children played nearby. I found good thick logs and cut them into stout chunks. "These will burn a long time, once you've got a bed of coals going," I told her. "Save them for the worst nights, when the snow is deep and the cold hard. Until then, use up the small stuff, and whatever else you can forage for yourself. I've had one winter here. I think I know how to manage," Amzil said stiffly. "Probably better than I do," I conceded grumpily. I'd worked all morning. My shirt was stuck to me with sweat, despite a chill wind blowing off the rain-soaked hills. Hunger gnawed at my guts. I couldn't stand it any more. I rolled my shoulders and stretched. I leaned the axe up against my chopping block. "Where are you going?" Amzil demanded suspiciously. "Hunting," I decided abruptly. "With what?" she asked. "For what?" "With a sling. For whatever I can get," I replied. "Rabbits, birds, small game." She shook her head and folded her lips, obviously thinking I was wasting time when I could be cutting more wood. But the morning's work had already convinced me that I'd need a more substantial meal than watery soup. I'd begun thinking of food, against my will, and had suddenly become aware of the birds calling to one another. "Can you do that?" she asked me suddenly. "Kill birds with a sling?" "We'll see," I said. I used to be able to. I was fatter than I'd been as a boy, and out of my territory. Dawn and dusk were the best times to hunt, and this was neither. I tried the woods first, where tree trunks that spoiled my swing and tiny branches that deflected my missiles frustrated me. From there, I moved to the logged-off hillside behind the town, and there I did better, braining a rabbit that foolishly stood up on its hind legs to see what I was. It wasn't much of a hunter's bag, but Amzil seemed delighted with it. She and the children gathered round me as I gutted and skinned it and cut it up for the pot. While she took it inside to start it cooking, I scraped the skin and stretched it as tightly as I could before tacking it, skin side up, on a board to dry. "You'll need to keep this out of the weather," I told her. "Once it's dried, it will be hard and stiff. You'll have to work it, rolling it slowly until it softens up again. But it will give you a rabbit skin with the fur on. 4 or 5 of these sewn together would make a blanket for the little one." I'd kept back the sinew from the rabbit's hind legs. I showed it to her. "This makes the best snares. There was a lot of rabbit sign out there. If you set 2 or 3 snares each evening, you'd have a fair chance of having some meat in your diet on a regular basis." She shook her head. "They're too smart. I've seen rabbits out there, at dawn and in the evening, but I've never been able to catch one, and the traps I've made don't hold them." "What kind of traps?" "I dug holes for them to fall into. I caught a couple of babies like that in the spring, but the others soon learned to go around them." My amused smile offended her. I quickly wiped it from my face. She knows nothing of rabbits, or of hunting, I thought to myself. Her skills from her life in the city were useless here. That wasn't her fault, and I shouldn't look down on her for trying. At the same time, I could not help feeling a bit superior. We'll make the snare lines very fine, so they're almost invisible. And I'll show you how to know where the rabbit will lift its head as it comes down the trail and out of the brush. That's the best place to hang a snare, to make sure you get a quick, clean kill. The young ones I caught were alive. I wanted to try to cage them and breed them, like people do pigeons and doves in the city. But she glanced at the children. Sometimes meat today is more important than saving for a tomorrow. I found myself nodding. She was right. With the right kind of trap, live rabbits would provide her with a ready source of meat. I might be able to come up with a pit trap that would work then, I offered. We'll set some of both, she decided firmly. I was feeling rather satisfied with myself as I followed her and the children into the little house. The rabbit was simmering with onion and potato in a pot near the edge of the fire. The aroma of the cooked meat assaulted my senses. I almost lost myself in it. Then I saw my panniers open on the floor. All my possessions were stacked around them. I could not keep the chill from my voice as I asked her, "Did you find what you were looking for?" She met my gaze, and her cheeks went a bit pink, but she did not look guilty. Instead, her chin came up. "Yes, your washing and mending. That seemed a fair trade to me for the work you've done with the wood and the hunting. And when I found you had salt in there, I took some for cooking the meat. As you were going to be eating it alongside us, I thought nothing of it. Do you find fault with it?" I didn't like it. Everything I had in the world was in those panniers, including my journal and what money I had. A sneaking part of me resolved that at my earliest opportunity, I'd make certain it was still there. She was meeting my eyes in a very direct way. I took a breath. She'd meant well, and she was honest about it. Travelling can make a person suspicious. It took me aback, yes. It was something I was willing to do for you. From the emphasis she put on the words, she made it clear that there were other things she'd be unwilling to do for me. My mother was a good seamstress, and she taught me well. She sewed for some of the best families in Old Thayers. She knew how to make clothing fit a portly man, and I learned it at her knee. I can make your garments more comfortable on you, so you can chop wood without straining the seams. Why was it so hard to say, "Thank you, I'd welcome that"? I suppose it was because I wished she could see me as something other than a fat stranger who wanted to lie with her. I had to admit that in many ways it was a fair appraisal of me. It wasn't that I was infatuated with her or wished her to like me. She was pretty enough, in a weary way, and she was a woman, and the first woman, other than my sister, I'd spent any appreciable time with in weeks. That was all, I told myself. It was simple proximity and honest lust. A man didn't have to be ashamed of that, as long as he didn't force himself on a woman. It was just the way a man was made. That evening was both more comfortable and less easy. The food was more substantial, and once again we had tea to finish with, even if there was no sugar. But she had told me her story the night before, and I had no wish to tell her mine, so talk was scarce. Firelight was the only light in the room. We sought our beds early. I lay on the floor, rolled in my blanket. I tried not to think of her, soft and warm and only a few steps away. For all my harsh training to be a soldier, I thought to myself, this family lived in harder circumstances than anything I'd ever experienced. There were no evening pastimes for the children, no storybooks or music, no toys save what they had invented for themselves. Amzul had little education. I doubted she could read. Whatever culture she had absorbed growing up in the grand city of Old Thayers would be denied to her children, growing up in poverty in this wilderness. It was grim to speculate on their future, not just during the harshness of the coming winter, but for all the years after that. I closed my eyes, but I couldn't shut down my thoughts. She'd as much as admitted that she'd hoard for passing travellers last winter to get food for herself and the children. With such an example before them, what would Kara and little Dia expect of life? What sort of a man would Sem grow to be, watching his mother sell herself to support him? It was tawdry and disgusting. Yet, when she looked at her children, her gaze was familiar, for it was the same way my mother had always looked at us. In the last year, I'd had my eyes opened to my mother's place in our world, and had come to realize that in many ways she had sacrificed her own interests to ours. The seeds of thought that Ebony had sown in my mind were growing in uncomfortable ways. My mother had always been my mother and my father's wife. I don't think I'd ever stopped to wonder who else she might have wanted to be, outside of those roles. Now I'd glimpsed, several times, how she had to bow her head to my father's decisions for her children, and witnessed, more clearly, how she had battled him for a say in our lives. She'd never expected to be a nobleman's wife. She'd been married off to the soldier son of a good family, with no higher expectation than that he would advance in his career as an officer. When she'd left her father's house, she would have believed that, eventually, when my father retired from the military, she would return to Old Thayers, to live at the Bovell mansion there, to visit her childhood friends, to go to the theatre and enjoy the cultural and social events of her home city. Instead, my father's elevated status had meant that she lived far from the capital city, and that her social friendships were limited to women similarly uplifted. She had travelled to visit her family in the city perhaps once every 5 years, and only after we children had become mostly self-sufficient. Until then, she had not left us for a single day. Was that what it meant to be a mother? I shifted uncomfortably on the packed earth floor. The cold from it seeped up through my blankets and made me ache. I tried to fall asleep, but my eyes kept opening, to stare around the dismal little room. I didn't want to think about my mother, and how life had trapped her in a similar way to how life had trapped Amsel. That led to wondering how deep of a trap I had fallen into myself. Here I lay, the son of a nobleman, a soldier son, destined to be an officer, and I'd begged shelter and food from an ignorant seamstress, the widow of a thief, and I'd been grateful for what I'd received. Clove had had a couple of days' rest and some grazing. The days were getting cold, and the nights even colder. It was stupid to linger here. The sooner I reached my journey's end at Getty's, the sooner I would know what awaited me there. There was a danger to waiting too long. If the commander there didn't accept me for enlistment, I'd probably have to winter there, and then ride out in spring to try my luck at other citadels and forts. There was no guarantee that any regiment would have me. My thoughts spiraled into darker speculation. If no regiment would have me, what then? What if I had to face being a soldier's son who could not be a soldier, a noble's son who had been disowned, a brother who had not kept his word to send for his sister, a fat man who begged shelter and food of strangers, a man who looked at a woman with interest, only to have her turn away in disgust? I didn't much like any of my possible new identities. I made an abrupt decision. I would leave at first light tomorrow. Chapter 13. Buell Hitch. I stayed with Amsel nearly a month. I think that almost every night I made a resolution to leave in the morning. But every morning brought some small task that I thought I could do before I left, and somehow each of those tasks led to others. It was always the task of the day that I stayed for. I never allowed myself to think how pleasant it was to have the company of this woman, how enjoyable I found it to be the one who could provide. My father had rubbed my nose in my failures for so long that even I was astonished at how much I could do for this orphaned and destitute family. It felt good. It began with keeping my promise to show her how to snare rabbits. I convinced myself that I had to stay an extra day to be sure that the snares were working, and that she knew how to reset them. I spent the afternoon of that day cutting more wood and mending the roof of the shed that Clove had been using as a stable. Midway through that task, the man who had turned me away from his door only a few days before came to ask if he could barter with us for a few days of Clove's labour. The man had devised a sort of plough, and hoped that with the use of Clove's strength, he could plough a much larger garden area for the next spring. I pointed out to him that it was the wrong season for ploughing. He retorted that he was not stupid, but that breaking the soil now might make it easier for him to plant a larger area next spring. Fabricating a harness for Clove proved to be the trickiest part of the project. Yet by evening's end, and with a lot of sweat, Mercus and I had managed to break the sod on a 1/4 acre of land. It was rocky soil, threaded through with old roots. A good part of our toil went to chopping side roots, so that Clove could jerk old stumps free of the earth. Mercus traded us a sack of potatoes and half a day of his labour the next day. So I had little choice but to decide to stay for another day. Our evening repast seemed very rich, for, in a surge of optimism, Amsel had used the meat from 2 rabbits and 5 whole potatoes to make the meal. We had caught a total of 3 rabbits, so I showed her how to hang the extra meat in the chimney to smoke it and preserve it. The 3 rabbit skins joined the first one to dry. The extra food seemed to give the children more energy. They were not as willing to go to bed that night, so we sat up for some time by the fire. Amsel surprised me by telling the children several stories to pass the time. Then, after she had settled them into bed, we sat up a short time longer, talking about what projects were most crucial for the coming winter. When Mercus arrived the next morning to work off his debt, he and I tightened the roof and door of Amsel's house, before moving on to make the roof of the shed sound. Long before noon, I had earned his grudging respect. Over the next few days, Clove's great strength made short work of tugging down several ramshackle structures so that we could reduce them to usable timbers. Once I had stockpiled the lumber that I thought I could use for Amsel's dwelling and the adjacent shed, I put Mercus in our debt once more, by using Clove to haul a number of heavy timbers down to where he wished to use them. All this activity roused the curiosity of the other scattered dwellers. The old man and his nagging wife came to the door of their hut to watch Clove pass. I discovered there was one other family in the otherwise deserted town, a man and a woman of middle years with 2 half-grown children and a baby. They watched us from afar, but did not speak to us that day. Amsel and I checked the snares together that evening. We had only caught 1 rabbit, but she still seemed very pleased with it. Under my guidance, she moved the snares to fresh locations on some of the many rabbit trails throughout the stump field. If the game becomes scarce here, then you can always set snares along the river, especially in the winter time, I told her. Watch for the paths where animals go to water. Set them there. The river freezes along its bank in winter, she told me. There will still be tracks to it. You'll see. Kara had tagged along with us, and to my surprise, Amsel had the child set the final snare. She seemed very young to me to be doing such a task. Nonetheless, I held my tongue, suspecting that in this, Amsel probably knew best. Small as she was, the sooner Kara stepped up to help provide for her family, the better they would be. The cottage became a snugger place as each day passed. We mixed grass, moss, and mud, and chinked the gaps between the logs. With our salvaged wood, we put a floor in the cabin. I hunted each morning with my sling. My best day was when a lucky shot brought down a goose that I'd startled off the river. It was fat. Grease had never tasted so good to me. Amsel caught every drop of it before it could drip into the fire, and saved it to flavour the lean rabbit that made up most of our meals. Our days began to have a pattern. Each morning I hunted. I brought my kills home to Amsel, and she cooked them. In the afternoons, I did whatever I thought best to improve her cottage. It was rough, crude work for the most part, but even so, it made a difference. A slab of wood and 3 stick legs made a stool. I longed for an awl, but managed to bore and whittle the leg holes with my knife. I made a low table, so that the children could sit on the floor in front of the fire and have their meals more comfortably. Every day, Amsel set aside a part of my catch to either smoke or dry as jerked meat. It pleased me to watch her little larder grow full. I built her another shelf. 3 times in that period, I saw travellers pass. The couriers who served the king passed every day, but other than them, there was little traffic on the road this time of year. Once it was a train of wagons pulled by oxen, heading toward Gettys. The men driving them were hard-eyed, and both the first and the last wagon had guards perched on the wagon seats, long guns slung across their knees. Plainly, they wanted nothing to do with anyone. We stared at one another, but no one called out a greeting. Another day, it was a man riding a horse and leading 2 mules laden with furs. He was headed west on the road. He nodded to my "good day," but kept on his way. And the other traveller I saw was a tinker with a wagon pulled by a mismatched team. The wagon was painted with pictures of his wares, but the bright panels were thick with dust, and the tall yellow wheels of his wagon were crusted with mud. I was on the edge of the stump field. I waved my arms at him, hoping he'd stop. I wanted to see what tools he had for sale. He waved back at me, but then stirred up his team to a trot, plainly disinclined to pause. I shouted after him, but he was gone, leaving only dust hanging over the road in his wake. Often the children would come out to watch me at my tasks. I began to teach them the nursery rhymes I knew, the counting songs and memory games. They liked the one about the farmer calling his 5 goats. Cara wanted to learn how my sling worked. I made her a smaller one, and set her targets. She became a fair shot, but Amsel seemed reluctant to let me take her out to hunt. I could not decide if she did not trust me alone with the child, or did not think it a proper task for her. I cut firewood every day. It became a wall between Amsel's cottage and the hut where the old man lived. At night, our fire was more generous, and it filled the small space with both warmth and light. One night, I took it upon myself to be the storyteller, and it flattered me that Amsel listened as attentively as her 3 small children. I told them 2 tales that my mother had told me when I was a boy, and then I found myself telling a story that I did not remember hearing, yet I knew I was not making up. It was the tale of a young man who sought to avoid doing a task that his mother had given him, and of all the misfortunes that befell him as a result of his attempt to ignore his duty. The ending was, in a way, quite comical, for when the boy finally surrendered and went to do his task, he found that his mother had already done it. The children seemed to enjoy the story, but after Amsel had put them to bed, she said to me, "That was a rather strange story." Her tone made it clear that she did not quite approve of it. "It's a story that the Spec tell to their children," I said, and then wondered how I had come by such knowledge. "I think it's to teach them that some tasks are so important they cannot be ignored. Someone will do them." Amsel raised her eyebrows at me. "And your telling it makes it all the stranger," she said, with even greater disapproval. A short time later, she sought her bed with the children, and I rolled myself in my blankets to sleep before the fire. That night, I dreamed of the Tree Woman's forest. I walked alone down paths where once we had walked as a couple. It was autumn in the forest, and the leaves on the deciduous trees were turning. I had never seen such a spectacle. In the area of the plains where I had grown up, there were groves of trees along the river or following the stream beds. In autumn, their leaves turned a soggy brown and hung on the branches until the frost and falls of snow took them down. Never before had I experienced walking in a forest where the leaves had gone yellow and gold and scarlet. When I lifted my eyes, the brilliance of their colour against the bright blue autumn sky was shocking. The leaves had already begun to forsake the trees. There were drifts of them across the path, and as I waded through them, they rustled around my feet. There was an incredible smell in the air, a rich odour of decomposing leaves and fresh rain, and the promise of a sharp frost in the night to come. I felt alive, and in the strange clarity of that dream, I felt that this life was larger and brighter and sharper-edged than in my waking world. I was going somewhere. I could not have said where, and yet I was hurrying to get there, eager to arrive. I went down a hillside, through a forest of white-trunked birches with golden leaves fluttering in the autumn breeze. At the bottom, I came to a swampy place where high-bush cranberries dandled their translucent scarlet fruit below palm-sized leaves that had gone red with the frost. Willows grew there, and their long, narrow leaves had gone a different shade of red. I cupped a scant handful of the fruit and tasted it. The berries burst in my mouth with the sweet of summer ending and the sharp tang of winter yet to come. I chewed the seeds as I walked on, deeper into her world. Her world it was. I came to her at last, supine on the earth. My sword had bitten deep into her trunk, and she had fallen, just as a tree would have crashed to earth if most of the trunk had been severed. The stump of her body stood, and her torso had fallen beside it. But that torso was still connected to the stump by a thick bend of bark. By that, she lived. She was somehow a great tree, and she was an immense woman, with all the attributes of both. She had stretched her length out on the forest floor when she fell. A glorious statue toppled from its pedestal. Her torso and head melded with the fallen portion of the tree. The mass of her hair ranged from glossy curls around her face to flowing tresses that merged with the rough bark of the trunk beyond her head. Like a nursery log, a sapling was sprouting from her, a slender tree growing up from between her breasts. The felling of her tree had created a clearing in the forest canopy. Light spilled from above to warm the earth. A host of plant life had sprung up around her. I knelt beside her, knees cushioned by moss and leaves. I took her hand. "So I didn't kill you. You didn't die," I said with gladness. She smiled up at me. "I told you. Such as I do not die in that way. We go on." Cautiously, I set a hand to the smooth bark of the slender sapling. "This is you?" I asked her. She put her hand over mine, closing my fingers around the growing trunk. "It is me." Wonder caught me. Life pulsed in the sapling. Skin to bark, I could feel her magic at work as she transferred her power into the new life springing up from her bosom. Even in that place, a shiver of awe ran over me. She had shifted her gaze to speak to me. Now she looked up at the infinite blue sky above us. Her long hair coiled and looped around her head like a corona. "Soldier's boy, you know you have a task. It was given to you by the magic. I know what the task is. You are to save us. But only you know how you are to accomplish that. That was why the magic was given to you. Not so that you might amuse yourself, but because you are the one who would know what you must do to accomplish your task. With power comes responsibility. You understand this?" Her voice was gentle, but her words were absolute. "Of course I do," I said readily, though until that moment I do not think that I had. "You must come to where the destruction is. See it for yourself. Then tell me how you will defeat it. It is my weakness that I hunger to know these things. When I walked in the world that you now tread, I was a curious woman. Even here, even now, that curiosity remains. I know the magic. I trust the magic. And still I want to know. Will you not tell me?" "When I know for myself what it is that I must do to defeat the end of our world, then I will tell you. I promise you that." She relaxed more deeply into her mossy couch. Ferns had sprouted around her, where she had fallen. The fallen leaves of autumn had drifted around her supine form, cushioning her curves with their gold. I cannot describe how glorious she was. When I looked on her, I saw her as a speck would. She was not fleshy, but lush. Her rounded belly, her voluptuous breasts, the softness of her face, all spoke of a time of plenty, of fruition and harvest. I hold you to your promise, soldier's boy. Do not tarry. There are others, less patient than I, who think that a swifter solution must be reached. I have told them of you in dreams and visions. Nonetheless, they will soon take steps of their own to rid our lands of the invaders. They say that the dance has failed. They say it is time to use the intruders' own ways against them. A deep foreboding rose in me, tainting my dream. I smelled smoke, and the fallen leaves suddenly became sodden and black and rotting. I sank into them. All around me, the forest became a cemetery of snaggled stumps and bare, oozing earth. The tree-woman sagged into a rotting corpse. Her lips, mottled with mould, tore as she spoke her last words to me. The magic was not given to you to use for yourself. Be wary of that temptation. Tarry no longer, but come to us. Our need is great. And then she was gone, flesh and bones sinking into a swamp of rot that was not the healthy compost of a living forest, but the stink of too many dead things left heaped in a pile. I tried to get away, but my feet and legs sank into the muck. I struggled wildly, wallowing deeper. It reached my thighs, and with infinite loathing, I felt it close around my loins and lap against my belly. I tried to open my eyes, knowing that I dreamed, but no matter how I contorted my face, I could not waken myself. I gave a sudden wild cry of absolute despair. I think my own shout awakened me. It was small comfort at first, for I was sprawled in mud and leaves and surrounded by ghostly stumps. Rain was falling all around me. I was wet, cold, and completely disoriented. How had I got here? The moon glided briefly from the shelter of the clouds and granted me a grey wash of light. I staggered to my feet and wrapped my arms around myself, shivering. I was barefoot, and my clothes were coated with mud and dead leaves. My hair, long grown out of a soldier's cut, dangled wet on my brow and dripped into my eyes. When I pushed it back from my face, I smeared my forehead with muck from my wet, gritty hands. I cursed myself for an idiot for making it worse. I stumbled back through the storm and the treacherous stump field to Amsel's door. It was closed tight, with the latch string pulled inside. I wondered if I'd shut it behind me when I went sleepwalking, or if Amsel had wakened to a draught and closed it. I wanted to pound on it and gain swift admission to the dry fireside. The thought of waking not only Amsel but also her children dissuaded me. Reluctantly, I sought the shed. I was glad we'd tightened up the roof. It was dry inside, and Clove's huge body radiated warmth into the small space. In the darkness, I found the saddle blanket and made a rough bed for myself until dawn. Then I rose, cold and stiff. I took Clove out and hobbled him in deep grass near the river's edge so he could graze. I went for a walk along the riverbank until I was sure that Amsel would be awake. Then I returned to her cottage. "You're up early," she observed softly. The children were still sleeping. "Fish are jumping after mosquitoes in the shallows of the river. If we had fishing tackle, you could have a nice breakfast on mornings like this." She smiled sourly. If I had fishing tackle, if I had a net, if I had seed or a loom or yarn or fabric. There are so many ways I could better our lot, if I had even the most basic tools to begin. But I don't, and I've nothing to trade or sell. And even if I had something to trade, it would take me days to walk to a marketplace, and I'd have to take the children with me. I've had months to think my situation through, over and over. There's no reason for a town to be here. There's nothing to make people come here. It's just a place to pass by on your way to somewhere else. I have no way to acquire even the most basic things I'd need to make a life here. Perhaps, if my husband had lived, we could have managed. For one of us could make the long trip to Getty's while the other stayed here with the children. But I cannot take them so far alone. Sometimes I think that was what the king intended. He took all the poor folk who broke the laws to live and sent us out here to die. Her words nudged my dormant loyalty to the king. I don't think that was his intent. I believe he truly thought you could make a new beginning here. He spoke of the road becoming a great river of trade between west and east, and of towns springing up along it and becoming centres of commerce. When more people begin to travel the road, there will be trade opportunities. Even as it is now, any sort of an inn here would be welcomed by travellers, I'm sure. An inn? She looked at me with tried patience. That's an old idea. There was an inn here for a very short time. You'll find the burned timbers at the east end of town. What happened to it? She sighed with exasperation. It was burned down by angry patrons who claimed they'd been robbed while they slept. Were they? She shrugged one shoulder and looked almost guilty. I don't know. Perhaps. Probably. She poked at the fire angrily, stirring the coals to flame as she added a small piece of wood. Do you forget who we are here? Do you forget why the king chased us out of Old Thayers? When you make a town of pickpockets, thieves, murderers, and rapists, what do you think will happen? What happens when a family of thieves opens an inn? That silenced me for a time. I had not stopped to think about what it would be like to settle in a town where the entire population consisted of criminals and their families. Unwillingly, I asked, Your neighbours, were they? Of course. Why do you think I live apart from them? That old man Reeves? He was sent from the city for raping young girls. His wife will tell you they all tempted him, if you let her speak to you for more than 5 minutes. He strangled the last one. That was how they caught him. Mercus, who you ploughed for, he murdered a man in a tavern fight. Temmie and Roya, up the hill with their youngsters, they were both in the jail. He stole from the old woman he worked for, and Roya helped him sell her furs and jewellery. But you are not a criminal, and travellers do pass this way. Merchants, new recruits for Getty's, the soldiers, and the prisoner workers they escort. Even if there is not yet much traffic, there are enough people going by for you to make something from their passage. She glanced at me. Pretend, for a moment, that you are a woman alone with 3 small children. Some travellers might be glad of a clean bed and a warm room, even if I have no food to sell them. Some would pay for it, with coin or barter, but others would simply take whatever they wanted from me and be on their way, if I was lucky. Don't you see that I'd be tempting danger by opening my door to strangers? When the soldiers and the long prisoner trains pass, do you know what we do? We run down to the river and hide there until they have gone. The soldiers who guard the prisoners know that this was a town made for criminals. They don't trust anyone who lives here, and they don't respect the lives of anyone who lives here. You have a gun, I pointed out. She hesitated, opened her mouth to speak, closed it, and then said abruptly, And they have many guns, and far more ammunition than I do. How do you imagine they would treat us if I killed one of them trying to defend what we have from them? Would any of my children survive? I doubt I would, and I don't like to think what their suffering would be after I died. I had no reply to the grim picture she painted. She seemed to take angry satisfaction in my silence. She mixed 2 handfuls of coarse meal into a pot of cold water and set it over the wakened fire. Breakfast would be the same thin porridge she had cooked every morning since I arrived. I'd been intending to tell her that I'd be leaving that day. Suddenly, it seemed that I couldn't just yet, that there had to be something I could do for them before I went. I went out to check the snares. We had 1 rabbit, but some of the other snares looked odd to me. A moment of considering it proved all Amsel's suspicions of her neighbours were correct. The thrashed ground around the snare showed me that a rabbit had been caught there. Someone had come, taken it, and awkwardly reset the snare. Anger flamed through me. I wondered, who would stoop so low as to steal from a woman and 3 small children? The answer came to me. Anyone who was hungry enough. I moved the snare, and took our catch back to Amsel's cottage. As I skinned it, my mind was spinning with thoughts. There was so much I could do if I stayed here. I could teach her to use a sling. That would work on birds as well as rabbits. I could make a fish spear and show her how to use that. I was far from the wide plains where I had grown up, and I did not know as many of the plants here as I would have at home. But there were still some I knew. The roots of the cattails along the river. Did she know she could dig them and grind them into a sort of meal? And the cottage next to her shed was not in terrible shape. I could patch the roof of it and tighten the walls. It would not be an inn, but it would be shelter she could rent to travellers in need, without bringing them under her own roof. I suddenly understood my friend Spink's restlessness when he watched his elder brother run the family holdings and suspected that he could make a better job of it. I looked at Amsel and her children and her situation, and knew that with time and the strength of my hands, I could better things for all of them. I wanted to do that, in the same way that one wants to write a crooked picture on a wall, or smooth the upturned corner of a rug. To me, the tasks were relatively simple, and the benefits to Amsel and her children might be the difference between starvation and, well, not prosperity, but at least less want. For the first time in my life, I felt I might be free of the fate that the good God had decreed for me. I felt sinful even to consider that idea, and yet there it was. If, through no fault of my own, I could not find a place for myself in military service, then what was I to do? Become a beggar on the streets? Or make a place for myself somewhere, a place where I could be useful to others and take some satisfaction in my own achievements? The children were awake. Kara came out and squealed gleefully at the sight of the skinned rabbit. I gave it to her to take to her mother. Little Sem stood under my elbow and nearly got nicked by my knife as I scraped the hide clean and then added it to the other skins. He followed me as I walked past the shed to the next cottage. It was as poorly built as Amsel's, and had a decided lean to it. I walked all the way around it, the little boy at my heels. There was another cottage built just off the corner of the first one. It would be fairly simple to build a room to connect them into one larger structure. The idea of an inn had taken hold in my mind, and it now seemed the inevitable answer to Amsel's situation. It was easy to dismiss her naysaying. She was a woman alone, and thus it had all appeared impossible to her. But if I stayed on, I could show her how it could be done, and with a man in charge, other men would be less prone to attempt to take advantage of her. I could do it. I could become her protector. I pushed away the thought that tried to creep to the forefront of my mind, that once she had seen that I could both provide and protect, she might look on me with a more favourable glance. I looked at the cottages with an engineer's eye, and shook my head. They were pathetic. Yet they could be made to serve, at least for now. With timbers and logs from the nearby abandoned huts, I could shore them up to make them last the winter. Surely winter travellers on this road would welcome any sort of a shelter for the night. And the room I would build to connect them would be level and strong, the heart of a new structure that would eventually rise in place of the old. Sem was at my heels as I entered the second cottage. I was pleased to find it had a very functional-looking fireplace and chimney. Like Amsel's home, the floor was of earth. A table with 2 broken legs leaned against a bed frame full of rotting straw and bugs. The table was beyond repair, but the bed frame was salvageable. I checked the inside walls of the cabin, testing the wood with my knife. some rot, but not much. This structure was in much better condition than the first cottage, and I immediately decided I would begin my renovation here. "Sam! Sam! Where are you?" There was a frantic note to Amsel's cry. "He's here with me! We're coming!" I called back to her, and Sam piped up, "We're coming!" in such an obvious imitation of me that I had to laugh. As we made our way through the weedy space between the huts, a very familiar smell suddenly rose to my nostrils. Looking down, I found that I was standing on the crushed remains of a small cabbage. I blinked, and recognized the top of a carrot, and there the rounded purple shoulders of a turnip pushing up from the weedy earth. We were standing in the remains of a badly choked vegetable garden. It looked as if the seeds had been randomly thrown in the soil and had sprouted haphazardly. I found another cabbage, not much bigger than my fist, but sound. I gave it to Sem to carry, and pulled up both the turnip and the carrot. The carrot was a long, dark orange root, gone woody in its second year of growth, and root maggots had left a trail on the turnip, but for all that, the good parts could be cut off and stewed down. I felt I had discovered treasure, rather than some old and wormy vegetables. I looked up from my knees to find an angry-looking Amsel bearing down on us. "What are you doing out here with my son?" she demanded. "Seeing how sound this building is. Watch where you step. There's a vegetable garden gone wild here. You have no right—" "What?" "We're standing in a grown-over vegetable patch. I stepped on one cabbage before I realized it, but Sam has another, and I found a carrot and a turnip, too." Her eyes darted from her son holding the cabbage to me and back again. Conflicting emotions flashed across her face. "This is wonderful. But never again take my boy out of my sight without my permission." The vehemence in her voice shocked me, and I realized that however comfortable I had become here, she still regarded me as a stranger, and dangerous. "Sem followed me," I said quietly. I knew it was unreasonable to feel hurt or angry, yet in truth I felt both. I'm sure he did. But I don't like any of my children to wander out of my sight. There are many dangers here in the wild country. It sounded like an excuse, not an apology. "And you think I'm one of those dangers?" I spoke flatly. "You might be," she replied frankly. "I'm not. Not to you or to your children. I thought I'd been helping you." "You have. You did." She looked down at the small boy. He was frowning as he tried to follow our conversation, looking back and forth between us. "Sem, go home. There's porridge on the table for you. Eat it up." The mention of food was enough to send the boy flying. He scampered off, still clutching the cabbage in his arms. When he was out of earshot, she looked back at me. Her expression was not unfriendly, but neither was it kindly. She spoke bluntly. "You have helped us, and in return I've sewn your clothes for you, and allowed you to share our roof and fire, and whatever food we had. And I admit that it's thanks to you that we've had more food in the last few weeks than we've had for some time. But I don't wish to be in your debt. I don't want you to start thinking that because you've done things for us, we owe you something. Well, I mean, I know that I do, but I won't— That is, I don't think you're a whore, Amsel. I won't try to buy you with coin of food. Nor would I do any harm to any of your children. You seem to think me some sort of a monster, capable of anything." Then the hurt did break into my voice, despite my best efforts. She looked startled. I felt embarrassed. I looked away from her. I tried desperately to think of something to say that would change the topic. I cleared my throat. "Someone stole from us last night. They took a rabbit from one of our snares. They reset it, but poorly. I could tell what had been done." "I'm not surprised." She spoke quickly, as if glad to talk of something new. "It was bound to happen." Then anger flared again in her voice. "But what can I do? If I stay up all night to watch the snares in the stump field, the rabbits won't come. And I'll be too tired to take care of the children by day. It's hopeless. Have you ever thought of trying to form an alliance with some of your neighbours? She gave me an incredulous glance. She began to walk back to her cottage, and I followed her. I told you what they are. Murderers, thieves, and rapists. I don't trust them. But your husband was a thief. I tried to speak the words gently, but they still sounded like an accusation. Oh, look there, I added before she could reply. Lettuce. It doesn't look like lettuce. It's tall, with little leaves. It's gone to seed. I went down heavily on one knee in the sodden weeds. I broke the top off the plant and lifted it carefully, my hand cupped under the seed head. You can save these and plant them next spring, or you can dig up the ground and plant them now. The plants here either wintered over or reseeded themselves, so it didn't get cold enough here to kill them completely. Actually, if you plant some now, you might get an early crop in spring, and then plant the rest of the seed after that, for more lettuce later. But always leave a few plants in the garden to go to seed, so you'll have seed for the next season. Oh, she said faintly. She stopped walking and looked back at the overgrown garden. I feel so stupid. It makes sense now. What? That they gave us seed and told us it should be enough to last us. I had nothing to plant this spring. I was lucky enough to find some onions and potatoes growing where I'd planted them last year. I thought I'd just missed them when I harvested them. It was a cruel thing they did, putting you out here without teaching you first how to grow a garden or catch a rabbit. They did give us some chickens. For a short time we had eggs. Then someone stole them and ate them, I suppose. That happened soon after we first arrived, when more people lived here. She gave me a very uncomfortable glance. Thank you. What's your name? I realized she'd never asked me, and I hadn't told her. Nivar. I stopped short. My father no longer claimed me. Did I wish to claim his name? Nivar. Thank you, Nivar. She said my name, and for a moment I felt an odd thrill, similar to the first time that Karsina had touched my hand. She was walking in front of me and could not see my cynical smile. Of course, Nivar. Fall in love with the first woman you befriend, simply because she is willing to say your name. Ignore how she looks at you. Ignore how frightened she was just a few moments ago when she thought you had lured her child away. I forced myself to confront how desperately lonely I'd become. I was so alone. As alone, I reminded myself, as Yaril. I did not need to fall to a wild schoolboy infatuation with Amsel. I had my sister and her affection to sustain me. Instead of thinking how I could change Amsel's life if she allowed me to, I knew I should focus my efforts on creating a life for myself, one that would eventually allow me to send for Yaril. Amsel hurried ahead of me. I walked more slowly. I stopped. I turned to look back at the two cottages that had, for a few moments, been in my imagination an inn. Yet, why not here? I asked myself. Why should I not build the inn, just as I had imagined it, but for myself, and eventually for Yaril? And if my efforts here produced benefits for Amsel and her children as well, that would simply be an additional good. I could stay here and build a life for myself, I said softly. At my words, lightning flashed through me. I remembered my dream, all in that instant. In the next moment, I stood trembling in full daylight, possessed of a knowledge I did not want. I could not stay here. I couldn't build an inn or make a place for Yaril. I was supposed to go on, to the land of the specks. If I did not, evil would befall me. No, not just me. Evil would befall any who held me back from that quest. The corollary to that axiom fell into place for me. Misfortune had befallen my home and family in Whitevale because they had sought to keep me there. The plague had come to Whitevale and scoured me of my family because I had defied the magic. The magic had cut me free of my old life. I shook my head. It could not be true. It was a stupid, uncivilized superstition, something an ignorant man or a savage might believe. My gut cramped with guilt and pain. I bent over, clasping my great wobbly belly in my hands, sickened with the knowledge that filled me as much by the emptiness of the hunger that suddenly assailed me. It was not a hunger for simple sustenance. I needed to eat to feed the magic that dwelt in me. It demanded food, and it demanded that I continue on my way to Gettys, to the territory of the Specks. You! Help me! In the name of the king! Help me! The voice was faint, both from distance and weakness in the man who called. I looked around me, and then lifted my eyes to look up the hillside, past the stump field to where the uncut trees began. A man stood there, leaning heavily on a tough little horse beside him. He was bearded and without a hat, dressed in rough, ragged clothing. His head wobbled on his shoulders. When he saw me looking at him, he took 2 steps toward me, and then collapsed. He rolled a short way, and then lay still. I ran toward him, for a very short way. Then I stopped, caught my breath, and hurried on as best I could, through the crooked lanes between the ramshackle houses, and across the stump field, and then up the steep rise of the hill. In all that time, the man did not move. When I reached him and knelt beside him, I saw he was a larger man than I'd thought. He'd finished his tumble flat on his back. His eyes were closed. His clothing was not ragged from long use, but hung in tatters where something had attacked him and torn his garments with its claws. His Kavala trousers were stained with blood and dirt. He'd bound rags from his shirt across his chest and his upper right arm. Lesser gashes scored his belly, and showed on his legs through his torn trousers. The cuts were crusted dark with scabs and soiled with leaves and dirt. It was hard to guess his age through his whiskers and shaggy hair, but I thought him a man of middle years. "Sir, wake up!" He groaned, his chest rising and falling with it. His eyes fluttered a bit and then opened. "Big cat got me," he said, as if I'd asked him. "I'd just downed a fat grouse. I was plucking it. Cat decided that me and the bird would make a nice meal for him. Let's get you down the hill and into the house. I got to get to Gettys. I was due there today, supposed to report in." I took his shoulders and raised him to a sitting position. He silently snarled his pain as I did so. "You're a scout?" He caught a ragged breath. "Lieutenant Buell Itch." He grunted with pain, and then found breath to speak again. "And by the king's authority, I can order you to help me. I've got to get to Gettys." "You don't have to order me. I'd help you anyway." "I'm sure you would," he replied with tight sarcasm. "You just love the king and his soldiers, don't you?" "I am loyal to my king, and as a second son it is my fate to be a soldier. Not that I've had much success at it, but if you have finished insulting me, I'll take you down to where your injuries can be cleaned and properly tended." He looked at me for a few moments. His hoarse breath soared in and out of him. Then he said, "You're no convict. What are you doing in Dead Town?" "I was passing through on my way to Gettys. I ran out of supplies, so I stopped for a few days to barter work for food." "This town? I'm surprised you got anything at all for your trouble, other than a rock behind the ear. Stoop down and let me get my arm across your shoulders. You're a big one, aren't you?" There seemed little need to reply to that observation. I did as he asked, and once he had his grip, I grasped his belt and raised him to his feet. He swayed against me. I carried most of his weight, but he tried to walk. He gasped and groaned as we tottered along. It was slow progress down the hill. I glanced back to see his horse following us. Halfway across the stump field, I shouted for Amsel to put water on to boil. I called twice before she came to the door of the cottage. Her eyes widened, and she darted back inside. When we approached the door, I was shocked to see her standing in it, her huge gun once more levelled at my midsection. "What?" I asked her. "You're not bringing him in here?" She spoke the words flatly. "But he's hurt. This is my home. I've my children to protect. You're not bringing that stranger in here." I just shook my head at her. Then I turned and started limping him toward the other hut I'd inspected that morning. "Put my panniers outside your door, then," I said, and did not bother to hide the disgust in my voice. Behind me, I heard the door of her cottage slam shut. I took Lieutenant Hitch into the cottage that had the sound fireplace. I eased him down, and then went to the shed for Clove's saddle blanket. I made it into a flat pallet, and then fetched kindling and firewood from the pile I'd made for Amsil. My panniers were outside her closed door, along with a tumble of my other possessions I'd left inside her home. The message was plain. I carried them all back to the hut where the soldier waited. "Looks like you pissed her off right good," he observed. I couldn't tell if he was grinning or gritting his teeth with pain. "It's a talent I have with women," I told him. He hissed through his teeth and then fell silent. I made a fire, and then fetched water and set my small pan over the flames. When the fire had warmed the room a little and the room was hot, I helped him undress. I tended the minor wounds first, washing the ragged scratches as best I could. Every one of them was warm to the touch and suppurating. He hissed and swore as I washed them clean. The deeper ones bled a bit. When I reached to undo the bandage on his chest, he stopped my hand with his. "Got anything to eat or drink?" he asked me shakily. "I could do with a bit of fortifying before we take this on." "I think I have a little bit of tea left. That's about it out of what I can call mine." "That would be good, then. There's some dried meat in my saddlebags. Could you bring them in?" I took the saddlebags from his horse's back, and then slipped his bit so he could graze easily on the weeds between the huts, carefully moving him away from the half-choked vegetable garden. As I passed the garden again, I found 2 overgrown carrots and tugged them from the ground. When I carried them into the cabin, the lieutenant looked at me curiously. "Soup," I explained. "They're too tough to eat any other way. With the dried meat tossed in, they ought to stew up fine." That was easier said than done. They were so woody I had to chop them up with my hatchet. I cut them fine and tossed them into a pot of hot water. I then went into Hitch's saddlebag. He watched me, and as I took out a large packet tightly wrapped in several layers of oilcloth, he said, "No, not that one. Put that one back." The second packet, wrapped in greasy brown paper, proved to be the smoked meat. I took a slab of it the size of my hand, chopped it fine, and added it to my carrots. By then my kettle was boiling. I made the lieutenant a cup of hot tea and waited while he drank it. When he set down the empty mug, he nodded to me. "Let's get at it," he said grimly. I took out my untouched medical kit. Hitch's eyes widened at the sight of it. He clenched his teeth as he watched me dissolve the healing salts in the hot water. He knew how they would burn and sting, but also knew they were necessary. The bandaged claw slash across his chest was a nasty one. The cat's claws had gone deep, and the wound, unbandaged, gaped open. It, too, was festering. I washed it out with the warm, salted water, an operation that left Hitch hammering his fist against the dirt floor. He swore, but did not cry out with the pain. "It should have been stitched," I said. "I think it's too late to do it now." "I know that. Do you think I'm an idiot? Or that I could have stitched myself up one-handed out there in the dark?" I bit my tongue and made no reply. Instead, I smeared the edges with salve and rebandaged it more firmly, strapping the flesh back in place and hoping it would find a way to heal together. The gash on his arm was similar, deep and gaping and oozing pus. The smell was foul. My gorge rose. Breathing through my mouth didn't help. I gritted my teeth against my nausea and treated the arm wound as I had his chest. It used up the last of my bandaging and salve from home. "You're a well-prepared traveller," Hitch said tightly. Sweat beaded on his face from the pain he'd endured. "I was," I said with scant humour. "Don't worry. When we get to Getty's, I'll see that everything you used for me is replaced." "When we get to Getty's?" "You said you'd help me, even if I didn't demand it of you. Well, I've got to get to Getty's, and I know damn well that I won't get there on my own. You'll have to go with me." The soup was beginning to bubble. I could smell the dried smoked meat and the carrots simmering. I stirred it a bit. I looked around the room. I could still see the possibilities there. I knew they didn't belong to me. "I'll take you." He gave a short nod. "I want to rest for the rest of the day and the night, and then we'll start at dawn. You've done a good job on me, but I know these things will pass up again in no time. There's a doctor at the fort. He's my best chance. Is that soup done yet?" "How good are your teeth?" "Good enough. I'm famished." I gave him my bowl. I ate from the pot. The carrots were hard and stringy, but they still tasted good to me. I ate as my habit prompted me, carefully, savouring every bit. I drank the hot broth slowly, closing my eyes as it passed over my tongue and down my throat. I felt the warmth of it reach my belly. I opened my eyes and saw the bottom of the pot. I lowered it to find Hitch staring at me. I wiped my mouth on the back of my hand. "Where did you come from?" he asked me, and it seemed like more than a request for my hometown. "Back west," I told him, and found I didn't want to tell him even that much. I used my favourite trick to shift his thoughts away from me. "What happened to the cat that attacked you?" He grinned humorlessly. "It won. I broke free of it and ran. Luckily, it let me go. I suppose it decided the dead bird was enough. When I got back to my camp and my horse, I fixed myself up as best as I could, and then headed back toward the road. That was 4 days ago. No, 5. 4? 4, I think." He pursed his lips for a moment, and continued to regard me steadily. I stood up. He asked, "Can you get my sleeping roll for me? I'm going to rest now." "Good plan. I'll build up the fire for you." "Thanks." I got him settled, built up the fire, and then left, shutting the door behind me. Outside the cabin, I wiped my hands down the front of my trousers and heaved a huge sigh. My feet had carried me to Amsel's door. I didn't knock on it or try to open it. I stood outside and announced, "I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I have to get that man to Getty's so his wounds can be treated by a doctor." She didn't reply. I could hear the children inside, their higher voices raised querulously. I turned to walk away. Behind me, I heard the door open a crack. "You think I'm a terrible person?" she accused me. I thought and then replied, "I think you're very afraid, and that makes you hard. Hard is better than dead, or raped and left for dead. That man was injured. He was no threat to you. He was a soldier, a scout. I've seen him before, and I know that where one soldier is, others follow. If I'd let him in and he died, I'd have been blamed. Better to have nothing to do with him. He's a human being in need, Amsel. How can you just turn your back on that?" "Just like they done it to me. That's how. How many times have soldiers ridden through here? At first, when my husband was dying, I asked for help. They told me I'd brought my own troubles on myself, marrying a convict and having his babies. Well, that's what I say to that soldier now. Whatever happened to him, he brought it on himself by riding about being a soldier." It was true, so I couldn't argue with her. I no longer saw the point of arguing with her at all. "I'll be taking him on to Getty's tomorrow morning," I said. Her mouth went sullen. Almost angrily she asked, "And what about all your fine talk of building an inn here, and taking trade from the road and all that? What about that?" I was startled. "You told me it wouldn't work. You gave me a dozen reasons why it was a stupid idea. If I was trying to do it alone, then yes. But if a man were running it, even a man like you, travellers might respect it. It might work then." Even a man like me? A fat man like me? That was what she meant. Scarcely a man at all in her eyes, but big enough to be scary. I looked away from her. "I have to take him to Getty's. If I don't, he'll die from infection. He might still die." "Then why bother?" "Because he's a soldier, and I'm a second son. I'm meant to be a soldier." "You never told me that." She spoke as if I had lied to her. I felt her eyes run over me, and knew how unlikely she thought it that I'd ever be anything of the kind. I admitted it. "Well, I'm not exactly what any commander wants when he thinks of a recruit. Nonetheless, the good God made me a second son. My plan was always to go to Getty's, to see if they'd accept me as a recruit. If I can serve as a soldier, I will." "So, you'll just ride off and leave tomorrow?" I wanted her to ask me to stay, or at least invite me to come back. I stood straight before her, meeting her eyes as I looked down at her, and wondering if she even guessed at what I hoped. "I have to take him to Getty's." She looked away from me, as if there was something important on the hillside behind me. I knew there wasn't. "You've helped me a lot in the time you've been here." She paused, wet her lips, and then said, "The children will miss you." "I'll miss them," I said sadly, and found it was not just a nicety. I would miss them. But Amsel would not say she would miss me, nor ask me to stay, or if I might come back. "Thank you," she called to my back, when I'd gone a dozen steps. "For the meat, you know, and the firewood." "You're welcome." I shifted one shoulder in a shrug. "Thanks for the roof and the fireplace, and for sewing my clothes." "They look much better on you now," she called the words after me. "Thanks," I said, not calling the word out, but loud enough that she would know I had said it. I walked back to the cottage that might have made a good common room for an inn. Hitch was still sleeping. His face was slack, his mouth ajar. I put water within easy reach of him, took my sling, and went out and up the hill. I hunted until dusk. "I owe her," I said aloud to the magic. "If she hadn't let me rest here, do you think my horse would have lasted? If I hadn't taken the time here to rest myself and eat decently, do you think I'd be on my way to Getty's now? No. I'd be dead by the road somewhere. I owe her, and I want to pay her." I waited to feel something, that tingling stir of my blood that came when the magic moved through me. Nothing happened. I hunted anyway. I missed the first rabbit I saw, and a tree trunk deflected my missile from the second. It was not the right time of day for hunting, and I'd been a fool to think I could wield the magic. An hour later, I decided I'd been a fool to believe in it at all. There had been coincidences, and I'd had nightmares. My faith and my rationality chased one another in circles, until I was certain that I was a fool to attempt to know the truth of anything. When I saw the deer, I cursed the fate that had made my father withhold my weapons from me. He was not a large animal. Probably he was a yearling. I looked away from him, recalling that Dewara had told me that any prey could feel the stare of a hunter's eyes. I mouthed my new words silently. I need food for my journey to the territory of the specks. There was a rock in my sling, smooth and hefty. It would easily have stunned a rabbit or a bird. It would not kill a deer. When I moved my arm to wind up momentum for the sling, the deer would startle and be gone. I knew there was no magic in me, no magic anywhere. I was merely a fat man, My body, the freakishly rare result of my exposure to speck plague. My heart thundered in my chest as I let the stone fly. It hit the young buck just above his left eye. I heard the crack of stone against bone. The animal started, and a tremor ran through him. He took 2 steps. His front legs folded under him, as if he were going to bed down for the night. He sank down. With a heavier crash, his hind legs teetered under him, and he fell. His entire body gave a jerk. I did not wait. I rushed forward, running down the hill at him, drawing my sheath knife as I ran. I turned one ankle slightly, hit a sapling with my shoulder, and plunged on. When I finally reached him, he was trying to get up. I fell on him. Using every bit of my strength, I punched my knife into his throat, just behind the curve of his jawbone. He gave a wild leap, and an inhuman cry of pain. I threw my weight on him then, and held him down as I sawed with my knife, groping for some vital artery. He tossed his head wildly, crashing his skull onto mine. I shouted wordlessly and worked the knife in him. A leap of bright red blood rewarded me. Still, his hind legs kicked, and it was some moments before he subsided into death. Panting, I rolled off him, feeling shaken and bruised. For a time, I lay on my back next to the dead yearling, staring up at a blue sky through yellow leaves. I tried to decide if I'd been lucky, or if magic had prevailed. I decided that, as long as it came down to having meat, I didn't care. Dragging the dead deer through the forest was a trial that I shall never forget. It would have been a task, even if I'd been my old, fit self. It had no antlers to drag it by, only nubby spikes. I tried hauling it by the hind feet, but the grain of its hair created more drag than I would have thought possible. I ended up gripping the front feet and dragging it that way, with the head flopping about and snagging on every imaginable obstacle. As soon as I had it to the edge of the stump field, I left it and went back to the door of Amsel's house. "I've killed a deer," I said to the closed door. "If you help me butcher it, I'll leave you a goodly share, but some I've got to take with me, to travel on." "A deer?" The door all but flew open. "How did you kill a deer?" "With a rock," I replied. "That's impossible," she said. "I used my magic to help me," I answered, and she took that for a joke. I gutted the deer and cut its head off. I gave the liver, heart, kidneys, and tongue over to Amsel, since they were best used fresh. With the hide still on to keep flies off it, I hung the animal, head down, in the shed to bleed. Even with a small deer, it was a lot of work. I left it with the dark blood dripping onto the earth floor. I got my extra set of clothing from my panniers. Hitch slept on. I went down to the river to wash. I was sweating and sticky with blood. I gritted my teeth against the chill, stripped, and waded out into the river to wash myself. It was an unpleasant experience. I realized that it had been some time since I'd washed myself. Not because I enjoyed being dirty, but because I'd been avoiding my own body. I used sand from the riverbank to scrub myself. In some places, I had to lift my flesh to wash in the deep fold beneath it. There were sweat scalds under my arms and starting between my thighs, the result of the afternoon's endeavours. My navel had retreated into a deep dent in my belly. A second pouch of fat beneath my belly had formed over my genitals. My buttocks sagged, and my chest was fleshy with breast fat. The experience of washing my own body shamed away any triumph I might have felt in taking the deer. If this sagging fleshy body was the price of having magic, I didn't want it. It was small good to me. It only answered at its own fickle will, and then only if what I was attempting benefited its command for me. This magic offered me no power, only a tether to people and forces that I did not understand. And tomorrow morning I would leave Amsel and her children and go on to Gettys. The part of me that persisted in being my father's son said that I would once again attempt to enlist. If the commander at the stronghold there took me, then I could write to Jarl and tell her that soon I'd have a place for her. I wondered what the magic would think of that. On the heels of that thought, I wondered what I would do if the commander turned me away. I could come back here. I wasn't sure that I should, but I could. I waded out to the bank and dashed the water from my body. I dried myself on my dirty shirt, dressed, and then spent some time scrubbing the worst of the dirt from the clothing I'd been wearing. I wrung out my laundry and carried it back to the cabin where Lieutenant Hitch slept. I built up the fire, and then stretched my wet clothes over the broken table. I hoped they'd be dry by morning. With the next day's journey in mind, I emptied out my panniers and repacked them. When I came to the pouch of my remaining coin, I smiled, thinking how little good it had done me. I stowed it carefully. There was very little to pack in the way of food. I glanced at the scout. Hitch must have wakened at some point, for the water I'd left him was gone. I wondered how well supplied he was. In his condition, I judged it best that we push for Gettys with all possible speed. Stopping each evening early enough to hunt was not going to be an option. Sheepishly, I wondered if Amsel would let me take some of the smoked rabbit with me. I could take a day or two of venison, but the uncured meat would not travel as well as dried or smoked would. I was just marshalling my courage to go back to her cabin when the door opened. Amsel was preceded by an amazing smell. Fresh deer liver sizzled in goose grease and flavoured with onions. My body came to alertness, like a hunting dog pointing out a bird. She halted, just inside the door. She was carrying the hot pan in her heavily padded hands. Her gaze didn't quite meet mine. I thought you might be hungry. I'm ravenous, and that smells wonderful. There should be enough for the hurt fellow. My mother always said that liver was wondrously healing food. The smell alone seemed to be working wonders. Lieutenant Hitch stirred in his palate and then opened his eyes. "What's that?" he asked groggily. "Fresh deer liver cooked in goose fat with onion," I told him. "Help me sit up, please." The eagerness in his voice even woke a smile from Amsel. She set the pan down near our fire. "I have to get back to my children," she said awkwardly to me. "I know. Thank you. It was the least I could do. Navarre, I'm sorry I can't be more welcoming to strangers. But I have my children to protect. You know that." "I do know that, and you do a good job of it. Before you go, I've another favour to ask. Can I beg some of the smoked rabbit from you? We've a way to go, and fresh venison won't travel as well." "Of course. It's your meat. You killed it and smoked it." Despite her words, her voice was stiff with dismay. "And I gave it to you. Do you mind if we take some? I'll be leaving almost all the venison." "Of course it's fine. I'll be grateful for whatever you leave me. My children have eaten well in the time you've been here, hunting for us. I'm grateful for that. The venison, you should let it hang for a few days before you skin it out. Let it bleed well. It will be more tender that way. You can use it fresh, but you'll want to smoke or dry most of it." It suddenly seemed to me that I was leaving her an immense task. "I have to get back to my children," she said again, and I realized how uncomfortable she felt, without quite understanding why. "Of course," I said. "I'll bring your pan back to you tonight." "Thank you." And with that she was gone as abruptly as she'd come. Buell Hitch had levered himself up onto his elbows. He looked toward the pan longingly. "Coffee and some of that meat, and I'll feel like I'm alive again," he said. "No coffee, I'm afraid, but we have water and fresh cooked liver, and that's not bad at all, really." "That's true. But there should be some coffee in my saddlebags, if you want to brew some up for us. It would go a long way toward putting me on my feet again." The mere thought of coffee set my mouth watering. I put water to boil, and then served up the meat for us. Hitch's mess kit was of battered tin, a pan and bowl, and an enamelled mug. The precious hoard of coffee was packed inside it. The aroma of the beans dizzied me. We ate in silence. I gave my complete attention to my meal, only pausing to add the coffee to the water when it boiled, and then set the pot where it would stay hot while it steeped. The smell of the brewing coffee enhanced my appreciation for the meat. She'd cooked the liver perfectly. It was moist and tender still. I could cut it with the side of my fork. She hadn't used much onion, but what she'd used was evident in tender, translucent pieces of the vegetable and its affable flavour throughout the goose grease. The meat was the most alive thing I'd eaten in a long time. I can think of no other way to express it. Liver is always rich and flavourful, but that evening I was suddenly aware that I had transferred life from the deer's body to my own. There was something so essential in that meat. I had no name for it, and yet I felt it replenishing me as I chewed and swallowed. The taste was so thick and strong, the goose grease so satisfying, that when I scraped the last sheen of it from my plate, I felt more satisfied than I had in days. I looked up to find Hitch staring at me. As I returned his stare, he grinned honestly at me. "Can't say that I've ever seen a man enjoy his meal as much as you do. That coffee done yet?" He had wolfed down his portion of the meat. I doubt that he'd even tasted it, and somehow that seemed a shame. That he did not realize, as I did, that the life I'd taken from the deer had passed into us with this meal. It diminished what I'd done in taking the deer's life. I felt oddly disgruntled, as if his gobbling of the meat were disrespectful of something. But I said nothing of that, only poured coffee for both of us. He gulped his down and had a second mugful. I drank mine in long, lingering sips, and then put more water onto the grounds to try to get a second brew out of them. While it simmered, I took Amsel's pan outside, cleaned it, and then returned it to her. When I tapped on her door, she opened it a crack. She took the pan from me with a quiet, "Thank you." She didn't invite me in, and I didn't try to intrude. When I returned to Hitch, he was pouring some of the rebrewed coffee into his mug. He hunched near the fire on his blanket, looking miserable, but alive. "Well, that was quick," he said. "I was just returning her pan." He smiled knowingly. "She's a difficult one, isn't she? Sometimes she will, sometimes she won't." Dismay mingled with anger and churned in me. I tried to keep anything from showing on my face. "Meaning?" I asked him. He shifted slightly, his brow furrowing deeper. Obviously the move hadn't eased his pain. He rubbed at his face. "Meaning only that, for a whore, she's an odd one. Sometimes a man can buy a night inside and a bit of comfort from her. Other times, she's either boarded the door up tight, or there's no one there. She's moody. But good when you can get her, is what I heard." "Then you've never had her?" A small smile crooked his mouth. "Oh, son, I never pay for it. Not Buell. I don't have to." He drank the last of the coffee in his mug and tossed the dregs into the fire. He grinned. "Guess that means you ain't had much luck with her." "I didn't try," I said. "Didn't think she was that sort of a woman, with 3 children around her and all." He gave a choked laugh. "What? You think whores don't have kids? Well, I suppose they don't, if they can help it, but most can't. That woman there, she's been there, a year, I guess. Used to have a husband, but he's gone now. Probably up and left. But it's known a man can buy her. Not for coin, she's got no use for that. No, she only barters it for food, and only when she's in the mood for it." I could not begin to sort the emotions running through me. I felt stupid and used. Amsel was only a whore, and even though I'd paid her fee in food day after day, she'd never allowed me to so much as touch a hand. That wasn't a fair judgment, and I knew it. She'd as much as told me that she'd sold herself for food when she'd had to. Doing what she must to feed her children, did that make her a whore? I didn't know. I only knew that hearing another man talk of it so bluntly made me intensely unhappy. I'd known what she was, I admitted. But until Buell Hitch had come here, I hadn't had to face that a lot of other men knew it too, and far more intimately than I did. I had pretended she was something else, and pretended all sorts of other things about her as well. that she had a heart I could win, that she would be worth winning, that my protecting her and hunting food for her might make her something other than what she really was. "You still up to travelling tomorrow?" I asked Hitch. "You bet," he replied. Chapter 14. Journey to Gettys. I did one final task before I left the next morning. I got up at dawn and slipped out of the house before Buell was stirring. I needn't have been so quiet. His cheeks were red, and he slept the slumber of an ill man. But I went like a creeping mouse, for I wanted no witnesses. I went to the abandoned vegetable patch. I stooped down and set my hands on the earth. I closed my eyes. I pressed my palms firmly against the wet and matted vegetation and the soil beneath it. I spoke aloud, more to focus myself than because I thought it necessary. "I will travel better and more swiftly if I know that Amsel and her children are provided for. Grow." After a time, I opened my eyes. A fine, misty rain was falling all around me. It beaded in tiny droplets on my shirt sleeves and clung to my eyelashes. My gut was in my way. It was hard to crouch low and touch the ground. I felt like I was folding myself. I couldn't take a full breath, and nothing had happened. But I hadn't really expected anything to happen, had I? Revelation. How could anyone do a magic that he didn't believe in? I gave up my crouch. I knelt on the wet earth. I pressed my hands firmly to the soil. I took a deep breath and discarded both my disbelief and my deep-seated fear that the magic was real and I could do this. I made myself recall the sense of power I'd felt when I'd clasped the sapling growing from Tree Woman's breast. That power, that flowing transference of being, that was what I wanted. I took a deep breath. Then I clenched my fingers in the gritty soil and breathed out until there was no air left in my lungs, and still I forced something out of myself, not from my hands, but from my gut and through my arms and down and out of my fingers. Colours danced at the edges of my vision. Something was happening. I watched it. The ragged grasses and jagged-leaved weeds dwindled, sinking back into the earth. The vegetables I blessed swelled and grew. Turnips shouldered purple tops above the soil. A yellowing stalk of a potato plant went green, lifted from the ground, and thrust up buds that opened to small white flowers. The fronds of carrots lifted above the brown soil, stood tall and dark green. I held the flex of whatever it was I strained, held it until spots danced before my eyes. I opened my eyes, lost my balance as the world spun around me, and rolled over on my side in the soil. I breathed, deep, gasping breaths. My arms and legs tingled as if they'd fallen asleep. I worked my aching hands, flexing them, trying to get the blood flowing through my numbed limbs. When I could, I sat up. I had expected the vision to pass. It had not. All around me, in a perfect circle, the weeds had vanished. My chosen vegetables remained, crisp and tall, ready for harvest. There were round heads of cabbage, set in wide-leafed cups of foliage, and the tall feather fronds of carrots. There were turnip leaves, and red-stemmed beet tops, and a patch of potatoes gone to bloom. It took me 3 efforts to push away from the ground and stand up. Then I teetered on my legs like a new colt. I was giddy, not just with what I had achieved, but from the effort I'd spent achieving it. It took me a few moments to realize another, even more amazing change. My clothing hung almost loose on me. It was a minor change, or would have been to anyone else but me. The uncomfortable binding of my trouser waistband, the way my shirt cut into me under my arms, the tightness of my collar. In short, in every place where a moment ago my garments had been uncomfortably tight, they now rode looser. To prove it to myself, I seized the waistband of my trousers and shifted them around my waist. They moved freely. I was still a fat man, but I was marginally less fat than I'd been a few moments before. And I was ravenously hungry. With that realization, my senses woke to the bounty all around me. An overpowering drive to replenish what I had lost drove all awe from my mind. I tugged a carrot from the earth. It was long and a deep orange red. The end of it broke off in the soil. I forced my fingers through the packed earth, seized the broken piece, and pulled it up. I wiped the loose, damp soil from the pieces and then crunched into the carrot. The grit on it ground between my back teeth as I chewed it, adding its own earthy note to the flavour. I ground the orange root to juicy sweetness in my mouth. Never had I tasted such a remarkable vegetable. The innermost core of it was sweet, and the whole of it was crisp, not tough at all. I chewed on the thick end of the green, curiously tasting the feathery tops of the carrot. My glance fell on a turnip. The leafy top came off in my hand when I tried to pull it. No matter. I stuffed the greens into my mouth and chewed them as I dug my fingers into the earth around the purple and white root. I pulled it up in one try. Smaller roots, like seeking tendrils, hung from it, crusted with dirt. I shook it and then wiped it on my trouser leg. The skin was fibrous and peppery. I peeled it away in a layer and ate it before I went on to the shiny inside of it. My fingers left muddy prints. No matter. I finished it and then stood tall, looking for what I wanted to devour next. I wiped my mouth on the back of my hand. My lips left a mucky smear. I frowned at it, trying to recall something. And in that moment, Nivar the soldier son came to the fore again. I scrabbled backward from the now thriving vegetable garden into the dank weeds that ringed it. Despite the haphazard placement of the plants, it looked as if someone had tended it, watering and weeding it, and now, at full peak, it awaited harvest. I had been the center of the circle of tended earth. Heart-pounding, I stepped away from the garden and back into the real world. Almost. I expected it to have vanished when I glanced back, but no, it remained, as real as the misting rain falling all around me. I fled. I brought in both horses that I had picketed for the night, for neither had wanted to enter the shed with a hanging deer in it. Feverishly, I readied everything for our journey. I moved like a hunted man, darting in and out of the cabin with my arms full of Hitch's gear and my own. I went to the hanging deer and peeled back enough hide to cut strips of journey meat for Hitch and me, packing as much as my cooking pot would hold. When all else was loaded on the two animals, I went and tapped on Amzil's door. She opened it, her hair still tousled from sleep. "Is something wrong?" she asked me anxiously. I suppose my shock at the proof of my magic still showed in my face. "No," I lied. "I just have to make an early start to use the daylight as best we may. I've come to ask if I can take some of the smoked meat away with me. I took some of the venison already, but I left all the rest of it for you." "Of course," she said distantly. She turned from me, and I left her door to go back to the other cottage and awaken Hitch. He jerked awake at my touch, and then slowly sat up, shivering. "Is it time to go?" he asked me miserably, knowing full well it was. "Yes. If we leave now, we can put a good distance behind us. How far do you think it is to Getty's from here?" He knew I did not mean in miles. "If it were just Renegade and I were myself, we could cover it in 4 days. But that isn't the case, is it?" "No, but I think we'll still make good time." I tried to be reassuring. The cockiness the man had exhibited yesterday was gone. I wondered if it were because the infection was gaining on him, or if he could simply let his guard down now, knowing there was someone to offer him aid. "Well then, let's go." He wobbled to his feet and walked the few steps to the hearth. He leaned there, taking in the fire's warmth, while I packed the few items that remained. When it was time to leave, I avoided the garden patch. He leaned on his horse for a few moments before he mounted, but he did that on his own. "I'll just be a moment," I told him, and turned to go back to Amzil's cabin for the meat she'd said we could have. But as I looked up, she was coming toward me. She chose to walk down the road in front of the houses. I breathed a sigh of relief. She wouldn't yet have seen the change in the garden. I didn't want to answer any questions. She carried a canvas sack in her arms. As I took it from her, she said, "You've got 2 rabbits in there." "Thank you. That should get us there. And you've got my best sack." I frantically racked my brains for something else I could put the rabbits in. They'd have to be packed loose in my panniers. But when I started to open the bag, she said quietly, "No, you can use it, but I expect to get it back." "I'll make sure you do." I was a bit startled by her demand. "I'll hold you to that," she said. She was standing very straight. She looked almost angry. I didn't know what to say to her. She had very few possessions. To trust me with this simple sack was evidently difficult for her. "Goodbye, Amsel. Tell the children I said goodbye." "I will." She kept looking at me, as if she were waiting for something. "Will you be all right on your own?" Then the anger did glint plain in her eyes. "I've been so before. Why wouldn't I be again?" she asked me tartly. She turned away from us and walked back toward her house. I wanted to just let her go, but I also wanted to be sure that she was the one who had the advantage of what I had done that morning. "Harvest those vegetables as soon as you can," I called after her, "before someone else discovers them and takes them." She didn't turn. "Goodbye," I said more quietly. Lieutenant Hitch coughed and then spat to one side. "You sure stepped on that cat's tail," he observed mildly. "Let's go," I responded. I mounted Clove. From the draft horse's back, I towered over my companion. I felt foolish. We followed the road, and it took us out of the dilapidated ruins of the failed town. I glanced back once at the rising chimney smoke, thinking, almost. Back there, I'd almost taken control of my own life. Now I was back to duty. The misty rain lasted all day. I'll say this of Buell Hitch, he wasn't a whiner. He rode beside me and didn't say much. Now and then he coughed and spat. He drank frequently from his water skin. When we came to the river, I halted and refilled both our water bottles. Before we went on, we ate half of one of the rabbits. It wasn't enough for me, but Hitch looked as if he had to force down every bite. "Are you ready to go on?" I asked him, when he cast the last of his bones aside. "Do I have a choice? I know what's happening to me. Cat claws are dirty. The infection will spread." He touched his chest gingerly. "I can feel it. The heat. Let's go." So on we went that day. Early in the afternoon, a couple of traders' wagons passed us going west. The men were crouched on their seats, hats pulled low and shoulders hunched against the rain. I called a greeting, but received only a sullen nod from one of them. I decided there was no point in asking them for help. I glanced at Hitch. He made a scornful face, evidently sharing my opinion. As we continued on our own way, I found myself wondering if the Carters would stop in the abandoned town, and then tormented myself with wondering if Amsel would make them welcome. It was stupid. I had no claim on her, and she had made it clear she had no interest in me. I should not care what she did, if she whored herself out to strange men or not. She was out of my life, merely a woman I'd met as I stopped on my way east. I'd forget her. I'd find someone to take her stupid canvas sack back to her, and I'd put her out of my mind. I wouldn't think about her any more. The wet penetrated our clothes and soaked the horses' coats into runnels. I began looking for a likely place to camp before dark. I saw the stacks of rocks, 3 and then 2 on top of each other, and turned our horses off the road and into the brush. The trail was narrow, winding uphill through the trees, but as the scout's sign had promised, it led me to a cleared campsite with a covered supply of firewood. I dismounted. Hitch sat his horse a few moments longer. "So," he observed gruffly as he swung himself stiffly down. "Maybe you are a soldier, son. What branch was your da?" "Cavalla," I said briefly. I had no wish to discuss my father or family with him. I took firewood from the stack and dug in my panniers for my hatchet to reduce some of it to kindling. The wind gusted, and the trees released a shower of raindrops and wet leaves on us. It was going to be a nasty night. "Let me get a fire started, and then I'll rig a shelter for us." He nodded, grimly silent. I could only guess at his level of pain. He stood stiffly, his arms crossed, as if to hold something in. He didn't offer me any help. I hadn't expected any. His roll of canvas was designed to shelter one man, not two, but I managed to rig it to the tree trunks in such a way that it cut most of the wind and shed rain. It was not perfect. Errant gusts still drove rain and wet leaves in at us, but it was far better than simply sitting in the storm. The half-naked trees provided little shelter from the incessant rain. I picketed our horses, got water from a nearby streamlet, and brought it back to the fire, putting it on to heat while I took out the venison. I cut it in strips, poked holes in the strips, and then threaded the meat onto some skinny branches. I toasted them over the fire, and we didn't much care that the meat stayed bloody in the middle. We made coffee from Hitch's supply, and ate the hot dripping meat from the skewers. I'd spent far worse nights on the road, but not as a fat man. My weight and size made every small task of sharing a camp more difficult. The shelter belonged to Hitch, and he was injured. It was only fair that he get the most benefit from it, but my bulk meant that part of me was always out in the storm, rising to bring more firewood, bending over the fire to set the coffee in the coals, cleaning the pot and cups afterward. Every small task was made more onerous by the weight of flesh I carried. Even just rising and then sitting down on the ground again was more of a chore than it had been when I was fit. I told myself that it was my imagination that Lieutenant Hitch watched every move I made. I angrily decided it was what I must expect. People had paid to see the fat man in the carnival at Old Thayer's. I was not as large as he had been, but a man of my bulk was still a noteworthy sight anywhere. Once I arrived at Getty's, people would stare. I'd best get used to it. "You ain't always been fat," Hitch said suddenly. I gave a snort of amusement. "How would you know?" "The way you move. You act like a pack horse who's carrying more than his fair share, or one that's been badly loaded. If you'd carried that fat all your life, you'd be used to it by now. But I've been watching you, and how you set your feet before you try to sit down, and how it takes you 2 tries to get up." I shrugged. "You're right. This time last year, I was leaner than you." "What happened?" Hitch's eyes were a bit too bright. Fever burned in him. "If you want, I could go back to those willows and shave off some bark. Willow bark tea is supposed to lower a fever." "It's supposed to, yes. It tastes awful. But actually, I'd rather you answered my question. What happened to you?" I tried to find a comfortable way to sit. My arse was sore from a day in the saddle, and there was nothing to lean back against except an uneven tree trunk. I got speck fever. Everyone else either died or came out of it like a rack of bones. But I got better. Then I started to gain weight. The doctor at the academy knew what was coming. He said that this is a rare side effect of the plague, and they gave me a medical discharge. "Academy boy. Should have known," Hitch muttered. He smiled derisively. "So that makes you Lord Grand Somebody's son, right?" "No, I'm nobody's son any more. My father disowned me. I failed him. I disgraced myself. I didn't get through the academy to be a Cavalier officer, and he reckoned that I'd never be a soldier of any kind." "Probably reckoned right. Most regiments won't take you in like that, not even as a foot soldier." He tossed his empty toasting stick into the fire. "But if you wanted, I could put in a word with Colonel Rabbit for you." "Colonel Rabbit? Does he command Getty's?" He laughed out loud. "Yes, he does. But his real name is Colonel Harron. The other name is a bit more apt. He spends all his time hiding in his hole. But you probably shouldn't call him that if you're trying to get on with him." His voice was wandering. "I think your fever's coming up. I'm going after some willow bark while I still have light to see by." "Suit yourself." He leaned his head back against a tree trunk. I took my kettle with me, and went back to the streamlet. I knew little, other than that willow bark tea was supposed to be good for a fever. I scraped some from the trunk of the tree there, and some from the more supple branches. I filled the kettle half full of tree shavings, and then topped it off with water. I took it back to the campfire, added a few more bits of the dry wood, and left it to heat. The light was fading. As much to warm myself as to be a good soldier, I took my hatchet and went looking for more wood. Most of what I found was soaked by the rain, but I cut it into lengths and stacked it for the next traveller who might come this way and read the sign. By the time the willow bark tea was steaming, Hitch was shivering. The tea didn't smell appetizing, but it was hot, and he drank 2 full mugs of it. Then he abruptly closed his eyes and slumped down in his blankets. I dashed the dregs from his mug and made myself as comfortable as I could. It was a long night. Hitch moaned and twitched his way through it. The wind finally blew the clouds on their way, but as the night cleared, it got colder. I was awake and waiting for the dawn when it came, my body tight with chill. Hitch was the opposite. He burned with fever. I woke the fire and warmed the willow bark tea for him. I had to help him sit up. He drank the first few sips while I held the mug for him. Then he took it in both hands and nodded at me that he could manage on his own. While he drank, I brought the horses up and saddled them. He had a hard time standing up, but once he was on his feet, he moved around a bit while I loaded our gear. I had to pack the blankets wet. I grimaced to myself, thinking of how unpleasant it would be to sleep in them that night. Before we mounted up, Hitch had me bind his injured arm across his chest. "It'll joggle less," was all he said. I did as he asked, trying not to wrinkle my nose at the smell. "Maybe we should wash it out again," I suggested. "With no clean bandages, there's no point to that," he replied. I helped him into his saddle, and we set off again. He was quieter, giving all his attention to sitting his horse. The day was a repetition of our first day together, save that we left the river behind and began a steeper climb into the foothills. About midday, the quality of the road sharply declined. A few hours later, it had degenerated to a rutted wagon track, deeply muddy and very unpleasant for the horses. Riding to one side of it was nearly as bad. "Shouldn't there be a crew at work along here, extending the road?" I asked Hitch. He lifted his head suddenly, as if I'd awakened him. "What?" "Where are the road crews, the prisoners building the King's Road?" "Oh." He looked vaguely around him. "They'll have taken them on to the prisoner camp outside Getty's. The weather is starting to turn. They won't get any more miles of road until spring comes again. Not that they got many while the weather was good." "Can we stop for food and water?" I wasn't sure that stopping was a good idea. I was afraid that if he got off his horse, I wouldn't get him back on it. But I'd underestimated his toughness. He dismounted and stood by Renegade, holding onto his saddle while he drank deeply from his water skin. I took out the other half of the smoked rabbit, and we made short work of it standing there. Lieutenant Hitch sucked a stubborn bit of meat from a bone, and then gestured at the low hills to our left. "If we left the road and cut across those hills, we could save half a day's travel time." I looked at him, and then spoke frankly. "I think I should stay to the road. It's plainly marked, and takes the easiest path there. If I get you up in those hills, and you reach a point where you can't tell me where I'm going, we're both going to be lost, and you'll pay for it with your life." He set his hand briefly to his chest, winced, and then said, "We're racing against time now. Half a day might mean I live. I'm willing to gamble it. Are you?" I thought for a few moments. "It's your life," I said reluctantly. I didn't want to take a relative stranger into unknown territory and have him die on me, but it did seem to me that he had the right to make the decision. "That's right, it is," he said. When we were mounted again, he turned Renegade's head away from the road. I followed him. He cleared his throat. "Renegade knows the way home. If I die, you sling me across his saddle and let him lead. Don't you leave me in the woods to rot. Of course not. One way or the other, I'll take you to Getty's. Good. Now talk to me, Never. Keep me awake. My name's Navarre, not Never. What do you want me to talk about? Anything. Women. Talk to me about women you've had. I thought back. Only one worth mentioning, I said, thinking of the warm-hearted farm maid. Only one? You poor bastard. Well, tell me about her. So I did, and then he told me a rambling and feverish tale of a specked maiden who chose him as her own and fought 2 other women over him, and how she had ridden him like a lord riding to the hunt for 15 nights in a row. It seemed wildly improbable to me, and yet parts of his tale rang true with some hidden truth within me. Somehow, I knew it was the custom of spec women to be the instigators of such a relationship, and that they jealously possessed the men they chose. He talked until his mouth was dry, and then drank all the water that remained in his bottle, and most of what I had. All the while he, or perhaps Renegade, led us further and further from the road, up into rolling hills. The lower slopes were thick with bracken and buckbrush, but as we went higher, we entered an open forest of deciduous trees. We crested the first row of hills, descended into a shallow valley, and then began a second, steeper ascent. The vistas were astonishing. Some of the bracken had gone scarlet with early frost. The buckbrush was thick with its seasonal white berries, while the leaves of the alders and birch of the open forest were scarlet and gold. The day had stayed clear, but the air was moist, and the smell of the forest was rich and gentle. Something inside me relaxed, and felt a sense of homecoming. I said as much to Hitch. He was swaying in his saddle as he rode now, holding unabashedly to the horn with his one good hand. A smile crossed his pained face. Some men feel it, others don't. Me, once I got away from houses and streets and bricks and noise, I suddenly knew that I'd never belonged there in the first place. There's men that need that, you know. They need the shouting and the crowds. They get 2 nights away from an alehouse and think they'll die of boredom. They need other people to make them think they're alive. They only feel like they're important if someone else tells them they are. He snorted out a laugh. You can always tell who they are. They aren't happy just living their own lives. They want to control yours too. You know the men I mean. I smiled stiffly. My father. Your father. You don't even have to tell me, Never. He's still got his boot on your neck. I can just about see it if I squint. Explain yourself. I spoke abruptly, stung by his words. He laughed at me. I don't have to, Never. You feel it yourself, don't you? I left my father's home, and when I did, I left him behind as well. Sure you did. His tone was mocking. I reminded myself that he was a very sick man, but in the depths of my soul, I suspected that Hitch had always been a needler and a digger, always a man who took pleasure in provoking others. I made no response. The silence lasted a bit. Then he laughed oddly, long and low. In a reedy, childish voice he said, I know you. I see you, Never. You can't hide from Buell Hitch. He's been too long in the forest. You can't hide behind the trees. I think your mind is wandering from the fever, I said reasonably. No, I can see a part of you that ain't no soldier, son. I see something stronger than your pa's boot on your neck. You're going to the specs, ain't you? You got the call to be a great man. I knew it was a sick man's rambling thoughts. Nonetheless, it stood the hair up on the back of my neck and on my arms. We'd best start looking for a place to camp tonight, I said uneasily. Very well, Hitch replied agreeably. For a time, we rode in almost companionable silence. Renegade moved steadily along, and the horse truly seemed to know where he was going. There was no true trail. Instead, we had followed a deer track up a hill. diverged to follow a stream as it wound down the next slope, traversed a valley beside it, and then climbed the next hill on a game trail. We'd been following a ridge as the sun moved ever closer to the horizon. Now, as we descended again, the shadow of the hill falling across us made evening seem much closer. "You don't much like it, do you?" he asked me. Then, before I could ask him what he meant, he gestured at a stand of mixed trees. "There's a good place. There's a spring down in those rocks beyond the trees. You don't much like the magic telling you what to do." "We'll camp there, then," I said, ignoring the words I didn't want to hear from this stranger. "It's a good spot. The evergreen trees break the wind. You don't need to be ashamed. I don't like it either. It was a poor bargain. Not that I had much say in the terms of the bargain. You decide you want to live, and then it's got you, one way or another. I was sent to fetch you. I said no. But you don't say no to the magic, do you?" "You're raving, Hitch. Ride quiet. Save your strength." He coughed, and it was too weak a sound for a grown man. "I don't have any strength left, never, save what the magic gives me. I said, no, I don't have time, and the magic sent me the cat, and I knew that if I wanted to live, I had to do what it wanted, and I always want to live. Looks like you do too. But I think you got a dirtier shake of it than I did. Them specks and their diseases. You know, they don't call them diseases, or even sicknesses. No, to them, they're magic spells. Well, that's not quite the way they'd call them. The word doesn't translate, but it means like a gate or a funnel. The magic sends it, and the people go through it, and they come out dead or changed. Even fevers from wounds, like I got. Even this fever now, they'd say it's a melting, a burning to purify the body and the spirit. If a speck does something really bad, they'll put a fever in him to cure him, scratch him with something that makes him sick, or put him in a hut with a fire in the middle, and build fires all around to fever the wickedness out of him. You got any more water, Never? I've talked myself dry." We'd reached the campsite. The ring of fire-blackened stones said the place had been used before, and the grass growing against the stone said that it had been at least a season since it had last seen use. There was no ready-cut supply of firewood, but the trees around the spring had shed dead branches. I gathered what I needed, and soon had a fire going. Hitch just sat on the ground, his blanket around his shoulders, staring at the fire. I was pretty sure I was looking at a dead man, and he knew it. My mind had been sifting his ravings and finding far too much that made sense, if the crooked logic of spec magic could be said to make sense. I felt caught in the middle of a bridge. On one side was the insanity of believing that magic had made me fat, and that the magic had a plan for me. On the other side was my faith in the good God, my destiny of being a soldier son, and all the logic and science of Gurnia. Somehow, it seemed that neither one worked for me, but that trying to weave them together in the middle worked worst of all. I could disregard Lieutenant Buell Hitch and his wild talk. I could put it down to a fever and ignore it. Or I could encourage him to talk and try to find some sort of handle on whatever I was battling. I did my camp chores while I pondered it. I fetched water and set it to heat, and cut toasting sticks for the venison. I was filling our water skins at the spring when I noticed a water plant I didn't recognize. Its leaves were wide, and a few were green, but most had gone spotty and pale with the threat of winter. I stared at them. I was sure I'd never seen it before, but it was uncannily familiar. I gave in to the impulse and reached into the water to pull one up. It came up reluctantly, a thick white root sucking out of the mud as I dragged on it. I rinsed it off and took it with me when I went back to our campsite. Hitch had made an effort to be useful. He'd scraped together a couple of mounds of fallen leaves and pine needles. One-handed, he was trying to put my blanket on mine. "In the good God's name, Hitch, just rest. I can take care of that in a moment." He turned his whole head to look at me. "I hate being useless." Nonetheless, he sank down to sit on his own leafy bed. "I hate owing anybody anything." "You don't owe me anything. Stop worrying about it." I handed him his water bottle. "What's that you've got there?" "These? Some kind of water plant. It looked vaguely familiar. You know it?" He leaned closer, peering at it, and nearly fell over. He swayed back into place, chuckling grimly. "Yes, I do. The specs use it. They call it draw root." "How do you cook it?" "You don't. It's medicinal for a fouled wound." With his good hand, he fumbled at the buttons of his shirt. "You cut the fresh root and put it, cut side down, on the wound. It sucks the foulness out." He gave an exclamation of disgust as his opened shirt permitted a wave of stench to waft from his chest injury. "Damn magic seems to be working again. At least this time it's to my good." I helped him get his shirt open, tugging it gently free from his injured arm. He gritted his teeth so hard I heard them grind. He directed me as I cut the root and placed it. I had to go back to the spring for more of it. Luckily, it seemed plentiful, so I harvested a good supply. He lay back on his bed near the fire, sections of cut root arranged over his pus-oozing wounds. I had small faith in their efficacy. He closed his eyes and dozed as I finished the camp chores and arranged our venison to cook over the fire. The fresh meat was starting to sour, so I decided I'd cook it all. It made a fine, toothsome smell as it sizzled over the fire. I looked up at the deep blue of the evening sky. Scudding clouds obscured the early stars. I hoped we'd have no more rain. "Food's done," I announced, and he opened his eyes. He didn't sit up at first. Instead, one by one, he peeled the slices of root off his arm and chest. They came free stickily, with sucking noises. He shied each one off into the woods as he loosened it. Where the roots had rested, the angry wounds had calmed from red to pink, and the swelling was substantially reduced. "That's amazing," I said. "That's why they call it magic," he replied. I handed him a stick laden with dripping meat, and took one for myself from the fire's edge. "How did you get caught by it?" I asked him quietly. He smiled slightly in the firelight. "A woman, of course." I was quiet, waiting. He took a bite of the venison, holding the meat on the stick to rip it free. The meat was good, juicy and flavorful, but not very tender. I was chewing a mouthful myself when he added, "I wanted her. Not that it would have mattered if I didn't. She'd made up her mind to have me, and with a spec woman, what she wants is what she gets. But there was a sort of initiation she put me through. The first time it was a holy smoke she made on a fire inside a small hut. We sat there, breathing it. And the second time, it was a tree resin that she made me chew. I travelled. I saw things, and I was tested." He stopped speaking for a few moments, and then said, "I don't really want to talk about that part of it. Does any man want to admit he found the limits of his courage? When they asked me if I wanted to live, I said yes, and they let me, as a servant of the magic." I swallowed my meat, and took another skewer from the fire. "You know how it is," he said, and it wasn't a question. We talked that night. At first, we feinted and dodged, but slowly our two stories were spilled to one another. They were in some ways similar, and in others wildly different. I told him how my father had given me to Dewara, and how the plainsman had sent me up against the tree woman. I spoke of my other self, the one who lived and learned in a dream world. There were two places where I faltered and nearly lied to him. I didn't want to admit that I had loved the tree woman, that I still did love her. And I didn't want to confess that I was the one who had given the signal to the dancers she had sent to old Thayers. With a motion of my hand, I had bid them do their dust dance, and in that motion I had betrayed all of old Thayers. Hundreds of people had died because of me. I confessed that guilt to Lieutenant Hitch. He shrugged his shoulders to it. "It wasn't you, Never. It was the magic. You can't hold yourself responsible for what it makes you do." I winced. He had confided much to me. He had done things that shamed him, though nothing so foul as what I had done. Nevertheless, although I did not utter the thought aloud, I thought his sentiment a cowardly one. "I think I have a duty to my own people to resist it," was all I said. "Do you?" he asked me quietly. "Do you believe that Gurnians are the most important people in the world? Or do you think so only because you were born one? If you'd been born anywhere else, would you still think that you had a duty to protect the interest of Gurnia, no matter what it cost other people?" "I don't see anything wrong with being a patriot. I love my country and I respect my king. As soldiers, should we do less?" I felt pushed by his words. "As soldiers, that is very admirable. It's only when we are being more than soldiers that it comes into question." I let a silence fall. I considered all he had said. Realization dawned on me. "You pretend to be common bred, but you're not." "I never said I was." "But you talk like it. Sometimes you sound like an ill-bred, ignorant man, but I think you do that on purpose. There are moments when your thoughts are too exact, too concisely phrased. I believe you were nobly born. And? So why do you deceive people?" He lifted one shoulder. He didn't look at me. "Isn't that what we scouts are supposed to do? We blend. We cross borders. We live in the space between peoples." "Did you want to be a scout? It doesn't sound as if you admire what you do." "Did you want to be a soldier? Pass me more meat, please." I did as he asked. "I had no choice in being a soldier. I'm a second son. It's what I am destined to be." I took another skewer of meat off the fire for myself. "But that doesn't mean I'm opposed to being a soldier. On the contrary, it's what I always dreamed of doing." "You took your father's ambition for you and made it your own." "No. I think that my father's ambition for me and my ambition for myself happened to be the same thing." I said the words firmly, perhaps to cover that I suddenly wondered if they were true. "So you did consider other careers? Poet, engineer, potter?" "Nothing else appealed to me," I replied staunchly. "Of course it didn't," he replied agreeably. Stung, I demanded, "What do you want of me, Hitch?" "Me? Nothing at all. But I'm not what you have to worry about." He shifted, grunting as he did so. His injuries were improved, but they still pained him. "I don't know why I'm even badgering you about it. Listen, Never. I know a bit about this, but not everything. And maybe all I'm trying to do is offer you my knowledge in exchange for yours. So I'll go first, and you tell me if anything I say goes counter to what you know." I nodded tersely, and tossed my toasting stick into the fire. "Very well, then." He cleared his throat, paused, and then laughed. It was the first honest laugh I'd heard from him. "Damn, I still feel like a boy, telling ghost stories by the fire. There's a part of me that can't let go of everything I learned growing up. A part of me that just can't believe this is real, let alone happening to me." I suddenly felt a loosening in my shoulders. Quietly I said, "That lines up exactly with what has bothered me the most about this. When I try to talk about it, people think I'm crazy. My father was furious with me. He just about starved me to death, trying to prove I was lying about it." "I'm surprised you even tried to tell him. Did anyone believe you?" "My cousin, and Sergeant Darrell, an old fellow who was my tutor, and Dewara. He believed me." He squinted his eyes at me. "I'm not sure you should have told him. It seems dangerous to me." "How?" "I hadn't told him Dewara was dead." "I'm not certain. It just does." He smiled grimly. The magic has had me for a long time, Never. A good 10 years. I've grown accustomed to it, just as a horse learns to wear his harness, no matter how much he might resent it at first. And I've come to have a feel for it. I know a little of what it can do for me, but I know a lot of what it can make me do. It's ruthless. Always remember that. Always remember that you are just a tool to it. His words put a chill in me. I've used it, I admitted. At first, I didn't know what I was doing, but in the last few days I've used it twice, knowing that I did so. Yet, each time I was shocked when it worked. He raised an eyebrow. What did you do? I told him first about the deer. He nodded slowly. But that could have been sheer dumb luck. You know how it is. You believe you can do a thing, and then you actually do it. I nodded. That's what I thought. So, I decided to prove to myself I wasn't imagining things. And I told him about the vegetables. He whistled low and shook his head. That's more than I've ever done. More than I've ever seen done, even by the Speck Village mages. I think you'd best tread more carefully, my man. What you did was like flinging down a challenge to the magic. You may think you mastered it and made it do as you wished, but I think that sooner or later it will demand payment of you for that. What can it ask of me? I demanded, with a bravado I didn't feel. Anything, brother. Anything at all. Chapter 15. Gettys. 3 days later, we finally rode into Gettys. We made an odd sight, I'm sure. I sat on Big Clove, while Hitch rode hunched beside me on Renegade. The draw root had doubtless saved his life by sucking much of the toxic infection from his flesh, but that did not mean he was a well man. His fever had not abated. By night it rose and tormented him. It had burned the flesh from his bones. I took him straight to his regiment's doctor. That morning we had descended from the hills into a wide, shallow valley. As we finally broke clear of the cover of the trees, I reined in, startled at what I saw. I'd always had a clear image of Gettys in my mind. I'd pictured it like the great stone citadels of the West. It would have watchtowers on its high walls, and secondary earthworks surrounding it. There would be banners flying from its ramparts, and it would bristle with soldiers and artillery. The flags would snap smartly in the breeze on that last fortification of the Gurnian kingdom. Savage wilderness would surround it. What I saw was a cruel joke on my boyhood vision. On the hillside on the other side of the valley, commanding a view of the valley, was a wooden palisade that boasted a mere 4 watchtowers, one at each corner. In the valley below us, we could see the King's Road, cutting a straight line toward the stronghold and continuing past it up the hills and toward the mountains. Behind the fort, the land rose abruptly in steep foothills that were the final line of defense before the barrier mountains. The mountains, which loomed above them, were steep and tall and thickly forested. On the north side of the fortress, there was a compound with several long, low buildings that reminded me of barracks surrounded by a lower palisade, with 2 watchtowers looking over them. On the opposite side, a neat town had been laid out, with straight, wide streets and sturdy structures. But outside that tidy heart, a hodgepodge of makeshift cottages and houses scabbed the valley floor. Smoke from several hundred chimneys smudged the clear autumn air. The streets straggled and wandered among the houses like a child's scribble on rough paper. The valley trapped the smoke, the smells, and the distant sounds of the disorderly settlement below us. What struck me the most about the sprawling community was that so much of it was made of wood. Old Thayers had been brick and stone, and Franner's Bend had been constructed of mud brick. I had grown up on the plains, where lumber was used to decorate stone buildings. Never before had I seen so many structures in one place, all built entirely of wood. On the valley floor, between the settlement and us, farms had been claimed. Few looked prosperous. Rail fences had fallen, and in some fields the weeds stood tall and brown. In others, the stumps of trees still stood where some ambitious settler had logged off a pasture but gone no further with it. The whole panorama of fortress, town, and surrounding farmlands spoke of an endeavour begun with energy and order that had wavered and fallen into disrepair and despair. "There it is," Lieutenant Hitch said without enthusiasm. "Gettys. Your new home. My old home." "It's bigger than I expected," I said when I'd recovered somewhat. "Regiment's about 600 strong. It was almost 1,000 in our peak days, but with plague and desertion, it's all the Colonel can do to keep us above 500 men. We were supposed to get reinforcements this summer, but the plague got them first. Thanks for getting me here. Let's go down and see if one of the Gettys' doctors can mend me. And if they can't mend me, let's hope they'll have enough laudanum that I won't care." We rode across the brushy plateau to the King's Road, and followed it down toward the city. I've come to the conclusion that the only thing dirtier than a very old city is a rather new one. In an old city, people have established where the garbage and waste of all kinds will go. It's not that there is less of it, but that it has been channeled to one place, preferably in a less desirable area of the town. Gettys had no such protocol, nor had it grown naturally, with farms supporting a growing population and a pleasant setting that attracted more settlers that in turn stimulated more commerce. Instead, there had been a military occupation inside a fortification, followed by a population of deportees that had scant skills for settling a wilderness. Their failed efforts were manifest. Fields had been ploughed and perhaps planted once, but now were a rumpled tapestry of stones, broken earth, and weeds. Drunken fences wandered across the land. Feral chickens scratched in the earth and fled at our approach. We passed open waste pits just off the side of the road. A flock of croaker birds hopped and squabbled on one fresh rubbish heap. They did not flee us, but opened their black and white wings and squawked menacingly to warn us off their feast. I could not repress a shiver as we passed them. Always, they reminded me of that dreadful wedding offering. We saw some scattered cattle, and one small flock of 8 sheep with a little boy watching over them. But for every sign we saw of industry and effort, a dozen failures flanked them. The outer town around the fort was a mixture of old shacks and hasty new construction, interspersed with collapsed remnants of earlier efforts at housing. The smells and sounds of dense human population surrounded us. Cart and foot traffic vied with one another at the intersections of the rutted, mucky roads. A bony woman in a faded dress and a tattered shawl gripped 2 small children by the hands as she hurried along the windy street. The children wore no shoes. One was bawling loudly. Hitch nodded his head at them. "Prisoner's family. Free workers live in this part of town. Poorer than dirt for the most part." At the next corner, I was shocked to see 2 spec men sitting cross-legged. They wore wide-brimmed hats of woven bark and cast-off rags. The begging hands they reached out to passers-by were disfigured with peeling blisters. "Tobacco addicts," Hitch told me. "That's about the only thing that makes a spec leave the forest. They can't take direct sunlight, you know. Used to be a lot more of them, but a lot of them caught a cough and died last winter. We're not supposed to sell or trade tobacco to specs, but everyone does. You can get just about any spec-made thing you want for tobacco." "This place is even worse of a slum than Franner's Bend," I observed. "All of this will need to be raised if Gettys is ever to become a proper city." "Gettys will never be a city. None of this will last," Hitch pronounced. "The specs resisted with every bit of magic they can muster. That's why it can't prosper. The specs dance to make it fail. For 5 years now, they have danced. No town can stand against that. It will wither and die and go back to the earth. Wait a day or two. You'll start to feel it too." His words were no stranger than many of the things he had told me over the last couple of days. I only wished I knew how many to give credence to. The tales and admonitions he offered me were sometimes so far-fetched, it seemed it must be the fever talking rather than a rational man. I now felt that he knew more of me than I'd ever shared with anyone, and that I knew far more of him than I was comfortable with. Even so, he remained a stranger to me, for I wondered who he would be if I removed the fever that both clouded and coloured his thoughts. We drew curious glances from the people in the streets. Their attention lingered on Hitch slouching in his saddle, as much as they did the fat man on the big horse. I soon discovered one advantage to Clove, and that was that people gave way to him. Even in the crowded marketplace, the gathered folk parted to let us pass. Renegade and his burden followed in our wake. We came to the older, more prosperous section of Gettys. The main street was lined with stores and warehouses. Their proprietors had smelled a profit to be made off this ragtag town, and come east to take advantage of it. Their dwellings were neatly maintained and tightly roofed, with glass windows and rain gutters and sheltered porches. The side streets were straight, and I glimpsed well-built, if poorly maintained, houses. "The Cavallo families live here," Hitch told me. "This part of town was built a long time ago, before the Specs turned against us." Outside a tavern, 4 men in Cavallo uniforms sat on a bench, smoking and talking. They were all thin and hollow-eyed. I stared at them for a moment, and then grasped the reality of something I'd known for years. Plague regularly swept through this town. Most of the regiment would be plague survivors. We rode past a bakehouse, the clay ovens bulging from the side of the structure out into the street. For a few moments we were warmer as we passed. The aroma of fresh bread assailed me so strongly I nearly tumbled from Clove's back. I imagined it so strongly that I could feel the chewy texture on my tongue, taste the golden butter that would melt as I troweled it onto the bread, even the rasp of the crust against my teeth. I gritted my teeth and rode on. "Later," I promised my rumbling gut. "Later." We reached the wooden palisade. The skinned logs had been set vertically in the ground. Weathering had silvered them, and bits of moss and tiny plants had found purchase in the cracks. In a few places, ivy-like vines were twining up the logs as if they were a trellis. The plants, I thought to myself, would devour those walls. Whoever had let them get started near the fort was a fool. The gates stood open, but the sentries on duty there possessed a military bearing that those at Fanner's Bend had lacked. I pulled in Clove, but Hitch lifted his head and rode around me. "Let us through," he said gruffly. "I'm in a bad way, and I need the doctor, and he's with me." To my surprise, that was all that was needed. They did not salute the lieutenant or ask him any questions, but mutely nodded and let us pass. Renegade and Hitch had taken the lead, and we followed. A few heads turned to mark our passage, but no one impeded us. They seemed unsurprised to see Lieutenant Hitch in such dismal condition. I merited longer stares than he got. The inner Gettys disappointed me as much as the outside had. Instead of crack soldiers, I saw men who wore their uniforms with days of dust settled in the wrinkles, and frayed cuffs and stained shirt-fronts. Some of them wore their hair longer than mine. I saw no one walking with purposefulness, no troops drilling, and felt no sense of military preparedness. The men on the streets looked listless and unhealthy. I had expected to endure the avid curiosity of their stares. Instead, they regarded me with an almost bovine acceptance. Lieutenant Hitch kept up his facade until we reached the doors of the infirmary. This structure appeared to be better maintained than the rest of the buildings inside the fort. I dismounted, exchanging the discomfort of riding for the new aches of standing on my own feet, and went to help Hitch. "I can do it myself," he said, and then fell off his horse. With difficulty, I kept him from hitting the street. He gave a soft caw of pain as I hauled his good arm over my shoulder and walked him into the infirmary. The front room was whitewashed, with a single desk in it and a bench along the wall. A pale young soldier looked up at me in surprise. His uniform was badly fitted. His jacket, cut for a man with broad shoulders, drooped oddly over his concave chest. He did not look competent to be left in charge, but there was no one else there. "Lieutenant Buell Hitch has been mauled by a wildcat. The wounds are badly infected. He needs a doctor's skills right away." The boy's eyes grew very wide. He looked down at the logbook and the 2 pens and inkwell carefully arranged on the bare desktop, as if hoping to find some advice there. After a moment, he seemed to make a decision. "Follow me," he said. He opened a door opposite the one I had entered by, and I found myself in a wardroom. There was a long row of beds along one wall. Only 2 were occupied. In one, a man was sleeping. In another, a man with his jaw bandaged stared disconsolately at the wall. "Put him on an empty bed," my guide instructed me. "I'll go fetch the doctor." Hitch roused himself slightly. "Get me Dowder. I'd rather have a drunk who knows what he's doing than old poker up his ass, 'I'm a doctor because I read a book,' Fry." "Yes, sir," the boy replied, unsurprised, and hurried off to do as he was bid. I sat him down on a tautly made bed. "You seem very familiar with this place." Hitch began fumbling with the buttons of his shirt. "Too familiar," he agreed, but did not elaborate. As he worked his slow way down the row of buttons, he asked me, "Do you have a pen and paper?" "Do I have what?" He ignored my incredulous question. "Go borrow some from the desk. I'll give you a note to the Colonel. There's no sense you waiting on me. They'll be keeping me here a few days, I imagine." "Longer than that, I'm guessing." "Go get the pen and paper. I'm hanging on by my teeth, Never. Wait too long, and I'll be no good for you." "Nevar," I said, and went out to the boy's desk to borrow the requested items. He was not there, and after a moment's indecision, I simply took what I needed. I carried them back to Hitch. He took them with a sigh. There was a small table by each bed in the ward. He grunted as he leaned over it to write. "What shall I do with your horse and gear?" "Oh, bring my saddlebags in here. Tell the boy to make sure Renegade is cared for properly. He'll call someone to take care of it." By the time I returned with his saddlebags, which he had me put under the bed, the note was finished. He blew on it carefully and then handed it to me, unfolded, so that I might read what he had written. "Take it to the Colonel." "Are you sure you don't want me to stay here with you until the doctor comes?" "There's no point to it. The boy will find Dowder. They'll sober him up with a cup of coffee or 2, and then he'll do what he can for me. You got me here alive, Never. That was more than I thought anyone could do." "It was the magic, not me," I replied jokingly. A ghost of a smile touched his mouth. "You only laugh because you don't know how true that is. Get out of here. I'm going to sleep until Dowder comes. Pull my boots off for me." I performed that service for him, and then helped him swing his feet up onto the bed. He hissed out a stream of quiet curses as he eased himself back onto the bed. In contrast to the clean blanket and muslin-covered pillow, his filthiness was shocking. He closed his eyes, and his breathing deepened. "I'll come by and see you later," I told his still form. I put the pen and ink back as I had found them. I walked outdoors into the sunlight before I allowed myself to look at what he had written. The letters straggled over the page, the scrawl of a very ill man. It wasn't the kindest letter of recommendation I'd ever seen. "This is Never. He doesn't look like much, but you should let him enlist. He's got a spine, and he sees things through. If he hadn't come willing and helped me, I'd be dead now. And you know how much that would annoy my dear father, not to mention inconvenience you." That was it. No date, no greeting the Colonel by title, not even Hitch's own signature. I stood staring at it, wondering if it was some sort of a terrible joke on me. If I dared show this to the Colonel commanding Gettys, would I immediately be thrown out of his office? I was reading it over again when I saw the boy soldier hurrying back. A tall, dapper man with a captain's insignia on his collar followed him. The boy stopped at the sight of me. "What did you do with the scout?" he asked me worriedly. I left him on a bed in the ward, as you suggested. He asked me to ask you to look after his horse. The boy scratched his nose.
I'll get someone to do it.
I turned to the captain. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Captain Dowder? I'm Captain Fry. Dr. Fry to almost everyone. Who are you? His question was both brusque and rude. I kept my temper. I knew I did not present a respectable appearance. No doubt I was nearly as filthy as Buell Hitch. I'm Navarre Berth. I fell over my own surname. I let it go. I brought Lieutenant Hitch in. A wildcat has mauled him badly. He asked that Dr. Dowder be fetched for him. I'm sorry you were bothered. So am I. But I'm sober enough to walk, and Dowder, as usual, is not. Nor does Lieutenant Hitch command this entire post, though he seems to think he does. Good day, sir. Sir, if I might ask a favour? He turned back to me irritably. The young soldier had already vanished inside. Could you tell me where I might find the commanding officer, and where, prior to that, I might find a bathhouse? He looked even more annoyed. There's a barber just outside the gate. I think he has a bath in the back. And the commanding officer's headquarters? I felt stubborn now, determined to wring the requested information from him. You'll find Colonel Harron in that building over there. The writing over the door says, Headquarters. He stabbed a finger in the direction of a tall structure just down the street from us, and then turned on his heel and went into the infirmary. I took a breath and blew it out. Well, I'd asked for that, I supposed. The faded lettering was almost legible from where I stood. I simply hadn't noticed it. With a sigh, I led Clove away. I found the barber with little difficulty. It was a bit harder to get him to take me seriously when I requested a bath, a shave, and a haircut. He demanded my money first, and took it before he would even heat the water. He had several tubs in the back room of his shop. I was glad to find them all empty. It was not modesty but shame that made me relieved no one would witness my ablutions. None of his tubs were large enough for me to bathe comfortably, and he was remarkably chary with the hot water and soap. Nevertheless, I managed to get cleaner than I'd been in many a day, and even to soak away some of my eggs. I emerged from the lukewarm water feeling more like myself than I had in a long time. When I was dry, I dressed in my cleanest clothing and went out for my shave. He was good at his trade, I'll give him that. His tools were sharp and shining. He gave me a soldier's haircut. As he shaved me, he handled my face familiarly, pulling skin tight as he worked and pushing my nose to one side. "How many of these chins would you like me to shave?" he asked me once, and I forced myself to laugh at his jest and told him, "All of them." Like most men in his trade, he was garrulous, asking questions of me when it would have been very hazardous for me to attempt to speak, and telling me all the gossip of the fort as he worked. I soon knew that he'd been there 6 years, and that he'd come east with his soldier cousin, reasoning that wherever there were soldiers, a good barber could find work. Breed Regiment had been holding Gettys then. Breed had been a good regiment before it came to Gettys. But everyone said that about Farleyton Regiment too, and look at it now. He hated Gettys, but would never have the money to move back west, so he tried to make the best of it. Everyone hated Gettys. He'd had a wife once. She'd run off with a soldier, and when he left her, she'd turned to whoring. I could probably buy her for less than what I'd paid for my bath and haircut, if I fancied heartless sluts. I'd soon discover that I hated Gettys too, he predicted. He asked me where I was from, and accepted a mumbled answer from me as he scraped busily at my throat. While he was cleaning his blade, I told him that I'd brought Lieutenant Hitch back to Gettys after he'd had a run-in with a wildcat. "Hitch, eh? I'd probably have helped the cat myself," he told me, and then went on with a long tale of a very complicated brawl in a tavern, in which Hitch had distinguished himself by ending up fighting both of the men who had originally been combatants. He seemed to find it very amusing. "So, you'll be heading back home now?" he asked me when he'd finished and offered me a towel to wipe my face on. Actually, I thought I'd try to see Colonel Harron and enlist. I told him. He took that as a knee-slapping joke. He was still roaring with laughter when I handed his towel back to him and took my leave. The sentries on the gate likewise found it amusing. Getting entry to the fort was not as easy without hitch, I discovered. After they had dismissed my first request as a joke, I reminded them that they had admitted me in Hitch's company only a couple of hours ago. "Oh, yes, now that you mention it, I remember your great big horse," one exclaimed. After several more jests of that subtlety, they consented to let me pass. I re-entered Getty's and went directly to Colonel Heron's headquarters. Colonel Heron's headquarters were constructed entirely of sawn lumber and once had been painted. Flakes of green paint clung to the weathered timber. The splintery planks that made up its porch were uneven and warping away from one another. The slum that had sprung up around the fort, the lethargic air of the sickly soldiery, and this final evidence of a commander without ambition filled me with trepidation. Did I want to enlist with such a regiment, under such a command? The rumours I had heard about Farleyton Regiment came back to haunt me. Once a top outfit, now fallen on hard times. Desertion and dereliction of duty were rampant here. What other regiment would take someone like me? I ascended the 2 steps, crossed the rough porch, and entered. A sergeant in a faded uniform sat behind the desk. The walls of the room were lined with wooden shelves jumbled with books and stacks of paper at all angles. A gun rack in the corner held 2 long guns and an empty stock. An unsheathed sword kept them company. The sergeant had taken a sabre cut down the face in some distant past. It had healed into a fine seam that pulled down at his left eye and the corner of his mouth. His eyes were a very pale blue, so pale that at first I wondered if he were blinded by cataracts. Grey hair in a wild fringe stuck out around his bald pate. As I entered, he looked up from some bit of sewing. When he set it aside on the corner of his desk to greet me, I saw he was darning a black sock with white yarn. "Good morning, Sergeant," I greeted him when he just stared at me. "You want something?" I controlled my disdain of his sloppy manners. "Yes, Sergeant, I'd like to meet with Colonel Heron." "Oh, he's in there." He tilted his head toward the single door behind him. "I see. May I go in?" "Maybe. Try knocking. If he's not busy, he'll answer." "Very well. Thank you, Sergeant." "Yeah." He took up his sock and bent over his work again. I tugged my shirt as straight as it would go, crossed the room, and rapped sharply at the door. "Come in. Is my sock mended yet?" I opened the door to a dim room, lit by the fire in an open hearth in the corner. A wave of heat rolled out to greet me as I opened the door. I stood a moment, letting my eyes adjust. "Well, come in, man. Don't stand there letting the cold get in. Sergeant, is my sock mended yet?" The sergeant called the answer over his shoulder. "I'm working on it." "Very well." He answered as if the delay were anything but very well. Then he transferred his gaze to me and said irritably, "Come in," I said, "and close the door." I did as he bade me. The room confounded me. It was dimly lit and stuffy with heat. I felt as if, in one stride, I'd covered hundreds of miles and was back west in old Thayers. Fine carpets covered the floors, and tapestries hid the planks of the wall. An immense desk of polished wood dominated the centre of the room. Oak bookcases filled with leather-bound volumes lined one entire wall, floor to ceiling. A marble pedestal supported a statue of a maiden with a basket of flowers. Even the ceiling had been covered with plates of hammered tin. The shock of contrast between this inner sanctuary and the rough building that housed it nearly made me forget why I was there. The reason for his query about the sock was abundantly clear. One of his feet was bare. The other wore a dark sock and a lambskin slipper. I could see the cuffs of his Cavallo trousers. Over them he wore an elaborate silk smoking jacket, belted with a tasselled length of the same fabric. The silk skull cap on his head also had a tassel. He was a pale, bony man, taller than me, with long feet and hands. What hair he had was blonde, but his magnificent moustache looked rusty. The ends of it were waxed to points. He looked like a caricature of a country gentleman, rather than the commander of the king's last outpost. There was a well-cushioned chair with a footstool before the fire. Colonel Heron ensconced himself there, and then demanded of me, "What do you want, then?" "I wished to speak to you, sir." I kept my tone extremely civil, despite his brusqueness. "Well, you are. State your master's business, and be quick about it. I've other things to do today." 2 ideas fought to be first out of my mouth. At my realization that he thought I was a servant, I longed to tell him in no uncertain words that I had no master. The second was that I doubted he had anything else to do today. I closed my teeth against expressing either, and then replied tightly, "I do not come as a servant with a message from his master. I come as a soldier son, hoping to enlist with your regiment." "Then what's that in your hand, man?" he demanded, pointing to Hitch's roughly worded letter of recommendation. I understood now, I thought, why Hitch had phrased it so crudely. Even so, I did not want to present it, lest he think the rough sentiments were my own. I kept a firm grip on it, despite his open and waiting palm. "It's a recommendation from Lieutenant Buell Hitch, but before I present it, I'd like to tell you a bit about myself and my—" "Hitch?" He sat up straight in his chair, letting his unshod feet fly off the footstool and slap onto the floor. "He was due back days ago. I could not imagine what detained him. But he's back at the fort now?" "Yes, sir, he is. He was badly injured when a big cat attacked him. When I met up with him, he was feverish and weak from blood loss. I've been travelling with him for the last 5 days or so, to be sure that he arrived here safely. I took him straight to the doctor's when we arrived." He looked agitated at my news. "But he was carrying a package for me. Did he say nothing of it?" I instantly recalled the oilskin-wrapped package in Hitch's saddlebags. "He said nothing of it to me, sir, but his saddlebags are intact. I put them under his bunk in the infirmary. When I came away, Dr. Fry was going in to see him. I have high hopes for his full recovery." I could have saved my breath. As soon as Colonel Heron heard that Hitch was in the infirmary, he strode to the door of his office and flung it open. "Sergeant, stop whatever you're doing. Go directly to the infirmary. Scout Hitch is there. His saddlebags are under his bed. Bring them directly here." The sergeant moved with surprising alacrity to his command. Shutting the door, the commander turned back to me. "Well done, man. Thank you for letting me know Hitch had returned. You have my gratitude." The way he spoke and the way he returned to his chair before the fire indicated that our interview was at an end. When I continued to stand there, he glanced back at me, nodded emphatically, and repeated, "Thank you." "Sir, letting you know that Lieutenant Hitch had returned to Gettys was not my sole reason for coming here. As I was telling you, I'm a soldier son. I'm interested in enlisting in your regiment." He raised one eyebrow. I noticed it had a sort of a tufty twirl. "Impossible, man. Don't deceive yourself. You're not fit to be a soldier." He spoke the words bluntly. I advanced to him, desperately holding out Hitch's recommendation. "Sir, you're my last hope," I said bluntly. "If you will not take me, I do not know how I will fulfill the good God's destiny for me. I beg you to consider me. Use me in any capacity. I will take the humblest assignment. All I wish to be able to say is that I serve my king as a soldier." He seemed surprised at my vehemence. He took the piece of paper I offered him, and while he read it, either slowly or several times, I considered the offer I just made him. Did I mean it? Could I humble myself to serve in any capacity? Was it still so essential to my pride that I be able to call myself a soldier? A few short days ago, I'd been willing to put all that behind me and begin a new life as an innkeeper in a ghost town. Yet here I stood with my pride abandoned and my heart beating like a drum, as I hoped by all I held holy that the eccentric man before me would accept me into his dispirited, sloppy regiment. He looked up at last from the piece of paper. Then he leaned forward carefully and set it on the flames of the fire. My heart sank. As he straightened up, he said, "You seem to have made a good impression on my scout. Few people manage to do that, myself included." "Sir," I said, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He leaned back in his chair and breathed out through his nose. He wriggled his feet, one slippered and one bare, on the hassock before him. It's not easy to keep men at this post. A lot of them die of the plague. Those that survive are sickly and often die of something else. Some desert. Others prove unsatisfactory in an extreme enough way that I am forced to dismiss them. Even so, I try to hold to a certain standard for choosing those who will serve under me. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not choose you. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on why. Sir, I managed to say again, keeping my tone even. He did not look at me, but only at his own feet. He touched their toes together. But the circumstances are not ordinary. He cleared his throat. My scout makes few requests of me. I make many of him. Most of them he fulfills for me. I am inclined to grant him this request. As I caught my breath in hope, he finally turned his head to look at me. "How do you feel about cemeteries?" he asked me. He asked in a pleasant and engaging way, as if he had asked a little girl her favourite colour at a tea party. "Cemeteries, sir?" "We have one here at Getty's. 2, actually. The old one is just outside the walls of the fort. That one doesn't concern me. It's the new one, an hour's ride from here, that is the problem. When plague first struck here, several years ago, my predecessor had a new cemetery established some distance from the fort. Because of the smell of all the dead bodies, don't you know? He's buried there himself, as a matter of fact. That's why I'm the commander now. It passed me by." He paused a moment and smiled a tight and toothy smile, as if very pleased with his own cleverness at not dying of the plague. I wasn't sure what response to make, and when I was silent, he spoke on. "The cemetery is rather large considering the size of our living population, and that it is only recently established. And Colonel Lope gave no thought, when they started burying people there, that it might be a hard location to defend. 4 times now I have requested a budget and artisans so that our cemetery might be properly protected with a stout stone wall, and perhaps a watchtower. 4 times now I have been ignored. The road is all our king can think of. His road. And when I ask for supplies and funding to wall the cemetery, he always responds by asking me how many miles of road I've built in the last season, as if the two were connected." He paused for my reaction. When it became clear that I didn't have one, he harumphed and continued, "I've assigned men to guard the cemetery. They don't last long at the duty. Cowards. And as a consequence, the depredations against our beloved dead continue." "Depredations, sir?" "Yes, depredations. Insults, ignominy, blasphemous disrespect. Call it what you will. They continue. Can you stop them?" He gravely tugged at the ends of his moustache as he spoke. I had no clear idea what he was asking of me, but I did comprehend that it was my sole opportunity. I rose to the occasion. "Sir, if I cannot, I will die trying." "Oh, please don't. It would just be another grave to dig." "Well, that's settled then, and just in time, it appears." He spoke the last words as he leapt from his seat, for there had been a knock on the door. Even before he reached it, the sergeant had opened it. He entered, bearing Hitch's saddlebags. The colonel seized them greedily and dug through them to resurrect the same oilskin-wrapped packet that Hitch had guarded so assiduously. "Oh, thank the good God! It's not been harmed or stolen!" he exclaimed. He carried it directly to a small table near the fire's light. I stood, feeling awkward, unsure if he intended me to witness this act or not. I felt I should go, but feared that if I left, no one else would recognize that I'd been accepted into the regiment. I needed to know where to go to sign my papers and assume my duties. So I quietly remained. The sergeant departed as quickly as he had entered. Colonel Heron carefully untied the string that had bound the packet shut. When the last fold of oilskin was carefully laid back to reveal the contents, he gave a huge sigh of contentment. "Oh, beautiful!" he exclaimed. My nose had already told me what he had unwrapped. Smoked fish. I could smell it, and my day's hunger clawed at me with frantic desire. My mouth watered, but my brain wondered how smoked fish could be so important. Alder smoked river salmon. It's glazed with honey. There is only one small group of tribesmen who still prepare their fish this way. and they will only trade with Scout Hitch. Now, I suppose, you see why a word from him is held in such high esteem by me. Only he could obtain this for me, and only at this time of year. Ah! As I watched in consternation, he pinched off a tiny morsel of shining, dark red fish and lifted it to his lips. He set it on his tongue, and then, without closing his mouth, breathed in past it. Eyes closed, he finally closed his mouth. I could have sworn that his moustache quivered with delight. He moved the food about on his tongue like a wine connoisseur savouring a vintage. His throat moved very slowly as he swallowed. When he opened his eyes and looked at me, his face held a look of dazed satiation. "Are you still here?" he asked me vaguely. "You didn't dismiss me, sir, and I have not yet signed my papers." "Oh, well, dismissed. The man at the desk out there will help you with your papers. Just make your mark where he shows you. You can trust him." And with that, he turned back to his fish. As I opened the door, he added, "Take Hitch's saddlebags back to him, would you? Nothing else in there for me, I'm sure." I picked up the worn leather bags and slung them over my shoulder. I shut the door quietly as I left, wondering if the man was completely mad, or just so eccentric that I couldn't tell the difference. Then I decided that it didn't matter. I wouldn't question my luck in finding someone who had allowed me to enlist. The sergeant put his darning aside with a sigh when I stood in front of his desk. "What is it?" "Colonel Heron said I should see you about my enlistment papers." "What?" He grinned, certain I was joking. "My enlistment papers," I said flatly. The smile faded slowly from his face. "I'll draw them up for you," he said with obvious reluctance. "It may take a little while." "I'll wait," I told him, and did so. Chapter 16. The Cemetery. The sergeant took some time to draw up my papers. On purpose, I thought. I signed promptly, as Navarre Berve, and then annoyed him further by insisting that I would wait there until Colonel Heron had signed my copy. When he came out of the colonel's office, I asked him to whom I should report. He vanished back into the office and reappeared quickly. "You'll be loosely attached, rather like a scout. If you have any difficulties, come here, and I should be able to get them sorted out for you." "Isn't that rather irregular?" He laughed. "The whole regiment is rather irregular just at present. None of us expected to be here for another winter. We thought we'd be replaced and sent off in disgrace by midsummer. Given that we are here and have one more chance, as it were, to prove ourselves while we are more undermanned than we have ever been before, irregular is about the best we can do. Don't worry. You'll become accustomed to it. I know I have." He paused, then asked almost paternally, "Has anyone told you that you should ride out to the end of the road, first thing? We recommend it to all our new recruits. It helps them understand our mission here." "Thank you, Sergeant. I'll make a point of it." "You do that, Trooper. You do. You're one of us now." His words warmed me, and he actually stepped around his desk to shake my hand. Once that was settled, he sent me off to a supplies sergeant. A note from the colonel's desk sergeant informed him of my cemetery guard assignment. He laughed at me, and then diffidently gave me a kit that included no uniform parts that fit me save a hat. "Best I can do for you." He dismissed that issue. The long gun they gave me had seen hard use and little care. The outside of the barrel was badly pitted, and the stock had cracked, but been repaired with brass tacks and string, wound tightly around it and coated with varnish. The butt plate was missing entirely, and the saddle scabbard needed restitching. "Probably wouldn't be much good to you anyway," the supply sergeant answered my scowl. "Out where you are, if the spec ever got serious, one rifle wouldn't hold them back. But chances are you'll never see one doing any mischief to take a shot at him. Don't worry about it, soldier." I accepted my weapon with a frown, resolving to inspect it thoroughly for myself before firing it. "You riding out to the end of the road today?" he asked me as I turned to go. I turned back to him. Sergeant Gaffney in Colonel Heron's office did recommend it to me. He nodded sagely. He's wise to do so. 'Twill give you a much better grasp of what we're all about. Good luck, trooper. I had not been assigned to any patrol. I had no corporal, no sergeant, no officer at all to report to. Like the scouts I had once disdained, I was loosely connected to the regiment, given a task, and would be, I suspected, ignored unless I failed. When I went to the infirmary to return Hitch's saddlebags, he gave me a dazed smile when I outlined my enlistment. The laudanum the doctor had given him for his pain had made him very genial. "So, you're off to the cemetery, are you, then? Better and better, Never. You'll have one of the more lively commands around here. It's the best I could have hoped for you and for me. Rest in peace." He lolled his head on his pillow. Laudanum. Ever had laudanum, Never? It makes getting hurt worth it. He sighed, and his eyes started to sag shut. Then they abruptly flew open, and he said with sudden command, "Before you go to the cemetery, ride to the end of the King's Road. It won't take you more than a couple of hours. Do it today. Very educational." He flung himself back onto his pillows, as if he had told me something of great import. And on such a note I left him there, glassy-eyed and slack-jawed. I made a final stop at a general store to buy food with some of my hoarded coins. I was not sure how regular the pay would be in such a remote location. I'd been told that I could ride into town each day to eat in the mess, but thought it would be nice if I had food available at my lodgings at the cemetery. No one escorted me to my new assignment, or even gave me a list of expectations. The sentry at the east gate of the fort pointed out my road to me. "Just ride that way, toward the mountains. You'll see it." And that was that. The cemetery was more than an hour's ride from the gates of Gettys. The road got progressively worse the further Clove and I went, while houses and other signs of settlement dwindled almost immediately. Soon I had left all signs of successful settlement behind. Occasionally I would see an overgrown cart track that led to an aborted farm, but no one lived out this way. It seemed very peculiar to me that every single farm east of the fort had been abandoned. As the road became steeper, winding ever upward into the foothills, all attempts at settlement vanished. The forest drew closer to both sides of the road, dark and menacing. I caught myself riding as warily as if I knew I were being stalked, but saw no one. I came finally to a rough sign by the side of the road. "Gettys Cemetery," it read, and an arrow pointed to a narrower road that led up a bare hill. The hill had been logged off. In some places, stumps still dotted it, while beyond the cleared zone, the ranked trees of a deciduous forest stood in a straight row where the logging had stopped. I started to turn Clove's head toward it, and then recalled Hitch's words, "Ride to the end of the King's Road." I glanced back at the sun, wondered how far it was, and then decided that I'd find out. If I didn't come to it by nightfall, I'd simply turn back. I soon began to doubt that decision. The road led ever uphill. It was poorly engineered. There were washouts down the centre of it, and in one place a stream had eaten a gully across it. It had been repaired badly with coarse stone. I wondered at how shoddily the King's Road was being built. Was not this the King's great work, the project on which he pinned so many hopes? What ailed the men overseeing its construction? I could understand that common criminals were not the best workers for such a project, but surely competent engineers oversaw them. The road narrowed, and the forest grew ever closer. Twice I startled at motion, just at the corner of my peripheral vision. In each case, I turned my head and saw nothing. Later, I caught a glimpse of the largest croaker bird I had ever seen. It perched in a tree that was half dead, on a bare branch that almost overhung the road. I marvelled at the size of it, for it looked like a black and white man perched up there. Then, just as I rode alongside it, it suddenly separated into 3 birds that took flight. I watched them go, wondering how I could have mistaken 3 for a single entity, and wondering, too, what a scavenger such as a croaker bird was watching for beside the road. I began to see signs of ongoing work. An empty wagon rattled down the hill toward me. Clove and I gave way and allowed the team to pass. The driver did not so much as turn his head or nod at me. His gaze was set, and he hurried his team at a dangerous pace for such a heavy vehicle going downhill. I began to hear sounds in the distance, and soon passed a rough work camp by the side of the road. In a small clearing there were 5 crude shelters, a corral holding a dozen horses, and an open-sided barn. 2 wagons sagged on broken axles beside the barn. It looked desolate, and, except for the penned horses, deserted. I had never seen a drearier place. Hopelessness wafted from it like a bad smell. I suddenly did not want to go any further. I'd seen enough. It was all adding up to something I didn't want to admit. The old nobles had been right. This was a futile, senseless project. It would never be completed, no matter how long we worked on it or how much the king spent. It was wasteful, stupid, and cruel to the men dragged from their city lives to toil in a foreign wilderness. I wanted to turn Clove around and go back. But in the distance I could hear men's voices raised in command and the creak of heavy wagons. Hitch had told me to see the end, and I resolved that I would, if only to satisfy my curiosity as to why he would give me such a strange command. It did not take me much longer to come to the work site. I'd seen my father's much smaller road crew at work, and knew how it was supposed to operate. There was a rhythm and order to good road building. The best route should have been marked out, the trees taken down, and the ground surveyed to grade. In some places, earth would have to be scraped away, and in others, wagons would dump the excess to build up the roadbed. Rock and gravel would be brought in to lift the roadbed above the lie of the land. Done right, the operation was almost like a dance, as some men prepared the way and other workers followed. The operation before me was chaos. The overseers were either ineffectual or did not care. I saw a wagon driver shouting at men who were digging in the path that his laden wagon must traverse. Further on, 2 groups of workers had paused to watch their foremen come to blows. The men were fighting doggedly, trading heavy blows in a sullen, mindless way. No one tried to stop them. The convicts in their ragged shirts and trousers leaned on their shovels and picks and watched the fist-fight with dull satisfaction. The workers wore leg irons that limited them to a short stride. It struck me as barbaric. Discord and disorder surrounded me. Weeds and brush grew on heaped fill dirt beside the road. An overturned wagon, its load spilled beside it, had simply been abandoned where it fell. I came at last to where the road was only a raw scar in the earth, with stumps of trees sticking up to show where it was supposed to go. The stumps were silvery, and on some moss had started to grow. These trees had been logged at least a year ago, and more likely 3. It made no sense to me. The road should have been growing much more swiftly than that. A uniformed guard oversaw a couple of convicts ineffectually grubbing up the stumps. He waved an arm at me as I rode through. He wore a corporal's stripe on his sleeve. "Hey, hold up. Where do you think you're going?" he demanded of me. I reined Clove in. "Just at the end of the road." "The end?" He gave a great haw of laughter, and around him his fetid prison crew joined in. It took him several moments to get his merriment under control. "Is there a problem?" I asked him. I cringed as I realized that I'd addressed him as a noble son would address a common worker like himself. That was a reflex I'd best learn to control. Once I'd donned the uniform of a common trooper, I doubted it would be tolerated. But he didn't appear to notice. "A problem? Oh, no, none at all. You just go your merry way. Usually we only get new recruits visiting it, but for myself, I think every visitor to Getty's should go out to the end of the road. It really takes you to the heart of our mission." He grinned broadly as he looked around at his work crew, and I saw his dispirited workforce nodding and smirking sourly among themselves, doubtless over my fat. I nudged Clove, and we passed through the midst of their work. Beyond them, all work seemed to have come to a complete halt. The road ended in a tangle of 3 fallen trees. I had never seen logs so large, nor stumps so wide. They must have been cut years before. The dead bare limbs and the stumps of the trees had gone grey. Their giant bodies were a barricade of death against the road's progress. The standing trees beyond them were even bigger. No wonder the logging crews had given up. No one could cut a road through trees that size. It was an insane task. This was the king's great vision? Anger was growing in me beside a sudden self-loathing. It suddenly seemed that everything I'd been taught, all my pride in being a soldier's son, was a part of this fallen ambition. Stupid. I was stupid. The king was stupid, and the road was a folly. I sat on Clove's broad back, disillusioned and discouraged, staring up into the ancient forest. Then I dismounted and walked forward, trying to see beyond the fallen giants. The ground was uneven, and underbrush of thistles and thorns had grown up swiftly when the ground was granted sunlight. The bushes were so dense and evenly spaced, they almost seemed a deliberately planted hedge against intruders. These brambles had sharp-tipped leaves as well as thorns all down their flexible canes. I made a half-hearted attempt to push into the thicket, but soon tangled in their barbed branches like an insect in a spider's web. Withdrawing cost me snags in my trousers and long bleeding scratches on my arms. I'd wakened a horde of tiny stinging gnats, and they swarmed about me. I waved at them wildly and retreated to the road. The gnats continued to hum about me, trying to settle and sting as I climbed up onto one of the huge stumps. I could have hosted a dinner party for 12 on top of it. The additional height gave me just enough of a vantage to see into the forest beyond the barrier of brambles. Only in my dreams had I seen such a place. The trees on the hill above me made the stump I stood on seem a sapling. The trunks of some of the trees were as big around as watchtowers, and like watchtowers, they soared toward the sky. Their lower trunks were straight and limbless, and the bark was rumpled and fissured. High over my head, the bark looked smoother, and that was where the branches began. The smoother bark was not rough and brown, but a softly mottled blend of greens, hazels, and red-brown splotches. The leaves were immense, at least the size of dinner platters. The branches of each tree interlaced and meshed with others, forming a dense mat of foliage overhead. Beneath those trees there was little underbrush, only deep carpets of leaf mould, and a silence that seemed part of the permanent twilight under those behemoths. Never in my life had I seen such trees. Yet I had. Not in this flesh, but as my other self. I knew it, and then the knowledge flickered away from me. I reached after it, knowing it was immensely important, but again it was concealed. I took a deep breath and sat very still. I closed my eyes for a moment, focusing my concentration. He was part of me. We were one. What he knew, I could know. What was the significance of the trees? My eyes flew open. The trees were alive. They loomed over me. There were faces in their rumpled bark. Not faces such as men had, but the faces of the trees themselves. They looked down upon me, and I cowered. They were so full of knowing. They knew everything about me. Everything. Every despicable thought or deed I'd ever committed, they knew. And it was within their power to judge me and punish me. And they would. Now. I literally felt terror flow up inside me. Like an engulfing flood, it rose through my body. My feet and legs felt nerveless. I sagged and staggered where I stood. When I was a boy, I had experienced nightmares in which my legs turned to jelly and I could not stand. Now, as I collapsed, I discovered that it could happen in real life. The fear that washed through me loosened every joint in my body. I barely managed to crawl to the edge of the stump, dragging my useless legs after me. I fell from the stump to the thorn-choked earth. The thorns tore the flesh of my hands. Their tiny teeth snagged in my clothes and tried to hold me back. I sobbed and wallowed toward Clove. My horse stood regarding me with distrust, his ears folded back at my odd behaviour. More than anything, I feared my horse would abandon me here. "Clove! Good boy! Good horse! Stand, Clove! Stand!" My words came out in a hoarse, shaky whisper. I wanted to weep with terror. It was all I could do to control myself. I managed to get to my knees. Then, with a huge effort, I surged to my feet. My quaking legs would not take my weight, but I was close enough that I fell forward against Clove's side. My nerveless hands gripped feebly at my saddle. "Oh, good God, please help me," I moaned, and somehow found the strength to drag myself upright. I got a foot in a stirrup, and, while I was only half in the saddle, urged Clove to move. He did, meandering confusedly while I clung, shaking and sobbing, to his saddle. I was inexpressibly grateful that he moved in the correct direction, away from the end of the road and the hideous, crouching forest that waited there. Waves of blackness threatened my consciousness. I was ashamed of what a coward I was, but could not help it. I focused all my thoughts, all my efforts, on getting my leg the rest of the way over the saddle. And when I did, and hauled my weight up onto Clove's back, the first thing I did was urge him to a gallop, heedless of the uneven surface and how my panniers jolted behind me. Up ahead of me, standing across the road like a barrier, I suddenly saw a group of road workers gathered in mass. They stood like a wall, whooping and laughing. Clove's good sense, more than my direction, made him slow his pace and then halt before we overran them. It was all I could do to hold on to the horn of my saddle. My breath still rattled in and out of me. Tears of terror had left tracks down my cheeks. I opened my mouth to shout a warning to them, and then could not think what to warn them about. The fellow who had spoken to me earlier asked with false solicitude, "So, did you find the end of our road? Did you like it?" I had the barest edge of control of myself. Shame warred with the last fading shreds of panic. What had frightened me so badly? Why had I fled? I suddenly had no idea. I only knew that my throat was parched and that my shirt stuck to my back with fear sweat. I looked around at them, confused by what I had felt and done, and deeply insulted by their grinning faces. One of the guards took pity on me. "Hey, big man, don't you know we've all felt it? That's what the end of the road means here. Sheer shit-your-pants terror. Hey, don't feel bad, trooper. It gets done to all of us. Initiation, you might say. And now you're one of us. Getty's sweated. That's what we call it. You got a proper Getty sweat worked up." A roar of laughter went up as he approached me and offered me his own canteen. I reached down, drank from it, and as I handed it back, I managed a completely insincere smile and a weak laugh. "It happens to everyone that way?" I managed to ask. "The terror?" "Oh, yeah, that it do. Count yourself a tough nut. There's no piss running into your boot. Most of us here can't brag about that." The fellow slapped me companionably on the leg, and strange to say, I felt better. "Does the king know about this?" I blurted out, and then felt a fool when my words woke another general laugh. "If it hadn't happened to you, would you have believed it?" drawled the fellow who had befriended me. I shook my head slowly. "No, like as not, I wouldn't." I paused, then asked, "What is it?" "Nobody believes it until it happens to him," he agreed with me, "and nobody can say exactly what it is, only that it happens, and that we can't think of a way to get past it." "Can't we go around it?" He smiled tolerantly, and I almost blushed. Of course not. If they could have, they would have. He gave me a nod and a smile. "Go on back to Getty's. If you go into Rollo's tavern and tell them that a Getty sweat requires a Getty's beer to quench it, he'll give you a free one. It's a tradition for new recruits, but I think they'll extend it to you." "I am a new recruit," I told him. "Colonel Heron just signed me on. Loosely attached me, that is. I'm the new cemetery guard." He looked up at me, and the smile faded from his face. Around him, the other men were exchanging glances. "You poor bastard," he said with feeling. And then they opened their ranks and motioned me to ride back to Getty's. The notion of a free beer at a friendly tavern was a powerful draw. I considered it carefully as I rode back toward Getty's. I still couldn't decide if I felt insulted or hurt by the prank that had been played on me, or relieved that they'd all seen fit to initiate me. In the end, I decided that Hitch's remark had been the most accurate one. It had been very educational, and I was in no position to resent it, I reminded myself. I wasn't a junior officer and the son of a battle lord. I was a new recruit, at the very bottom of the social order. I should probably have thanked my stars that my initiation was no rougher than it had been. Now that I was well away from the end of the road, I could ponder what had overcome me. I didn't want to try to remember that fear too clearly, nor to dwell on it. A comforting thought came to me suddenly. It wasn't really my problem. I wasn't building the road. All I had to do, simple soldier that I was guard the cemetery. I heaved a sigh of relief at that thought and rode on. But when I reached the sign that pointed the way to the cemetery, I decided that my visit to the tavern could wait for tomorrow. Evening was coming on, and I wanted to see what my new billet looked like. A cart track wound up the hillside. Clove and I followed it. I soon reached the first rows of rough headboards, for such they were, grave markers made of wood, not stone. To come on such a sprawling cemetery so far from any domiciles was a very strange sensation. The graveyard was in an open meadow on a gentle roll of hilltop. Tall grass surrounded it, and the inevitable tree stumps. After the immense trees I had seen that afternoon, these seemed quite small and ordinary. I reined in Clove and sat on his back, enjoying that vantage of height. The only sound was the sweep of wind across the grasses, and the call of the birds in the nearby forest. The cemetery told its own sad tale. There was a row of individual markers, and then what I could only describe as a filled-in trench. The hummock of earth over it showed that the dead had not been buried deeply. Beyond it, the individual graves resumed, but soon enough, those tidy rows were again interrupted by a long hummock of grass-grown earth. The farther I went, the newer the grave markers became. It was an efficient cemetery, without thought for sentiment or beauty. The grass growing in it had been scythed, but not recently. There were no plantings, no walkways wandering among the graves, and not even a fence to indicate the boundaries of it. I rode Clove along a narrow track through the graves until I reached my destination. 3 wooden structures on the far eastern edge of the graveyard. As I approached the buildings, I found them better constructed than I had dared hope. They were tidy and tight, built of squared-off logs and well caulked with clay. Grass had crept into the walkway along with weeds. It had been weeks, at least, since anyone had trodden them on a regular basis. I dismounted, slipped Clove's bit so he could graze, and set out to tour my new domain. The first shed held the tools of my new profession. Shovels, rakes, a pickaxe, and several axes were neatly hung on one wall. 4 plank coffins, plain as dirt, were stacked ready in the back for whoever might die next in Getty's. A supply of planks for making markers leaned beside them. The very small building between the other 2 was unnecessary. A small paper wasp nest on the eave by the door showed it had not been used in some time. The other structure proved to be my new home. The single room held a bed built into a corner, a table likewise attached to the wall under the sole window, and a hearth that would both supply my warmth for the winter and cook my food. 3 pots of various sizes hung on hooks above it. A cupboard fastened to the wall would be my pantry. There was a chair, but a single glance told me it would not hold my weight. There was little else of note there. An enamelled wash-basin on a shelf next to the hearth held a motley assortment of dishes and utensils. I felt vaguely grateful that the previous occupant had at least washed them before he left. Dust and spider webs coated every surface. It did not look as if the cottage had been occupied for months. Well, I'd have some washing and dusting to do before I settled into my new abode. I went outside to see to Clove first. I picketed him where he could graze the deep grass, and took his tack to my tool shed before I returned to my cabin. The straw tick on the bed was musty. I opened a seam and shook out the old straw onto the earth. Tomorrow I would cut fresh grass with my scythe and put it to dry before I stuffed the mattress again. For tonight, the bare bed would serve me. There was a tidy rick of firewood outside the door. I started a fire in the hearth, and was pleased to find that the chimney drew well. I had to free the broom from its cobwebs in the corner before I could put it to use. I propped the door open and swept a cloud of dust, dirt, and spiders outside. The work wakened my suppressed appetite to new fury. I found a wooden bucket in the corner, and took it with me while I followed a faint track from the door to the edge of the woods. There I found a sullen spring, seeping water up into a greenish pond. I scowled at the thought of using such water for drinking or cooking. When I knelt down to fill my bucket, I saw a wooden box peeping from the nearby reeds. I pulled off the clinging grasses that had overgrown it, to find that someone had carefully set a box into the spring and filled the bottom with sand and gravel. The water standing in it was much clearer than the rest of the pond. As I sank my bucket into it to fill it, a movement in the woods across the pond startled me. I lifted my eyes, but saw nothing. My heart began to beat fast. The fear the end of the road had wakened in me was still fresh in my mind. A game trail led from the forest's edge to the water. Doubtless the motion had been a deer, or even the flicker of a bird's wings. I seized the handle of the bucket and heaved myself to my feet. As I did so, I heard a gasp, and then the unmistakable sound of someone fleeing on two legs. I had a glimpse of a bush shaking, but did not see the intruder. For a moment longer I stood frightened. Then I sighed, and shook my head at myself and my fears. I had thought I was far enough away from the town that I would be spared people peering at me. Perhaps with time they would become accustomed to me, and the stares would stop. I took my bucket of water back to my new home. As I returned to my cottage, I considered how squarely and snugly it was built. Whoever had built it had put time and thought into it. I suspected that Getty's had not always been the haphazard place it was now. Once a real officer had commanded it. I judged that the caretaker's cottage had been built during his time. I was fairly occupied for the next few hours. The simple work calmed me, and I was able to set the last of my fears aside. I put water to boil on my freshly swept hearth, and proceeded to put my food supplies away on the pantry shelves. As I opened my panniers to do so, I rediscovered Amsel's bag. I promised to return it to her. I decided to ask Hitch, when next I saw him, if he knew of anyone heading in that direction. A pleasing fancy came to me, that I would put in a few things for her and her children. In the next moment, I wondered if she would think me fatuous for doing so. She had made her lack of interest in me plain. Even so, imagining the surprise and delight of the three youngsters made me smile, and I decided that I didn't care if Amsel thought me foolish. I hung the bag on one of the hooks on the wall so that I would not forget. When I opened the pantry doors, a pleasant surprise awaited me. The previous inhabitant had departed, but left a goodly store of dried lentils and beans in 2 fat crocks with heavy stoppers. Neither damp nor insects had reached them. I immediately put some to soak for cooking. I had spent some of my remaining coin on coffee, tea, sugar, and salt, along with 4 measures of meal and a rasher of bacon. My biggest indulgence had been a loaf of freshly baked bread. My days of travel had taught me a great deal about my new body. Limiting my food intake did not dwindle me, but I did become more lethargic, and in extreme cases very irritable. I had continued my habit of savouring food, and I fancied that I better understood now how my body had changed. Almost all that I took in as sustenance, my body retained. I produced very little waste, a fact that had been rather disconcerting to me at first. When I could not find as much food as I wished, I began to crave quantities of water, which, thankfully, had been plentiful through most of my journey. My hunger was a constant. I had come to accept it as a companion to my life, just as some men had to deal with poor eyesight or deafness. The cramp in my gut was always there, but I had learned to master it. There were still moments when my hunger could seize my attention, as it had near the bakery that morning, and in severe cases it could distract me until nothing would do, until I had found something to put in my mouth. I had learned to set aside a bit of food against moments such as that, for when such hunger overtook me, I became almost irrational. It was a terrible thing to fear that I might slip into such a frame of mind, almost like dreading a bout of madness. But tonight I had no such fears. I allowed myself a very hearty meal of coffee, bread, and bacon. The drippings from the bacon made a wonderful spread for the fresh bread. By the time I was finished eating, I felt more satisfied than I had in weeks. I tidied up my pan and plate, checked on my horse, which seemed as contented with his lush grazing as I had been with my meal, and then resolved to walk the perimeter of my new domain. I returned from that walk a sobered man. Grass grew past my knees throughout most of the cemetery. The trench graves I had noted earlier betrayed the regular waves of plague that had swept through Gettys. The markers for individual graves, mostly made from slabs of wood, were rapidly losing the painted or carved epitaphs they had once held, but they retained enough information to be heartrending. The cemetery had begun in an orderly fashion. In the oldest section, officers and their family members were grouped together, as were enlisted men. But after the first trench grave, the burying ground had become a much more egalitarian place. Infants reposed alongside captains, and humble nameless privates rested next to colonels. I had thought every grave untended. That was not so. True, wild grasses dominated the area, but here and there I would literally stumble across a marker standing sentinel above a groomed gravesite. On a few, flowers grew. On one, perhaps a child's, a simple string of wooden beads, their paint fading in the weather, festooned the marker. When I came to the most recent section of the graveyard, the change was remarkable. Here, only a season had passed since the last wave of interments. The last mass grave was a weed-covered hummock crawling across the hillside. A row of individual graves marked the first rank of those who had fallen to the plague. The second row, after the trench grave, marked, perhaps, those who had lingered before they succumbed, or the natural deaths that had occurred since the last wave of plague. The markers were newer and easier to read. To my horror, I discovered that some kind of animal had burrowed into one of the most recent graves. A mostly decomposed hand had been brought to the surface and feasted upon. It was a man's hand by the size of it, shriveled and dark. The animal had gnawed at the fleshy palm, and mostly ignored the curled fingers with their yellowed nails. I looked away from it firmly. The size of the burrow made me think the scavenger was a fairly small creature. I wondered if these were the depredations that Colonel Heron had been lamenting. If they were, then a good watchdog might be my best assistant. Jaw traps might also help me find a solution, but surely a sturdy coffin would have been the best preventive of such incursions. I performed my first act of duty, though I will admit that it made me feel not just edgy, but queasy. There were no sticks close at hand. With the toe of my boot, I nudged the hand back into the creature's excavation, wishing I had a stick to poke it farther in. Again with my boot, I scraped and kicked soil back into the hole, and finished up by firmly plugging it with several rocks of the right diameter. It did not seem a very respectful way for me to deal with it, but I judged that, in this case, promptness exceeded the need for reverence. I patrolled the rest of the line of recent graves, and found 3 other places where wildlife was intruding on the resting places of the dead. I repeated my rock and earth scuffing at each site, resolving that after this I'd always take a shovel with me when I made my daily circuit of the graveyard. The high clouds and fresh wind of the day had thickened to dark overcast and bluster. The first heavy drops began to fall. The moisture in the air made it hard to continue ignoring the clinging smell of the place. Nothing smells quite like rotting human flesh, and my experience at Whitevale had forever associated that terrible stench with my own stunning losses. It horrified me that such a foul smell carried my mind immediately to thoughts of my mother. Worse were the mental images of Elise that came with it. Try as I might, I could not recall my elder sister at her harp or sewing, but only as that perpetually sprawled and futilely grasping corpse. The thought ambushed me that I had done no better by my family with their hasty burials than Getty's had done with theirs. It both shamed me and woke kinship in me. This duty that had been given to me, however lowly anyone else might regard it, was a trust. In life, these men had served their king as best they might. They and their families deserved respectful rest. I saw now the wisdom of the stored coffins in the shed. There were not enough of them. I wondered if I could persuade my commander that we needed a warehouse full. I grimaced, as I imagined how that would affect morale at the fort. Planning to be decimated by disease was scarcely optimistic, but I thought I could convince him it was better than being overwhelmed with dead bodies when the annual onslaught of speck plague began. I thought of the anonymous trench graves. Well, that was within my power to correct or at least lessen. I'd proven myself as a grave digger. If I dug a grave daily and left it open and waiting, would I stay ahead of the plague victims when the hot, dusty days of summer brought the sickness again? I was not sure, but it was worth trying. The rain began to fall in earnest, a driving curtain of water. As I cut short my tour of the graves and cut across their lines in my trek back to my cottage, I resolved that I would remember that everybody buried here had been beloved by somebody. I passed Clove, hobbled in the tall standing grass. He'd turned his big rump to the wind and had his head down. He was already drenched, and I pitied him. I led him to the lee of the shed. If winters here were as harsh as I'd heard, I'd need to put up some sort of shelter for him. I'd forgotten to request his corn and oats. A cavalryman's horse received his own rations from the regiment. Tomorrow, I promised myself. Winter was just around the corner, and I still had much to do to make myself ready for it. The downpour firmed my decision that I would not return to town this evening. I found I rather looked forward to my first night in my own residence. Once inside my cottage, I shut the door firmly behind me. I was pleased to find that the roof was tight, and that the hearth was sufficient to warm the room to a comfortable temperature. I took off my wet cloak and hung it on a peg by the door, and pulled off my boots and stood them under it. And there I stood, suddenly safe within doors in my own little place, with more comforts than I'd enjoyed in weeks, and with remarkably little to do. I busied myself as best I could. The beans had begun to swell in the water. I added more liquid to them, and set the kettle at the edge of the hearth. By tomorrow they would be softened. I would add salt and the last of the bacon to them, and let them cook all day. Contemplating that gave me so much satisfaction that I was rather shocked at myself. Surely I wanted more out of life than to simply have my next meal secured and a tight roof over my head. But did I? It was strange to look around my little cottage and realize that I'd fulfilled my ambition for myself. I was, technically, a soldier. I had a post and a task. If I saved enough of my pay to afford it, I could have a uniform made that would fit me and I could wear it. I doubted that my father would ever be proud of me, but at some point I was sure that I'd let him know that despite his lack of faith in me, I'd achieved what the good God had decreed for me. And did I want no more than that out of life? I was irritated with myself. I took the spindly chair and set it by the hearth and cautiously perched in it. I'd come all this way to do this, and now that I'd done it, the first thing I did was question the value of it. Could not I take even one night of satisfaction in my accomplishment? What was wrong with me? I added a bit more wood to the fire and stared at it for a time. Yaril came to mind. I had said that I would provide for her, that I would send for her as soon as I was able. In the next few days, I should write to her and tell her where I was and that I was, indeed, a soldier. I looked around my snug little cabin. Then I tried to picture my sister there. My heart sank. Yaril had said that she would manage anywhere I did, but I could not imagine my pretty, pampered sister coping here. She had always lived in privilege and comfort. Could she adapt to life here? I would have to add another room onto the cabin. How long would she be content, sleeping on a sack of straw, cooking on an open hearth, fetching her own water to bathe in a pan? Gettys would offer her little in the way of amusement or company. How soon would she become bored and bitter? How could I offer this to Yaril as an escape? I sat down with my journal. I took paper from my extra leaves and wrote Yaril a letter, telling her briefly of my adventures on the road and that I was now at Gettys and an enlisted man. It was hard to tell her that my situation was such that I could not welcome her yet. I tried to make the words gentle and affectionate, but feared that no matter what or how I wrote, she would feel abandoned. I sealed the note, resolving to send it the next day. My thoughts had spiraled downward. I suddenly saw that all my life I'd been shallow and without ambition, content to take my birth-order destiny and make it the sole focus of my life. I made my nightly entry in my journal. I recounted how I'd finally enlisted, but also included my terror at nothing and my final image of myself at the end of the day, a lowly soldier unable to keep his promise to his sister. It was a savage denunciation of myself. The tidy little cabin I had so enjoyed earlier in the day now seemed an empty little shell that I had moved myself into, something that would permit me no growth, nothing but existence. My hearth fire was the only light in the cabin. I banked it, undressed, and lay down on my hard bunk. I listened to the wind howl, pitied poor Clove standing in it, and then fell into a deep sleep. I dreamed of a smell, rich and spicy. It took me some time to identify it, and then I recalled it. It was the smell of magic, the same aroma I'd inhaled when I stood on the pinnacle of the spire and plunged my hands into the magic of the dancing spindle. But in my dream, the scent of magic became instead the perfume of a woman's body. She stood naked before me, perfectly comfortable in her speckled skin. Her nakedness revealed the pattern of her markings. They were much like a tabby cat's stippling, suggestive of stripes. Like a curious cat, she moved soft-footed and wary around my cabin. I watched her. The palest parts of her skin were lighter than mine, the darkest a smooth velvet black. She explored my cabin and my possessions. She lifted my shirt, fingering the fabric, and then raised it to her face, where she sniffed it with flared nostrils and half-open mouth. I caught a glimpse of her white teeth and dark tongue as she tasted my scent. When she set down my shirt and moved again, I could see the darker streak that ran down her spine. The speckles that were almost stripes radiated out from that streak. The nails of her hands and feet were dark. Once she stopped her prowling and stared long at me. I looked back at her frankly. Her belly was paler than the rest of her, but still speckled. The nipples of her breasts were dark. Her hair was long and coarse and as streaked as the rest of her. The rain had washed her, and her hair clung flat to her skull and was a soaked veil down her back. Streaks of rain glistened on her skin, and small jewels of it sparkled in her pubic hair. She was not the first speck I'd seen, nor even the first speck woman. But this time there were no cage bars between her and me, and I felt her feral grace as a muted threat. Her body was strong, her legs muscled, her thighs and haunches powerful. She was easily as tall as I was. Her breasts were heavy, swaying with her walk, and her belly curved frankly above the furred mound between her legs. There was nothing delicate about her. She was as unlike a Gurnean woman as a wolf is unlike a lapdog. I watched her scoop 2 fingers full of beans from my pot and taste them, frowning. She pulled her fingers from her mouth and shook them disdainfully. Then she moved again, and came to stand over me in my bed. She leaned down close to me, so close I could feel her breath on my cheek. I smelled her. Arousal shocked through me with an insistence I'd never felt before. I lunged for her. I awoke on the floor with skinned knees. I was shivering with cold, and still desperately kindled. But there was no woman, not a scent or sight of her. The cold wind and driving rain were coming in through the open door. There were wet leaves tracked across my floor. I wanted most to believe that there had been a woman there, but knew the more logical explanation was that I'd been sleepwalking again. The rain had chilled me, and a few wet leaves were still plastered to my feet and calves. I stumbled across to the door, shut it firmly, and made sure of the latch. I added wood to my fire, and then crawled back into my bed. I tried to find sleep again, but could only skim the surface of it for moments, like a thrown stone skipping across a river. I listened to the storm rant and rave outside, and toward dawn I heard it finally give up, more from weariness than satisfaction. I arose to a world washed clean, to blue skies and a fresh, cold wind sweeping the world. Such mornings usually energized me, but today I felt old and stiff and hampered by my weight. I was hungry, yet too bleak to want to prepare food for myself. The swollen beans had burst their wrinkled skins. They looked disgusting. I nudged them closer to the coals and covered them to continue their slow cooking. I hated myself for being too stupid and greedy to save some of yesterday's loaf to break my fast. I toasted the remaining bacon on a skewer over the fire, ate some, and dropped the rest into the bean pot. When I went for water, the tall standing grass soaked me to the knees. When I stood up from dipping up a bucketful, I looked up at the forest on the hillside above me. I felt an echo of the wonder I'd felt once before at such a sight. But in the next instant, a wash of fear swept through me. I imagined slogging through wet leaves while water dripped down on me and tangled roots tripped me. Buzzing insects would sting me, to say nothing of the threat of poisonous snakes and the larger predators of the forest lands. No, I wanted nothing to do with the forest. I turned away from that gloomy, dangerous place, wishing my cabin were not so close to it. I hurried away with my bucket. I made a morning of heating water, washing my clothes and myself, and stringing a clothesline inside my cabin to dry my clothing. I put on my Kavala hat, a jacket that would not button, and a shirt and a pair of trousers still damp from washing. I built up the fire, in the vain hope that the rest of my clothing would be dry when I returned, saddled up a disgruntled clove, and rode back to Getty's. My Kavala hat was my admission through the gates. I went back to Colonel Heron's office. I had no success in getting in to see him. When I told his desk sergeant that I wanted to request supplies to build a shelter for my horse, he seemed shocked that I'd have the ambition for such a task. He filled out a requisition form for me, acquiescing to everything I asked him for, but taking such a long time to do it that I felt I'd spend half my life in the office before he gave it to me. I told him that I wished to speak to the colonel about creating a supply of coffins against the projected need in plague time, and that I wished to discuss the wisdom of digging graves beforehand. His smile might have been a grimace. "Well, aren't you the ambitious one? Do what you think needs doing, soldier. Either no one will notice it, or someone will complain about it. He smiled at his own jest and sent me on my way. The supply sergeant took the requisition form from me, glanced at it, and then told me to help myself to what I needed in the warehouse. When I asked for the use of a wagon to haul it, he shrugged and told me again to take what I needed. The warehouse was worse. I finally found the men on duty behind the warehouse, leaning against the back wall and smoking. 3 of the 4 were bony plague survivors. I doubted they had the muscle to lift a hammer. I showed them my form, and they told me, as the sergeant had, that I might take what I needed. In the end, that was what I did. I found a cart and a heavy harness, stiff with disuse. I put patient clove between the traces. The lumber was of poor quality. The nail kegs were jumbled together, and there was no order to any of it. I took what I wanted, including corn, oats, a sack of hay, and a carrying brush for clove, and loaded it all myself. When I was finished, I found the warehouse sergeant out at the back with his men. I asked him if he'd like to inventory what I'd taken. "I'll trust you," he replied, and did not even walk around to look at the laden wagon. It seemed to tax his ambition to walk as far as his untidy office, where he put a sloppy signature on my form and thrust it back at me. I left there feeling vaguely insulted by the whole procedure. Before I left town, I took my letter to the dispatch office and paid a breathtaking fee to have it delivered. Then I went to the infirmary to visit Hitch again. He was much as he had been the day before. When I complained about how slack discipline seemed at Getty's and the apathetic warehouse men, he grinned lazily. He motioned me closer to his bedside, as if to tell me a secret, and then said softly, "They danced it out of us, lad. You went to the end of the road, didn't you?" "Yes, I did. I didn't find it humorous, Hitch." "That's Lieutenant Hitch, soldier," he said sharply, and when I flinched, he laughed softly. "You should see what happens every time they try to send a road work crew into the forest. Half of them can't remember their own names by the day's end, and in a week you might get a day's worth of work done. Try it sometime yourself. Go walking into the forest. You'll feel it. You feel it already, I'll wager. I'm surprised you had the sand to get this far." He lay back in his bed and let his eyes droop closed. "Don't fight it, never. There's no point in fighting it. Your pay's the same whether you work or slack. Relax, trooper." I put it down to the laudanum. As I stood up to leave, he reminded me, "Hey, you didn't salute me when you came in." I could not tell if his words were a rebuke or a jest. I stood and gave him my best salute. He rewarded me with a faint laugh and a feeble wave of his hand. I pulled my coat tighter around me as I emerged onto the wind-swept street. If this were a foretaste of winter, I'd soon need to do something about my wardrobe. The bleakness of Getty's struck me all over again. Everywhere I looked, neglect met my eyes. Weeds straggled along the sides of the street. The paint was peeling from the fronts of the buildings, and shutters hung crookedly. Although people moved on the streets, there was no bustle. A young soldier, his shirt stained with old gravy, walked past me, his eyes on the ground. I wondered if morale was always so low at this post, or if the stormy weather were to blame. The lone exception was a young woman in a blue gown with voluminous skirts. The wind had pressed her skirts against her legs, effectively hobbling her. She wore a heavy black cloak as well, and this the wind whipped wildly. She was struggling with it, and a market basket she carried, and did not notice my scrutiny. "Drat!" she exclaimed sharply, when the wind wrenched the garment free of her. It took flight down the street like a crippled blackbird, and she raced after it and captured it by making a wild leap and landing on it with both feet. As she picked up the flapping cloak from the muddy ground, I suddenly recognized her. Epony! My cousin was older than when I had last seen her. A moment later, I revised that. No, she was dressing as a woman now, but if she had matured in any way, it did not show. As I stared at her, a sergeant, hurrying out the door of the store, bumped into me. "Stop blocking the door," he barked at me. Then, as he caught sight of Epony in the street, he glared at me. "Oaf! You'd rather stand and leer at a woman than offer her help? Get out of my way." He hurried across the street to offer his aid. She thrust the heavy basket at him, and then spun in a circle, letting the wind lift the muddied cloak wide, before she sort of danced herself into it, finally trapping it around her. There was a large, dirty patch on the back of it now. I blushed for how foolish she looked as I heard her thanking the man for his help. I think she felt my stare. They both glanced toward me, and I found myself lowering my head and turning to one side. She did not know me. The brim of my Cavalla hat hid my face, and there was nothing about my body that she could possibly recognize. I walked quickly around the wagon and climbed up onto the seat. I could not find a clear thought for why I was avoiding her. "I'm not ready," I muttered to myself. "Not yet. Let me get settled, and then I'll make myself known to them." I took the wheel brake off and shook the reins, and Clove leaned into his harness. I think he was grateful to be back to pulling rather than being ridden. The ride home took longer than when I'd ridden horseback. The road had been soaked by the rain, leaving the ruts full of standing water. As I let Clove pick his way, I tried to sort out my thoughts and feelings on seeing Epony. I'd felt that lift of anticipation at the sight of a familiar face, followed by my surprise that she and undoubtedly Spink were here and settled in already. For some reason, I thought it would take them far longer to transfer their home. I thought of how pleasant it would be to call on them, to sit down to a meal and talk of people we knew. And then I laid my own dread bare to myself. That would never happen now. Cousin or not, Epony was an officer's wife. Spink was no longer Spink to me. He was Lieutenant Kester. By now, they probably had their own circle of friends among the other young officers stationed at Getty's. What could I be to them, save an embarrassment? Yet, even as such a thought came to me, I knew that Epony and Spink would both stand by me, whatever my rank or physical condition. Yet it was not their reaction but my own that concerned me. Could I salute my best friend and stand before him and wish him well without spoiling it with the greenest of envy? Could either Spink or I make Epony understand that no matter what had gone before, Spink was now an officer and I merely an enlisted man, and thus could not fraternize with any comfort? All I could see would be discomfort, embarrassment, and shame on my part. I felt the greatest wave of revulsion that I had ever felt for my body at that moment. It surrounded and engulfed me in a wall of yielding flesh. I felt it with every jounce of the cart, how my thighs met and my elbows rested against the row of fat that masked my ribs. I felt the heaviness of my jowls and cheeks. It was even in how my hat sat upon my head, my soldier's hat, the sole symbol that I was a soldier's son. When I reached home, I turned to what I always could rely on to empty my mind. I worked. The sack of hay became stuffing for my mattress. It was clean and fragrant, and Clove would not miss it. I unloaded my building supplies, and put the harness in my storage shed. I'd take the cart back to Getty's tomorrow, I decided. I doubted anyone would miss it. It was a chill day, but I was soon sweating. I'd decided that Clove's shelter would be attached to the tool shed, to save myself constructing one wall. I worked with shovel and pickaxe to level an area next to it that would make a generous box stall for the big horse. Setting the two uprights made me wish I had another set of hands and eyes to help me. I felt it even more keenly when putting up the supports for the roof. The carpentry was a different sort of work than I'd done in months, and I lost myself in the simple pleasure of working steadily and watching what I had imagined take shape. The smell of the sawdust, the rhythm and sound of a nail squarely driven, the satisfaction that comes when the final plank fits snug and true in a wall. There is a lot to be said for honest work, and the ease that it can bring to a troubled heart. The dimness of the early night had crept up on me before I was finished. I felt more satisfaction over that stall than I had over signing my enlistment papers. When I poured the corn into the grain box, Clove came gratefully into his new shelter. I went into my little cabin, taking my mucky boots off by the door. I built up the fire again and lifted the lid off my bean pot. Fragrant steam rose gratifyingly. I hung up my cloak, and then dismantled my makeshift clothesline and folded or hung my extra clothing. As I put it all neatly away, I tried to retain the sense of satisfaction I'd felt earlier. I set my little table with my cutlery and bowl, and ladled myself a generous helping of the baked beans. I had tea to go with it, and sugar. I ate my meal with pleasure, perched carefully on my rickety chair. Tomorrow, I resolved, I'd remedy that. I'd make myself something that not only could accept my weight, but would be comfortable to sit on. As night lowered outside, and the world grew chill and black, I was safe and warm within my shelter. I had much to be grateful for, and very little to complain about, I told myself. Nevertheless, when I sought my now softened bed that night, a bleakness of heart settled on me once more. Chapter 17. Routine Duty. I began each day with a patrol of the cemetery, shovel in hand. Diligently I repaired animal damage to any grave. I made notes of headboards that would soon need replacing, jotting down information that might otherwise be lost. I maintained the paths and improved them, evening out the ruts and adding drainage, and every day I dug a fresh grave. I measured them precisely, and dug them deep and straight-edged. I mounded the soil so it would not fall back into my excavations. I did this past the time when the frosts came and froze the ground. I stopped only when the snows began. My diligence was the only reason that when Narina Geddo died from pleurisy at 6 years, 3 months, and 5 days, an open grave was waiting. I knew Narina Geddo's age to the day, because I was informed that one of my duties as cemetery guard was to carve the grave markers. I did hers in my cabin one long evening. I put the plank on my table and puzzled out how to engrave the letters and numbers into the wood with the few tools I had. I'd never been a whittler, but I fancied that I did well enough. I threw the chips and shavings into my fire as I worked, and when I was finished, for good measure, I heated the poker and burned black each letter and number in the hopes they would remain legible a bit longer. The next day I drove to town with a coffin in the back of my cart. Clove snorted and steamed as the cart jolted along over the frozen ruts of the road. When I stopped outside the small house that belonged to Corporal Geddo, his older daughter opened the door, looked out, and gave a wild shriek of fear. "It's a croaker bird, man, come for little Mary. Papa, don't let him eat her." I heard later that the tale of her words scampered through the town and brought laughter to those untouched by the tragedy. But that day, no one laughed at her words. I bowed my head and held my tongue. I suppose that with my cold-reddened face and flapping black cloak, I did look like one of Orandula's carrion birds. The little girl's solemn father came to my cart and wordlessly took the coffin from it. I sat and waited in the biting wind. A time passed, and then he and another man carried it back and loaded it. It weighed very little. I wondered if I'd been thoughtless, bringing such a large box for such a small body. I wondered if a man so gripped by grief could care about such things. Clove and I led, and the small funeral procession of men and women on foot and horseback followed. I had cleared the grave cavity of fallen snow the night before, so there was a trodden path for the mourners to follow. I did not stand with the attendees. Instead, I watched from a distance as the family lowered their child into the frozen earth, and Getty's sole priest, a thin, pale plague survivor, said words over her. When they were gone, I went back with my pickaxe and shovel to break the frozen mound of snowy soil into lumps that thundered down on her coffin as I shoveled them in. It seemed a harsh and cruel sound, and heartless somehow to bury a little girl beneath frozen clods of earth. Yet, in a way, I was proud of myself. Without my foresight to dig a grave, I was told, her little body would have been stored in the coffin and tool shed until spring softened the earth and she could be decently buried. So they had done in years past. Putting such a young child to rest put me in mind of Amsel and her brood. I had not thought of her in weeks, and her carry sack that I had borrowed still hung on my wall. That day I resolved I would make good on my promise to myself, and also attempt again to win an audience with the Colonel. I saddled Clove in the dim afternoon and rode to town. I was less of a spectacle than I had been when I first arrived. I still heard the occasional sniggering remark as I passed, but fewer folks stopped and stared. They'd probably had their fill of doing it. Now that I lived among them, I'd lost my novelty. I came to town several times a week to take a meal in the mess hall with the other troopers. I'd found Rollo's Tavern, and claimed my beer and admitted my Getty's sweat. People knew me as Navarre the Cemetery Guard, and some I called friend. It did not mean, however, that everyone regarded me kindly or even neutrally. It still unnerved me to find that my size stirred feelings of extreme dislike in people, even when I had given them no other cause to take offence. My pay as a common soldier was not generous, but I had relatively few wants, and I'd been very stingy with the money that Jarl had slipped into my pack, so I still had a small cache of funds. I took my saved money to town, and tried to be wise in the gifts I bought for Amsel and her children. In the mercantile, I bought red woolen fabric, 4 loaves of barley sugar shaped like flowers, a box of tea, and a small round cheese. I'd already spent more than I'd intended when I saw the book of nursery tales with hand-coloured pictures in it. It would be a foolish gift, I told myself. None of them could read it, and the price was very dear. Nonetheless, I found myself giving over the money for it, and sliding it into the worn rucksack with the other items. "That's more than I meant to spend," I observed innocuously, as I counted out the scrip on the counter.
"What do you want it for, anyway? Going to read stories to the dead?"
The young son of the store owner had been waiting on me. He looked as if he were about 12, or perhaps a very unhealthy 14. Since I'd walked in, he'd regarded me with the same disdain he exhibited to me every time I came in for supplies. I was weary of him, but his father's store had the best supplies in Getty's. Nowhere else could I have found a picture book, let alone barley sugar shaped like flowers. "It's a present," I said gruffly.
"For who?"
he demanded,
as if he had the right.
"Some children I know. Good day." I turned to leave.
"Bit early for Dark Eve gifts,"
he observed to my back. I shrugged one shoulder by way of response. I was nearly out the door when another voice spoke behind me. "Navarre?" Despite myself, I turned to my name. A young man in a lieutenant's uniform had stepped out from behind a tall rack of tools. The moment I recognized Spink, I turned away again. I headed for the door, as if I'd never paused. "Wait!" I heard Spink exclaim. I didn't. I was out the door and mounting Clove before he caught up with me.
"Navarre! It is you! It's me, Spink! Don't you know me?"
"Excuse me, sir. I believe you're mistaken, sir." I was shocked he knew me. I scarcely would have recognized myself as the trim academy cadet I'd once been. I avoided looking at him. Spink looked up at me incredulously.
"Are you saying that I don't know who I am, or that I don't recognize you?"
"Sir, I don't think you know me, sir."
"Navarre, this is ridiculous. I can't believe you're going to insist on this bizarre charade."
"Yes, sir, I am. May I be dismissed, sir?"
"Huh."
He breathed out in a harsh sound of disbelief.
"Yes, dismissed, soldier. Whatever is the matter with you? What's become of you?"
If he expected an answer, he didn't get one. I rode away from him. The afternoon was already dark, the yellow lights of Getty's leaking out from the small houses and businesses. The streets were all dirty-churned snow over hard ice ruts. Clove's big round hooves threw up chunks of frozen muck as I urged him into a ponderous trot. I rode him toward the gates, but when I judged that Spink would no longer be staring after me, I turned him aside to go to Colonel Heron's headquarters. I resolved that I would not let my encounter with Spink rattle me from my course. I told myself that I'd done what was best for both of us. Spink was a lowly lieutenant, still new to Getty's, an officer with no years of experience behind him, nor good social connections. It would not do him any good to admit that he was related by marriage to the fat gravedigger. No, it was best to leave everything as it was. My life served a useful purpose. Actually, I was more than useful. I was succeeding at a task where all others had failed. Perhaps I was not serving my king as an illustrious officer. Perhaps I would never lead a battle charge or win the day for Gurnia. But then, neither would Spink, in his role overseeing food supplies and deliveries for the fort. In reality, how many soldiers ever did win a burst of glory? Even if I'd completed the academy, like as not, I'd have ended up doing some mindless task, much as Spink had. It was not so bad, what I did. It was necessary. Even Colonel Heron said as much. That day, I finally managed to get in to see him. I think it was more his sergeant's decision than his. I'd been coming in every third day, and each day been turned away. When I'd tried to voice my concerns to his sergeant, he'd gravely informed me that as I was outside the chain of command, reporting directly to the colonel, he could not help me. That afternoon, when I walked into his room, the sergeant had sighed heavily, flipped a hand at the door, and suggested sourly, "Go ahead. Try your luck. Don't blame me if it's all bad." "Thank you." I'd immediately crossed the door and knocked briskly. When the colonel barked irritably, "What is it?" I'd taken advantage of the query to enter and present myself. Colonel Heron did not look surprised to see me. He was exactly as I'd seen him weeks before, as if he hadn't moved the whole time. He still wore his smoking jacket and Kavala trousers. This time, at least, he had 2 slippers on his feet. As before, the warmth in his room was overpowering. After a glance at me, he went back to staring at his roaring fire. "Well, I knew you'd be back. Trying to go back on your word. I'll do anything, you said, didn't you? Now I know what you'll say. Can't cut it, can you? Did you come to me to beg to reassign you, or threaten to desert? Or will you say you're ill? I've seen better men than you fail at this assignment. He won't last, I told myself when I gave it to you. And here you are." I was startled. "Sir?" "Now you're going to tell me all the same stories I've heard before. Haunts and ghosties wafting out of the trees at night, loneliness that cuts to the bone, strange chill winds when you walk through the cemetery, even on a sunny day, odd scratching sounds at night, and an utter discouragement with your life that you cannot shake. Thoughts of suicide. I'm right, aren't I?" Although all of those things sounded somewhat familiar, I shook my head. "No, sir. I'm here to discuss grave-digging coffins, and what I am allowed to do about renewing the markers on the old graves. Some are scarcely legible any more. Were any written records kept of who was buried where?" His eyes widened at me. "Well, what would be the sense in that?" "For their relatives, sir, so they might know where their sons are buried, in case they came to Getty's to visit the grave." He shrugged that off. "The ones that really care about such things pay to have them carted home. The others, well, if you've the time and it gives you comfort, repair the markers as best you can. Dismissed." "Sir, that isn't the only reason I came." He compressed his lips and knotted his fists. Then he swung his feet off his hassock and sat up straight to face me. "Do your duty, soldier. If graves are being desecrated, then it's your own fault for not guarding them well enough. If a body is taken, it's up to you to track it down, untangle it from the tree, bring it back, and rebury it. Quietly. And I, for one, do not care how many times you have to do it. So do it and don't complain." I was shocked, stunned to silence. I finally had a complete description of what my job was to entail. "No bodies have been stolen, sir," I managed to say. "But I would like to talk to you about coffins, sir. I think a ready supply of sturdy coffins might be good planning, to prevent the very sort of desecration you've spoken about." He seemed very relieved that I was neither trying to quit nor reporting stolen bodies. "What do you want, man?" "I've looked at the cemetery and how it has been filled. It's obvious to me that at regular intervals, such as every summer, we are overwhelmed with speck plague victims. Bodies are buried in one communal trench, without coffins. I'd like to remedy that, sir. I've begun by digging surplus graves. Now I'd like to suggest that we warehouse coffins. If we built them now and set them by, any man who died would at least be assured of the dignity of a proper burial.
Oh, and that would be a real morale booster, wouldn't it, Trooper? I could address the whole regiment. Well, fellows, seeing as how the foul weather and utter lack of anything of cultural significance in this godforsaken posting has left you idle, I propose that you each build at least one coffin each, so that when summer arrives with the heat, dust, and plague to end your miserable existence here, you'll be assured of a nice burial. I was aghast. I didn't mean it like that, sir. Only that, well, prudence dictates that recognizing that a problem exists and taking measures against it is— I faltered to a halt. That bit of wisdom had come from an engineering instructor at the academy. Quite so. But a warehouse full of coffins might not create the best impression on visiting dignitaries the next time. If there is a next time. Now his voice dwindled away. I read in his silence thwarted ambition and dreams gone awry. "This is a dreadful post," he said quietly. "I was an ambitious man when I arrived here. Now look at me. I can't get out of my own path. Something about this place sucks the heart out of a man, Trooper. The rate of desertion, suicide, and plain dereliction of duty defies all common sense." He stopped, and suddenly seemed to realize that he was talking to someone so far his subordinate that we could have nothing in common. He sighed. "Very well, you are correct. We would be prudent to take measures against the inevitable. But I shall not order the building of coffins. I shall authorize the men to acquire a supply of wood, saw it into lumber, and keep a supply of the needed dimensions to build coffins. Acquiring the wood will be a difficult enough task. Are you satisfied? I'll issue the orders that will ready planks for our yearly devastation." "I'm sorry that it was necessary for me to ask, sir," I said quietly, "and I thank you for granting my request." I longed to know more about the other things he had mentioned, but there was no acceptable way for me to ask those questions. I turned to go. "Bevel!" I turned back to him. "Yes, sir?" "You're not very good at deception, are you?" I stared at him, flummoxed. He said nothing. I think it took over a minute for me to comprehend what I'd done. He'd called me by my proper name, and I'd responded. I looked down at the floor. "No, sir. I suppose I'm not." He sighed. "Neither am I. Your father would prefer that you not know he's aware you are here. But I'm in command of this fort, not him, and I'm not going to play cat and mouse with any of my troopers." He turned and looked back at the fire. "He must have sent the dispatches out the same day you left. I suspect he sent them to every place he thought it likely you'd try to enlist. He stated, quite coldly, that you had no right to call yourself his son, or to use his name any more. I felt like someone had fisted me in the gut and driven all the air from my lungs. I hadn't thought my father's ire would push him so far." "That's my father," I said quietly, "always smoothing the path for me." "Indeed," Colonel Heron replied grimly, "but I should let you know that he also wrote that you were a soldier's son, destined by the good God to serve as a soldier, and that if any of us saw fit to sign you on, wretchedly unfit as you were, we had his blessing to do whatever we thought best, no matter how harsh, to hammer some sort of a soldier out of you. Even so, when I first set eyes on you, I didn't want to take you in. He'd made you sound like a whining, spoiled rich man's son, hiding from his duty. You impressed me when you said you'd take any post, no matter how dirty. So I signed you on. Today you've surprised me. In a good way, I'll add. I don't regret letting you enlist with my regiment." There was an awkward pause between us. Then I said quietly, "Thank you, sir." "Don't thank me. It's not a favour to you. It's a matter of my own ethics." A hint of steel was shining through the rust on the officer. Truth to tell, I was glad to see it. I remained at attention, looking straight ahead at the dim tapestry on the wall. I wondered if he'd report back to my father. Did I want him to? I kept my mouth shut. He'd tell me what he wanted me to know. He took a breath and then let it out rapidly, as if he'd decided something. He changed the topic abruptly. "Bevel, I deplore the initiation that most of our recruits are put through, but I assume you endured it. What did you think of it? Speak freely." "It was horrible, sir. But it did do what everyone told me it would do. I now understand our mission, and how hopeless it is." "I was afraid you'd come to that conclusion. Far too many of my officers and men have. I sit here day after day and ponder my dilemma. I've a road to build, but no one can get close enough to the end of it to push it any further. We can't even seem to finish the approach to it. You're academy trained, in leadership as well as engineering, I assume. So, with all that fancy schooling, I hoped that you'd have an insight for me, perhaps." I didn't, but I didn't want to state it that baldly. "I only went for a year, sir, and it was interrupted by the plague." "Nonetheless, you come from a good bloodline. New noble's son or not, the blood of the old Bevelle line runs through you. Continue as you've begun, and I'll see that you get a chance to rise through the ranks. You'll have to earn it, but I want you to know that I'll not hold you down because of your father's ire, nor raise you because of your name." "Thank you, sir." His words kindled something in me, a hope that I'd thought had died. I suddenly burned with the need to distinguish myself before this man, as more than just a cemetery guard. "Sir, I see 3 ways to approach the dilemma of the road." "Well, let's have them." "The first is obvious, and I'm sure it has been tried. Go around whatever it is." He shook his head. "The road's development follows the old trading trails that go up and eventually through the mountains. There is one good pass fit for the King's Road. Unless we intend to level hills and fill in valleys for miles, this is the best and only approach. What are your other 2 thoughts, Trooper?" I'd heard as much from the other men. There was seldom a night that the dilemma of the road was not discussed in every tavern. Farleyton Regiment had fallen on hard times, but they still had their pride. If there was a way to succeed at this damnable mission, they wanted to find it. "Find a way to shield the men from the terror." He furrowed his brow. "Do you have any practical suggestions for doing that? Are you saying you think armour would stop it?" "No, sir. But it's well known that sometimes drink will make a cautious man foolishly bold. Can a man be numbed to the terror, yet still alert enough to carry on his work?" "You're suggesting liquor? Or a drug?" Laudanum seemed to set Scout Hitch's mind at ease over his injuries. He gave a short, sharp nod to himself. "That's a new suggestion. I'll speak to the post doctors and see if there's any value in it. And your third thought?" "Find what causes the terror, sir, and stop it. From the talk I've heard, the old trading trail was used for generations. Now no one can pass that way, and the specs have to come down to trade. So I speculate that something caused that fear to start. It wasn't always there, and if something can be made to start, perhaps it can be made to stop." He pursed his lips, and then sucked them in as if he'd forgotten his mouth wasn't holding a pipe. "That's an unusual way to see it. But sometimes that's how you get around a problem, looking at it from a new angle." He nodded to himself, and for a short time stared at the lampshade. I hoped he was pondering some new thought, rather than completely forgetting that I was still standing there. I summoned up all my nerve. "Sir, may I ask a question?" "You may." "Does the King know what we face here? Does General Brodge?" "Attempts have been made to explain it to the King. He did not accept the explanation. As for General Brodge, he has, as have the rest of us, experienced a Getty's sweat. Often, when I hear him criticised as having too much sympathy for the common soldier, I think that perhaps that is at the base of it. He has come to Getty's, he has seen what we face here, not just the terror, but the plague." He suddenly cleared his throat, perhaps feeling he'd said too much to a common soldier. "You're dismissed, Trooper. Back to your duties. Tell the sergeant to write up the orders to have the carpentry shop turn out planks of a proper length for 50 coffins, but not to phrase it that way. I'm sure he can deal with that. And be assured that I'll be watching you, Bevelle. Berv. Dismissed." I about-faced smartly and left the room. After a brief conference with the sergeant, during which I wondered if he were also aware of my secret, I left the headquarters and went back out in the street.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents a sci-fi audio production. Forest Mage by Robin Hobb.
I'd left the Colonel's office with more questions than I'd come with. I couldn't decide if our commander were mildly insane or a damn good officer. The chance that he might be both was particularly unsettling. The Colonel's unpredictable mood and my chance encounter with Spink had disturbed me. I decided that, rather than go back to my cabin and dwell on those things, I'd take my meal at the mess with the other enlisted men. It was something I did occasionally, when I was in a mood to endure jibes and mockery for the sake of some socializing. Some of the men were almost my friends. The mess was in a long 2-story building. The lower room was for the enlisted men. The officers always went up the stairs to a more genteel atmosphere. At one end of the big open room there was a kitchen, with 3 large hearths for cooking and big ovens built above them for turning out enough bread to feed everyone. It was probably hellishly hot in summer, but in winter the heat from the cooking and the smells of the food made it a welcome oasis. The ceiling was low and darkened with smoke. In the enlisted men's mess, the floor was made of rough timber and permanently filthy. The tables were battered wood, and the long benches were uncomfortable and awkward for me, but I'd come to like the noisiness of the place. I missed the sounds of people talking, laughing, and eating, almost as much as I missed my books and lessons. My glimpse of Spink had brought all those memories back afresh. Brooks and Kesey were seated when I came in. I picked up a large bowl of steaming mutton stew and 4 fresh rolls of bread and went to join them. They were not the brightest of fellows. Their summer duty was to keep the grass in the cemetery mowed down. In winter, they shoveled snow or cleared ice from the walkways. In the plague season, they dug graves. "Ye fat," Brooks greeted me without malice. He called Kesey Curly. The man was nearly bald. "How's the grave-digging business these days?" "Cold," I told him, and he laughed as if it were funny. Then Brooks lowered his face to his soup bowl to spoon up more food. He always ate like that. His spoon never had to travel more than a couple of inches. I sampled mine. It tasted like wet sheep smelled. "What brings you to town?" Kesey asked. He was an older man and had lost several teeth in the front of his mouth, but I didn't know if it were to fighting or rot. He made a lot of sucking noises at meals as he freed the food trapped in his mouth. I had some questions for the Colonel, and I wanted to do some shopping. "Do either of you know anyone who's headed west on the road soon? I've got a package I'd like delivered." I stirred the stew in my bowl. 1/4 of an onion, 3 carrots, and some crumbling lumps of potato. There were 2 gristly lumps of meat coiled defensively in the bottom of the bowl, and little slivers of meat in the flour-thickened broth. And pepper. Lots of pepper. I think it was the only spice they used. I chose the carrot first. It had been cooked too long. Its texture was gone. But the flavour had lingered, and I savoured it. "Delivered where?" Kesey demanded, breaking into my food reverie. "Deadtown. There's a woman named Amsel there, with 3 kids. She put me up for a while and loaned me a rucksack. It's time to send it back to her." "Ooh, Amsel. Yes, sir. That's a nice bit, when you can get it. I'm surprised you don't want to deliver that yourself." Brooks waggled his tongue appreciatively. "It's nothing like that. Just a return for hospitality." I tried not to let my annoyance show. "You're out of luck, Fats. All the carters have stopped for the winter. If a winter storm catches you on the road this time of year, you're a dead man. Snow comes down, wind blows it smooth, and whoops, where did that road go? Most of them won't chance it. There won't be much traffic until spring. You might find a scout heading out that way, but good luck getting a favour from any of them. You might have to make the trip yourself if you want it delivered. Just go. Who's to know? I might. I lied. My feelings about Amsel were decidedly mixed. I wanted to send her the gifts, not just for the children's joy, but to make her think well of me. At the same time, I wasn't sure I wanted to see her again. I'd heard too many men casually refer to her as the dead town whore. I wasn't sure I could visit her without her seeing that in my eyes. I think that one of the scouts might take it for you. Hitch, or that new fellow, Tiber, whatever his name is. Lieutenant Tiber? He's here. You know him? Ebrooks looked surprised. Not really. I've heard of him. What did you hear? Oh, just rumours. He's a noble's son, isn't he? Didn't he go to the academy? Who cares? Jumped up bastards. Kesey sounded disgusted that I'd even give it a thought. As far as they knew, I was a common soldier's son, as they were. They expected me to share their disdain for officers who were born to that calling. That stung, but I nodded and went back to my food. The potatoes were as overcooked as the carrots. The bread was good, though. I tore the bread and used the pieces to mop up the peppery broth. I thought about the food, not about Tiber and the ambitions we had once shared. The jealousy of the old noble's sons had dashed his hopes. My brush with spec magic had stolen mine. Ebrooks broke into my thoughts again. What did you ask the colonel? I asked him if we could stockpile more coffins. We know the plague is going to come again. It comes every summer. And from what I can see, every summer we run out of graves and coffins and the time to make more, and end up burying our dead in a trench. I just thought we could admit what happens and have coffins ready. I've been doing my part. I dig a new grave every day. Aye, see, I told you he wasn't going to go off like Rhymes did. Ebrooks addressed this to Kesey. Who's Rhymes? I demanded. Last fellow who had your job. Kesey paused to suck noisily at the gaps in his teeth. He come to town 3 times, begging the colonel to put someone else out there. Then he killed himself, or so some say. Some fellows said they saw him dead over his gun, then come to town to report it. When they sent us out there to see, there wasn't anything there. No gun, no body. No blood? I asked them. They looked at one another and shrugged. They didn't know. They probably hadn't looked for it. I suspected they'd felt only relief at not having a body to bury. They weren't curious in that way, I suppose. I'd met them the second time I'd come to the mess hall to eat. They'd sat down beside me and introduced themselves as gravediggers and caretakers of the cemetery in summer. The graveyard was the common bond that made us friends. Was his body ever found? I asked. I expected that to be a negative. Again, they exchanged a glance. We found it, finally, and we brought him back and buried him. Where did you find it? I felt resigned to having to pull the story from them a bit at a time. Kesey ran his tongue over his teeth, then opened his mouth with a popping sound. The usual place, in a tree. Someone stole his body and left it in a tree? Course in a tree. Where else? I was bewildered. Why a tree? Did an animal drag him up there? You might say that. Kesey snickered. But Ebrooks was incredulous. You don't know about the bodies in the trees. I thought sure they would have told you that when you took the job. I shook my head. All I know is that I'm a soldier's son. I needed to enlist, and after I helped scout Hitch, Colonel Heron said he'd have me, and he assigned me to guard the cemetery. I knew a bit more, but I thought feigning ignorance might encourage them to talk. Again, they shared a look. And you said he had to be some kind of brave to take the job. Ebrooks scoffed at Kesey. Damn fool didn't know a thing about what he was getting into. Their grins were wide, but also uneasy when I said, So, why don't you tell me then? What about the fellows who have guarded the cemetery before me? What about the stolen bodies? Well, ain't all that much to tell, Kesey said cheerily. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. You bury somebody, and, poof, the next day the grave's dug up and the body's gone. Then you got to go into the forest and look till you find it. And that's damn hard, you know, 'cause one day the forest will be full of spooky noises, and the next you'll go in there, and under the trees it's so thick with weariness and discouragement a man can't hardly keep his eyes open. But anyway, you find the body, tear it free, and bring it back and bury it again. Sometimes, if you're lucky, it stays buried. Sometimes you got to go get it again the next day. Easier the second time, because it will be in the same tree. But it will be worse for dragging it around, because the bodies go bad so fast after a tree has been at it, you know. They spoke so calmly, and I found myself nodding. A long-ago memory surfaced, of words overheard in the night outside my father's study. "The Specs do it?" I asked. "Well, sure. Who else?" "Why?" "Because they're savages, with no proper respect for the dead. They do it to mock us." Ebrooks was adamant. "I don't know about that," Kesey said. "Some folks think they do it like it's a sacrifice to their gods. No, it's to make fun of us, to force us to go into their damned forest. That place is enough to drive a man mad. But we know we've got to go in there to get our own dead back." "Why is it so difficult to go into the forest?" I asked. "I live right near the edge of it. It's not like the end of the road is." They looked at one another again, sharing their conviction of my idiocy. I decided if they did it one more time, I might try knocking their heads together. "Don't you talk to anyone?" Ebrooks demanded. "Don't you know anything about the Specs?" I fancied I knew a great deal more about the Specs than they did. Before I could phrase a more tactful thought, Kesey grinned and challenged me. "Why don't you just try going into the forest, Sniffar? Find out for yourself." "I probably will, but I'd like to know—" My request was cut short by a sergeant bellowing their names. They both rose hastily and followed him. The sergeant gave me a disdainful glare before he turned and led them away. I knew the man slightly. His name was Hoster, and he was the man who had helped Epony with her cloak that windy day. He'd formed a bad opinion of me that day, and had never troubled to change it. He seemed to find my fact a personal affront. Today his harassment was veiled, limited to sending away my dining companions on some trivial task. I sat by myself, finishing my cooling stew and savouring the fresh bread. I let myself focus on the bread, how it tore between my fingers, on the difference between the brown crust and the softer interior. I felt my teeth break it down with my chewing, the satisfaction of swallowing. This I could always rely on. Food never failed me. I cleared my place at the table. Most of the men were dispersing. As I was leaving, Lieutenant Tiber entered. He let the door bang shut behind him and stepped to one side to unwind a long muffler from around his face and throat, before taking off the heavy woolen cloak he wore. I had not seen him since he'd left the academy to become a scout. I still could not look at him without feeling a measure of guilt. If I had spoken up sooner about what I'd seen the night he was beaten and left for dead, perhaps scandal would not have stained him. Winter aged him as it does some men. He looked bitter, and the lines in his face were deepened by the redness of his cheeks. The mud-spattered edge of his cloak seemed to attest to a journey just completed. He glanced at me, grimaced with distaste at my portliness, and then his eyes slid away, dismissing me as being of no consequence. I watched him strip the gloves from his hands. Despite their protection, his hands were red with chilblains. I challenged myself to approach him and ask if he could carry my gifts to Amzul on his next mission in that direction. But he was an officer, and obviously tired, cold, and in a hurry to get to hot food. I halted, and he strode past me without a glance. I left the mess hall. The ride home in the dark seemed longer than usual. The rucksack hung at my saddle, a bag full of good intentions. I idly wondered if Colonel Heron would grant me leave to deliver my gifts myself. He'd probably think I was trying to desert. Then I wondered if anyone would notice if I took 6 days to ride out to Deadtown and back. Would Amsel be glad to see me? Or would she think that I'd heard of her reputation and come to try my luck with gifts? I clenched my teeth. I had no time for a schoolboy's infatuation based on a woman being civil to me. The year was coming to an end, and the night seemed darker and the stars closer. Moonlight made the road a dirty streak between the snow-mounded fields. I trusted Clove to find his way home. The thoughts I'd been avoiding all evening occupied me. Was this duty my destiny, the summit of my life's ambition? Did my father know I was here? Did I hate him more for how he'd sought to be sure I couldn't use his name to gain favour? I shook my head, to clear it of thoughts of him. Almost immediately, Spink came to mind. How long could I avoid him and my cousin Epony? If Spink told Epony he had seen me, I doubted it would be long. And then what? She'd want to know every detail of my life, and I didn't think I could stomach a long confession, let alone her misguided good intentions to help me. Better for all of us if she never knew I was in Gettys. I offered a vain prayer to the good God I had once so trusted, that Spink would have the common sense to hold his tongue and say nothing to Epony. My spirits sank deeper when I perceived that the single window of my little cabin leaked yellow light into the night. I had left the fire banked on the hearth. For light to spill out from the closed shutters meant that someone had lit the lamp. I dismounted from Clove and dropped his reins, creeping toward my dwelling cautiously. Who had intruded, and what did they intend? Strangely, I did not fear robbers so much as I dreaded that Spink might have tracked me down. Then I recognized Renegade, standing outside my door. I advanced, relieved it was not Spink, and puzzled as to why Hitch would visit me. I'd called on him several times while he was recovering from his cat attack, but each time the differences in our ranks had become more awkward. It had been some weeks since I'd last seen him. As I set my hand to the latch, I wondered how I should greet him. I was annoyed that he would so freely enter my dwelling place. On the other hand, on a night such as this, I could scarcely have expected him to wait outside for me. Curiosity finally overwhelmed all else, and I opened the door. My cabin had undergone several changes since I'd first moved in. I'd built myself an ample chair, uglier but much sturdier than the original. I'd also reinforced the table and widened and strengthened the bed. Hitch sat in the original spindly chair by the hearth. He didn't startle when I opened the door, but merely turned his face toward me with a slow grin. The aroma of fresh coffee filled my cabin. "Put the wood in the hole, boy. It's cold out there." I shut the door as he bade me. Hitch had shed his wet outer garments in an untidy heap on the floor. "It's pleasant to see you, sir," I said stiffly. The smell of the hot coffee beckoned me. "I left my sir on the other side of your door. Pardon me if I don't get up to fetch it." He nodded at my pot full of his coffee. "Hope you don't mind that I extended your hospitality to myself. It's a black, cold night out there, and a man has to take comfort where he can." He looked around my small home. "So, it looks like you've done well for yourself." I wasn't sure if he meant to be sarcastic or not. "It's better than some places I've been," I said guardedly. He laughed at my cautious tone. "Never. Come on in and get comfortable. Pull up a chair, have a cup of coffee. After all, it's your house, your life." "That's true," I said pointedly. "Back in a moment, after I put up my horse." When I returned from seeing Clove, Hitch had poured me a mug of coffee. Several apples sat on the table next to the mug. As I hung up my cloak and muffler, I asked him, "How on earth did you get apples at this time of year?" "I'm an officer. We have access to the better supplies." He laughed at the expression on my face. "You're torn between 'it's not fair' and 'I should have been an officer too, so I could have those unfair apples more often.' I think both statements are true," I said with mangled dignity. "True has nothing to do with what is," he said blithely. "Sit down, Never. Drink your coffee and eat an apple. Let us discuss our lives with one another." "Let's not," I said succinctly. But I took an apple and the mug from the table and moved my chair to join him by the stove. "What really brings you to visit me?" I asked after my first sip. "Renegade," he said, and laughed at his own feeble joke. Then he cleared his throat. "I don't know, Never. I just had an impulse. Do you ever get impulses like that? You suddenly feel like you ought to do a thing without knowing why?" "Not really," I said. "Really?" he asked conversationally. "Let me rephrase that. Have you ever done something impulsively and suddenly felt that your careless words or passing touch would have far greater significance than you'd intended?" A creeping dread invaded my bones. "No, I don't think so." "I see. So you never attempted to enlist at a small courier station, and as you left, you never departed with a quote from the Holy Writ? Something like, 'As you have seen to the needs of the stranger, so may your own wants be met in your time of need.'" I sat very still, looking at him. He smiled mirthlessly. "I range a bit. Sometimes I go a bit beyond the scouting missions I'm sent on. Sometimes I have a mission of my own, such as when I'm sent out to set something to rights after someone else has unbalanced it." "Do you do that often?" I managed to ask. The apple sat round, smooth-skinned, and untasted in my hand. I could smell its end of summer fragrance. It spoke of sweet juice and tart flesh just under the red-streaked skin. "Not before you came along." He shifted in his chair, stretching his stockinged feet closer to the fire. "Things are pretty strange at that courier station, Never, my lad. Think about it. I'm guessing you wanted food, and they sent you away empty-handed. They remember you quite well, by the way. It was the day after you passed through that the first supply wagon arrived empty. No one had any explanation. The wagon pulled in, the troopies came out to unload, and the crates were empty." "Bizarre," I managed to say. A stillness was growing inside me. "Once would be bizarre. The second supply wagon never arrived, nor the third. Well, let me make the tale short. In an incredible string of bad luck and odd mishaps and inexplicable events, that particular carrier stop has gone unsupplied since you, or someone very like you, passed through and cursed it. At least, that's how the tale is being told." He paused for a moment and then added, "They're not starving exactly. They can go out and hunt for themselves, but it's been very disruptive. A lot of people have heard about it and are paying attention to it. That could be bad for you, Never." He was no longer asking if I'd done it, and I saw no point in denying it. "The words just came out of my mouth," I said. "I just meant to be sarcastic, not to curse them." He sank a bit deeper into his chair. "Spec magic has a life of its own, Never. You might think you're using it, but it's always using you. Always. I warned you to be careful of it." "That happened before I ever met you," I retorted, and then felt childish for needing to make the excuse. I took a bite out of the apple. The taste of it overwhelmed me for a few moments. My head reeled with sweet and sour, with the crisp texture of the flesh and the sturdy flap of apple skin that I ground between my teeth. "There he goes again," Hitch muttered to himself. "You don't listen to a word I say. The more you use it, the more power it has over you. There, is that plain enough for you? The magic isn't yours, Nevar. You belong to it, and the more you use it, the more hold it has on you." "Like the keep fast charm," I said slowly, "only it doesn't seem to work any more." He shot me a look. Yes, I was coming to that. You do seem to get around, and to do a lot of damage in the process. Uneasiness ran over me with cold, wet little feet. I don't believe that you've gone as far as the dancing spindle on a scouting expedition. Me personally? No, but there were witnesses, and information like that travels. If a person wants to hear about it, he only has to listen. And some people very much wanted to hear what had suddenly impacted the whole system of plains magic. You're fair on your way to being a legend in your own time, Never. Just who do you scout for, Hitch? The information you're gathering doesn't sound like something Colonel Heron sent you after. I was beginning to feel angry. The kind of anger that comes when fear threatens and one doesn't know the exact source. Damn you, Never. You sit there and I talk to you and you hear the words, but it's like you don't listen to what they mean. It's spec magic, old son. It's got you. I told you before, it's got me too. It uses me. It uses you. The scary part is that you seem to be using it, and I don't think you have any concept of what you are doing, or how heavily in debt you are to it. When it demands to be paid back, you're going to have to give it more than just yourself. You're going to have to give it things that don't belong to you, things I care about. I'm here to tell you that you have to draw a line with it and fight. Be a Gurneyan, man, at least a little. It seems to me that a few weeks back you didn't think so highly of my patriotism. If I recall correctly, you mocked me for it. I mock anyone who does things without thinking for himself why he does them, and that is what you're doing with your magic. You took out the dancing spindle, and when you did, I think that what the plains magic lost, spec magic gained. And certainly you seemed to have gained. You do things I've never seen anyone do, and I've seen quite a bit of spec magic in my wandering. Last time I went through Deadtown, I saw your little vegetable garden. You told it to grow. It's still growing, just as the people at the courier station are still not receiving supplies, just as they deny them to you. You're setting things in motion, Never, with no heed as to the ultimate consequences. You stopped the spindle turning, but you've set all sorts of little things spinning for you. Look, I said bluntly, I did those things. Well, I guess I did them. You say so, and I'm going to believe you. But I don't know how I did them, and I don't know how to undo them. If anyone is at fault here, it's the damn magic, not me. It came into my life and took it over. I never sought it out. It's ruined everything for me. It's taken my body, my career, my fiancé, my family, even my name. I've lost everything to it, and I still don't know how it works, or why it works, or what it wants of me. But with all the things it has done to me, why can't I use it to do a little good? Amzil and her children were starving. Was it so bad, what I did? He huffed out his breath in a blast of disbelief. Damn me! You did do it. You really did. He took a breath, as if to restore his steadiness. Was it so bad? You ask that, as if you think I know the full answer. All I can tell you is that this magic gets into you like ivy putting roots into a tree trunk. And it climbs up you, and it steals your light and sucks out your sustenance. It uses you, Never. And every time you use it, you give more of yourself to it. Do you understand me? Tell me that you know what I'm talking about. I don't. That is, I do and I don't. How do you know so much about it anyway? I told you. There was a woman, a spec woman. She wanted me, and what a spec woman wants, she takes. And a spec woman is just like their magic. She makes you her own, and that's it. He stood up so suddenly his chair nearly fell over. With lightning-like reflexes, he caught it and then stepped clear of it. He walked a turn around my small house, staring at the walls as if he could see through them. Never met a woman like her before. Once you start going among them, you'll see what I mean. They got a whole different way of seeing the world, A whole different idea of how life works. And once they take you in, suddenly it seems that it's the only way to see things. They just accept the magic. They don't go around thinking that they're going to decide how their lives go. They laugh at us for that. Once, that woman showed me a little plant growing by a stream. She said, "You see that little plant, all by itself, having its own life?" And I said, "Yes, I see it." And she said, "That's you. And you see that other little plant over there, on the other side of the stream? You see it, all by itself over there? That's me." So I thought she was trying to tell me something, about how the stream separated us, about how different we were. But then she went over and grabbed the plant that was me, and she pulled it up out of the ground. But its tough little roots came with it, and she started following that root, lifting it up out of the ground, and that root went from my plant to another, and to another, and finally it went right under the stream and come up on the other side, and she pulled it up, and it went to the plant she said was her. And she stood there, holding up all this network of roots, and she said, "See, there isn't one little plant growing alone. It's all of us." He fell silent, palm up and empty, reached out toward me, waiting for a response. He seemed terribly moved by what he had told me. "It's a nice story," I said at last, "but I don't see how it helps me understand whatever it is you're trying to say." He shook his head at me in disgust and went back to sit in his chair. "For her, it's not a metaphor, it's reality. She truly believes that we are connected to one another and that in some way we are all part of one big something." "Some big what?" "We don't have a word for it. She's told me about it 100 times, but her truth is in a place where our words don't reach. It's like disease. Our children get sick, we try to find out why, and we try to make them better. We cover them up with blankets to try to sweat the fever out, or we give them willow bark tea, because we think sickness means something is wrong with a child." "And Specs don't think something is wrong when a child gets sick?" "No. Do you think something is wrong when a boy's voice changes, or he sprouts whiskers out of his face? They think children are supposed to get sick. Some get better and live, and that's fine with them, and some die, and that's fine with them in a different way." "Do you see her often?" "Who?" "Your Spec woman." "Yes, in a way." "I'd like to meet her," I said quietly. He seemed to think about that for a long time. "Maybe you can, if she wants, in spring." "Why not sooner?" "Because it's winter. No one sees Specs in the winter." "Why not?" "Are you playing with me, Never? You are so damn frustrating. How can you have Spec magic all through you and not know a thing about them? Specs don't come around in winter. They just don't." "Why not?" "Well, I don't know. They just don't. They're gone in winter." "Where? Do they migrate? Do they hibernate?" I was getting as impatient with Hitch as he was with me. He'd come here, full of mystical hints and warnings, and told me next to nothing. "I just told you, I don't know. They keep to themselves in winter. No one will see a Spec around here until spring." "I saw a Spec woman here, but it was only a dream." I think I threw the words out just to see what he would say. He gave a huff of displeasure. "I like how you say only, Never. Are you that comfortable with it? Spec comes walking around in my dreams, it still puts the wind up my back. Of course, to them, it's nothing. They go journeying by dream all the time. No Celica, she can't understand why I make such a fuss about it." "So, you dream of your woman, no Celica?" "She's not my woman, Never." He spoke quietly, as if sharing a dangerous secret with me. "Never talk about a Spec woman that way. She could put you in a bad way over something like that, and I don't dream about her. She comes into my dreams." "What's the difference?" "In the world you and I grew up in, nothing at all. In her world, well, In her world, she walks into a dream like you walk into a different room. I'd almost forgotten the apple in my hand. I took another bite of it and chewed it slowly, thinking. She believes that she can visit you in your dreams. She not only believes it, she does it. How? Are you asking how I experience what she does, or how she does it? The answer to the first is that I fall asleep, and I think I'm having an ordinary dream, and then no Celica comes into it. As to how she does it, I've no idea. Maybe you should be telling me. You seem to be the one using a lot of magic. The apple was down to a stem and the core. I looked at it for a few moments, then put the core in my mouth and chewed it up. I tossed the stem in the fire. A year ago, I would have thought this whole conversation was utter nonsense. Now, half the time, I don't know what I think. A dream is just something that happens in your mind at night, except when a spec woman walks into it and starts teaching you things. Hitch, I can't make sense of my life anymore. Once, it was all laid out for me so clearly. I'd go to the academy, graduate with honours, and I'd get a good commission with a top-notch regiment. I'd move up fast as an officer. I'd marry Carsina, the girl my father had chosen for me, and we'd have children, and, eventually, when I was old, I'd retire from the military and go back to Widevale and live under my brother's roof until I died. Well, who wouldn't dream of such a life? Hitch asked, with false enthusiasm. You can mock me if you like, I replied grumpily. It wasn't a bad dream. If I'd been posted to the right regiment, I'd have had a chance for adventure and glory. And I don't see anything wrong with looking forward to a well-bred wife, and quiet waters, and a snug home at the end of one's days. What do I have to look forward to now? If I get really good at burying bodies, perhaps I'll earn a corporal's stripes. And when I'm too old to dig graves, what then? What then? You can't really believe that you're stuck here the rest of your life. Well, I don't really see what else there is for me, I retorted. Saying it aloud made it more real. Maybe I'd be promoted. Maybe I'd get a few stripes on my sleeve. But I'd still be fat and alone and digging graves. And when I couldn't do that any more, when my body gave out under the strain of carrying all this extra flesh, then I'd be one of those ex-soldier beggars in some dingy town. I sat back in my chair. I couldn't catch my breath. Take it easy, Never. You've got all this magic running through you, and you're worried that you'll have a boring life. Actually, you should be praying for that. Boredom is vastly underrated. Boredom means that nothing is trying to kill you every day. He smiled grimly at his own wit. I almost wish... I began, but stopped at a sharp motion from Hitch. You, of all people, should be very careful what you wish for. If you haven't heard a word I've said all evening, then listen to me now. Your wishes have an uncanny habit of coming true. Be careful where you bend your will. Magic seems to go with it. Perhaps once or twice, I began, but again he cut me off impatiently. You wished to enlist here, and because it served the magic's purpose, you were allowed to. This duty you've been given. Do you think this was a random choice by our colonel? I venture to say there is speckish benefit somewhere here. How could my guarding the cemetery be of any benefit to the specs? I don't know, he finally retorted in a low voice. But it's something you'd best think about, Never. Why would they want you here? What do they want you to do? I don't know. But whatever it is, I won't do it. I won't betray my people. I thought I knew what he feared. I won't be lax at my guardianship. I won't allow them to mock and desecrate our dead. Mocking the dead would be very unspec-like, Hitch said quietly. They show their own dead vast respect. They claim that wisdom gained never passes away, not even with death. Did you know that? I shook my head. This part of me that is here and speaks to you knows very little about the specs, but there is another part of me that I fear knows too much and too well. He allowed himself a smile. That you know that part exists and that you admit it to me shows me that you are gaining wisdom, Never." He heaved a sudden sigh and stood up. "It's late. I'm going back to town. There's a new whore at Salem Mogham's brothel. I plan to sample her before she's worn out." "But you said you had a spec woman." He lifted one shoulder and gave a smile both sheepish and defiant. "Once in a while, a man likes to be in charge of things. Spec women don't give you much chance of that. They do things their own way and expect you to follow meekly along." For some reason, that put me in mind of Amsel. "You've reminded me. I've still got Amsel's carry sack. Next time you go by Deadtown, would you take it back for me?" "I could," he conceded, "if you think you must. Navarre, it's just a rucksack. Don't put too much importance on it." I promised her that I'd return it. My promise is worth more to me than the rucksack. Besides, I've put in a few gifts, for the children. He shook his head at me. "I've warned you, old son. Amsel's a hard nut to crack. I don't think you'll get to her through the children. Save your time and effort. Come to Salem Mogham's with me." The invitation was more tempting than I'd wanted to admit. "Another time," I said regretfully, "when I've got more money. Will you take the carry sack to Amsel?" "I said I would," he agreed. "And will you be more careful in how you spend your magic?" "I would if I knew how. I wish I could undo what I did to the men at the courier station. It was only their sergeant who was so hard-hearted to me. I'd no wish to curse them all. All the more reason for you to be careful. If that's what you do when you don't mean to harm anyone, what would happen if you really intended it?" It was a sobering thought. I'd undo it if I could. I don't know how. He was standing by the door, the laden rucksack in his hand. "That's a feeble excuse, Never, and you know it. You said you did it without knowing how. If I were you, I'd be trying to undo it." He shook his head at my expression. "Don't be stubborn. This isn't something you want connected to you. You're a dangerous man, Never. The fewer people who know that, the safer you are. Good night." And so he left me to what was not a good night at all. I didn't like that he thought I was dangerous, and I liked it even less that, on consideration, I concluded that I was. I was like a foolish boy with a loaded gun. It didn't matter if I knew how the gun worked. I'd fired it, and someone had suffered the consequences. Was I so different from the two young fools on the riverboat who had felled a wind wizard with iron shot? They'd probably had no real notion of the harm iron could do him. I'd despised them for it. But here I was, spraying magic out just as carelessly. According to Hitch. I lay in my bed and stared up at my shadowed ceiling. I wanted so desperately to be able to go back to where magic was the stuff of tales, not something that affected my life every day. I didn't want it to be a power I had, with no concept of how it worked or was controlled. The light danced with the flames in my hearth, and I decided I should try to undo whatever I had done to the courier station. It wasn't easy. In the moment I'd said those words, I'd wholeheartedly desired that they suffer exactly as I did from their lack of charity. There was still a hard part of me that thought they deserved what had happened. I discovered that I would need to forgive them before I could truly wish to undo what I had done to them. That forgiveness was an easy thing to say, but a harder thing to feel in my heart. I groped toward an understanding of the magic I had done. It had gone beyond what I'd said to what I'd felt toward them. Feelings, I discovered, did not yield to logic or even to ethics. Why should everyone at the relay station suffer because their sergeant had been so stiff-necked? Why should any of them suffer at all, at my say-so? Who was I to judge them? I chased my morality in circles that night, trying to find it. When it came to actually living as an upright man, I discovered that I was no more truly tolerant and forgiving than any worshipper of the old gods. The moment that I realized I was no better than the men who had turned me away when I begged their help, I was able to forgive. I felt something move through me, a prickling in my blood, followed by a stillness and a sense of effort expended. Had I worked magic? I couldn't tell. I had no way of knowing, no way of proving that I had or had not. Perhaps all of this was a silly illusion, a game that Hitch and I played, pretending to powers that didn't exist. My refusal to surrender and completely believe in magic was my final defense that enabled me to live in a world that made sense to me. The early morning was a pearly darkness of falling snow. I burrowed deeper into my blankets and finally slept.
Chapter 18. Visitor. I tried to find the rhythm of my days again, but it was broken. The snow was too deep and the ground too frozen for me to dig graves, and there was very little else for me to do. I missed my schoolbooks. Writing in my journal almost made things worse. I had far too much time to think. Magic, my father's opinion of me, Spink's knowledge that I was in Gettys, Colonel Heron asking my opinion on the road dilemma. I had too much to ponder. I tempted myself to go into town, thinking that any sort of company might be a welcome distraction, but I felt an almost irrational fear that I would encounter someone who knew me from my academy days. I isolated myself at the graveyard, until a rider came out one day to fetch me. An old man had died. I hitched Clove to the wagon and went to town for the coffin and corpse. The old man had been an ex-soldier and a drunk who had died in debt to everyone who had tried to befriend him. The poor fellow had no mourners to follow me out to the graveside. Once I had him loaded, I steeled my heart to my own callousness and completed my own necessary errands. I picked up hay and grain for Clove and some basic food supplies for myself. I forced myself to take my noon meal in the mess hall. Ebrooks was at table, shoveling his food into his mouth as if it were a competitive sport. From him I learned that Kesey was sick in bed with a toothache, but hadn't the courage to have the molar pulled. "That side of his face is swollen like a melon, and so tender he can't eat a bite. Even drinking water hurts him. I told him, go have it pulled and be done with it. How could the pain be any worse? He still hopes it will go down by itself, but he almost counts himself lucky to have been sick in bed last night after what happened in the streets." "Why? What happened?" He shook his head and then lowered his face to his plate to shovel in another large spoonful of beans. He spoke around them, muffled. "Ain't supposed to talk about it. Going to be hushed up and smoothed over, like they allers do." "What?" He swallowed noisily and gulped coffee to be sure the food had gone down. He glanced around the mess and then leaned closer to me. "Murder last night. I heard something about a whore, an officer, and some soldiers. What I heard was the officer fancied the bit and got mad when the soldiers had her first. He shot one of the boys. Something like that." "That's ugly," I said, leaning away from his breath. "Life is ugly," he agreed, and went back to his food. I turned my attention to my own plate, and a short time after that, Ebrooks pushed back from the table and left. My meal was 4 rashers of bacon and a steaming sea of brown beans with biscuits. I enjoyed it more than the food merited, until I noticed Sergeant Hoster at a nearby table with a couple of his cronies. His friends were grinning broadly as they watched me eat, but Hoster was regarding me with a stare of flat dislike. One of Hoster's friends rolled his eyes and muttered something to Hoster. The other man snorted wildly into his cup of coffee, spattering liquid all over their table, while the first one leaned back, choking with juvenile laughter. Hoster's expression didn't change. He rose slowly and approached my table. I kept my eyes on my plate, pretending I didn't know he was coming. I refused to look up until he addressed me directly. "You look tired, Berv. Keeping some late hours?" I had to swallow before I could reply. "No, Sergeant." "You sure about that? You didn't come to town last night for a bit of fun?" "No, Sergeant. I stayed home last night." "Did you?" He didn't wait for a response. "Must get lonely out there. Man lives alone all the time. He can get real hungry for the company of a woman. Isn't that so?" "I suppose." I suspected he was setting me up for mockery. I was trying not to rise to the bait. He leaned very close to me and spoke softly.
Did you hear the news, Berv? She didn't die. In a few days, the doctors think she'll feel well enough to talk. She'll be able to describe who attacked her, and I'd say you're a hard man to mistake. He was accusing me of being one of the rapists. Outrage vied with shock. I kept calm with difficulty. I was at my cabin all last night, Sergeant. I've heard about the attack on the woman. It's a terrible thing, but I had nothing to do with it. He straightened up. Well, we'll see, won't we? Don't think about running off. You wouldn't get far. All around the mess hall, men had stopped eating to stare at us. They continued to stare even when Hoster sauntered away to rejoin his friends. I glanced around at the speculation on their faces, and then back at my food. All pleasure in my meal vanished. I kept my eyes on my plate as I finished eating, ignoring the sergeant and his friends, even when they walked out right behind my seat. The company of others, I reflected hotly to myself, had done little to distract me from my own dark thoughts. I left the mess and walked out into what was left of the cold day. I buried the old soldier as the last of the day's light fled, and I'm afraid the only words I said over his body were a feeble prayer to the good God that I would not end up just like him. The day was unpleasantly cold, the kind of cold that cracks lips and numbs fingers, even when a man is working hard. The hair inside my nose froze and prickled me, while the muffler over my mouth grew frosty from my breath. The soil that I threw down in the coffin was as much ice and snow as earth. I mounded it well over the grave, and then trampled it down as tightly as I could. By the time I sought my fireside, afternoon was darkening into evening. I divested myself of my chilled garments, built up my fire, and swung the pot on its hook over the awakening flames. This week's stock was a good one, with barley and a meaty beef bone as the base for it. I had taught myself, via trial and error, to make hearth cakes using saleratus as leavening. They were not bread, but my recent efforts had been palatable. I stirred up some to go with my soup. Bending over my belly to crouch down by the hearth to watch them and then turn them was uncomfortable. Some days, I scarcely noticed the inconvenience and simply accepted my body. At times like tonight, I felt as if I were bound up in someone else's garments. I could recall so clearly how my body used to work. I felt I should still be able to crouch low and jump high, to chin myself or reach down and tie my shoe without holding my breath. But every time I forgot the flesh that enclosed me and attempted such a movement, I paid with a twinge or a cramp or failure. When all my hearth cakes were browned, I stacked them on my plate and with a grunt heaved myself to my feet. I set them on my table and then ladled a generous helping of soup into my bowl. By virtue of great self-control, I still had one of Hitcher's apples left to accompany my meal. I sat down to my repast with anticipation. Food always worked. No matter how distressing the rest of my life might become, food and the sensations of eating it were always pleasant. Food had become my comforter and my companion. I refused to dwell on what Hoster had implied. As he had said, we would see. When the woman recovered enough to describe her attackers, my name would be cleared of the sergeant's foul accusation. I was an innocent man with nothing to fear. Just as I sat down, I heard a sound outside. I froze, listening. There were the small sounds of a man dismounting from a horse, and then the squeak crush of boots on packed snow. I expected a knock at the door. Instead, I heard a voice say firmly, "Navarre, let me in." I had an almost overwhelming urge to sit silently where I was. I didn't answer. But after a moment, I went to the door and lifted the latch. Spink stood on my doorstep. The cold had pinched his face white, save for his red nose and the tops of his cheeks. Steam came out of his muffled mouth as he asked, "Can I put my horse in with yours? It's cold out here and getting colder." "If you want," I said, but there seemed nothing else to say. "I'll be right back," he told me, and turned to lead his horse off to Clove's lean-to. I shut the door to hold both the cold and my past at bay. And then I did something that was probably childish. I went to my table and drank down my hot soup as fast as I could, and gobbled down as many of my hearth cakes as I could manage. listening always for the sound of Spink's boots outside. It was not greed. I was hungry, and I did not want to be thinking about food while Spink was there, nor did I want to watch him watching me eat. It was going to be hard enough to sit across from him and try to ignore how his eyes would wander from mine to the rest of my body, wondering and speculating on how I could have changed so much. When I heard his footsteps outside, I went to the door and opened it. "Thanks," he exclaimed, and came quickly in, immediately opening his coat and moving closer to the fire. "That's the coldest I've ever been in my life, and I'm afraid the ride back to town will be worse. It's absolutely clear outside. The stars seem like you could reach up and pick them out of the sky." He drew off a set of heavy mittens, and then awkwardly peeled off his gloves before thrusting his hands toward my fire. His fingers were nearly white. His breath came in shuddering sighs. "Spink, why did you come out here tonight?" I asked him sadly. I dreaded the confrontation that I knew must follow this meeting. Why couldn't he just have let things alone? He mistook my meaning. "Tonight was the first chance I've had to slip away without Epony demanding to know where I was going and why. She's having some kind of meeting at our house tonight, with women from all over Gettys. All sorts of talk about bettering their lot and providing more opportunities for soldiers' widows and daughters. We don't have a large house. In fact, it's quite small, even by Gettys standards. Fill it full of women who all seem to be talking at once, and it gets even smaller. When I told Epony quietly that I simply must leave for a time, she scowled at me, but let me go. And here I am." He smiled sheepishly, as if loath to admit that Epony had so much management of his time. I had to smile back. I'd never imagined it would be any other way. The moment I smiled, Spink burst into a grin like a sunrise. He came quickly to me and seized my right hand in both his icy ones and shook it, saying, "Navarre, I'm so glad to see you alive. Everyone thought you were dead." He let go my hand and flung himself into my spindly chair by the fire. "Even Jarl has given you up for dead," he went on, "for she said you had promised to write to her, and that it was a promise you would not break. Your father told her your horse came home riderless. That made her nearly certain. Epony has shed buckets of tears over you. When I saw you in the mercantile, I could not believe my eyes. Then, when you refused to admit it was you, it was so peculiar. I didn't know what to think. I nearly told Epony, but then I decided that before I allowed her to leap blindly into this, I'd find out exactly what was going on. It's just so hard to get a few hours away without having to explain to her where I've been every moment that I'm gone. But here I am, blathering on, when what I really want to hear is, what has happened to you?" I tried to consider my response. As I took a breath to speak, Spink broke forth again. I stared at him, somewhat astounded. I supposed that living with Epony, he had had to learn to speak all his thoughts whenever he had the chance, or forever give up the opportunity. "We had your letters from Widevale, of course. Then they just stopped, but after a time, we began to receive letters from Jarl. Then they stopped. That really worried us, but finally we had a stern letter from your father, returning a letter that Epony had sent to Jarl and telling her that he would not brook anyone interfering with his daughter's proper upbringing. Epony had only said that we'd welcome a long visit from Jarl if she felt she needed some time away from home. Well, I'm making it much milder than what Epony actually wrote, to be honest. She actually wrote that if Jarl felt she could no longer tolerate living under your father's roof, she could come and live with us." Spink sighed abruptly, and then drew a breath. He shook his head. "My dear wife is sometimes a bit too frank, I suppose. Not that I'm telling you anything you don't already know. Her exhortations to Jarl to think for herself offended your father. He wrote that Epony's letters were unwelcome, that Jarl would not receive them, and that he was going to be sure his brother knew how far his daughter had strayed from her upbringing." The lines around his mouth deepened as he added, "You can imagine the sort of storm that provoked in our home." "Yes, I can," I said quietly. My father was still a good soldier. He unerringly aimed for the weakest point in the enemy's defences. Diverting Epony's attack on him to make it a battle between her and her own father was a brilliant tactic. I could imagine how he would sit, pipe lit, eyes narrowed, smiling and nodding to himself over it. Telling Yarel that Solofty had come back without me was the perfect way to end her hopes. I did write to Yarel, I told Spink, several times. The news wouldn't be what she hoped for I told her of my situation here and pointed out that it was impossible for her to come and stay with me as we'd discussed. I assumed she didn't write back because she was angry or disappointed. Obviously, she never received them. Since my father has disowned me, he will not feel I deserve the courtesy of a reply from him. Very neatly done. I imagine he's letting Jarl expend a lot of energy writing letters to Epony, which he then diverts. If Jarl thinks that I am dead, and that Epony no longer replies to her letters, she will become very discouraged, and probably much more tractable. "So, what are you going to do about it?" Spink asked me. I looked at him in surprise. Do? What can I do? Nothing. His manner toward me stiffened slightly. "You didn't give up so easily when you were a cadet. I recall how you stood up to the old noble second years when they persecuted us, and how you solved the bridge problem in engineering." I shook my head at him. Those were schoolboy solutions to schoolboy problems, and all of that happened before I was the size of a barn door, and when I still had the prospect of a good commission and a real life before me. All my bleakness came flowing back. "You shouldn't be here, Spink. You'll only damage your career by associating with me. I'm a fat cemetery soldier, an enlisted man with no prospects save grinding toward a stripe or two. The last thing I want is for people to know that we are related, even if it's only by marriage." He looked at me for a time in utter discouragement. Then he shook his head and said quietly, "I should have known it would get to you too. It weighs us all down, but I thought you would see through it. The discouragement you feel isn't natural, Nivar. I'm not sure that I agree entirely with Epony's analysis of it, but one can't argue at all with the end product." I sat like a sack of oats, refusing to be prodded by my curiosity. Spink gave in before I did. "Morale here is terrible. It isn't just the prisoner workers or the soldiers who guard them, though they have the worst problems. Did you know, in the last 2 years, there has been no substantial progress made on pushing the road up into the Barrier Mountains?" I looked at him. "I was initiated," I said. "I've broken a Getty's sweat. I know about the terror at the end of the road. I'm not surprised that we've made no progress. But what does that have to do with me? The discouragement you feel, the horrible depression, it's not just you. It's every man who is assigned here. How much of Getty's history do you know?" I smiled sourly. "We didn't get that far before I was pushed out of the academy." "It's not funny, Nivar. Not when you know it. Getty's was a trade outpost a long time before it was a Gurnean fort. There was good fur trade with the Minder folk, but none of them live around here these days. Traders came in the summer to go up into the mountains and trade with the Specks. Then came the Plains Wars and the push east. King Trovin decided that this would be the eastern boundary, and his soldiers made it so. The fortress was built, and the basic buildings, and the town was laid out around it. You can tell just by looking at it what was done back then. It's all sound. And, after the skirmishing was over, things pretty much went on as they always had, with traders coming and going. But then came the king's idea for a road going up into the mountains, through the pass and down to the sea on the other side. Survey crews came and marked out the likeliest path. The Specks didn't seem to care. Then the road started getting built. Progress was rapid at first. Mostly, it involved making improvements to established trails. Then it reached the foothills and started snaking up toward the mountains, and the pass, right through the forest. He paused in his telling and looked at me significantly. I lifted a hand for him to proceed. I didn't know what he was getting at. "Nivar, the summer the road crews began clearing for the road to venture up into the forest was the first summer that we ever had a bloody clash with the Specks. They didn't do well against our firearms, of course. They retreated to the mountain forests for a time, and we pushed the road on. We began to have trouble with morale at Getty's that year, and with the prisoner workers. They became lethargic. Some would fall asleep standing, or there would be days when all the crews felt frightened of their own shadows. It came and went, and it was put down to laziness or cowardice. Eventually the Specks returned, and even came out of their forest to trade. That had never happened before. It was hailed as progress, and there were hopes that the road construction could proceed without any more bloodshed. But that same summer, those 3 trees were felled at the end of the road. The fear came, and work stopped. Before summer's end, we had the first outbreak of speck plague. The fear has been at the end of the road ever since then. Spink's voice had spelled me like a fireside storyteller's. I hung on his words. Morale here plummeted. It got so bad that General Brodge decided to do a complete changeover in the troops here. The fellows here had lost all heart. They blamed it on the plague coming, year after year, with no relief and heavy losses. Desertion and suicide were taking as many soldiers as the plague was. Breed and his crack regiment came in here to take things over and put Gettys back on the map. They got here just in time for the plague season. They dropped like flies. After that, everything went to the dogs. Desertion, dereliction of duty, suicide, rapes and murders. Good solid officers turned into drunkards. The worst was a captain who came home and strangled his wife and then drowned their 2 children before shooting himself. It was hushed up here, and the tale never went west. But there isn't an officer in Gettys who doesn't know what happened. He paused, his eyes looking far. That sounds awful, I said faintly. I couldn't even imagine it. Spink nodded vaguely. Everyone thought so. That was 2 years ago. General Brodge reassigned Breed to the fort in disgrace. The fort is the only outpost more desolate than Gettys. He rebuked them for slovenliness, dereliction of duty, and even cowardice, because other officers had known the captain was losing his mind and did nothing. General Brodge even confiscated their colours. Then he assigned the Farleyton Regiment to replace them. Can you believe our regiment were the Golden Boys at the time? The soldiers General Brodge would send into any desperate situation when he needed real action. Farleyton was a great regiment 3 years ago. We put down the uprising at Hotchkiss Springs and lost only 3 of our men in the process. 2 years before that, when some Plains warriors formed an alliance and tried to overrun Mindy, Brodge sent Farleyton in, and we not only broke their siege, we ran them off completely. He shook his head sadly. I've heard all the old glory tales from the senior officers, usually when they're drunk. It's all about what used to be. None of them can really say what happened. The regiment was assigned to Gettys, and ever since then, it's gone downhill. This meeting that Epony is holding tonight, for the women, she said she had to do it. Wives are fleeing back west and taking their children with them. Married men are turning to whores for comfort here, and the honest women who do remain are often treated like whores. There was a rape last night. Rape of an honest woman. She was Lieutenant Garver's sister, come to take care of his children because his wife died of the plague. Some enlisted men caught her on the streets and, well, they left her for dead afterward. Garver hunted one down and killed him, and wants to kill the others when he finds them. They'll hang most likely, but killing them won't repair the insult to his family, or the injuries to his sister, or the damage to our regiment's reputation. None of the women feel safe anymore, not even Epony. The very men who should be willing to die to protect them are preying on them. I almost told him that Hoster had accused me of being one of the rapists. I decided it would serve no purpose. Spink's face had gone pale with his telling. His fists were clenched with his anger. Slowly it came to me that this wasn't just his regiment he was talking about. It was mine, too. I'd enlisted with Farleyton when I signed with Colonel Heron. Funny. I'd never have said my regiment as Spink did when he was speaking of their past glories. They were just the outfit that had finally let me sign papers. I thought of how my father had always puffed up with pride when he spoke of his old regiment. He lionized them as heroes, one and all. And what were mine? Drunks, murderers, and layabouts. I still made excuses for them. We're isolated out here, Spink. Everyone knows that's bad for morale. Maybe Brodge should rotate his troops more often. That's not it, Spink said gruffly. And you know it. There's a feel to this place, Navarre. You come in through those gates, and you can smell the despair. Everything is grimy and shoddy. The only people who stay in Gettys are the ones who have to. He met my eyes suddenly and said in a challenging voice, Epony says the place is under a curse, or a spell. She claims there's an aura to the whole town, a darkness that eyes can't see. It hangs in the air. We breathe it in, and it drowns all happiness. She says it comes from the speck. She said it's the same sort of magic that held you when first she met you. I plastered a cynical smile on my face. I felt queasy. So Epony is still playing the medium, is she? I had hoped that being a married woman would settle her down a bit. Spink didn't smile back at me. She's not playing, as you very well know, Navarre. I was there, remember? Why do you do that? Why do you pretend not to believe things you've actually experienced? I'd made him angry. I looked away from him and tried to formulate a reply when I scarcely knew the answer myself. Sometimes, Spink, when all the things in my life seem to collide and contradict each other, I pick one set of facts and believe those, no matter what. I lifted my eyes and met his as I asked him, Do you blame me? I suppose not, he said in a lowered voice. But, and here his voice rose again, don't mock Epony. She may be your cousin, but she is my wife. Give her credit where it is due, Navarre. She saved both of our lives, I believe, when she took care of us during the plague days. She defied her family and society to make herself my wife. Her life since then has not been easy, nor has it been at all what she supposed it would be. But she hasn't left me. A lot of the married men here in Gettys wish they could say the same. They were soldiers' sons, and they married women they thought could be good Cavallo wives. But the women couldn't take what Gettys served them, and they've left. Epony looks it in the face for what it is, and stays on. And Epony believes it's speck magic that is undermining morale at Gettys. Spink didn't flinch at my blunt assertion. That's right, he said levelly. She does. I leaned back in my big chair. It creaked slightly as it gave to my weight. Tell me what she says, I requested softly. I knew I wasn't going to like it. I knew I already believed Epony. She's very sensitive. You know that. The night before we reached Gettys, when we were travelling here, she had her first nightmare. She woke wailing, but couldn't say what had scared her. Her dream was full of macabre images with no sense to them. Jaws with rotting teeth. Babies covered with mud, sitting alone in a swamp, endlessly crying. A dog with a broken back dragging itself in circles. She couldn't go back to sleep that night, and the next day she was nervous and distraught. I thought she was exhausted from travel. When we reached Gettys, I thought our problems were over. Epony could get some rest, have hot food, and sleep in a real bed. We were both dismayed by the quarters we were assigned. They were dirty. No, not just dirty, filthy. As if whoever lived there before us had never cleaned at all. Everything was in bad repair, and I had to leave her to it, for Colonel Heron put me to my new duties immediately. She was left to cope, while I was put to inventorying a warehouse full of dusty supplies. The men they gave me were surly and lazy and incompetent. He practically spat out the last words and rose abruptly from his chair by the fire. But I don't think they were always that way. I think it's the haze that overhangs Gettys. I believe it's the speck magic, Navarre. Ask yourself how you've felt about your life since you came here. Do you feel drained of hope and ambition? Does all of it seem pointless and drab? When was the last time you awoke in the morning and actually wanted to get out of bed? He'd come closer to me as he asked each question, as if the answers might prove something. I gestured at my swollen body. If you were trapped inside this, would you feel hope or ambition, or look forward to hauling it out of bed each day? A sudden thought came to me. You haven't even asked what happened to me. You don't seem shocked to see me this way. He tilted his head and smiled sourly. Did you forget that Epony and Yarrell have exchanged letters? If there is anything you told your sister, be sure it has been shared. He shook his head. And I'm sorry about all of it, Navarre. Losing your mother, Carsina's faithlessness, and what the tree woman's magic has done to you. Unlike you, I don't regard any of that tale with any skepticism. I've seen the power of spec magic too close. His voice had become very dark. What do you mean? I asked softly. Epony tried to take her life a couple of weeks after we arrived here. What? She tried to hang herself in the middle of our bedroom. If I hadn't forgotten my penknife and come back to get it, she would have succeeded. I was barely in time, Navarre. I cut her down and pried the rope out of its groove around her neck. I wasn't gentle. I didn't have time to be. But I think the shaking around actually brought her back to the world of the living. I was so angry with her, so furious that she could even think of leaving me that way. She said she didn't even recall it as something she decided to do. She only remembers odd bits of it, going to the stables to get the rope, and then standing on a chair to get it over the rafter, and tying the knot. She told me she particularly remembered tying the knot because she had the most peculiar sensation of doing something she hadn't done before, but knew how to do. Ice was creeping through my heart. My mind raced, and I asked the only question that came to me. How do you dare to leave her alone? Couldn't she be overcome again, at any time? Pride and trepidation warred in his expression. She told me, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I won't let the magic creep over me like that again. Never. And she battles it, as do I. As does every officer and soldier in Gettys who's worth anything. You can tell which ones fight daily to go on being who they once were, and which ones have given up and sunk down to the lowest level. When he said that, I wondered which he thought I was. But he did not pause, nor look at me accusingly. He continued, We do all we can to shore each other up, Epony and I. Your sister's letters were a great source of strength to her, until they stopped coming. So now you can see that the loss of that correspondence and your father's threat to tell Lord Bovell of her waywardness were heavier blows than you might have imagined. Oh! He darted back to his chair and thrust his hand into the pocket of his heavy cloak he'd slung over the back of it. Your sister's letters. I brought them with me. I came here thinking you a heartless wretch to leave her in such cruel suspense. I thought, if you read how she has suffered, wondering what has become of you, that you would be moved to write to her. Now, knowing that your letters have no better chance of reaching her than ours do, perhaps it is cruel of me to let you read these. Still, I think it is your right to know what goes on at Widevale in your absence. He tugged a substantial packet of letters, bound together with a ribbon, from his pocket. I recognized Yarrell's sprawling handwriting with a sharp pang. When I'd seen that penmanship on letters sent to me at the academy, it had always sent a thrill through me, for I knew she would have found a way to smuggle me a note from Carsina. Now it was my own little sister whom I missed with sudden and heartbreaking strength. I reached for them. Spink handed them to me, but with a warning. I cannot let you keep them long. Epony will surely miss them. I lifted my eyes to his. Then you haven't told my cousin that I'm here? I wanted to offer you the chance to do that yourself. I shook my head. I cannot, Spink. I've told you why. And if you've listened to me, then you know why it is more important that she does know you are alive and well. We three, we can be a strength for each other, as we were before. Please, Navarre, I'll let you think about it, but not for long. I've held your secret from Epony, and already that shames and disturbs me. We do not keep secrets from one another, nor deceive each other. Don't put me in that position. It's a shameful thing for one friend to do to another. Spink, I can't truly be anything to you, or Epony. I'm an enlisted man and a fat gravedigger. We cannot socialize with one another. You know that. And you know full well that Ebony will not recognize that, and it will make difficulties for both of us. Do you wish to be mocked as the gravedigger's cousin? To have people sneer at your wife because of our relationship? How can we be a strength for one another when I can only be a source of shame to you?" I softened my tone at the look on his face. "I am humbled and grateful that you'd want to continue being my friend under the circumstances, and I am doubly grateful that you have offered to share Jarl's letters with me. As things stand, they are likely to be the last news from home that I'll have for a long time. If you don't mind, I will keep them, just for a night or so, to read them. I'll find a way to quietly return them to you." Sparks of anger lit in his eyes. "That's the dulling magic of this place talking, not the Nivar I knew. Spink, please, just let me borrow my sister's letters." He appeared to relent. "Do you think you can get them back to me with no one the wiser?" I thought. "If we decide on a place and meet by night, it should be possible." He grinned. "So, it should be equally possible for us to meet in such a way for friendship, as well as the passing of letters between us." He was incorrigible. I had to smile, but I did not share his optimism. "So it might seem, for a time, but sooner or later we'd be noticed, and then it would all come unravelled. We are not talking about a pretense that must be kept for weeks or even months, Spink. We are talking about years. For as long as we both belong to the same regiment. To my death, most likely. Well, aren't you a cheerful, optimistic soul? The Nivar I knew had a lot more spine. What happened to you, Nivar? Where did you go?" "This isn't school any more, Spink. This is life. As to where I went, well, behind this wall of fat, and I can't get out." "Are you sure of that?" The way he asked it made it a genuine question. "I've tried everything. Working hard, fasting. My father took me to the edge of starvation, Spink." "I know," he broke in quietly. "Jarl told us, in her letters. It's still hard for me to imagine that any man could treat his own son like that." "It's true," I said defensively. "I believe it. But I think you're overlooking the obvious." "Which is?" "That magic brought this on. You have defeated that magic before, with Ebony's help. We have. Don't you think Ebony would come to your aid again? She's already immersed herself in studying spec magic, not just to discover what is behind the miasma of depression that afflicts Gettys, but also to research your condition. It's not unique, Nivar. You must know that." "I'd guessed it," I replied grudgingly. "Dr. Amicus said as much." I almost feared to let him see how much he piqued my interest. "Ebony has researched it as much as our rather paltry resources have allowed. Most of what she knows is hearsay. There isn't much written about the specs. They are a people who prefer to keep to themselves. One of the doctors here in Gettys has quite an interest in the native people. Unfortunately, he has quite an interest in drinking also. Trying to get information from him is like trying to squeeze it out of a wet sponge. You get as much of the liquor as you do the facts. But according to him, the spec wise folk, or holy folk, are referred to as great ones, and not just because of their wisdom. According to Dr. Dowder, the great ones are immense in size, so big that they hardly ever leave their homes high up in the mountain forests. Their size reflects their power and their magic. The bigger the man, the more important he is, and the more dominant." "And the women?" I said quietly. He took it as a question. "Well, possibly. I'd never considered that possibility." "Oh, of course. The tree woman. Well, she's dead. What I'm trying to say, Nivar, is that if this, fat is a consequence of spec magic, then perhaps it can be undone. The three of us, perhaps, could break it, and loosen the gloom and fear of this place. We'd begin by getting you back to who you were." I wanted so badly to hope, and didn't dare. "I don't think so. I've felt the changes, Spink. My body works differently than it did before. That's an inadequate way to express it, but it's the best I can do. I don't think I can go back to what I was." But you don't know that, he said triumphantly. We should let Epony know you are here, and then see what can be done. And, of course, a way must be found to let your sister know that you are alive, and that if she wishes to defy your father, she is welcome to join us here. I nearly told him that was not his task. She was my sister. I wanted to be the one to protect her. Instead, I said simply, I'll find a way to get a letter to Jarl. Never fear. I shall leave that in your hands, then. Well, it's late. It's been good to see you, Navarre. But if I'm to keep your confidence for now, I'll have to get back to town before all Epony's company leaves and she starts to wonder where I've been. I'll find a way to come back this way next 6 day. Captain Orford's wife has invited all the officers' wives to join her for a late lunch and some inspirational readings. Epony dreads it, but she knows that a junior officer's wife cannot shun her social duties. I'll ride out this way again, shall I? If you can, without anyone noticing you. If not, I'll find an excuse for another late-night visit. I trust I'll find you in. Small danger that I'd be elsewhere. Until then. Navarre, you have no idea how pleasant it has been to talk to someone simply as a friend, not as a fellow officer or a superior or as someone under my command. I've missed you sorely. Epony must know you are here. Then we three shall find some better way to gather for conversation than this. Let me think about it, Spink, I beg you. And in the meantime, do be cautious. Oh, I shall be. He'd already risen from his chair. He picked up his outer clothes with distaste. Brrr! I dread going back out into the cold. It bites down to my very bones. As he was drawing them on, I noted something that had escaped me before. You've recovered well from the plague, Spink. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen any plague survivor who looked so much like his former self as you do. He grinned unexpectedly. I wrote to you about it, but I suppose you didn't credit it any more than I did at first. The water from Bitter Springs cured me, Navarre. And Epony. She's as feisty as ever. The plague victims who were able to get to the spring promptly survived, and many recovered completely. It's not a complete cure for everyone, perhaps, but it is better than anything I've heard of yet. They all survived. But that's miraculous. Spink, you haven't kept this knowledge to yourself, have you? Of course not. But it's difficult to make anyone believe me who hasn't seen it for himself. Epony brought a number of small bottles of Bitter Springs water with us. I warned her that it might be less than useful. We've no idea how much it takes to effect a cure such as we've enjoyed. We used complete submersion and drank only that water for days. Nonetheless, she told me she could not come to such a plague-ridden place as Getty's without bringing the water in hopes of saving some poor souls when next the plague strikes. I hope it does not make me sound cruel to say that I almost look forward to the next outbreak so that our water can be tested against it. A chill ran through me. Don't even say such things, I begged him. I know the next plague season must come, and I dread it. I've made such preparations as I can, but— Your pardon, Navarre. I had not paused to think how gruesome your tasks would be at that time. But if the good God wills it, our water may prove effective, and it may be less horrendous than you fear. He was dressed again for the outside by the time he finished speaking. May the good God will it, I agreed with him, with small faith that such a thing would be. I'd come to wonder just how much power the good God had against magic as old as the Specks. Spink, you recall Dr. Amicus from the Academy? Have you written to him about this water cure? Dare I ask if you could send him a sample of your water? Getting it to him would be a fair trick. Have you any idea what it costs to send a simple letter? But you are right. We can at least write to him, and tell him about the Bitter Springs cure. I hastily donned my own cloak and boots, and carried my lantern to walk Spink out to his horse. The gelding was a sorry mount for any cavalryman, let alone a lieutenant. I said not a word of that, but only waited until he mounted the shaggy beast, and then bade him farewell. I watched him ride off into the cold night, and then hurried back to my cabin. I read all of Jarl's letters that night. There were only 6 of them, and in truth, there was not much of real news in them. Mostly she recounted, in excruciating detail, all she and I had gone through when the plague struck our home, and afterward. Spink had warned me, but I was still shocked at how intimately she had written of my problem to Epony. And Spink had read these letters as well. Jarl's description of the weight I had gained and how it hindered me were far more accurate than flattering. When I'd set down the last page, I tried to be grateful that my friends completely understood my situation, without my having to explain it all. It was a very thin comfort. There were a few other items of interest in there. Carsina had attempted to renew her friendship with Jarl, but my sister had repulsed her. Remoir's family had engaged him to the eldest daughter of an old noble family in Old Thayers. Carsina's father had found a promising young captain for her, and she would be travelling east in the spring to meet her future husband. Odd how such news could still pierce me. My father had received a letter from Vance's monastery. It commiserated with him on his recent losses, and proposed that Vance could be partially released from his priesthood if my father wished to name him as his heir son. Gar Sunwer, Vance's superior, recognized that it was a very unusual offer for them to make, but said that in such times it was only sensible to be sure that the noble names of the king's lords were carried on. Jarl's tone was cynical as she wrote of it. Father had received a note of sympathy from Calder Styatt and his uncle. They had taken my advice not to visit while the family was in the first throes of grief, but would be pleased to come in the spring. The uncle had been almost obsequious in his phrasing. Here I paused and wondered how Jarl would know that. Was she sneaking into our father's study and reading his letters? And Jarl feared that my father had fallen victim to his fawning style. He had written back to say that they would be welcome, and that he would find a man to interpret the map I had sent them, and help them to find the locations where the interesting mineral sampling had come from. Jarl had heard of Calder from me, and did not look forward to the visit. Jarl's final letter revealed that the estate was not prospering. My father had dismissed many of the men I had put in positions of authority, including Sergeant Darrell, and his health was not good enough that he could teach his new foremen their duties, let alone check on them properly. She thought that some of them were dishonest, and said that if her father did not soon take them in hand, she might do so herself. Such a thought shocked me. In that same letter she mentioned twice that she feared I was dead, because she had not heard from me, and my horse had come back riderless. That mention, along with the news that Darrell had been cast out for conspiring with me, were what cut me most deeply. I'd treasured a brief hope that perhaps I could send a note to Darrell, and he could have someone read it to him, and then share the news with Jarl. To hear that my old mentor had been so harshly rewarded for his years of loyalty to the family sickened me. Where would he go, and what would he do? I could not find a way to get a letter to Jarl. I would have to beg leave of Colonel Heron, and return myself to rescue her, and find out what had become of Sergeant Darrell. As I refolded the last letter into its envelope, I felt both lonely and yet comforted. I was alone, and yet there were still people in this world who cared deeply about me. That night I did as I had not in some time, and that was to go down on my knees by my bed and pray to the good God to protect those I loved. Chapter 19. Winter. Spink and I met twice more during that long winter. The first time was only a handful of days after the first meeting, when I returned the letters to him. He could not stay long, and I scarcely had time to do more than thank him and beg him not to betray me to Epony just yet. I am sure he intended to get out to see me again, but fate intervened. We were given the news that the king was severely disappointed in us, and that a contingent of highly ranked officers and several nobles were scheduled to visit Gettys to inspect our regiment and review us before offering their advice regarding us to the king. Depending on how we showed, General Brodge might be replaced as commander of the eastern divisions. This news did nothing to lift our morale, and everything to panic our officers into an irrational frenzy of discipline and inspections. I could guess at the pressure Spink was under, as a junior officer, to whip his men into line. The higher officers would be counting on him to make them look competent. I did not envy him his task. Even I, isolated as I was not completely immune to the sudden rush to bring all of Gettys up to a spit-and-polish standard. Sergeant Hoster made a trip out one afternoon for a surprise inspection of my quarters. I could tell he was quite disappointed that I was not living in squalor. He still managed to find a substantial list of things he wished corrected, one that included everything from cutting my firewood to more uniform lengths before racking it, to acquiring a proper uniform for myself. His mockery was very insulting, as he stated that last requirement. I applied myself to meeting his expectations, cursing him for every wasted moment of my time. But when the day for his promised second visit passed, I decided that his first inspection had simply been opportunistic harassment. I kept my quarters tidy, in case he decided to descend on me again, but refused to dread him. I buried 4 more soldiers that winter. One had cut his foot with an axe while chopping firewood and bled to death. 2 others died of pneumonia, and a 4th had got drunk, passed out in the street, and frozen to death in the dark. The last one was one of Spink's men, and Spink accompanied the 5 other mourners to the graveyard to see him laid to rest. He lingered for a short time afterward, but could not stay long. I begged him to let me borrow any books he might have, for my mind was atrophying from boredom. He promised he'd do his best, and again asked if he could not let Epony know I was there. Once more I held him off, but he told me sternly that if I did not soon capitulate, he would have to tell her anyway, for he could not bear how she would look at him if she knew how long he had deceived her. I promised myself I would think about it, and then procrastinated. The long, dark days of winter dragged on. Dark evening came, and was celebrated by the enlisted men with an orgy of drunkenness, fights, and the arson of one officer's house. I had avoided the town that night, and only heard of the ruckus the next day. The general misbehavior of the troops brought more reprisals. Morale was no longer low. It was lost completely in a simmering hostility toward the officers. I feared the regiment was on the edge of general insubordination, and avoided Gettys as much as I could. I went only for essentials, and stayed as short a time as possible. Despite that, I was in one of the mercantiles, buying some thread to mend my trousers, when I caught a glimpse of Epony just as she came in the door. I stepped away from the counter, and immersed myself in studying a row of axes behind a tall stack of blankets. Hidden there, I listened to her ask the man for her whistles. He told her that he had none in stock. She then complained that she had requested he order 50 brass whistles for her 2 months ago, and she considered it unreasonable that they had not yet arrived. He explained, rather impatiently, that Gettys did not enjoy regular delivery service from anywhere, and that doubtless her order would arrive when spring made travel less arduous. She pointed out that the whistles would make only a small packet, something a king's courier could easily bring, and asked him if he did not care about the safety of the women and girls of Gettys. I wanted to step out of the corner and hit him, when he told her that their safety was up to their husbands and brothers, and if she hadn't noticed, he wasn't the king, and did not have the king's couriers at his disposal. His words were sensible enough. It was his sneering tone that angered me. She departed in high dudgeon, observing as she left that perhaps she would make her concerns and efforts known to Colonel Heron, and perhaps he could arrange a swifter delivery of such essential items. Despite my irritation with the shop owner, I rather pitied Colonel Heron at that moment. I wondered what on earth she wanted so many whistles for, and what they had to do with the safety of the female population of Gettys, but had no one to ask. I paid for my thread and left town. Day after drab winter day dripped by, slow as cold molasses. The generous firewood stack that had come with my home began to dwindle. One clear winter day, I took an axe, some rope, and Clove, and headed for the forest behind the cemetery. I wanted to find dead wood, either standing or fallen. I'd cut the log to a manageable length, have Clove drag it home for me, and then chop it into firewood. Clove and I followed my footpath to the spring, and then broke a snowy trail into the woods beyond. Here I found giant cedars, towering and stout, their needled branches heavy with snow. Most of them were scarred veterans of a fire many years ago. Around and between those survivors, the younger forest was deciduous, birches and cottonwood and alder, and most of these no bigger around than a child's embrace. Their bare limbs supported wandering walls of snow. Frozen drops of water hung from the tips of their branches. It was a beautiful snowy scene, yet ethereally foreign to a plains-bred man like myself. A dozen steps into the shelter of the trees, I began to feel uneasy. I stopped and stood very still, listening. A good soldier develops a sixth sense for when he is being watched. I listened. I looked carefully around, and I even flared my nostrils and took a deep breath of the air. Carrion-eaters like bears have a distinctive stench, but my physical senses detected nothing that I should fear. Small birds flitted through the trees. Occasionally the weight of one would dislodge a puff of snow that would fall in a crystalline shower of tiny flakes. Other than that, I detected nothing. Not even a winter breeze moving in the upper branches. Clove was waiting passively for me to decide what it was I wanted to do here. His calmness decided me. If his senses gave him no cause for alarm or interest, then mine were probably at fault. I tugged at his lead rope, and we walked deeper into the forest. All seemed peaceful. The snow was uneven around us, pocked with falls from overhead, crossed with rabbit trails, or smoothly hummocked over the forest floor. Clove and I forged uphill, wading through snow that varied from knee to thigh deep. Other than birds overhead, I saw no creatures moving in the woods, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. More than once I halted and looked back the way we had come. I wished I had a better weapon than the ancient gun that had been issued to me. I'd cleaned it, the rod waking clouds of rust from inside it, but I still had no confidence that it would either fire well or hit accurately. I finally spotted a standing snag. It was uphill from us, and more massive than I'd sought, but I resolved I would have it down and drag at least half of it home with me. The tree was obviously dead. It looked as if a random lightning strike had blackened one side of it. Great scabs of bark had fallen away to reveal silvery-grey wood beneath. It was more than enough to replenish my firewood supply, and dry wood would burn well with little fouling of my chimney. I pushed aside my feelings of unease and laboured up the hill toward it. Clove docilely followed me. When I finally reached my dead tree, I paused to breathe, leaning against it. My heart hammered in my chest, and despite the chill of the day, sweat coursed down my back. I scooped up a handful of clean snow and ate it from my mittened hand to ease my thirst. But all the while, I kept scanning the woods around me for any sign of an intruder. I moved Clove well out of the way of my operation and took up a stance where I could fell the tree downhill of us. The first blow brought down an icy shower of dry snow on me. It fell again on the second and third chops, and then the branches had lost their loads. I'd sharpened my axe that morning, and it bit deep into the dry wood. I tugged the blade loose, set my feet firmly, and swung again. The blade struck at an angle to the first cut. Tug, swing. The first chips flew out onto the trampled snow. I poised my axe for the next blow, and clearly felt the presence of someone behind me. My peripheral vision caught motion, and I felt the air of his passage. I turned quickly. No one was there. I spun the other way. There was nothing. No bird on the wing, no random fall of snow load from a tree. Nothing. Clove stood, wearily patient, betraying no interest in anything. I'd imagined it. Imagination or not, my heart still thudded in my chest. I took several calming breaths and took up my axe again. I put the energy from my fright into my swing, and the axe bit so deeply I had to wrench it loose. A half-dozen blows later, chips littered the snow and my own sweat warmed me. I laboured on, trying to ignore my growing conviction that someone was watching me. "Trust your gut," Sergeant Darrell had always told me. It was getting harder and harder to ignore my instincts. A dozen axe swings later, I straightened up and spun around, my axe at the defensive. "I know you're there!" I roared at the surrounding woods. "Show yourself!" Clove lifted his head and gave a startled snort. I stood, chest heaving, staring wildly all around me. My blood was thundering in my ears. I saw absolutely nothing that could be considered threatening. My horse regarded me with mild concern. I glared at the tree. I was not even halfway through the trunk. I set my teeth, steeled my mind, and put myself to chopping. I threw my not inconsiderable weight behind each blow. The sound of my axe rang defiantly through the woods. I refused to be afraid, I said to myself, and then, on my next blows, I began my grunting chant. "I'm not running away." The axe bit deep, and the chips flew. On my next 4 strokes, I said the words louder, and soon I was shouting with every blow, putting all my strength into each strike of the blade. The tree shuddered. I struck again, and then, as it groaned, I jumped back out of range, for the trunk seemed to literally jump from the stump as it fell with an explosive crack that echoed through the frozen woods. It came down with a crash, falling through the frozen branches of the adjacent living trees, injuring them as it fell, shattering the stiff branches or leaving them to dangle brokenly. For a brief moment, the falling snag jammed against the trunk of a live tree, and then it fell with a resounding crash to the snowy forest floor. I stood blinking in the hanging mist of crystalline flakes that the falling snag had released. They stung my face like a cold, rebuking slap from the forest. I had underestimated the task I'd taken on. After the tree had fallen, I had to divest the trunk of all its branches. This included the ones that lay underneath the fallen snag. The early evening of winter was threatening me before I finally had a section of trunk cut that I thought Clove could manage. I put a rope on it and fastened it to Clove's harness. I had never been so glad to put a place behind me. I wanted to hurry, but dragging the log downhill through the snowy forest was not as simple as it had seemed it would be. I put a rope on it so I could guide it to keep it from running up on Clove or snagging on trees. I could not focus on the task. The sensation of being watched blazed up in my mind, and I kept glancing back over my shoulder at nearly every step. The sweat that soaked and then chilled me was as much from fear as exertion. I could just glimpse the open area beyond the outskirts of the forest edge by the spring as the bluish shadows of the trees on the snow were turning to black. In Whitevale, evening and night had always fallen slowly, with twilight a long process of losing the sun to the flat horizon. Here on the edge of the mountains, night came like the drawing of a curtain as rumpled hills swiftly devoured the pallid sun. I felt the darkness coming on, and suddenly I could no longer control my terror. I ran forward, floundering heavily through the deepening snow, startling Clove by seizing his headstall and tugging him along, urging him to haste. We must have made a comical sight, the fat man and his heavy horse, floundering through deep snow, encumbered by the tree trunk that Clove dragged. I was making small sounds of terror, my panting becoming higher-pitched. I tried to swallow my fear and could not. The more I gave into it, the greater it became, like the boy who gives way to shrieks of hysteria when night terrors convince him that he cannot escape into the safe world of day. There were no sounds in that darkening world save the ones we made, The thud crunch of Clove's hooves through the dry, crusty snow, my terrified panting, and the slow whoosh of the timber as it cut a trough through the snow behind us. No sound at all, save a single peal of laughter, clear and pure as any bird-song, that rang out in the forest as we left it behind us. It was the final spur to my fear. Dignity abandoned, I ran, outstripping my placid horse. I ran all the way to my own front door, and burst into my tiny cabin, as if all the nightshades of the old gods were in pursuit of me. I slammed the door behind me and stood panting and shaking. My heart hammered in my chest, and my ears rang with it. The fire was blazing in the hearth, and the kettle singing next to it. I smelled hot coffee. Scout Hitch was ensconced in my big chair by the fire. He looked up at me and smiled. "I see the forest is breathing terror today." He rose slowly from my chair, and sauntered to the door I had slammed shut behind myself as I entered. He opened it, and looked out over the dimming landscape. He whistled softly, as if in admiration, while I stood burning with shame. But when he glanced back at me over his shoulder, the wonder on his face seemed genuine. "It's later than I thought. I must have taken a nap while I was waiting for you. Have you been in the forest all this time?" I gave a stiff nod. My terror had fled, cast out by my embarrassment, but my heart still pounded, and my throat was parched too dry to speak. I began to peel off my outer garments. Opening my coat released the stench of my own fear-sweat. Never had I been so ashamed. Hitch had continued to stare out of the door. "And you plundered a log for yourself as well? Damn! Nivar, you never cease to amaze me. No, you take your things off and get settled. I'll put your horse up. I want to talk with you." By the time Hitch came back from seeing to Clove, I'd changed into a dry shirt and felt a bit more like myself. He'd made free with my hospitality, but also contributed, I saw. He'd brought the coffee, and there were another 3 apples on my pantry shelf. The crowning gift was a loaf of bread that had been kneaded full of raisins and cinnamon. A dusting of sparkling sugar crowned the round loaf. It sat amid its wrappings like a king on a throne. I didn't touch any of it. Instead, I drank 3 dippers full of water from my water cask, and then washed my face and combed my unruly hair back into order. I was mortified by my terror, and humiliated that he had seen it, and, try as I might, I could not forget that clear peal of mocking laughter. Hitch opened my door, stamped the loose snow off his feet, and came in, shutting the door firmly behind him. It was full dark outside now. "Ain't you cut up that bread yet? It's best toasted," he greeted me, as if he had not seen me quaking like a coward. I was grateful that he turned the subject aside, and yet shamed even more that he did. "I'll do it now," I said humbly. I cut thick slices of the fragrant bread, and we improvised toasting forks to warm it by my fire. The heat released the scent and flavour into the room. We both ate it greedily, dunking the slices in the hot coffee and then devouring the dripping edges. As I ate, I could almost feel my courage coming back to me, as if I sated something more than hunger. Hitch watched me knowingly, and after a time I could not stand it. "So, what brings you to visit me?" I asked him. He grinned. "Told you before. Renegade." He snorted a laugh at his tired joke, and then said, "You were probably asking me why I come here, right?" I nodded, and tried not to scowl. It irritated me when he used language that made him sound like an ignorant fool. I knew it was a masquerade. Why did he continue to mask himself before me? A second smile flitted across his face, and I suddenly knew why he did it. To needle me. To remind me that I, too, pretended that I was not the soldier son of a noble family. "I come to let you know that I delivered your little present bag to Amsel." My interest leapt. "Did she like it?" "Can't say. She made me leave it on her doorstep. Said she'd take it in after I rode away. He shook his head. She's cut a new hole by her door. A horizontal slot that she can poke that old gun out of and threaten people without opening the door. Unease replaced my anticipation of pleasure. That doesn't sound good. No, it doesn't. And it isn't good. He watched my face as he said, Probably the only thing more unlucky than being the poorest family in a poor town is being the richest family in a poor town. What do you mean? I didn't send her that much. Certainly nothing that could be considered riches. Well, it doesn't take much to be the richest family in a poor town. A few bulging sacks of potatoes, a cold bin full of cabbages and carrots, and the like. That might wake the avarice in your neighbours. Folks have been known to kill over a lot less than food. If he had hit me in the belly, the spreading pain could not have been worse. I felt my heart lurch and then thud on unevenly. What have I done? I asked myself softly. The vegetable garden intended to tide her over through a harsh winter had made her a target among her neighbours. Why could I not foresee that would happen? You used the magic for your own ends, and it hit back at you. I warned you about that. 'Cause I warned you about that after you'd done it, so I can't really say, I told you so. Only, learn from it, old son, and don't let it happen again. How bad is it for her? Is she all right? All I saw of her was the business end of her gun, and it seemed just fine to me. Ever noticed how much bigger the muzzle of a gun looks when it's pointed at you? I swear, she stuck that thing out the hole, and it looked just like a cannon to me. She's smart. She cut that hole at gut level. Biggest target on a man, and the worst way to die that I know. My question had gone unanswered, but my imagination was glad to supply 100 dark possibilities. I wondered if my good deed had had the worst possible consequences for her and her children. Did she sleep always with one eye open, afraid to leave her children for even a few moments? The cynical side of my mind asked me if she had not always done that. I couldn't bear to think about it any more. My mind leapt sideways, and I found myself asking, What did you mean when you said the forest breathed terror today? He looked at me curiously. How is it possible you don't know? You live right on the edge of it here, where most men can't stand to be for long, except for people like us, of course. He suddenly dropped his voice a note and looked at me with sadness in his eyes. The magic owns us, Nivar. I can warn you not to do foolish things with it, but nothing I can say will save you from the things it can make you do. I can't even save myself from that. I couldn't decide if he was being dramatic or deeply sincere. I leaned back in my chair and balanced my coffee cup on top of the swell of my belly. Hitch, I'm not going to drag it out of you. Either you explain it or you don't. He leaned forward for the pot, poured himself more coffee, and then settled back in his chair with a groan. Spoil all my fun, he complained. Oh, very well. I know you've been to the end of the road, so you know the terror that's there. It's worst there, and always there. The rest of the forest isn't so bad. Sometimes the forest breathes terror. Other times it's utter weariness. And overall, always there is discouragement and despair. That flows over all the land surrounding the King's Road. You have to ride for at least 2 days before you get away from it. 3 if you're following the road itself. Some people are more vulnerable to it than others, but no one, not even us, is completely immune. I tried Epony's theory on him. That's what is wrong with the morale at Getty's. That's why top regiments come here and within a year become slovenly and prey to desertion. He opened his hands wide, as if acknowledging the obvious. Prey to desertion is an understatement, he added quietly, and things will only get worse after our visiting dignitaries see how we've lost our shine. Do you think they'll rotate us out of Getty's? I asked him. and felt a vague stirring of hope. He looked at me flatly. Never, never, never. He smiled at his own words. They may rotate the regiment out, but you and I, we shall never leave this place. The magic lives here, and the magic owns us. Speak for yourself, I told him irritably. I was getting more than a bit tired of being told I was a puppet plaything. Where my regiment goes, I follow. I'm at least that much of a soldier still. He smiled a different kind of smile. Well, I'm sure there's no arguing with you. When the time comes, we'll see who stays or goes. Right now, I'm the one to go. I've a dark, cold ride ahead of me, and a warmer one after that. What do you mean? I'm off to the whorehouse, man. He looked at me consideringly. Why don't you join me? Probably do you good. Thought you said you never paid for it. You know any man who admits that he does. Why don't you come with me, and you can pay for both of us? Another time, I said reflexively. Pining away for Amsel? Put her out of your mind, man. No one rides that mare, save that she want to carry him. I'm not pining for Amsel. I just owed her a favour in return for her hospitality. That was all. I'm sure it was. So, the whores, then. It was a cold, dark ride to town, and all the way there I questioned my own wisdom. But there are times in the heart of winter when a man doesn't want to be wise, only satiated. If Hitch hadn't brought up the idea to me, I doubt that I'd have gone. But once it was presented, I couldn't think of any good reason to turn it down. I was tired of being alone and cold, and I needed something to scrub the shame of cowardice from my soul. So I went. We rode up to a long, low building on the edge of Getty's town. The snow was well trampled outside it, and 6 saddled horses waited sullenly in the cold. There were no windows. I suggested that we enter separately. Hitch told me he didn't particularly care who knew that we knew one another, but he gave way to my request. So, some moments after he had thumped on the rough wooden door and been admitted, I knocked. They let me stand outside in the dark for a few more moments. The man who opened the door was a big, burly fellow. He wore a white shirt, a bit grimy at the collars and cuffs, and made over Kavala trousers. He was thick-necked and solidly muscled and scowling. Yet, as he ran his eyes over me, his scowl gave way to a delighted grin. "Hey, Glory girl," he shouted over his shoulder. "I got a fellow here who'll match you pound for pound. Here's finally a man you'll notice when he's between your thighs." "Clamp your jaws, Stiddick. You know I'm not working tonight. My Auntie Flo's come calling. Lest that's something you prefer, big man." A large, heavy woman in a very tight pink gown loomed up from the dimness behind the man. Tall as he was, she looked over his shoulder easily. I'd never seen a woman so tall. She raised the corner of her upper lip at me in a crooked cat smile. "Well, look at you. Let him by, Stiddick. Mamma Mogham, come take a look at this one." Sala Mogham stepped up, seized my wrist, and dragged me past both of them. With both Stiddick and Glory no longer blocking my view, I was finally free to peruse the room. Erotic tapestries draped the walls. Several scantily clad women lounged on chairs scattered throughout the room. The lamps on the low tables had their wicks turned down, and their glass shades were pink or violet. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness and my nose took in the smells of the place, my expectations dropped. I was still in Getty's. The trappings of the brothel were tired and worn. Smoke had dimmed the florid pink flesh of the preposterous nude in the painting over the fireplace. The dingy carpet that floored the room needed beating. A huge fire roared in the big hearth at the end of the room, but its warmth was feeble where I stood. There were 3 tables with chairs around them, mostly unoccupied. At one a man sprawled, face down on the table. His lax hands still clutched at an empty bottle. Hitch was nowhere to be seen. There were 4 other women in the room besides Glory. Sala Mogham was the one who commanded my attention. She was a small woman, well past her middle years, with unlikely yellow hair that fell in loose ringlets to her bare shoulders. I don't know what to call the garment she wore. It had a black lace skirt that barely brushed the tops of her knees, and a beribboned top that held her breasts up as if they were in goblets. The brazenness of it would have been shocking on any woman. On someone of her years, it was appalling. The flesh of her throat was lined with wrinkles. Even in the dim light, I could see how her rouge was caught deeper in the lines of her face. She held me firmly by the wrist, as if I were a petty thief she'd caught, and cackled as she turned to her girls. "Look at this one, sweeties. Who'll have him?" "Don't even look at me," a raven-haired woman warned me in a faked Lancing accent. She rolled her eyes in disgust that I'd even consider her, and I felt a tingle of both anger and desire at how she disdained me, for in truth she had been the first to catch my eye. I considered the other woman. She was either drunk or exceptionally tired. She couldn't seem to make her eyes focus on me. One sleeve of her green dress was torn free of the bodice and dangled at her side, unnoticed. She gave a few blinks, and then forced a sloppy smile onto her face. She muttered some sort of greeting, but it was so slurred I couldn't make out what she said. "I'll take him, Mamma." I turned my head to see who had spoken. I saw a woman about my own age, but only a third of my size. Her brown hair hung loose to her shoulders in waves. Despite the chill of the room, she was barefoot. She wore a simple blue shift, and I realized that I had seen her, but had immediately classified her as a maidservant rather than one of the prostitutes. She walked toward me with the assured arrogance of a house cat. "I'll take him," she repeated. Sala Mogham had never relinquished her grip on my wrist. "Fala, you greedy girl," she rebuked her with a smile. Now she put my hand out to the girl, as if I had absolutely no say in the matter, and at that moment I didn't. Fala smiled at me as she took my hand in hers. The simple warmth of her touch inflamed me, and the light in her eyes grew knowing, as if she sensed my immediate response to her. "Come with me, big man," she said, and led me away from the hearth, toward a long hallway that ran down the centre of the building. I followed her, docile as a lamb. The brothel's doorman stepped suddenly between us. "Pay first," he growled at me. Then, grinning at Fala, he asked her, "Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew?" This provoked a round of general laughter from the room. His manner was offensive, and I felt a flash of anger. But the girl ignored him, smiling at me so beguilingly that I handed over to Stiddick more than twice what Hitch had told me a whore cost here. I didn't even quibble, and Fala laughed delightedly as Stiddick stepped out of my way and I lumbered down the hallway behind her. He leered after us and chuckled knowingly. I ignored him. Doors opened off the dim hall at regular intervals. Grunts and rhythmic thudding left no room for doubt about what went on in the rooms. I heard a muffled yell from one, of anger or ecstasy, I could not tell. My guide had taken my hand again, and she tugged me on. "The last door," she told me breathlessly, "is mine." She halted outside it and turned to face me. I could not help myself. I pressed close to her. She set her small hands against my chest and laughed up at me. "You like me already, don't you, big man?" "That I do," I breathed down at her. I reached past her for the doorknob. Her hand was there first, stopping mine. "I'm going to do you special," she said quietly. "Trust me, I know what you like." She turned from me to face the door, and as she did, she let her breasts, free beneath her simple shift, brush against me. Was it deliberate that her buttocks rested lightly against my thighs before she opened the door and drew me into the small room? A single candle, a tall, fresh taper, burned in a clay holder beside a rumpled bed. The room smelled of sex and other men, and at any other time, I think I would have found it a repulsive odour. Tonight, it was an aphrodisiac. I followed her in, shutting the door behind me. "Sit down," she bade me, and when I started for the bed, she caught at me and said, "No, not there, in my chair. Sit down, lean back, be comfortable. I want to show you something." It had begun to seem to me that she was much more like the friendly little kitchen maid of my first experience than the whores I'd known since then. I could not take the foolish smile from my face. I sat down in a chair in the corner of the room. "Watch me," she bade me, as if I could have stopped myself from doing so. She reached down and took the hem of her shift in both her hands, and then, in one smooth movement, she lifted it up and over her head, and then tossed it to one side. She shook her tousled hair free, and her breasts moved with the gesture. She was completely, smoothly naked. She danced toward me. "Let's not hurry. Touch me first, however you want. Then I'll touch you." She halted before me, feet a little apart and eyes closed, inviting me. I leaned forward in my chair and ran my hands over her warm, soft flesh. I touched as I pleased, hefting the weight of her soft breasts, discovering the warmth between her thighs. She gave a sudden shiver as I did so. I tried to pull her to me, but she jumped back and then said suddenly, "Maitan, lean back, shut your eyes." I did as she bade me, lost in delight at her playfulness. I felt her tug at my belt, and then the bliss of buttons giving way to her nimble fingers. For one instant I was free, and then, to my shock, I felt her clamp her mouth on me. I opened my eyes, jolted to my core at such wild and strange behaviour. I knew it was not what I wanted. I tried to pull free of her, but she held me fast, and in another moment I suddenly knew it was what I wanted beyond all else. I gave a groan of protest and delight, and then surrendered to her. It was happening far more quickly than I intended, and with an intensity that left me mindless. I had read of such an act in one of Caleb's more depraved journals, but I'd certainly never expected to take part in such perversity. I felt unmanned that she had taken such control of me, and yet completely dominant as she knelt before me with my fingers tangled in her hair. Her small hands pressed against the overflow of my belly, holding it back. I clasped her head between my hands and feared my own strength, for her skull felt fragile as a child's. Sensations I'd never even imagined coursed through me. In the moment before her skillful tongue freed me from all thought, I knew that I wanted, more than anything, to grant her such bliss as she worked upon me. And even in the midst of sexual release, I felt the telltale tingling of the magic moving in my blood. Her mouth came suddenly free of me, and she gave a wild cry, a sound as elemental as a doe calling for a mate. She fell bonelessly to the floor in front of my feet, her wet mouth ajar and moaning. "Are you all right?" I asked her in alarm. I clutched my clothing around me and knelt next to her. Her eyes were rolled back in her head. She took a shuddering breath, coughed it out, and then gasped in another one. "I'll get help," I told her, and tried to rise. She grasped at me with vague hands. No, please. I'm all right, I think." She tried to sit up, and then collapsed back to the floor. "That's never happened to me before," she said in faint wonder. "That was... oh, I don't know what that was." Her voice trailed off into incoherence. "Isn't that how it's supposed to be?" I asked her. "Mutual?" "I don't know. I suppose. I didn't know." She caught a ragged breath. "I didn't know," she said, almost defensively. "I didn't know it was supposed to be like that." Her comment stunned me. It had never dawned on me to wonder if whores enjoyed their work. I had assumed they did, for the most part, or why had they become whores? Then I recognized the cruelty of that thought. Had I ever imagined that Amzil enjoyed the whoring she did to keep her children alive? "I'm sorry," I said quietly, not quite sure what I apologized for. "Don't be," she said, slowly sitting up. She peeked up at me shyly, her face full of confusion, touched with awe. "You didn't even touch me," she said. "I don't understand what happened." Her hair had fallen across her face and clung to her sweaty brow. With one finger, I lifted a sheaf of it so I could see her eyes. She continued to look up at me. "It is supposed to be like that," I assured her. "It's always supposed to be this good." I helped her crawl up in her bed and tenderly tucked a blanket around her. I knew she was a whore, and I'd had the time I'd paid her for. She owed me nothing more than what she had already given me. Reluctantly, I started to leave her there, but with a cry, she caught at my hand and drew me down beside her. "Stay a little while," she said quietly. "I don't want Mamma Mogham to make me bring another man back here. Not just yet." She gave a sudden shiver. "It's like it's echoing in me," she said. I lay down beside her. "You're warm," she said, and moved closer to me. She put her head on my chest. "I feel like I could fall asleep." "If you want, you can," I told her. For a time, I held her close in a warmth that I suspect neither of us had felt in a long time. In its own way, it was better than the sex had been. The candle had long since guttered away to leave us in blessed darkness, when I heard a heavy pounding on the door. Stiddick's voice rousted us. "You! In there! You're done now! Leave!" I startled awake, for I'd dozed off for the second time. Even so, I would have lingered for another go-round, but she pushed at me lightly. "No, enough. Goodbye, big man." As I walked out, Stiddick was waiting in the hall. He pushed past me to get inside. As the door swung shut, I heard him ask her, "Did he hurt you? I never known you to let a man stay so long." When I walked down the long hall to the entry room, I found it deserted and the fire burning low. Hitch was long gone, I was certain. I rode a surly clove home in the cold and dark of early morning. Several days later, when I came to town again and dined in the mess hall with Ebrooks and Kesey, I heard that rumours about me had circulated through the lower folk of the town. Ebrooks muttered that some were saying I was strangely endowed or unnaturally skilled. Fowler had told the other whores that she'd never had such a man. The next night, she'd refused to work. Within the week, she'd abruptly left the brothel's employ. No one knew where she'd gone, and Kesey warned me to stay away from Sala Mogham's, for the brothel owner blamed me personally for the ruination of one of her most profitable whores. My brief spark of fame among the enlisted men was poor compensation for the loss of a welcome at the brothel, nor did Hitch's evident enjoyment and mockery of me about it make it any easier to bear. But I held tight to the moment of true tenderness that I'd shared with Fowler, and wished her well, wherever she had gone. It was the one warm night I enjoyed that winter. Chapter 20. Spring. Every season must eventually give way to the next. There were times, during that winter in Gettys, when I doubted the truth of this. It was the darkest, coldest time I'd ever passed in my life. Now that Spink had enlightened me as to the nature of the magic that seeped through Gettys' streets like a fog, and Hitch had confirmed it, I was more attuned to it. I could feel the ebb and flow of the bleakness that afflicted the town. I could sense, without entering the woods, the days in which terror and panic emanated from them, and the days in which weariness and discouragement lurked there. None of that, however, put me any closer to bettering my own state of mind, let alone to breaking the magic's hold on me. There were even times when I allowed myself to wonder if that was what I truly desired. As the days slowly lengthened and spring softened the snows by day, I had time to ponder Hitch's warnings. I could see now the danger of using the magic I'd been given. I'd intended good for Amsel, and perhaps exposed her to danger. Had I cheated the man who had owned Clove? But there were times when I'd felt the magic's tingle, and no evil had come of it that I had seen. Perhaps it was not as Hitch saw it, a dangerous balancing act between my will and that of the magic, but only the much older idea that the more power one has, the more carefully it must be wielded. If I was trapped in this fat body, and if the magic was to have a hold on me, might I not learn to use it wisely and perhaps even well? Such were my thoughts in the evenings, at least, when I lay alone in my bed. I will confess that, a time or two, I tried to summon the magic so that I could use it in small and harmless ways. Could I kindle a fire with it, command water to freeze, or turn a stone to bread, as magicians did in the old Varnian tales of magic? Those were feats I attempted and failed at. Afterward, I laughed at myself for such foolish fancies. But late at night, I would again wonder if such magic was that different from commanding vegetables to grow, or waking a whore to true passion's reward. Summoning the magic, I decided at last, demanded not will or intellect, but emotion. I could not raise such emotions in myself simply by thinking of them, any more than a man can truly make himself laugh heartily when nothing has amused him. Recognizing that the magic raced in my blood only when strong emotion summoned it was a solid warning to me that it was unlikely to be something I could ever rationally control. Wisely, I decided to leave it be. During the day, I did my best to keep myself busy. I missed books desperately, so much so that I often resorted to rereading my own journal entries and adding notes in the margin from my older and wiser perspective. I'd lost a strap from Clove's harness somehow. It took me most of a day in town to get another one from Supply. I saw Spink there, but we gave no sign of knowing one another. I came home feeling angry and depressed. I cut and stacked the wood that I brought from the forest. When that log had been reduced, I forced myself to once more take Clove and re-enter the woods. I chose a day when only fatigue threatened, and forced my way through the glum discouragement that tried to overwhelm me. My trophy was another section of the trunk from the dead snag. Resisting the urge to lie down even in the snow and take a rest demanded all my willpower. Even after I reached my cottage, weariness debilitated me, and there I did surrender to a long afternoon nap. Having to battle magic just to have firewood awoke me to what the road workers had to endure daily. Hitch had said that my connection to the magic gave me a slight immunity. I wondered what Spink and Epony battled each day. When I was a boy, my father had kept me continuously occupied with lessons and chores. At the academy, the first-year schedule was deliberately designed to be both demanding and exhausting, the better to keep young men from finding mischief when they had free time. That winter was the first time in my life that I'd had dragging hours with nothing to fill them. There were dozens of ways I could have improved my cabin, of course, but the most I did was devise elaborate plans. The dull seep of magic from the forest drained my will. As the snows melted and the sap ran in the trees, the tiny leaf buds swelled on their branches. The forest beckoned, with game trails to follow and hunting that could fill my dinner pot with meat. But the prospect of battling either terror or fatigue dimmed my enthusiasm and kept me close to home. Every morning I'd stand by the spring with my water bucket and gaze up into the forest depths. Birds flitted there, and new green leaves bedecked both trees and bushes. I longed to enter, and knew it was a foolish wish. It was a relief when the thawing ground allowed me to resume my grave-digging. It gave me a physical task to occupy my body, if not my mind. One welcome aspect of spring was that the supply wagons began to once more make the long eastern journey to us. The dusty windows of the mercantile stores were uncluttered and wiped clean. Fresh wares were displayed in them. Shining tin washtubs, woolen and cotton goods, a gleaming long gun with a curly maple stock that no man could pass by without ogling. Within the store, new casks of pickled herring from the far coast had arrived, along with fresh stocks of sweet fruit preserves and bright packets of garden seeds. All these and much more were bait for hearts and eyes jaded by all the oldness of winter. Yet I had come to the store that day not for anything so gleaming and grand, but only in the hope of looking through some of the newspapers that had finally reached us. The articles in them might be weeks or months old, but they were a link to old Thayers and the cities of the West that gave us an inkling of the changes going on in the greater world. Ostensibly, they were for sale, not casual perusing, but they were displayed in a rack on the wall, and I was not the only fellow standing and reading the front pages. The papers were expensive, and I could spare money only for one. After I'd read it, I might be able to trade it to some fellow reader for his purchase, but I wished to make the wisest choice. At length, I chose one with a front-page story concerning a vote in the Council of Lords about taxation. A side column was an editorial on the number of noble sons who had been shifted into roles other than that prescribed by birth order following the previous winter's plague debts. Evidently, some cousins who had hoped to inherit titles were seeking legal redress against heirs who were not truly heir sons. I took the paper from the rack and then waited, holding a few packets of vegetable seeds and gripping a fistful of coins, for the clerk to deign to notice me. He was the same supercilious youth who always scorned to wait on me. Today he took my money and passed over the journal with the comment, "Are you sure this is what you want? You can't eat it, you know, and we've a stock of plain paper for wrapping things." "Just sell me the seeds and the newspaper, please. I'd like to read it," I replied quietly. "Ah, he reads. Will wonders never cease? There you go." I ignored his mockery, took my paper and my garden seeds, and turned to leave. As I did so, 2 women entered the shop. One was a woman of middle years, whom I'd frequently seen around Getty's. I was puzzled to notice that she now wore a large brass whistle on a fine chain around her neck. But a greater shock to me was to recognize the finely dressed young lady who accompanied her. My erstwhile fiancée looked lovely. Carsina Grenalter was wearing the latest style from Old Thayers, I was sure. Her green bonnet could not contain the flaxen curls that bounced about her shoulders. The cut of her forest green dress flattered her buxom figure. Little gold earrings gleamed in her earlobes. The fresh air of spring had pinked her cheeks and the tip of her nose. She glanced about the mercantile and gave a strangled laugh. "Oh, my dear Clara, this is dreadful. Is this what they deem a dry goods store in Getty's? My dear, I'm afraid we shall have to send away for the proper buttons and lace if we are to retrim your dresses in the new styles." By the time Carsina had finished speaking, her companion was flushed a bright pink. I did not know if it was shame for Getty's poor quality of stores, or Carsina's forthright announcement that Clara would be retrimming her dresses rather than purchasing new frocks. It didn't matter. I looked at Carsina, and, delightful as she appeared, I wondered how I had ever believed I could be happily partnered with such a thoughtless woman. If I had thought to take vengeance on her, I got it without making any effort at all. Carsina's eyes had found me. It would have been difficult to miss a man of my size in any setting, let alone amid the crowded shelves of the mercantile. There I stood, unlovely and immense in my well-worn uniform, looking back at her. Our eyes met. She recognized me. I knew that from how her eyes widened and her silent gasp. She instantly turned away from me and fled toward the door, exclaiming, "Come, Clara, there must be other stores in Getty's. Let us see what they have to offer us." But, Carsina, I've told you, this store is the best of them. Carsina." The door shut behind her. I hadn't moved. "Can't blame her for taking fright," the youth behind the counter smirked. "And what can I do for you today, Mistress Galling?" Clara Galling was a lady, I'll give her that. She cast me an apologetic glance before telling the lad, "Well, I thought we were going to look at buttons and lace, but my husband's cousin seems to have fled. I do beg your pardon. She's only newly arrived in Getty's. It's been arranged for her to meet Captain Thayer. Their families are discussing a betrothal. My cousin spent the best part of the winter in Old Thayers. You can imagine the shock she feels, coming straight to Getty's from the society and culture of the capital. Well, as I'm here, Yandy, would you please put up 2 pounds of herring for me, and 2 measures of cornmeal? At least I'll get the day's shopping out of the way." She glanced out of the window as she spoke, and I followed her gaze. Carsina lingered outside the mercantile with her back to the store. Did she think I would pursue her? Why would she imagine I would want to, after she had treated me so badly and tried to turn my own sister against me? Yet that random thought of Yarrow suddenly made me realize why I had to speak to Carsina. I hurried out of the store. The streets were muddy and rutted from the rains of spring. Carsina lingered on a cobbled walk, trying to hold her skirts away from the mud without flashing her ankles into view. The spring wind from the mountains tugged at the scarf that she held close to her throat with her free hand. There was no one near to overhear me. I walked softly up to her and spoke in a low voice. "Such a surprise to see you in Getty's, Carsina. I understand you're here to meet your new fiancé. Congratulations. I'm sure he'll be as charmed as I once was." I had intended my words as a compliment, to calm her and make her regard me with gratitude, before I asked my favour of her. Instead, she seemed to regard them as either insult or threat. She turned her head to look at me, eyes flashing, and then jerked her gaze away. "Leave me alone, Sarah. We have not been introduced, and I'm not accustomed to conversing with common strangers." She took several hasty steps away from me, and then paused, staring anxiously at the mercantile door. I knew that as soon as Clara came out, she would flee. I only had a moment to convey my need to her. A soldier who was riding past stared at us curiously. I approached her again. "Carsina, please. There is just one thing I need from you, a small and simple favour. Won't you help me out, please, for old time's sake? For Yarrell?" Her face had gone white, and she stood stiff as a stick. She looked all around us, as if fearing someone would see me speaking to her. "Sir, I do not know you," she said quite loudly. "If you don't stop bothering me, I shall scream for assistance." Two ladies had just turned the corner near Getty's only tea shop. They halted at the sight of us, staring. "Don't do that," I whispered hoarsely. "You don't need to do that. Carsina, it's about Yarrell, not me. Once you were the very best of friends. Please, for her sake, help me. She thinks I am dead. I don't have any way to—" "Leave me alone!" She all but shrieked the words, as she took several more tottering steps away from me. "Excuse me, ma'am. Is he bothering you?" The voice came from behind me, and I turned, dread in my heart. Sergeant Hoster, puffed up with hostility, looked absolutely gratified to have an excuse to humiliate me. He didn't wait for Carsina to speak before he barked at me. "Step away from the lady, gutbag. I seen you whispering at her. She warned you off twice. Now get on your way and leave her alone. Better yet, get back to the cemetery where you belong." Carsina stood with her back to me, trembling as if with terror, her handkerchief clutched to her mouth. I knew what she feared, and it wasn't that I'd harm her. It was that somehow the folk of Getty's would connect her with me. I spoke deliberately to her back. "I meant no harm, ma'am. Obviously I mistook you for someone else." A vengeful demon inside me wanted to call her by name, wanted to announce to every fool on the street who had stopped to gawk that I had once been engaged to her. Coldly, I clamped down on the impulse. I must not antagonize her. She was my best hope of getting a letter through to my sister. If I could catch her alone, I could, if necessary, threaten her with exposure to get her to write to Yarrell. But that ruse would have to wait. For now, I lowered my head and stepped back apologetically. Clara Galling had emerged from the shop at last. She gave an exclamation of dismay at Carsina's distress and hurried to her side. I turned and walked quickly away. Behind me, I heard Sergeant Hoster apologizing to her for "the laddie's bad experience. No woman should walk the streets of Getty's alone, more's the pity. Some of the enlisted men have no more manners than savages. She's not harmed, ma'am, merely shaken. A walk home and a hot cup of tea will likely put her right." He turned and shook his fist at me. "I'd give you the thrashing you deserve, if it weren't for all these ladies watching. Count yourself lucky." Clara Galling was no shrinking violet. She called out loudly after me, "You should be ashamed of yourself, trooper. Ashamed. Animals like you are why the ladies of this town must carry whistles and walk in pairs just to be safe in broad daylight. I'll be speaking to Colonel Heron about you. Don't think I shan't. You're a hard man to mistake. My husband will see that you get what you have coming to you." And all I could do was hunch my shoulders to her words and slink away like a chicken-killing dog. I almost expected the onlookers to stoop and fling stones after me to make me run. For a terrifying moment, I wished death on all of them. Yet, the moment I felt my blood begin to seethe with magic, a horror seized me, and I quenched the emotion and the evil thought it had spurred. I felt physically ill, and more of a monster than even the gawking folk believed I was. As quickly as I could, I turned down an alley and escaped from their sight. I had not intended to take Sergeant Hoster's suggestion that I hurry back to the cemetery, but that was what I did. For the rest of the afternoon, my mind seethed, not just with plans of how I could persuade Carsina to help me clandestinely contact my sister, but also with genuine fear of the emotions she had stirred in me. Eventually, I took out my dearly bought newspaper and tried to absorb myself in the news from old Thayers and the civilized world. But the news that had been of such pressing interest to me but a few hours earlier now seemed irrelevant to me. I tried to care about the old nobles and the new nobles, and questions of birth order and life roles, and could not. None of it, I told myself, would ever touch me again. I was no longer a new noble's soldier son, but only an enlisted man who wasn't even truly a Cavalier trooper, but only a cemetery soldier, a guardian of graves. The storekeeper had been right, I told myself in disgust. Just because I could read the newspaper did not mean that any of it applied to me. No. I was a creature of this border world now, a man infected with magic. A monstrous power slept inside me, and unless I could rid myself of it, I would have to live in fear of my honest emotions. I had to find a way to rid myself of the magic. I had starved my body of sustenance to no avail. I had thought that if I could regain my former body, I could take back my former life. Now I saw that I'd been starting at the wrong end of the problem. If I wanted to take back my old life, or any semblance of it, the first thing I had to do was be rid of the magic that lurked inside me. It was the true change that had befallen me, not the layer of fat that covered me. My fat was only an outward sign of the real transformation. Spink had offered to help me. I suddenly longed to be able to seek him and Ebony out, and have someone I trusted on my side in this battle. Perhaps I could find a way to contact Spink, and I tempted myself with the thought of revealing myself to Ebony. I banished the hope by recalling how the folk in town had looked at me today. Did I want to bring that kind of disgust and shame to Spink's doorstep? Did I want tales of whores and insults to women on the street to attach themselves to my real name, as they surely must if Ebony acknowledged me as her cousin? I imagined such gossip reaching my father's ears, and Jarl's, and I cringed. No. Isolation was better than shame. I would continue on my own. This was my fight, and no one else's. I stayed away from town for over a week. I was well settled in my cabin now. I dug myself a garden patch, well away from the grave sites, and planted a small vegetable garden. I tended the graves of the folk I had buried over the winter. The frozen earth I had tossed down in their coffins had settled unevenly. I levelled it now, and whenever I noticed wild flowers sprouting near my path, I dug them up and moved them to the new graves. Rabbits and birds were attracted to the spring grass on the open hillside of the graveyard, and I began employing my sling to obtain fresh meat for myself. I began to wonder how independently I could live. Eventually, I must return to town for fresh supplies and to fulfill my duties. But each time I thought of going, I found an excuse to stay home. I was hoeing in my little garden one morning when I heard hoofbeats. I hurried around the front of my cabin, and then stood and watched as a lone horseman followed by a mule and cart came up the rough road to the cemetery. It took some time before I recognized Ebrooks and Kesey. Even then, I was reluctant to go and meet them. I stood silently until they pulled in their animals. Ebrooks dismounted, and Kesey clambered down from his cart. The cart held a coffin. "No mourners?" I asked as I approached them. Kesey shrugged. "New recruit. He managed to get himself killed the first day he was here. The corporal that did it is locked up now. I expect that, before the week is out, you'll be burying him too." I shook my head at the sad tidings. "You could have just sent a messenger out here. Clove and I would have come for him." "Yeah, well, it's that time of year. You'll be seeing me and Ebrooks regular now. Colonel doesn't like the grass to get more than ankle deep here. We'll be cutting some each day. It's the only way to keep it down." It was strange to have company. They helped me lower the coffin into the waiting grave, and then watched me fill it in. It annoyed me that neither one appreciated that a dug grave was already waiting, nor did they help me to fill it. At least they bowed their heads with me as I said a simple prayer over the grave. "Used to be every soldier from our outfit had a real funeral," Kesey observed. "But I guess funerals are like birthdays. Once you reach a certain number of them, they don't seem so special anymore. As long as I'm here, I'll do my best to see every man buried with dignity, I replied. Suit yourself, Kesey said. But Ebrooks and I won't always have time to help you, you know. His callousness angered me. I took a petty revenge. I professed ignorance as to how to put an edge on a scythe. I watched them do all the tool sharpening, and then feigned that I did not know how to use one, and spent the rest of the day learning by watching them. I discovered they were actually very competent at their tasks. We began at the oldest section of the cemetery, and worked row by row to take down the grass that had grown too tall. As we raked it into piles and collected it, they complained that once, simply putting a couple of sheep out to graze had accomplished this task. It had been stopped, not out of exaggerated respect for the dead, but because 3 times in a row the sheep had been stolen. When I expressed surprise, they laughed at me. Had I forgotten that most of the population of the town around the fort were criminals? As the afternoon shadows lengthened, we returned to my cabin. To my surprise, they'd thought to bring food with them, and we made a meal together. They were not companions I would have chosen for myself, yet it was still good to eat and talk and laugh without regard to anything else. After our meal, they headed back to town. They invited me to come with them and join them in a beer, but I'd spent my money on the old Thayer's newspaper and told them so politely. And so they departed, with the promise or warning that they'd return to work again tomorrow. As they waved at me, they laughed, and told me to keep good watch tonight, lest the Specs come to steal my latest resident. I waved them off, and went back into my cabin. I'd worked longer hours than I had in some days, and I went to bed early, actually anticipating the morrow with some pleasure. After all my days alone, it would be good to have company each day. I tried not to wonder if I would soon weary of the twosome. I slept well and deeply. Dawn woke me, and I rose and followed my routine. When I went to fetch water, I received again the strong impression that someone was watching me from the forest. I steeled myself to the magic's insidious creeping, and shook my fist at the forest before I carried my bucket of water home. While I waited for the icy spring water to boil for tea and porridge, I took my sling and went out across the gravesites looking for rabbits or birds. I'd resolved to make a nice meat soup for all of us for supper, and suspected that the scent of newly shorn grass might have lured in a few fat spring rabbits, or perhaps some birds come in quest of gravel or worms. What I found instead shocked and horrified me. Somehow, the tales of body snatching had seemed only that, tales to frighten a man new to his task as a cemetery guard. To see the gaping grave and the plundered coffin crookedly perched upon the heaped soil raised the hair on the back of my neck and sent a shiver down my spine. I approached it cautiously, as if it were somehow dangerous to me. It was empty. Only a smudge of caked blood from the dead man's wound remained to show that a body had been in there. In the loose soil beside the grave, I found 2 sets of barefoot prints. I lifted my eyes to the forest that crouched on the hillside above the cemetery. The Specs had come and taken the body into those woods. Somewhere in there, I'd find him. All I had to do was muster the courage to go and look for the corpse. Ebrooks and Kesey found me gathering what I thought I'd need. I'd found a piece of old canvas in the tool shed, possibly left over from crude shroud-making for plague victims. I had the canvas and a good length of rope. I'd slung those onto the back of Clove's saddle. My long gun was in the scabbard. I hoped I wouldn't have to use it, and not just because I didn't want to face a difficult situation. I had no faith in the battered weapon. I had expected them to share my horror at the body snatching. Instead, simpletons that they were, they roared with laughter at my predicament and wished me good hunting, but declined to make any effort to help me. Kesey offered me the only helpful bit of information. Sometimes they puts them right at the end of the road, where the workers would find them. I think they do it to frighten them, but other times, well, there's just no saying. That fella could be anywhere in the woods, from here to the other side of the Barrier Mountains. Why do they do it? I demanded furiously, not expecting an answer. Most likely because it bothers us so much. For a while there, Rhymes, the fellow who dug graves before you, he kept a list of the ones that were stolen, and which ones he brought back and buried, and which ones he never found. Colonel Heron got angry about that. That he never found some of the bodies? I don't blame him. That's awful. Think of the families. No, not that. He got mad that Rhymes kept a list. Sergeant Hoster told us a new rule for it, after Rhymes disappeared. You've got to go look for the body at least 3 times. If you don't find it after that, you can just fill in the grave and keep your mouth shut about it. Now, Ebrooks and me, we asked him, "What do you mean? Do we only have to go looking for the corpse 3 times all told, or that we got to try to find it 3 times each time it gets stole, no matter what?" The horror I felt was only getting deeper. "What did Hoster say?" I asked faintly. Ebrooks laughed sourly. "Not much. He just shoved Kesey down and called him an old fool and then stomped off. And over his shoulder he shouts at us, 'Work it out for yourselves.' So we did. And we decided 3 times was the maximum we'd go into the woods for anybody. And that's how we've been doing it." I felt queasy. "And how many bodies have been lost that way?" They exchanged a look. It was an agreement to lie. "Oh, not many," Ebrooks said airily. "But we don't really know the count, because Colonel Heron forbade keeping track of it. And neither of us are much good at writing anyway." "I see." They went off to their grass-cutting after that, and I took Clove and my corpse-packaging materials and went back to the empty grave. I resolved that I would start there and see if I couldn't discover any sort of trail. I also decided that I would approach Colonel Heron about acquiring a dog, to both help me guard the cemetery and to help track down stolen bodies when the occasion demanded it. This time, however, I knew I was on my own. From the tracks in the disturbed soil around the grave, I decided there had been 2 intruders, one smaller than the other. They had walked through the uncut grass, burdened with a corpse. I mounted Clove to enjoy a better vantage point. There had been a heavy dew the night before. As I had hoped, the passage of the grave robbers had disturbed enough of the moisture on the tall grass that I could see where they had gone. Even better, it indicated they had left after most of the dew had formed. I kicked Clove, and we followed their trail through the grave markers. It made straight for the woods. The forest looked beautiful in the morning light. The new leaves were at their brightest, and the contrast between the shades of green shown by the different kinds of trees made a springtime palette. The sky was a pale blue, with wispy clouds. In the near distance, the mountains shouldered up above the hills, still mantled with snow. It looked as if clouds had snagged on their rugged tops and flew there like banners. The woods should have looked welcoming, but the closer I got to them, the more they breathed dullness and fatigue and deep, dark despair. At the edge of the meadow, I dismounted. From here, I'd have to walk if I was to keep my eyes open for sign, and walking would force me to stay awake. Already, sleepiness buzzed in my ears, and my eyelids were heavy. I rubbed my eyes, scratched my head briskly to try to rouse myself, and entered the woods. Clove came behind me. The packed litter of the forest floor looked deep and undisturbed. I tried to imagine myself as 2 men, burdened with a corpse. Where would I choose to walk? What would I avoid? I picked my way up the hillside, avoiding the denser thickets of underbrush. I struck a deer trail, and was rewarded by a fresh scuff mark on the bark of a tree beside it. I yawned prodigiously, shook my head, and forced myself to go on. The forest smelled lovely, both lush and rotting in the rising warmth of the spring day. It reminded me of something. No, of someone. Of her. Tree Woman. It was the smell of her breath and body. In a sort of daze, I drifted into a walking dream of lying beside her, in warmth and ease. My discouragement turned to a shameful longing for a past that I didn't even remember. Can a man fall asleep walking? I'm not sure, but it is possible to waken by jolting into a tree. I shook my head, and for a moment I could not remember where I was or what I was doing there. Then Clove nudged me from behind, and I recalled my task. We had not strayed far from the deer trail. I went back to it and trudged on. I used every trick I knew to keep myself alert. I bit my lip. I scratched the back of my neck. I forced myself to walk with my eyes open very wide. Such antics kept me awake and moving, but it was devilishly hard to focus on trying to find marks of a trail. I saw nothing for a long time and cursed my luck, wondering if in my sleepiness I'd missed some key clue. Then I saw the unmistakable mark of 3 muddy fingers on a tree trunk. Someone had paused there and steadied himself. I tottered on, yawning. That handmark meant something more than the fact they had passed this way. My mind chewed the thought slowly. I decided it meant they were getting tired. The nature of the forest was changing. The woods right above the cemetery were of fairly young trees, interspersed with large charred stumps and fire-scarred giants. Clove and I came now to the edge of that old burn, and in a dozen paces the open, airy forest of deciduous trees abruptly gave way to something darker and more ancient. The underbrush dwindled and gave way. The crowded trees that competed for space and survival had no place in this cathedral of giants. The forest floor became a deep carpet of moss. A few broad-leaved plants and ferns broke the floor, and occasionally the long, crookedly sprawling and fiercely thorned canes of Demon's Club sprouted like strange forest cacti. Previously, Clove had to shoulder his way along the narrow path. Now we were dwarfed. The trunks of the trees were columns that held up a distant sky. The giants were widely spaced, and I could not reach the lowest branch on any of them. Their leafy limbs began far overhead, and reached out to mingle in a canopy that, when their leaves were fully developed, would completely block the light. I had never walked in such a forest, and the magic's sleepy spell was abruptly dispersed by a jolt of genuine and deeply felt fear. I'd recognized these giants of trees. They were the same as those at the end of the road. I halted where I stood and stared all around me. The vista of thick columnar trunks extended in all directions. I had no name for the trees. I'd never seen them anywhere else. The upper reaches of their trunks were mottled in color, from green to reddish-brown. But down here, at my height, the surface of their bark was ropey, as if the trunks were braided tendrils rather than a single stem. The roots that radiated out from the trees raised hummocks in the forest floor. Their fallen leaves from last autumn made deep, leafy beds of humus among the tangling roots. The rich smell of healthy rot filled my nostrils. The silence in that place was a pressure I felt in my ears, and between one heartbeat and the next, I suddenly acknowledged a thing I had always known but never fully realized. Trees were alive. The colossi that surrounded me were not the work of man or the earth's bones of stone. They were living creatures, each one begun from a tiny seed, and older, far older than anything I could imagine. The thought sent a sudden shiver up my spine, and suddenly I needed to see the sky and feel moving air on my face. But the trees hemmed me round and closed me in. I glimpsed an area that seemed more light and open, and made directly for it, heedless of leaving the deer trail that was now only a winding indentation through the mossy earth. My area of light marked where one of the giants had half fallen. It leaned at an angle, its roots torn from the earth, and its bare branches pushing half a dozen fellow trees aside. Its falling had opened a window to the sky. Spring sunlight reached the mossy forest floor. In that irregular patch of light, several young trees had sprung up. I would have said they were large, old trees if I had seen them growing in old Thayers. Among these giants, they seemed like saplings. And fastened to one of the saplings, I found the corpse I had been pursuing. I had seen only his coffin when we buried him. It was a shock to find him such a young man, little more than a boy, really. He sat with his back to the tree, his head fallen forward on his chest, and his face covered by a sheaf of yellow hair. But for the discoloration of his skin, he might have simply fallen asleep there. His hands, darkened by death, lay in his lap. He looked at peace. I stared at him, and wondered what I had feared I would find. The specks had not stripped his body. They had not cut his limbs away, or in any way dishonoured him that I could see. They had simply carried him all this way, only to set him down against a tree. The shafts of spring sunlight falling from far above illuminated him as if he were God-touched. Tiny insects danced above him in a flickering cloud of gossamer wings. Behind me, Clove snorted impatiently. I glanced back at my horse, and at the roll of soiled canvas and old rope he carried. Suddenly it seemed that I would be the one disturbing the rest of the dead. A man spoke beside me. "Please, sir, don't bother him. He is peaceful now." I leapt sideways and landed in a defensive posture. Clove turned his big head to look at me curiously. The speck man did not flinch or move. He didn't shift his eyes toward me, but stood with his hands clasped loosely below his belly and his head bent, as if praying. For a long instant we were frozen in that tableau. The speck was a man of middle years, naked as the sky. His long streaked hair was held back with a tie of bark twine. He carried no weapons. His body was unadorned by jewelry of any kind. As natural as an animal, he stood in submission before me. I felt foolish in my restless crouch, with my fists held up before me. I calmed my breath and warily straightened. "Why have you done this?" I asked him severely. He lifted his eyes to look at me. I was startled to see that his eyes matched the streaking pigment on his face. A brown eye looked at me from the dark blotch on the left side of his face, and a green eye peered from the tan area around his right eye. His gaze was mild. "I do not understand your words, Great One." Clove and my scabbard long gun were several steps away. I edged toward them, as I tried to think of a different way to phrase my question. "Yesterday, I buried this man in a coffin. Why have you disturbed his rest by stealing his body and bringing him here?" He puffed his cheeks at me lightly. A gesture I would later learn indicated a sort of denial. "Oh, Great One, I cannot understand what you say." "Speak the language, can't you?" The woman who suddenly stepped out from the shelter of a tree snapped these words with asperity. She had been leaning against the mottled trunk in a way that had allowed her to blend with it. Now that she stood clear of it, I wondered how I had not seen her before, and wondered, too, why Clove showed no sign of alarm. He paid these specks no more mind than if they were jaybirds hopping near him in his pasture. When, I wondered, had he become so accustomed to them? A paranoid fear that there were actually unseen specks all around me suddenly seized me. I glanced about and then put my back to Clove's barrel body. My long gun was on the other side of my horse. I started to edge around him. As I took that precaution, the woman walked toward me. She was as naked as the man, and completely comfortable in her bare skin. She reminded me of a large, heavy-bodied cat as she stalked me. She was lithe, but there was nothing slight about her. As she drew closer, I halted my flight. Her modest breasts hugged her body. Muscle moved in her powerful thighs. I tried not to stare at her nakedness, but it was just as difficult to meet her eyes. They were the deepest green I had ever seen. A sooty streak ran down the center of her face, dividing her eyes and darkening her nose. She had more specks and larger ones than the man did. At some points, the dashes on her body almost became stripes. Her streaky hair fell in a mane down her back, and in colour it reminded me of varnished oak. If I felt uncouth staring at her body, she was not so inhibited about perusing mine. Her eyes ran over me familiarly, and she said to the man, "Look at him. He's huge. He could make two of you even now, and yet it is plain that no one cares for him. Think what such a man could look like with the proper care." She was only an arm's length away from me, and she lifted both her hands as if she would measure my girth with them. "Keep your distance," I warned her, unnerved by her casual attitude toward me. "Speak the language," I said. "Are you rude or stupid?" "Look here, it is dangerous to speak so to a great one." The man offered his warning in a humble tone, as if he must defer to her. It made me wonder what her status was. I tried to gauge her age, and decided she must be close to 20. Her nakedness, I suddenly realized, confused me. I was accustomed to dress defining both a woman's status and her age. She laughed, a clear peal that shattered the quiet of the woods. The sound woke a memory in me. I'd heard that laugh before. "There is no danger, father. If he is so stupid that he cannot speak the language, then he will not be offended by what I said. And if he is so rude as to speak his own tongue to us when he can understand the language, well, then I have only returned that rudeness to him. Is it not so, Great One?" "My name is not Great One," I replied testily. And then my tongue halted of its own accord. I had spoken Gurnian to her, until I came to the words for Great One. That phrase I had returned to her in her own language. I knew then that I could speak the Spec language, and recalled when I had learned it, and from whom. They were speaking Spec, and I'd been replying in Gurnian. I took a breath and tried again. "Please, keep your distance from me." "There," she exclaimed to her father. "I knew it. He was just being rude, because he thinks he can." She turned back to me. "Keep my distance. That I shall. This is my distance, Great One." She stepped closer to me, and set both her hands on my chest. Shock paralyzed my body and my tongue. She ran one hand down my side, and slapped me firmly on the hip, as if she were checking a horse or dog for soundness. Her other hand simultaneously travelled up my chest and up the side of my neck, and stopped on my cheek. She ran her thumb lightly over my lips. Her bold gaze held my own. She leaned in closer until her breasts brushed my chest. Then the hand that had lingered on my hip suddenly groped my groin. Startled, I sprang back from her, but Clove's huge body blocked my escape. She squeezed me playfully, and then stepped back, grinning broadly. She spoke over her shoulder to her father, who stood, his eyes cast down, as if he wished to avoid seeing her outrageous behaviour. "Oh, you see, he regrets being rude already." She cocked her head at me and wet her lips. "Would you like to apologize to me?" It was very hard to think. The sudden idea that I had succumbed to the spell of the forest and fallen into a deep sleep came to me. If this was a dream, I could do whatever I wanted, without repercussions. No. I recalled the last time I had lain with a Spec woman in a dream, and all that had followed. I made fists, digging my nails into the palms of my hands. I lifted my hands and scrubbed roughly at my face. Either the dream was a very strong one, or this was real. Either choice was frightening. I took a breath and spoke firmly to the man. It was so hard to summon an authoritative voice when the woman still hemmed me in against my horse. "I have come to take the body back to our graveyard. Stand clear of me and let me do what I must." The man lifted his eyes to mine. "I think he prefers to be where he is, Great One. Go to him. Speak to him. See if it is not so." He spoke with such confidence that I looked toward the corpse. Was it possible that by some horrible error the man still clung to life? No, he was dead. Flies were walking on him. I could smell him. I decided to put my decision into words the savage could comprehend. No, he wishes to be back in his coffin, buried in the ground. That is what I must do for him. As casually as I could, I turned back to Clove. I took my roll of canvas and length of line from his saddle and slung them over my shoulder. The woman had not moved. I had to edge past her to walk toward the corpse. She followed me. The man clasped himself and rocked from side to side as I approached the body. "Great One, I fear you are wrong. Listen to him. He wishes to stay. He will make a fine tree. When the trees of your people fill our forest, the cutting will have to stop. Your own trees will stop you." I understood each word that he said, but I could not take his meaning. "I will ask him what he wishes," I told the old man, as I dropped the canvas next to the body. I knelt briefly by the body and pretended to listen. "Yes, he wishes to go back to the cemetery," I told them. I pulled the rope free of the canvas and unrolled the cloth. I bent to seize the corpse by the shoulders. Insects buzzed over my head, and the distinctive smell of death surrounded me. I held my breath. Resolved to get it over with quickly, I seized him by his shoulders, intending to pull him over onto the canvas and then quickly roll him up in it. The corpse didn't budge. I tugged at him several times, and then had to step away to take a deep breath of untainted air. The stench of death clung to my hands, and it took all my will to keep from retching. All this while, the specks had watched me, the man solemnly, and the woman with amusement. Their presence bothered me. If I must do such a distasteful task, I would rather have done it without an audience. Obviously, they had fastened him to the tree somehow. I stood up straight, unsheathed my knife, took a deep breath of air, and once more approached the corpse. I could not see any binding. When I could hold my breath no longer, I took another gasp of air through the sleeve of my jacket. Then I tried to slide my hand down behind his back, between him and the tree. Immediately, I encountered a number of tiny rootlets projecting from the tree and into the corpse, thrusting right through the fabric of his jacket and shirt and into his flesh. I could scarcely credit it. I knew that the man's body had not been here more than a few hours. That a tree could send greedy, questing roots into him so quickly was macabre. I tried the blade of my knife against those I could reach. It was a hopeless task. They were pencil-thick and as hard as oak knots. I do not like to recall the next half hour. The stench was stronger, because the rootlets had pierced his dead flesh in so many places. Every atom of my nature rebelled against the idea of manhandling the dead. Yet, in the end, that was what it came down to. I jerked him loose. The rootlets that had entered his body so quickly had fanned out inside him as a network of tendrils. By the time I pried the body loose, it was leaking foul fluids from dozens of gaping wounds. It smelled far worse than it should have. I suspected something in the roots was hastening the breakdown of the corpse. Pulling the body free of the roots left the tangled root masses dangling from the tree and dripping gore. Liquids and particles of flesh and gut smeared my hands and arms before I finally managed to lay him out on the canvas. I flung an end of it over him, and then dropped to my knees to roll him up in the coarse shroud. I bound the parcel with my rope. I was tying the final knot when the speck man spoke again. "I do not believe he wished to go, but in this I will defer to your wisdom, Great One." He sounded ineffably sad. The woman spoke with more scorn. "You did not even try to listen to him." She puffed her cheeks at me several times, making her lips flutter. When I made no response, she said, "I will come to see you again, this time not as a dream-walker, but in the flesh." She cocked her head and eyed me appraisingly before she added, "And I will bring you proper food." I could think of no response. It was difficult to lift the swathed corpse to my shoulder, and even harder to rise with it. But I would have died before I would have asked either of them for help. I lugged the dead trooper over to Clove, who snorted his distaste, but accepted the nasty burden. I could almost feel the Spec's eyes boring into me as I secured the body to my saddle. Both ends of my parcel stuck out awkwardly. The journey home would be a complicated one once we reached the narrow path through the younger forest. I spoke over my shoulder to the watching Specs as I tightened the rope that lashed the corpse to my saddle. The way of my people is to bury our dead. It is my duty to protect their graves. I do not wish to have problems with you or your people. You must leave our dead alone. You must never again do what you did last night. I do not want to bring harm down on either of you. But if you again take a corpse from our graveyard, I must. Do you understand? I tugged the last knot tight and turned to look at them. I was alone. Chapter 21. Olakia. Much later that afternoon, I presented myself at Colonel Heron's office. After I'd reburied the unfortunate trooper, I'd hauled bucket after bucket of water and scrubbed myself raw, but the stink of death clung to me. I wanted to throw away the clothing I'd been wearing, but I did not have that luxury. Instead, I washed it and left it dripping on my newly strung clothesline. I avoided Ebrooks and Kesey entirely. I didn't want to speak to anyone about my encounter with the Specs, but thought that perhaps I must report it to Colonel Heron. The sergeant kept me waiting. I had learned that the person I really had to wear down was his sergeant, not the colonel. So I stood before his desk and watched him shuffle his papers. "You could leave and come back later," he suggested to me sharply at one point. "I've nothing more demanding to do, and I feel I should make my report to the colonel as soon as possible." "You can simply give me your information to pass on." "I could, Sergeant, of course. It's rather detailed, but if you wish to write it down for the colonel, I could come back tomorrow for his response." I don't know why he didn't simply order me to leave. Perhaps because he knew I would come back. There were a few chairs along the wall of the office, but I had observed that my standing seemed to chafe his nerves more than if I withdrew quietly. He sorted his way through a stack of dispatches, assigning them to different piles. Then he looked up at me, sighed, and said, "I'll see if he can see you now." Despite the spring weather, the colonel still lounged in his chair by the blazing hearth fire. No ray of daylight penetrated his chamber. I wondered if he ever left this room. He turned his head as I entered and sighed. "Trooper Berv? You again? What is it now?" "Specs stole a body out of the graveyard last night, sir. I had to enter the forest to recover it. I had contact there with a Spec man and woman." "Did you? That's the only part of your story that is unusual. Did you antagonize them?" I considered his question. "I took the body back. They didn't seem to approve, but I simply did it." "Well done." He nodded sharply. "We've found that to be the best way to deal with them. Approach what must be done calmly, inform them of it, and then do it. They soon come to understand that we know what we're doing and it's for the best. For the most part, they're a passive people. The only time they've ever attacked us, we had shed Spec blood first. They became very distressed about the road construction and tried to interfere with it. Instead of talking to them, some fool lost his head and shot one. Instead of fleeing, the Specs charged at us. Well, we had no choice except to use our weapons then. A lot of Specs died. Such a one-sided battle was unfairly called a massacre. The papers in Old Thayers published a very biased account, and all the officers involved were rebuked. What should they have told their men? Don't shoot until they've killed some of us." His indignation had brought 2 bright spots of colour to his cheeks. He took a deep breath to calm himself. "So, we don't want a situation like that again. Do as you've been doing. Simply bring the bodies back. Don't make threats. Don't shoot at Specs. Just do your duty, but don't provoke them to bloodshed. Remember, I assigned you to the cemetery to prevent this, not so you could come here and complain about it. You did recover the corpse and rebury it?" "Yes, sir, I did." "Sir, I thought I should report my contact with the Specs." He lifted a wine glass from a table at his elbow and sipped from it. The liquid was a dark crimson. "It's of no consequence. It's spring, Trooper. Spring always brings the specks down to trade. Soon it will be summer. Then it will be high summer, and people will die of plague. Lots of them. And as fast as you bury them, the specks will try to dig them up. By the end of summer, if you don't die of the plague, you'll be like all the rest of us, praying for winter to come and cursing it when it gets here. He spoke with absolute certainty. When he was finished, he resumed staring into this fire. Sir, it seems to me I might better serve in my post if I could find a way to prevent the specks from stealing bodies before summer and the plague season hits. I waited for a response from him. When he didn't give me one, I took it as permission to speak on. I'd like to acquire a dog, sir, with your permission. He could serve in 2 capacities. He could keep watch in the graveyard by night and bark to warn me of intruders. And if a body was stolen, a hound could help me track the culprits and bring the corpse back sooner. He made no response. I tried again. I'd like to keep a dog, sir. He gave a sudden harumph of laughter. So should we all, Trooper. But tell me this, where would you get one? Have you seen any dogs in Gettys since you arrived? It was such an obvious lack. I wondered how I had missed it before. Perhaps dogs could be brought from the West, I ventured, certain that this had already been tried. Dogs disappear from Gettys. Dogs do not seem to like specks, and specks certainly do not like dogs, except in stew. So, you will not be getting a dog to help you fulfill your duties? He glanced away from the fire to look at me, and when I didn't move, he demanded testily, Was there anything else, Trooper? May I attempt to build a wall around the cemetery, sir? Or at least along the side of it that is closest to the woods. It might not prevent all such incidents, but I should like to make stealing bodies as difficult as possible for them. He shook his head. The neck of the bottle chinked against the lip of his wine-glass as he poured. Did you pay any attention when I let you sign on? I told you that I've requested a shipment of stone for a wall. I've asked for it several times now, and each time I've been put off. He took another sip from his wine. Obviously, the King's Road is far more important than our troopers resting in dignity after they die in this forsaken place. A silence fell between us. I made a final unwilling effort. I could build a fence, sir. He did not turn his head toward me, but only shifted his eyes. From wood, I assume? Yes, sir. And where do you plan to get it? Not from our supplies. Wood, ironically, is hard to come by. We can harvest it only from the edges of the forest because, well, you know how difficult it is for our crews to enter the actual forest. So how would you build a fence without wood? Some stubbornness I had thought long vanquished from me reared its head. I did not point out that he seemed overly generous with his own supply of firewood. I'll get my own wood, sir. He leaned deeper into his chair and considered me. Taking wood from that forest is not as easy as it might appear. Have you attempted it, soldier? I've been in the forest twice, sir. I know its challenges. Yet you'd willingly attempt such a thing. Perhaps he weighed my courage against the appearance of my body. I felt as if he were seeing me for the first time, rather than just the flesh that enclosed me. I spoke the truth. I'd rather try to take wood from that forest than have to hunt down stolen corpses in it, sir. I suppose you would. Very well, then. Feel free to attempt it, but don't neglect your other duties. I've had good reports of your pre-digging the graves. Continue with that effort. But in your spare time, you may attempt to build a fence as well. Thank you, sir. I felt anything but thankful as I left. I emerged into the dusky streets of Gettys. The Colonel had kept me waiting for longer than I thought. Evening was coming on. What had I been thinking? Volunteering to fence in the cemetery. I had enough work to do, and with no dog to help me. I might have to start keeping a night watch over the fresh graves. I thought of the long boundary the cemetery shared with the forest, and tried to picture a fence. A tall fence of solid wood plank would be the most effective. A rail fence would do little more than slow the grave robbers. I considered a palisade of logs, and rejected the notion. The idea of cutting that many substantial logs, digging the holes, and erecting them was beyond a lone man. Clove awaited me patiently at the hitching rail. I stared at it, and at the weeds that grew vigorously at the base of its supports. It reminded me of my father's hedgerows, founded on lines of rough stones hauled from the surrounding fields. I'd encountered no sizable stones while digging graves. The largest ones were no bigger than my head, but even those, set in a row, could provide a demarcation. And if I planted thorny or densely growing bushes, I might make a barrier of the very stuff of the forest that so daunted me. The moment the idea came to me, I recognized the rightness of it. It would take time to grow, of course. So I'd erect a rail fence to begin with, and any stones I encountered in my grave digging could go along the bottom of it. The specks went naked. I'd plant brambles and briars along it. Yes. Clove's reins were loose in my hands. He tugged at them, reminding me that I'd been standing there, lost in thought, for some time. I realized abruptly that I appeared to be staring at two women approaching me on the sidewalk. In an effort to counteract that rudeness, I smiled affably and gave a friendly nod. One gave a squeak of fear, and her hand darted to seize the brass whistle she wore on a chain around her neck. The other woman abruptly took her companion's elbow and steered her quickly out and across the street. They walked briskly and glanced back at me once, whispering together. My cheeks burned in embarrassment, but I also felt a tinge of anger. I knew, with absolute certainty, that if those women had so encountered me 2 years ago, they would have smiled and returned my greeting. I resented that the shape of my body made them judge me so hastily. Within, I was the same man I'd always been. Almost. I realized I was still staring after the women, and mentally contrasting their figures to the naked speck woman I'd glimpsed earlier. Walking about, clad only in her flesh, she had still been less self-conscious and more confident than either of them. And she had been aggressive, as Hitch had warned me that all speck women were. He'd said that his speck woman had simply chosen him, and that he'd had no say in it, then or since. I wondered what that would be like, and caught my breath at the idea. It didn't displease me. I hadn't planned to go back to Sala Mogham's, yet I found myself there, and tying Clove to the railing. It was stupid of me, I thought. Did I really want to spend what little remained of my month's pay on this? Thala was gone, I reminded myself as I knocked at the door, and the other whores had appeared uninterested in my trade. I'd be wiser to go straight back to my cottage. Stiddick opened the door to my knock. "You!" he exclaimed the moment he opened it. Over his shoulder, he said to someone, "The cemetery guard is back." He stood solidly in the door opening. I could not pass, nor even look inside. Before I could say anything, he was thrust to one side, and Sala herself darted out. She wore a red dress, with many little white bows on the skirt of it. A layer of lace inadequately concealed her shoulders and the top of her bosom. She fairly quivered with anger. "You've got a lot of nerve coming here," she exclaimed. "After what you did to Falla." "I didn't do anything to Falla," I protested, but my voice went soft and guilty on the last words. I had done something to Falla. I just couldn't explain what. "Then where is she?" Sala demanded angrily. "Where does a woman go in Gettys in the dead of winter? You come here, you spend the whole night with her, something Falla never did with anyone. Then you're gone, and she just isn't herself. Turns away every man who comes to her for 2 days, and then just disappears. Where?" "I don't know." I'd heard Sala was angry with me over Falla's leaving her employ. I hadn't expected her angry questions. Her harsh smile of vindictive triumph deepened the lines in her face and flaked the powder from the corners of her mouth. "You don't know? Then why didn't you ever come back to see her? Everyone saw how satisfied you were. You come to my establishment just once, spend the whole night with one of my girls, and then she vanishes. But you never come back looking for her, because you knew she was gone, didn't you? And you knew she wasn't ever coming back." And how does a man know that unless he makes sure of it himself? I was dumbstruck for a moment. Then, with all the dignity I could muster in the face of her outrageous words, I said carefully, "Are you accusing me of something, madam? And if you are, would you state it plainly?" If I had thought a blunt response would rattle her, I was wrong. She leaned forward from the waist toward me, her hands on her hips, thrusting her breasts at me like weapons. "I say Fowler came to a bad end, that's what I say, and I think that you know just how. Is that plain enough for you?" It is. Cold anger was building in me. I only knew Fowler for a few hours, but as you say, I was a satisfied man. I had no reason to wish her harm, and every reason to be grateful to her. If she has met with foul play, I will be very grieved to hear of it. But it will have been none of my doing. Good day, madam. I turned, seething with anger, to depart from her door. When I turned my back, Stiddick struck. It was a doltish schoolboy attack. He punched me squarely in the back, between my shoulder blades. I don't know what he thought would happen. Perhaps he thought that because I was fat, I must also be weak or cowardly. I do know he wasn't expecting it when I spun around and gave him a straight-from-the-shoulder fist to the face. His head snapped back on his neck. Then he dropped like a rock. Time seemed to observe a long silence while he lay there, flat on his back and still. For one aching instant, I thought I'd killed him. Then he made a terrible, retching sound, rolled over on his side, and curled up in a ball. Blood was flooding from his face, through his cupped hands and curled fingers. He yelled wordlessly, and Sala began shrieking. I turned and walked away. As I mounted Clove, my hands started to shake. I'd never struck a man that hard. Gravedigging builds up a man's back and shoulders and arms. I thought of my defense. I didn't know my own strength. Oh, that sounded good. I rode away, knowing that what I'd done was justified, but also that I felt queasy about it. All the way home, I wondered what consequences I might expect. An official rebuke was the least of my worries. I had no witnesses who'd take my part in telling the story. They could say anything. Sala had already as much as accused me of killing Fowler. Dropping her doorman scarcely made me look more innocent. I berated myself for rising to such a schoolboy goad. I could have walked away. But by the time I reached my cottage, I knew the truth. No, I couldn't have. If I'd walked away once, those sorts of attacks would have become a constant in my life. I'd done nothing wrong. I hadn't killed Fowler, and when Stiddick had struck me, I'd only struck him back. The night was mild, the air calm. I put Clove up and went to my cottage, thinking only that I'd wake the fire, eat something, and go to bed. When I reached my doorstep, I was alarmed to see the door ajar and light issuing from within. I reached for the door handle, and almost fell over the basket there. It was a curious sort of basket, with a frame and handle of hard wood, but the sides woven of fresh green creeper, with leaves and flowers still on it. It looked very pretty, and yet it filled me with dread. It could have come from only one place. I looked over my shoulder, across the graves to the forest edge. But no lone figure waited there in the dim shadows for me to find her gift. At least, my eyes could not pick out anyone. I looked at the door, but surely if she were inside, she would not have left the basket outside. Cautiously, I eased the door open. I could see no one. After a few moments of hesitation, I picked up the basket and entered my cottage. The fire had burned down to coals. I did not have many possessions, and, as a result, they were kept in precise locations. Someone had explored my home. My journal and writing supplies were undisturbed, but my clothing seemed to have been examined. One of my more frequently darned socks still lay in the middle of the floor. Several items in my limited pantry had been sampled and rejected. I set the basket down on my table, next to the remains. The basket of cold biscuits on the shelf was to have been part of my dinner. Those she had apparently enjoyed. The napkin that had enfolded them held only crumbs. I filled my tea kettle and swung it over the fire on its hook. Then, as gingerly as if it were a basket of snakes, I opened the woven cover of the basket. Incredible smells, earthy and rich, wafted up from it. I ate everything that was in the basket. I didn't recognize any of it in a specific way. I knew that there were mushrooms, roots, fleshy leaves, and scarlet gobbets of fruit that were sweet as honey, yet stung the tongue with tartness too. Almost everything I devoured was exactly as it had been harvested, uncooked in any way. But wrapped in leaves were a stack of golden flat cakes. I could taste honey in them. But whatever else they were made from, I did not know. I only knew that they were particularly satisfying, as if this were food I'd been seeking for a long time. The basket was the size of a book satchel. When I was finished, I sat back, almost moaning with satiation. The skin of my belly was stretched tight. I didn't remember loosening my belt, but I obviously had. My conscience fussed at me that I had been both greedy and foolish. The food could have been poisonous. In all my days of travel and at Getty's, my circumstances had protected me from gluttony. My low pay had not permitted me to indulge in huge meals on my own, and my pride kept me from excess when I was eating in the mess hall where others could see me. This was the first time that I'd had access to a quantity of food that did not have to be rationed out over weeks, food that I could devour in privacy. I'd thought I'd had self-control. I'd just proved I did not. But louder than my conscience was the satisfaction of my body. I felt nourished as I had not in months. Waves of well-being washed through me. The rightness of consuming it overpowered all my doubts, as did my sudden urge to sleep, nay, almost hibernate. I walked from my table to my bed, pausing only to latch my door. I dropped clothing as I went, and by the time I reached my blankets, had nothing more to do than crawl in and close my eyes. I slept the sort of sleep that one never gets as an adult, a deep, dreamless repose. I awoke the same way, between one breath and the next, feeling alert and rested. For several long moments I lay there, taking simple pleasure in the comfort of my bed and the cool grey light of dawn that found its way through my loosely closed shutters. No list of daily tasks pressed upon me. All the things that usually weighted my soul, that I was fat, alone, without prospects, that I had left my sister in terrible circumstances, uncertain of my survival, that my life was as completely different from how I imagined it as it could possibly be. In short, all of the things that always flavoured my mornings with defeat and despair were absent. I sat up, swinging my bare feet to the wooden floor, and then those things did come to me, but they came without teeth. So my life was different from what I'd planned, or, I thought to myself, more accurately, what my father had planned for me. It was still alive. Even the thought that Jarl believed me dead did not rend me as it usually did. I might as well be dead to her, I thought, for I could not, in good conscience, ever bring her to a place like Getty's. My father would attempt to oppress her, but from her letters to Epony, I had the feeling that she would stand up to him if she finally believed that she had no other choice. Perhaps she could now begin to govern her own life without hoping for rescue from someone else. As for myself, I could now rise as I was, unencumbered by clothing or shackles of any kind, and walk away from this ridiculous life of regulations and expectations. I could go to the forest and live in freedom, learning to serve my magic and my people. I stood up to leave, and my real life engulfed me like a wave washing over me. The dread, the sadness, and the frustration rose like walls around me, cutting me off from the peace and optimism that I briefly enjoyed. I struggled against it. Was the bleakness that now enveloped me the miasma of magic that Epony had claimed to sense? Or was the bright beckoning dream an illusion that could not withstand the light of day? For a moment, I teetered on a fence between the two realities, almost as if I could choose which world I would step into. Almost. Habit made me stoop and pick up my worn trousers from the floor. I put my familiar life on with them. I grunted as I stepped into them, and cursed myself for being greedy when they proved hard to fasten. By the time I had dressed myself, brewed my morning tea, and decided to punish myself by going without breakfast, I heard the sounds of Ebrooks and Kesey arriving. They would soon be at my door, expecting to be invited in. I couldn't face them. They were too sharp a contrast with the world I'd briefly visited, and too much an affirmation of the world I now felt trapped in. I seized my jacket from its hook and hurried out of the door. By the time they arrived, I had strapped a selection of tools onto Clove and was leading him toward the forest. "Where are you going?" Ebrooks called after me. I could hear the disappointment in his voice. A hot cup of tea or coffee together before starting the day's work had just begun to be a habit among us. "Forest," I called back to them. "I'm going to start my fence today." "Yeah, sure you are," Kesey mocked me. "We'll see you back before noon." I made no reply. I half suspected he was right. The forest exuded a dark mix of terror and discouragement today. I steeled myself to it, and led Clove into it. We toiled up the wooded hillside, through the young forest. Immediately, the sensation of being watched by hostile eyes flooded me. I took a deep breath, and tried to focus my mind on what I needed. I wanted a stout, straight tree to cut into lengths for a corner post, and my first few fence posts. I resolved that I'd set the uprights first, and then use smaller poles for the rails. The deeper I went into the woods, the more futile my task seemed. It would take me ages to cut enough wood to fence even one side of the cemetery. The trees here were all softwood. My posts would rot through in no time at all. Why had I volunteered for such a senseless task? And none of the trees seemed suitable. This one was too skinny, that one too thick, this one forked, that one bent. In despair, I finally chose one at random, telling myself that once it was cut down and limbed, Clove would drag it out of the woods for me, and I'd at least be away from the darkest part of the wood's magic. I unpacked my axe from Clove and selected where I would begin my cut. I lifted my axe to begin my swing. "What are you doing?" The voice didn't startle me. I turned to look at the same speck I'd seen the day before. "I'm cutting this tree down. I'm going to build a fence around the cemetery, so that our dead can rest in peace." "Fence?" His tongue twisted the foreign word painfully. "Pieces of trees, all in a line, with limbs blocking the path. Other plants and bushes will grow along it." I searched the spec language for words that would approximate what I was doing. I had no qualms at all about letting them know I was setting a boundary. He frowned at me, slowly taking the meaning from my words. Then a great smile dawned on his face. "You will put trees for your dead. Trees will grow on the hill that was made bare." I heard him draw in a great breath before he exclaimed, "This is an excellent idea, Great One. It would take one such as you to see this resolution that could be made." "I'm glad you approve," I said. I wondered if he could sense the sarcasm behind my words. I readied my axe again. "But that is not the right kind of tree to take, Great One." His tone made it clear that he was very reluctant to point out my error. I lowered my axe again. "What sort of tree do you think I should use, then?" I asked with cautious curiosity. I'd heard rumours that the Specks were very territorial of certain groves of trees. Perhaps the tree I'd chosen was precious to him. I was willing to take a different tree. I was going to have to cut a lot of trees before I had a fence. There was no sense in antagonizing the man any more than I must. Besides, that was Colonel Heron's order. He turned his head at a slight angle and almost smiled. "You know, these trees will not bring the dead peace or hold them properly." We were talking past one another again. I tried to find a clear question for him. "What trees should I use, then?" Again he cocked his head at me. It was hard to read his expression. Perhaps it was only the colours that interrupted his face that made him look quizzical. "You know this. Only Canberra trees will enfold the dead." "Guide me to the Canberra trees that I may take," I suggested to him. "Guide you? Oh, Great One, I should not so presume, but I will accompany you." He was as good as his word. I soon realized that in his presence, the power of the forest to sway my mood waned. I did not know if he distracted me from it, or if his presence neutralized the evil magic of the place. In either case, it was a great relief to me. Despite his words, he did take the lead. I followed him, with Clove lumbering along behind me, his heavy tread nearly silent in the deep turf of the forest. "Why do you call me Great One?" I asked, when the silence had stretched too long. He looked back at me over his shoulder. "You are filled with the magic. Today you shine with it. You are a great one, and so I address you." I glanced down at the swell of my belly, and experimented with the notion that I was not fat, but instead was filled with a power I did not completely understand. What if my size were not a weakness, not an indicator of lack of self-control or sloth, but a sign of strength? This speck, at least, seemed to regard me with respect and treat me with deference. I shook my head. His reverence for me only made me uncomfortable, for I felt I deceived him. We walked on, going ever uphill. Clove's big hooves scored the forest floor. Even if my guide abandoned me, I'd easily track my way back. Birds sang and darted overhead. A short distance away, a rabbit thumped an abrupt warning and then fled. My perception of the forest shifted. It was a pleasantly mild spring day. The young forest around me was leafy and sunlit and smelled wonderful. A sense of well-being smoothed away all my anxiety. I relaxed my shoulders, even though I resolved to maintain my wariness. I became aware of the silence and said awkwardly, "My name is Navarre. I am called Kilakara. Olekia is my daughter." "She was with you yesterday." "I was with her yesterday," he confirmed. I glanced around at the surrounding forest. "And is she near today?" "Perhaps," he said uncomfortably. "It is not for me to say where she is." Ahead of us, the forest grew thicker and darker. We passed through an intermediate zone of mixed trees, some youngsters and others fire-scorched giants, before the morning sunlight gave way to the eternal dusk of old forest. Single shafts of sunshine intermittently penetrated the canopy. Insects and motes of dust danced in those beams, and where the light struck the forest floor, flowering plants or patches of brush grew. One bush was already bejeweled with hanging drupes of scarlet fruit. I recognized it as the same luscious fruit that had been in the basket the night before. The fast I had maintained since dawn suddenly seemed a hollow and foolish thing to do. Denying myself food would not change the shape of my body. All it did was torment me with hunger, and make me both irritable and sad. "Shall we stop and eat the berries?" I asked my guide. He looked back at me with a smile. For the first time, I realized that one reason his face looked so strange was that his lips were as black as a cat's. "As you will, Great One," he said, but he spoke as if I'd honored him with a royal invitation. The drupes hung heavy on the twigs. Perhaps it was the open air, or the freshness of the fruit, or simply the enhancement of greater hunger, but the flavor exceeded anything I'd ever tasted. The bush was not large, but it was laden with berries. They were a glowing scarlet in the sunlight, with thin skins, almost liquid flesh, and a single pip in each. We shared what was there, unhurrying, savoring the simple pleasure of absolutely ripe fruit. When the last berry was gone, I sighed. "I do not know why I find these so delicious and satisfying," I said. It was true. 2 handfuls of the berries had been my sole meal that day, and yet my hunger was sated. "They are a powerful food, Great One, and the rightful food of the Mage. You feed your magic as well as your body when you eat them. Everything that comes from the forest is your rightful food, and all of it will nourish what you are. But some foods are especially yours, and fuel for your growth. I am honored that you've allowed me to partake of these alongside you. Already, I feel my awareness unfold. I hear the Canberra trees whispering, even though we have not yet reached them. Food for a mage. I said. I wondered if I had eaten something that would give me hallucinations. I recalled my experience with Dewara and the Gore frogs. Yet, had that been a hallucination brought on by poison, or a true journey? If it had not been a true journey, would I be here now? Again, I walked a thin line between realities. A disturbing thought came to me. I could not straddle this boundary forever. Soon, I would have to choose one of these worlds and walk in it for the rest of my days. If Kilakara sensed my distraction, he did not show it. Certainly, a mage food. Some, such as the red drops, an ordinary man like me can enjoy when invited. Others, as you know, are food for mages alone. Certain mushrooms may be harvested only if they are to be taken to a great one. I had to smile at how carefully he spoke to me. You are telling me many things that I have not known. Earlier, you said that I must know these things. Now I think you realize that I do not, and therefore you instruct me. His hands fluttered in a subservient gesture, one that shooed my words away, but respectfully. Great one, I would never presume to think I knew anything that you did not. I am a talkative, foolish fellow. Anyone will tell you that I am known for saying that which needs no saying, and for repeating what all folk already know. It is a tiresome trait, I know. I beg that you will tolerate it in me. The forms of another courtesy, unknown and yet known to me, niggled at my mind. The proper sort of response came to me. I shall enjoy your conversation, I am sure. These many things are known to me, but it is helpful of you to recall them for me. As I said it, I felt it was truer than I had intended it to be. That other self, taught by Tree Woman, rippled through my awareness, like a fish seen silver in the murky depths of a river. His knowledge was in me, and the longer I walked in this world, the clearer it would come to me. We reached the shoulder of the hill, went into a brief, steep fold of valley, and then climbed again. I do not wish to go much farther, I warned him. I would rather find suitable trees at a lower level, so that I do not have to haul them so far. He looked at me oddly. But what you wish differs from what is, Great One. The trees you must use do not grow lower down. So you are jesting with me? I could not think of a reply, so I said only, when we get to these trees, then I shall decide. Whether it was the berries or Kilakara's presence, or simply that I was becoming accustomed to the forest, I began to enjoy my journey. I was not nearly as weary as I should have been. The light under the trees was gentle and restful to my eyes. No wind stirred there. The deep moss muted not just Clove's hoof thuds, but also seemed to absorb our voices and to cushion my footfalls gently. I was looking directly at a tall stump when Olakia stepped out from its shelter. She had not been behind it, but merged against it. She was naked except for several strands of red and black beads around her waist and a tight necklace of blue beads around her throat. She was so comfortable with her nudity that I felt no embarrassment for her. Rabbits and birds were naked in the same way she was. Kilakara's nudity had not even registered with my mind as something important to notice. I was considering that as she came towards us. She smiled when she spoke. You are looking much better today, great man. The food I brought replenished you. Thank you, I replied awkwardly. I was not accustomed to compliments from women. She approached me until she was standing less than an arm's length away. She was almost my height. When she lifted her chin to look me in the eyes, it was almost as if she were inviting me to kiss her. I noticed now that she had dressed her hair. She had bound it back from her eyes with a bark cloth strip. Wooden beads secured several tiny thin braids that hung down just in front of her ears. She smelled wonderful. When she licked her lips, I noticed that her tongue was both dark and pink, as mottled as the rest of her. She smiled wider, and I knew she was enjoying my awareness of her, and my physical reaction to that awareness. I hope you enjoyed all of it. I beg your pardon? She shook her braids back from her face. The basket of food I left for you. I hoped you would be in your shelter, but you were not, so I left it for you to find. I hope that you ate it all with great pleasure. That I did. Good. She lifted her arms and stretched like a cat. Her eyes never left my face. My mouth went dry. I cleared my throat and then said, Your father, Killer Kara, is helping me to find trees I can use to build a fence around the cemetery, so that our dead may rest in peace. Is he? She glanced around, and when her gaze came back to my face, her smile was secretive. But he seems to be gone now, and you know there are no trees here that can be cut. So, shall we occupy our time another way? While my attention had been focused on her, Killer Kara had vanished. I now wondered if everything he had said and done had been a ploy to lure me to his daughter. But why would any father conduct a stranger to his waiting daughter and then abandon her to him? I tried to awaken a sense of wariness in myself, but all I could recall was how brazenly she had touched me on our first meeting. She reached a hand toward me now and fingered the fabric of my shirt. These garments look uncomfortable and ridiculous. I stepped back from her. They protect me, my skin, from scratches and cold and insect bites. Among my people they are required, for courtesy. She puffed her cheeks briefly, the speck gesture for denial. I am your people. I do not require them. How do these work? She had stepped up as she spoke and seized the front of my shirt. The first button went flying. Her eyes followed its flight, and she laughed delightedly. They jump like frogs, she exclaimed. Before I could react, a sharp tug had sent a second and third to join the first. With every fibre of my being, I longed to tumble her immediately on the mossy forest floor. What held me back was not morality or modesty, or even a reluctance to couple with a speck. Rather, it was simple shame at showing my body to her. This was different from seeking out a whore. A prostitute took money, and had small right to quibble about her customer's appearance. The last thing I wanted to do was to have this young creature see me naked, and react with either horror or laughter. And so I stepped back from her, catching at the flapping front of my shirt. "Stop!" I bade her. "This is unseemly. I scarcely know you." My embarrassment put a starch in my words that I did not intend. I needn't have worried about offending her. She laughed merrily at my reluctance, and advanced on me, unabashed. "You will scarcely come to know me by fleeing from me. Why do you hesitate? Is the mossy floor of the forest not soft enough for you?" She cocked her head as she looked into my eyes. Her hands were on my chest again. "Or do you find me undesirable?" "Oh, never that," I assured her. But one questing hand had already assured herself of just how desirable I did find her. I could scarcely get my breath. "But your father, will he not object?" She puffed her cheeks at me. "My father has gone about his business. Why should he care what I do? Am I not grown and a woman? He will be pleased if his daughter should have a great one at her hearth. All my wide family will take a share of this honour." My belt buckle gave way to her fingers. The buttons on my trousers were more stoutly sewn than my shirt buttons. One by tantalizing one, she undid them. I scarcely heard what she said any more. "But mind you that my sisters and cousins take no more from you than the honour of your presence. In all else you will be mine. Oh, yes, you are ready. Here, give me your hand. Touch me." I did. Her nipples were erect. She deliberately brushed them against me. I wanted to howl in frustration. My great bulging belly was a barrier between us. I pulled her close against me, but found the longed-for contact denied. Shame coursed through me, strong enough that I tried to pull away from her. She let me go, but then caught my hand and pulled me down on the moss beside her. "Sit," she bade me. "Let me free you from all this." "Olakia, I am too fat. I don't know how—" She hushed my mouth with her fingers. "Shh, I do." She stripped my clothing away from me. Shirt, boots, socks, trousers were all flung aside. Then, to my dismay, she leaned back and looked at me. I expected her to recoil, but to my amazement, She gazed on me greedily, as if she were a child contemplating a feast. She licked her dark lips with her dappled tongue. Then she put her hands on my shoulders and pushed me back to recline in the moss. "This is what you must do," she whispered. "Lie on your back, and resist me as long as you can." "Resist you?" I was puzzled. "Stay hard," she clarified. In that long afternoon and early evening, I learned about women and sensuality. She was not to be rushed in her enjoyment. She spoke plainly of exactly what she desired of me, with blunt words and a frankness that went beyond anything I'd ever heard men say about sex. She found multiple ways to fit our bodies together, and used me shamelessly for her own pleasure. It felt strange to be explored and exploited. At one point, as she was posting along on top of me while I stared at the blue sky through the branches overhead, it occurred to me to wonder if this was how women sometimes felt when men mounted them and took what they wished, as they wished it. She was noisy in her enjoyment of me, and once even Clove came wandering over to see what the fuss was about. She pushed his muzzle away, laughing where another woman might have been horrified at his animal curiosity. I lost all sense of time. The third time that we dozed off together, I awoke to find it so dark that I could not see my hand in front of my face. Overhead, only a few stars managed to show themselves in patches of sky. I was shivering. "Olakia," I whispered, and she drew a great sighing breath and moved against me. "Are you cold?" After all she had done for me, I suddenly wanted to shelter her from every discomfort. "It's night. It's supposed to be cold," she told me. "Accept it. Or, if it pleases you, use your magic to change it." She plastered her body against mine once more. Where we touched, I was warm. She seemed to go back to sleep. I thought about it. "I want to be warmer," I told the night. But it was my own body that answered me. I felt my skin slowly flush with warmth. Olakia murmured with satisfaction. We slept. Chapter 22. Fence Posts. I opened my eyes to birdsong. I was on my back. There was a pattern before my eyes. After a time, I resolved it into tree branches against a dark grey sky. The air was cool and crisp as I breathed it, and very clean. I lay perfectly still, wanting for nothing, in deep satisfaction and harmony with all that existed. The sky above me lightened, and the frequency of bird calls increased. I don't know how long I would have remained in that state of awareness without connection, if Clove had not come up and curiously nuzzled my foot. I looked at him, and then lifted a hand and scratched my face. I felt as if I had returned from a very long journey, and now all that had once been familiar was strange and new. I sat up slowly, and then reached around to brush a few twigs and leaves from my naked back. A glistening black beetle was crawling on my thigh. I brushed him off, and yawned hugely. I was alone. "Olakia," I called softly. But there was no response. I came back more to the world, and noticed my scattered clothing on the nearby moss. I yawned again, and got up slowly. I had expected to be aching or stiff. I was fine. "Olakia!" I called more loudly. A bird cawed a raucous response to me, and then I heard it take flight from the upper branches. I had no more than a glimpse of black and white feathers. Other than that, my call brought no response. Either she had left me and gone back to wherever specks came from, or she was close by, but choosing to remain in concealment. It was unnerving to be uncertain. "Olakia!" I shouted her name, and then felt almost angry with myself for calling for her like that. She knew where I was. If she chose not to be there, then I would not demean myself by bellowing for her like an abandoned child. I gathered up my dew-damp garb. In the dim forest morning light, my clothes looked drab and shabby. I felt reluctant to put them on. Yet I was not accustomed to walking about naked. It was difficult to dress. Pulling on damp, chilly clothing made the day seem cold. I put on my old life with my discomfort. I suddenly shivered, and became aware that my constant hunger was not only present, but raging. I rubbed my whiskery face, and felt as if I had only just wakened. I went to Clove and leaned on him, taking comfort in his warmth and solidity. My experience with Ulikia seemed like an excursion into an imaginary world, one that made no sense to me as the stronger light of day dissolved its mists. I felt 100 years apart from yesterday. "Let's go home, Clove," I told the big horse. I was troubled by the idea of returning to the cabin after an absence and empty-handed, but not so troubled as to linger to look for fence posts. The urgency of my hunger was strong enough to make me tremble. Ulikia's vanishing seemed a shoddy trick. I couldn't understand her behaviour, and then I wondered why I was bothering to try. She was a speck. What had I expected from her? It was time to go back to where I belonged. As I had anticipated, Clove's big hooves had scored the forest moss heavily. It was easy enough to go back the same way we had come. I led, and he followed willingly. There was little in the shaded forest for him to graze on. He was probably as hungry as I was. We wended our way down through the forested hills we had climbed the day before. It came to me that the forest no longer breathed either terror or weariness at me. I wonder if the magic had stopped, or if I'd been granted full immunity to it. In either case, it was something of a relief. I could finally see the forest as it truly was. Its beauty was breathtaking. The shifting shade of the overhead branches mitigated the bright sunlight. It was the perfect light for the eyes of a hunter. I stopped to catch my breath and let my aching calves rest. The long climb up the hill had become steep. As I looked around me, two things struck me. This area looked very familiar, and I did not recall going down such a slope as this yesterday. But Clove's tracks were clearly imprinted in the forest soil. I glanced up at the sky, but the trees overhead obscured most of it. I could not tell if I travelled east or north. An icy shiver ran up my spine. I knew this place, yet I was suddenly certain it was not yesterday that I had walked this way, but last year. And then I had walked as my speck self, and Tree Woman's acolyte. I knew that if I followed Clove's trail up the steep incline to the top of this ridge, I could then follow the ridge until I came to the path to the Tree Woman's waterfall. My mouth was dry. I wanted to go back. Yet I knew trying to avoid this was futile. The forest had brought me to this place, and the magic would not be satisfied until I had followed it. Behind me, Clove snorted, irritated with halting on such a steep slope. I resumed my steady climb. Now I could see, ahead of me, a large opening in the forest's canopy. I knew who and what awaited me there. I cannot describe my feelings when I came to that intersection of my worlds. I had heard of battle shock. I think I experienced something akin to that. My ears rang, and I could not get a full breath. My face and lips flushed, tingled, and then went numb. My ears felt blocked, and I was uncertain of my balance. Yet I tottered forward, my shaking hand outstretched. The cold hilt of the Cavaller's sword rasped against my hand. Its blade was deeply sunken in the partially severed giant stump of the fallen tree. Impossible that such a blade could have cleanly swept through the huge tree, but that was how it appeared. A single slash of a sabre had felled a tree, yet the cut was wildly disproportionate to the length of the blade. I could have parked a wagon on the cleanly cut portion of the stump. I had swung this sabre, not at a tree, but at Tree Woman, and it had swept through her belly and then stuck in her spine. I'd seen her entrails spill, and seen the slow gush of her sap-thick blood. She had toppled backward, just as this tree had fallen, not cleanly split in two, but with part of her torso still intact, and the sabre wedged deep in her. I had never been here before. The last time I had physically touched this sabre, I'd been standing on my father's lands in Widevale. Months later, I'd found its empty scabbard where Dewara had disdainfully discarded it. Now I stood gripping the cold hilt and shaking with discord. I had called this weapon from the real world into Dewara's dream world, and it had come to anchor one end of a spirit bridge. I had seized it, and used it to slay Tree Woman, and then abandoned it in the other world. And now, impossibly, it was here. Which world did I stand in today? Did Gettys even exist in this place? I looked around me again. There was no Tree Woman that I could see. The fallen tree was of the same kind as the one that had gripped the corpse, the same as the trees at the end of the King's Road, though not their equal in size. It was still a giant compared to any of the trees of the plains or old Thayers. The long trunk had measured its length on the forest sward, brushing aside lesser trees as it fell and opening a huge gap in the forest canopy. In the year that had passed since I'd felt it in a dream, moss had crept up the sides of the fallen log. Mushrooms sheltered beside it. What had been a branch on the top side of the trunk was metamorphosing into a sapling growing upward from the fallen tree. And as I looked at it, I thought of another thing Tree Woman had said to me. "Such as I do not die as you do." She had fallen to my sword, but her tree lived on. I tugged on the sabre. It did not budge. I set my teeth and jerked on it as hard as I could. It remained where it was, as if it had become a part of the tree. I released it and looked around the clearing that Tree Woman's fall had created. Other great trees surrounded hers, but none were as large as hers had been. I still felt a sense of antiquity that surpassed anything I'd felt from the buildings of old Thayers. These trees had stood for generations, and unless something disturbed them, they would continue to stand. But would they? As if summoned, I left the uneven stump of her tree and followed what had once been our path. After a short walk, it emerged from the twilight of the forest onto the rocky end of the ridge. I toiled a little higher, to a jut of stone that had been our lookout, and suddenly I felt I was standing at the edge of the world. Below me was a billowing sea of green treetops in the cup of a shallow valley. I recalled it as full and green from my dream time, but when I looked down, I saw the King's Road trickling to a halt in the forest below me. It cut through the foliage like a worm's trail in an apple, bound directly through the stand of ancient trees below me. I could make out the road crews at work. They looked like busy insects, eating their way into the forest. That straight avenue of empty space was a gash of light and bared soil that pointed directly toward me. The roadbed would follow the easiest path up into the hills. From here, I could see what was not apparent from the road. All the trees along the road's edge had been weakened by the slash opened beside them. The leaves of some were a sickly green. The road had cut through their root systems. Some of the trees at the edge of the road gash were starting to lean out into the open space. The next snow load would bring them down, in turn weakening those who stood behind them. Those trees would die. I was saddened by the thought, but knew they were ordinary trees. More could be grown. But the 3 trees that had been cut at the end of the road were Canberra trees. The same sort of tree that Tree Woman had been. They were irreplaceable. The loss of 3 of them was a cause for mourning. For more to fall would be disaster. If the road continued, it would cut a wide swath through an ancient grove of them. I turned and followed the trail back to my tree. "I see why you are making a stand," I said. I stood beside the fallen trunk of her tree. "I see why you thought you had to strike back at the very core of my people. We had attacked the core of yours. But eventually, the road will be forced through and the Canberra trees will fall. It cannot be changed." "Do you think so still?" she asked me. Her voice reached my ears plainly. I did not turn to look at her or her stump. I did not want to look on what I had done. "They will not stop, Tree Woman. You can send magic waves of fear or weariness or sorrow at us, but the convicts who do the work are little better than slaves, and live constantly in fear, sorrow, and weariness. Your magic will slow the work, perhaps by years, but it will not stop it. Eventually, the King's Road will flow up these hills and through the mountains. People, trade, and settlers will follow. And the Canberra trees will be no more than a memory. Memories are what we are right now. I have not been bone and flesh for many hundreds of seasons, but age does not make me less powerful, soldier's boy. Rather, I grew in strength as I grew in girth. The wind through my leaves carried my thoughts across the forest. Not even you with your cold iron could fell me. You have brought me down, but I rise again, and there will be another me, containing the past and sinking roots and lifting branches into the future. Do you understand now? I understand less now than I did before. Let me go, tree woman. I am not of your people. Set me free. And how shall I do that, when the magic binds me more tightly than it does you? I could almost see her from the corner of my eye. She was a fat old woman with greying, streaky hair, or perhaps a willowy girl, her pigment-speckled face as engaging as that of a fierce and friendly kitten. She smiled at me fondly. Flatterer? Let me go, I begged her again, desperately. She spoke softly. I do not hold you, soldier's boy. I never did. The magic binds us both, and it will have of us what it wills. In the days of my walking the world, I served it, and I serve it still. You too must serve. From the moment it seized you from the Cadona coward and turned you to its own end, you have served it. I have heard the whispers of what it has done through you. With your hand, it stopped the turning of the plains spindle, did it not? They will never threaten us again. That was the magic working in you, soldier's boy. It has quenched a mighty people who once spilled over all the flatlands and thought to creep up into our mountains. Do you think it will do less against those who encroach from the far sea? No. It will use you, soldier's boy. Some task of yours, some word, some gesture, some act will destroy your folk. I did not do that, I said faintly. I did not destroy the magic of the plains people. I spoke the lie, as if by saying such words I could undo it. Her truth had struck and sunk into me, cutting and sticking, just as my iron blade had done to her. I had been there when the spindle stopped turning. I'd felt that magic falter and fail. If I had not been there, if I had not chased the boy from the spindle's tip, would he have gone to work his mischief at the base of it? If not for me, would that wedge of cold iron have fallen to where it stilled forever the spindle's dance? And if I had done that, and by doing it, had begun the final end of the plains people, did it have to mean that I would also be the demise of my own folk? I cannot do this. I cannot be this. Oh, soldier's boy. The wind, or the caress of a ghostly hand, moved through my hair. So I said too. The magic is not kind. It makes nothing of what we would or would not do. It takes us as we are, small and simple folk for the most part, and makes us great ones. Great ones. So others name us, thinking we have power. But you and I, we know what it is to be a reservoir of power for the magic. We are tools. The power is not for us to use. Others may think so, and they may think that by befriending us or claiming us, they will gain influence over our power. Are you warning me about Olakia? She was silent. I almost wondered if I had embarrassed her. Was it possible that she felt jealous? I think she heard more than I intended. She gave a soft laugh that held echoes of regret. Olakia is a child. There is little to her. You have already experienced all she has to offer you. But you and I have no memories of you and me, I interrupted hastily. You do, she asserted calmly. They are deep in you, as deep as the magic, as real as the magic. Her voice had grown warmer. I bowed my head, and my throat suddenly tightened with a sorrow that did and did not belong to me. Tears pricked my eyes. I groped out, and my hand touched the rough bark of her stump. "Do not grieve, soldier's boy." Fingertips of moving air caressed my cheek. "Some loves go beyond bodies and times. We met in the magic, and there we knew one another. I schooled you for the magic. It was what the magic demanded of me. But I loved you for myself. And in the place and time where ages and shapes have no meaning, and there is only the comfort of kindred spirits touching, our love remains." "I'm so sorry I killed you," I cried out. I fell to my knees and put my arms about the standing stump of the great tree. I could not embrace it. It was far too large. Still, I pressed my chest and face against her bark, but could not find her there. There was another man within me, one who was me, but who had lived a separate life from the young man who had attended the academy. I had battled that self and won, but he resided in me still. The tearing grief I felt was his. It was and was not my sorrow. "But you didn't kill me. You didn't," she comforted me. "I go on, and when the days of your mortal flesh are done, you will go on with me. Then we shall have a time together, and it will be a far longer time than humans can count." "That's a cold promise for now," I heard myself say. And it was my own voice, and it was me. The tree I leaned on was just a stump with moss creeping up it. I pressed hard against the stump, trying to recapture Tree Woman's presence, but she was gone, and with her my awareness of my speck self. I stood up and smeared the tears from my face. I left that place. I was only a little surprised to find that a single set of hoof tracks led me uphill to it. We had not come this way before. Neither Clove nor I had ever been here in the flesh before. I came eventually to where I had diverged from the correct trail home. I plodded along it, hungry, tired, and confused. Was I a dutiful soldier son, a loyal trooper in my king's cavalla, or was I a disowned son masquerading as a soldier in a threadbare frontier existence? Was I the forest mage's student who had both loved and slain her? Had I shamed myself deeply last night by having relations with a speck? Or had I simply had a wonderful, extravagant sexual experience? Without success, I tried not to wonder what my encounter with Tree Woman and my other self meant. I had felt the echoes of their emotions, and could not doubt the sincerity of what they had felt. It was all the stranger in that I had been a dumb and blind participant in their romance. When I saw daylight breaking through the forest roof ahead of me, I knew it traced the demarcation between the ancient forest and the younger trees on the burned hillside. My steps slowed. I would soon be leaving one world for another, and as I approached the boundary, I was not entirely sure that I wished to do so. If I left the forest, I would be making a large decision, with consequences I didn't fully grasp. What did the magic want me to do? I didn't know. And I also didn't know if I wanted to fall in with the magic's plan for me, or fight it with every ounce of my strength. Tree Woman had said that if the magic had its way, I would be the downfall of my entire race. That seemed impossible. But I had been there when the dancing spindle stopped turning. It seemed that with my aid, the speck magic had hastened the end of the plains magic and all its people. Could I possibly bring a similar destruction down on my own kind? As I led Clove from the old forest to the new, my eyes fell on a neatly stacked pile of cut poles beside the trail. There were about 20 of them, no bigger around than my wrist, and only about 8 feet long. They had rough grey-green bark still on them. I had no doubt that Killicara had cut them and left them there for me. I was surprised that he had felt comfortable cutting trees in the forest, when the specks seemed to so oppose our tree-cutting for our road. My second emotion was disappointment. He had misunderstood me completely. I had intended to harvest some hefty logs for stout corner posts that I could set deep in the earth. By the time I dug holes for these posts, my fence would be only 5 feet tall, and so spindly that the wood would likely rot through in just a couple of years. I half expected Killicara to step out of the dappling shadows and claim the credit for his good deed. When he did not, I decided that I could not be sure he wasn't there, and that my best course was to appear grateful. I put a hitch line on the bundled poles, and then bowed gratefully to the forest. Clove didn't like the strange contraption scraping and jolting along behind him, but eventually we managed to get down to the cemetery. I left the poles there, having decided I could use them as stakes to set out the straight lines from my barricade. I was freeing Clove from his unwanted load when I heard the heavy thunder of running feet. I straightened, and turned to find Ebrooks coming at me at a dead run. Kesey, panting heavily, was some distance behind him. I looked behind me, saw no cause for the alarm on their faces, and turned back to them, shouting, "What is it? What's wrong?" "You're alive!" Ebrooks gasped out the word. He reached me, seized me in a sweaty hug, and then leaned on me, panting. Kesey had given it up. He stood, bent over, his hands on his knees, his mostly bald pate bobbing as he tried to catch his breath. After a time for breathing, Ebrooks panted, "When you didn't come back by nightfall, we waited for you. But when night shut down and fear was flowing out of the forest thick as tar, we went back to town and told the Colonel you were dead. God's breath, Navarre! How did you survive? Are you sane still? No one knows how you can stand to live this close to the forest. And now you've gone and spent a night in there. Are you crazy, man?" Clove and I got turned around in there. We had to wait for dawn to find the way home. That's all. It wasn't pleasant, but I'm not hurt at all. The lies were nearly effortless. "Why did you tell the Colonel I was dead?" Kesey had staggered up to us by then. "Well, that seems to happen a lot to fellows that have this job. And the Colonel was really upset to get the news. He said, 'That's all I need, with this review coming up, another dead cemetery sentry.' And he tried to tell us we'd have to take on guarding the graves. But we said, 'No, sir, thank ye kindly.'" I didn't think you could just say, "No, thank you," to an order. Kesey and Ebrooks exchanged a look. Ebrooks spoke. "It's been a long time since the Colonel issued a real order. I expect he's afraid of what he'd have to do if he did, and no one obeyed it. Easier not to test his authority than find out it's gone." Kesey shook his head sadly. "It's a shame, really. That man used to be able to blow fire when he wanted things done. But since we come here, well, he ain't the officer he used to be, that's all." "And we ain't the regiment we used to be, either," Ebrooks pointed out sourly. "It's one and the same. We've lost so many men to desertion and suicide, or just plain bad ends, that the Colonel worries all the time about his numbers. They keep sending us scads of prisoners to work the road. Well, pretty soon they're going to have more prisoners than their guards can manage, even with soldiers to back them up. And if the prisoners don't turn on us and burn the place down, then the Specs will get us. Gettys is a bad post. I wish they'd send their high mucky-mucks to inspect us and have done. They'll turn us out of Gettys, probably send us somewhere worse, though it's hard to imagine anywhere worse than this." "Well, I suppose I'd best get cleaned up and go let the Colonel know that I'm not quite as dead as he'd heard." "That would be good," Ebrooks agreed. I think he was happy that I'd offered to do it myself, rather than suggesting that he should have to correct his own mistake. They went back to their groundskeeping while I went to my cabin. I was ravenously hungry, and I emptied most of my small larder. By the time I'd washed, shaved, and changed my clothing, it was late afternoon. I saddled Clove and headed for town. Several surprises awaited me there. The first was that a contingent of Specs had set up a scattered tent village on the outskirts of Gettys. I would later learn that they always came by night to pitch their tents for the trading season. When it was over, they vanished just as swiftly. Within the tent's shelter, both male and female Specs were strangely but decently clad in a mix of Gurnean garments and Spec versions of Gurnean garments. Those I saw outside the tent's shade were veiled in head-to-toe shrouds woven from bark cloth, supplemented with fresh leaves and flowers. The garments looked like fishnets that had been dragged through a garden but protected their sensitive skins from sunlight. Their trade goods were furs, carvings, smoked venison, bark, and leaves for brewing what the Gettys folk called forest tea, as well as mushrooms, berries, and a prickly fruit I didn't recognize. I looked, but did not see any of the fruits or mushrooms that Olakia had brought to me. Either Olakia and her father were not among them, or they were veiled and unrecognizable. I thought it intriguing that, despite our fear of the speck, the trading was brisk, with local merchants competing with traders from the west to buy the best furs. The speck trade gave an oddly festive air to Gettys. It was the liveliest I'd ever seen that mournful place. The specks were acquiring fabric and felted hats, mostly for novelty, I suspected. Glass beads and brightly painted tin toys were almost as popular as sugar, candy, and sweet cakes. One wily old Thayer's trader was exchanging casks of honey for the best furs. When I walked into the colonel's offices, his sergeant jumped as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't make me wait to speak to the colonel, but ushered me right in. When he left, I noticed that the door didn't shut firmly, and I suspected he listened outside it. The colonel was extremely pleased to find me still alive. He actually offered to shake my hand, before giving me a rambling lecture on not straying too far from my post and letting my superiors know when I thought I might be gone overnight. He claimed that he had just been putting together names for a search party to send after me, though I saw no signs of such activity. He was singularly uninterested in what had befallen me in the forest. Instead, he actually patted me on the shoulder and gave me a silver piece from his own pocket, telling me that he was sure I could use a drink after my jittery night. I thanked him for it as humbly as I could manage. Sometimes his eccentric kindness toward me grated on my pride. He dismissed me, but spoke again when my hand was on the doorknob. "And do something about that uniform, soldier. You know we have a contingent of nobility and officers coming to inspect us at the end of this month. Since we arrived here, I've never had a man in my command look less like a soldier than you do." "Sir, I'm sorry, sir. I've asked several times for a better uniform. Supply always tells me that they have nothing in my size." "Then you may tell them I said they should issue you something that you could have altered. You should at least be somewhat presentable, though it would probably be best if you avoided town while the inspection was in progress. I don't intend to have our inspection team visit the cemetery, but the good God alone knows what they'll take it into their own heads to do." "Yes, sir," I replied grimly. I tried to keep my face expressionless. I knew that he only spoke the truth, but it did not make it any easier to accept. I touched the doorknob. "Trooper, regardless of what others may think of me, I know what goes on in my command. Your efforts with the cemetery have not gone unnoticed. I'll add that, although you look the least like a soldier of all my troops, in your efforts to protect our honoured dead, you've behaved more like a soldier than most men in my command do at present. Now go have that drink." His words smoothed my rumpled feathers a bit, and I left in a better state of mind. The silver piece was a generous bonus, and I decided I'd take his advice and have a beer before I left town. Gettys was a lively place today. In addition to the specks coming to town, several Western traders had arrived with merchandise to sell to the soldiery, and trade goods to barter with the specks. The streets were busy, so when I encountered Spink and he frantically signed to me that I should meet him in the alley behind the blacksmith's shop, I was not much worried that we'd be noticed together. Nonetheless, even in that noisy area, I resolved to maintain appearances. "Neva, I heard you'd gone missing. Thank the good God that you're alive and unharmed." That was how Spink greeted me, but as he moved to embrace me, I reminded him of our varying statuses with a brusque, "Thank you for your concern, Lieutenant Spingrick. I assure you, it was not much of an adventure, but mostly my own foolishness that delayed me." I hoped the look on my face conveyed that there was far more to tell, but that it would have to wait. Behind us, the smithy's harsh clanging of metal on metal screened our words. He drew back and stood still for a moment. I could tell from his eyes that he took no offence from my caution. Instead, he said carefully, "A lot of mail has arrived from the west. A washed-out bridge on the road had caused a great bottleneck of wagons and travellers. Perhaps there is some for you. My own lady wife has been very pleased to hear from her young cousin in the Midlands." Now it was my turn to practice restraint. I wanted to demand to see the letter from my sister immediately. Instead, I kept my voice steady as I said, "I trust all is well with her family, sir?" "Oh, excellent," he replied, but his eyes said differently. "She wrote that they were enjoying a long visit with house guests from Old Thayers. Her father seems to think that the young man would be an excellent match for her, and his uncle is prone to agree." I racked my brain for whom he could be describing. No one came to mind. At last I said, "Well, for her sake, sir, I hope the lad is of a good family." The pleasant expression on his face looked forced and sick. "Oh, they are not of the first quality, but they are still well placed. His father was in charge of the King's Cavalry Academy for a time." That shocked me out of my pose. Calder Stiett? Impossible. Spink's smile grew wider, but there was nothing of pleasure in it. "There Yarrell agrees with you. It's a desperate letter, Nivar. She still thinks you are dead." She risked her reputation to slip away from the house and go alone to a little town to post her letter to us. What am I to do? What can I do? I felt frantic with worry. The thought of Yarrell being given over to that shallow, trembling boy filled me with loathing. I hated the idea of him being near my sister, let alone claiming her as his wife. I wondered if my father was mad, if this was his vengeance on Yarrell, or if he genuinely thought it was a good match for her. Calder wasn't even a soldier's son anymore. If Yarrell married him, her sons would be gatherers of knowledge, like Calder's geologist uncle. Write to her. Tell her you're alive. Give her a refuge, or at least the strength to defy your father and refuse Calder. How can I get a letter to her? Write to your father. Demand that he tell her. Write to your priest brother. Write to her friends. There must be some way, Nivar. Were the fates listening? I looked past Spink's shoulder. Carsina was crossing the street. You see that girl? That's Carsina, Spink. My erstwhile fiancée and once Yarrell's best friend. She's the best chance I have of slipping a letter to Yarrell past my father. Excuse me. We need to arrange a meeting later. Spink hissed after me, but I didn't pause. I strode hastily down the street, on a deliberate course to intercept Carsina. She hadn't seen me yet. I had to reach her before she did. I cringed as I thought of my appearance. My uncut hair hung shaggy around my ears. My boots were starting to crack at the sides. My trousers showed wear at the knees and seat, and I had to buckle my belt under my belly these days. Above my belt, my gut bloomed out in a swell that my shirt strained to cover. I didn't blame Carsina for recoiling in horror from the thought that she had once been betrothed to me. But I didn't desire any acknowledgement from her, only a small and simple favour. All I needed was an envelope addressed in her hand to my sister. My hat was shapeless and dusty. Nevertheless, I removed it as I approached her. I'd give no one any reason to think I was being less than courteous to her. "Excuse me, ma'am." I addressed her respectfully. I kept my eyes lowered. "I've a favour to ask you, not for myself, but for my sister, once your friend. Grant me this, and I promise I'll never ask anything else of you again. I won't so much as nod at—" I got no further in my humiliating plea for her aid. A sudden blast of sound assaulted my ears. I clapped my hands over them and lifted my eyes. Carsina had raised a brass whistle to her lips and was blowing blast after blast on it as if her life depended on it. Her cheeks were distended with the effort, her eyes almost bulging. If her action had not been so irrational, it might have seemed humorous. I stood transfixed, staring at her. But elsewhere on the street, others had sprung into motion. My first warning was when a small woman in a white apron brought a broom down firmly on my back. It stung and raised dust. "What?" I asked in consternation, as I dodged away from the enraged shopkeeper's wife. But that only brought me into range of a young woman with a furled parasol. She whacked me solidly with it on the back of my head, shrieking, "Get away from her! Leave her alone! Help! Help! Assault! Assault!" All the while, Karsina continued to shrill on her whistle, and women continued to converge on me, also blowing whistles. I gave ground hastily. "I've done nothing wrong!" I shouted at them. "I said nothing ill to her. Please, listen to me. Please!" Men were gathering as well, some to laugh and point at the sight of the big fat man beleaguered by a flock of angry women. Others were striding more purposefully toward the scene of the confrontation, anger on their faces. One tall, thin man was being dragged angrily toward me by his fussing, scolding wife. "You get in there, Harlow, and you teach that rude fellow what happens to men who say foul things on the streets to good women." "I'm leaving," I shouted, not wishing to be attacked by the ineffectual-looking Harlow or anyone else. "I'm going. I'm sorry the lady took offence. None was intended. I apologize." I'm not sure that anyone heard my words over the shrill whistles and shriller voices that surrounded me, calling me names and raining abuse on me. I lifted my hands over my head to show that I was not returning any of the blows from the brooms, parasols, fans, and dainty fists. I felt both a coward and a buffoon, but what could I do, assaulted by a mob of angry women? I had broken clear of the circle and thought I'd escaped when I heard an angry voice shout a damning accusation. "He's the one they say raped and murdered that poor whore. He's the big fat scoundrel who killed that Fowler woman and hid her body." I turned back in horror. "That's not true. I've never hurt anyone." The mob of women surged toward me. A flung stone struck me in the face. A larger one rebounded off my shoulder. I didn't know the man striding fearlessly toward me through the hail of rocks, but he was well-muscled, fit, and grinning the snarl of a man who loves a good fight. A wash of cold rose through me. I could die here, I suddenly knew. Stoned, beaten, kicked to death by a mob of folk who didn't even know me. I caught a sudden glimpse of Sergeant Hoster. He stood to one side of the crowd. His arms were crossed on his chest, and he was smiling grimly. Spink had always had more guts than common sense. Even when I'd been a lean and fit cadet, Spink had looked small beside me. He charged into the fray, shouting, "Desist! This moment! Halt! That's an order!" He reminded me of a barking, snarling terrier protecting a mastiff as he spun to face the oncoming tide of roused people. "Halt! I said!" They didn't exactly halt, but they stopped advancing. The crowd roiled, and another stone came winging from someone in the back and bounced off my chest. It didn't really hurt, but the fury it symbolized was frightening. The women were all talking, and several were pointing at me. I no longer saw Karsina anywhere. The large man I had glimpsed pushed his way to the front of the mob. "Halt!" Spink barked again. "Sir, are you going to let a filthy lout like that get away with insulting a decent woman? The least he merits is a good beating, and if the rumours are true, he ought to be hanged." Spink's shoulders were very square. He kept his eyes on the crowd as he spoke in a stern voice. "I'd like the woman he insulted to come forward, please. I'll take her complaint right now." My mouth went dry. I knew he had no choice, but once Karsina accused me in public, she'd be far too proud to back down. The least I'd get was a flogging. She's not here, sir." The young woman who spoke had a quavery voice, as if she were about to burst into tears. "She was overcome, sir, with what he said to her. 2 other ladies have helped her home. I imagine her brother or her fiancé would be glad to speak on her behalf." This last she uttered with savage satisfaction. She glowered at me as if I were a rabid dog. "Direct them to me. Lieutenant Spingrick Kester. I'll take down the details of any complaint they wish to lodge. As for the other, until a body or a witness is found, it remains a foul rumour, and no more than that." The man's brow furrowed, and his face flushed an evil dark red. "So what are you going to do, sir? Just let him roam around loose until we find a body with him standing over it?" Sergeant Hoster suddenly decided to act. He strode over to Spink, saluted him, and then said, "I'll be happy to escort him to the cells, sir." Spink held his ground. I felt a fool standing silent behind him, as if I were a huge child cowering behind his diminutive mother's skirts. "I appreciate your offer of help, Sergeant Hoster, but we don't lock men up on the basis of rumour. If we did, likely not one of us would be walking free." Hoster dared to question his decision. "Perhaps this is a time when we should choose to err on the side of safety, sir." Spink reddened at the man's insubordination, but he kept his calm. "Do you have any hard evidence, Sergeant? A witness?" "No, sir." "Then there is no reason to hold this man prisoner." Spink turned suddenly on me, and the anger on his face was convincing. "You, soldier, take yourself out of town. Innocent or guilty, tempers are hot over this, and I judge it best that you isolate yourself until these rumours are resolved. I'll speak to the mess hall and have some supplies sent out to you, and I warn you, behave in an exemplary manner. I'll take it on myself to check up on you from time to time. You'd best be where I expect you to be. Now go. Now." I looked from Spink to the mob. It would only take one wrong word to ignite them, but I couldn't just slink away like a kicked cur. I came to attention and looked only at Spink. I spoke, trooper to lieutenant, but I made sure that my voice carried to the crowd. "Sir, I did not speak rudely or suggestively to the lady, and as to Fallow's fate, I do not know what became of her. I am innocent of both these things." An ugly muttering rose from the gathered folk. I feared I had pushed them too far, as did Spink from the expression on his face. He spoke sternly for their benefit. "I hope, in the good God's name, that you are speaking the truth, trooper, for I will be looking into this personally, and if you have lied to me, you will find the punishment I extract for a lie will be the equal of the other two offences. Now go." I obeyed him, my cheeks burning and resentment simmering in my heart. I felt that all of Getty's stared at me as I walked to where I'd left Clove tethered. It took all my self-control not to look back over my shoulder, to see if I would be followed. As I mounted up and rode out of town, I wondered if I'd chosen the wrong world. Chapter 23. 2 Women. "What are you doing here?" It was not the kindest greeting I could have given her, nor the one I would have preferred if I'd had the luxury of thinking what I'd say to her. But the shock of seeing Amzul sitting at the table inside my cabin when I opened the door jolted the words out of me. She took it better than I had a right to expect. "Mending your shirt," she pointed out, holding up the offending item. "Half the buttons are off this. These ones won't match, but at least you'll be able to button it. I took them off that old shirt there. It looks little better than a rag, so I thought you wouldn't mind." Her literal answer to my question left me gaping. She seemed to find that amusing, for a smile twisted her mouth. She looked gaunt and weary, and more threadbare than the last time I'd seen her. Yet her hair was tidied and put up in a roll on the back of her head, and she wore a dress with a skirt made from the fabric I'd sent her, almost as if she were trying to put her best foot forward for me. I came cautiously into my own cabin, feeling oddly displaced by seeing her sitting at my table. All my clothing had been sorted into heaps around her. Her smile grew more anxious in my silence. "I've made myself a cup of tea. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Where are the children?" "I left them in town. Another woman at the boarding house said she'd watch them for me if I did her washing for her when I came back. It looks as if you've done well for yourself, Navarre." Yes. I was able to enlist, and the colonel gave me this post. I guard the cemetery, dig the graves and whatnot. But what brings you to Getty's?" She set the shirt she had finished mending on the table, and tucked the needle neatly into the thread on the spool. "Well, I had to leave my old house. Things got very ugly there this winter. I know you meant well when you left us plenty of meat, and I don't know how you weeded the vegetable patch like that. I had no idea there were that many plants there. But the problem was what it always is. The more you have, the more ruthless people will be in trying to take it from you. At first, my neighbours come to my door begging, and I said no, not to be cruel, but because I knew that what you left, while it seemed a lot at the time, was probably just enough to keep us all fed through the winter. She picked up the shirt she had mended, turned it over in her hands several times, and set it down again. She shook her head to herself, and the sunlight from the window moved on her dark hair, making it gleam. She tried to smile, but it came out more as a grimace. Then they came trying to trade, but I said no again, for the same reason. How could they blame me? I have the 3 little ones. My first duty is to keep them alive. And my old neighbours would have said the same to me had the shoe been on the other foot. Well, after that, they started stealing from me. I tried to defend what I had, but there was only one of me. They were getting to my snares before I ever did. Resetting them was a waste of time, because I was just doing that work for them. But I thought, well, I've got the deer meat, and I brought in all the garden vegetables to the shed. I put as much as I could inside the cabin with us, but then I scarcely dared leave the place, for fear they'd come in and take it while I was gone. They stole every bit of the meat that I had to leave hanging in the shed, and dug all through the vegetable patch, looking for any small potatoes I'd missed, for anything at all. I scarcely dared to go to sleep at night. It was like living in the middle of a pack of wolves. Her voice had dropped down to a murmur. She fell silent, staring at the worn cuff of my shirt. When the silence stretched, I got up and put the kettle back on the fire. Hitch said you wouldn't even let him inside the door. Did you get the things I sent in the carry sack? She looked startled. Oh, the book. And the sweets. Yes. Yes, we got the gifts. The children love them. Thank you. I didn't say thank you, did I? She suddenly smoothed the folds of her skirt and looked down, speaking awkwardly. At the time, I was shocked, just shocked. I'd hoped that you would come back, to return the sack if nothing else, but I didn't expect you just to send it with someone, full of gifts for no reason. She suddenly pinched her lips together, and her blue eyes flooded with tears. She took a little breath. I can't remember the last time a man gave me a gift, when he didn't expect something back for it. She lifted her face, and her eyes suddenly met mine. For a moment, her vulnerability shone through her tough expression, and with it, her youthfulness. I suddenly wanted to fold her in my arms and protect her, for she seemed as small and defenceless as my little sister. But the instant passed, and she abruptly looked as stony as she ever had. I was glad I hadn't acted on my impulse. She probably would have scratched my eyes out. I sought for something to say. Well, you've saved me the trouble of mending my shirt. For that I'm grateful. She made a dismissive gesture at the garments on the table. Your trousers need to be let out again. And what you are wearing now looks no better. You look more like a scarecrow than a soldier. She said the words carelessly, and probably didn't intend that they stung, but they did. I know, I said tersely. The men in charge of uniforms have not been very forthcoming. They simply say they've nothing that will fit me, and give up. Today, the colonel said that I might say it was his order they be more helpful, but... My words halted of themselves. I didn't want to tell her what had happened or why. I didn't have time to stop there. I finished lamely. An awkward silence fell between us. The kettle was boiling. I took it off the hob and added more hot water to the teapot and another pinch of leaves. Amzil was looking everywhere but at me. Her eyes roamed around the room, and then she suddenly said, I could come and live here, and do for you. Me and my children, I mean. And I could keep your washing done and sew you up a decent uniform, if you got the cloth. I can cook and mind that little garden you've got going. I was looking at her incredulously. I think she thought I wanted more from her, because she added, And we can keep care of your horse, too. And all I'll be asking of you is a roof over our heads, and what food you're willing to spare us, and that would be all. Just those things. My mind filled in what she hadn't named. She wasn't offering to share my bed. I had the feeling that if I pushed for that, right now, she'd add it to the list. But I didn't want to have her. Not that way. I chewed on my lip, trying to think of what to say. How could I tell her that I wasn't sure I'd be staying in this world? With every step of my ride home, the forest had looked better to me. Her eyes had been scanning my face anxiously. Now she looked away and spoke more gruffly. "I know what's going on, Navarre. What they're saying about you in town. In a way, that's why I came here." She folded up the shirt and set it very firmly on the table. Then she spoke to it. "My children aren't at a boarding house. They're at one of Sala Mogham's girls is watching them for me. She can't work right now because she can't. But no one knows I came here. See this?" She reached down the front of her dress. While I regarded her, dumbstruck, she fished up a brass whistle on a chain. "The girls at the house. They give this to me when I first got there yesterday. They tell me some officer's wife in town. She started this thing where all the women wear them, and if they feel they're in danger, all they have to do is blow the whistle, and every woman what's wearing a whistle has to promise that no matter what, if she hears a whistle blow, she'll run towards the sound and help whoever is in danger. That's the deal. And when I said, 'Well, what kind of danger?' they told me about not just whores, but decent women getting beaten up and raped, and that a girl from Sala's own house had just vanished, and everyone thought she was murdered, and even though most people knew who did it, no one was stepping forward to protect the whores. So they'd decided they'd join the whistlers and protect each other. And when I asked who killed the girl, one of them said a big fat son of a bitch named Never that guarded the cemetery." She stopped and took a deep breath. The words had spilled out of her like pus squirting out of an infected boil, and I felt much the same way about what she had told me. I wanted to cry. It wasn't a manly reaction, but it was my overwhelming response to what she'd said. Even after what had happened to me in town today, it was still shocking to hear that people were talking of me as a rapist and murderer, naming me as the man who had killed Fala. I wondered why they were so sure she was dead and why they blamed me. I had no way to clear myself of their suspicions. Unless Fala showed up somewhere, alive and well, I could not prove she hadn't been murdered and that I hadn't done it. I muttered as much to Amsel. "Then you didn't do it." She spoke it as a statement, but I heard it as a question. I replied bluntly, "Good God, no! No! I had no reason to, and every reason not to. Why would a man kill the only whore in town who would service him willingly?" Anger and fear made my heart race. I got up and left the table and went to the door to stare out across the graveyard toward the forest. "They said—" I heard her swallow, and then she went on. "They said that maybe she wasn't willing, that you kept her in the room a lot longer than any man ever had before, and that maybe you caught her alone, and maybe she said no, not for any money, and that maybe then you raped her anyway and killed her in anger." I sighed. My throat was tight. I spoke softly. "I don't know what became of Fala, Amsel. I hope that she somehow got away from Gettys and is having a nice life somewhere. I didn't kill her. I never saw her again after that one night, and I didn't force her to keep to her room with me. As far-fetched as it sounds, she wanted to be there." Even as I said the words, I realized how unlikely they would sound to anyone else in the world. "I didn't think you had, Navarre. I thought of all the nights we were alone in my house. If you were the kind of man who would force a woman, or kill her if she refused, well—" She paused, then pointed out, "If I believed what they said, would I have come all this way out here, alone, not telling anyone where I was going, and leaving my kids with strangers who tossed them out on the streets if I never came back? I didn't believe it of you." "Thank you," I replied gravely. I felt truly grateful. I thought about that. I was grateful because a woman didn't think I was a murderer. When I'd been tall and handsome and golden, everyone had thought well of me. Carsina had told me how brave I'd looked. In case the same man in this slab of flesh and these worn clothes, and women saw a rapist and murderer. I lifted my hands to my face and rubbed my temples. "So, Navarre, what do you think?" I dropped my hands and stared at her. "What?" "I know it's not much time to think about it, but I have to have an answer. Last night they let me stay for free. They say that my little ones can sleep in one of the empty rooms at night while I'm working. But that won't change that they'll be growing up as the children of a whore. And I know what will happen to my girls if they do. Don't know what will become of Sem. Truth to tell, I don't even want to wonder what happens to a boy growing up in a whorehouse. I got to get them out of there today, or I got to go to work there tonight. And I know that you know in the past I've done whatever I had to do to get by, but Nivar, I never thought of myself as a whore, just as a mother, doing what she had to do once in a while to get stuff for her children. But if I start working there, night after night, well, I will be a whore, and no denying it. Why did you leave your cabin, finally? What drove you out? She met my gaze squarely. You remember that fellow up the hill? He tried to break in. I had my gun, and I warned him. 4, 5 times I shouted at him to get away from the door or I'd shoot. He shouted back that he'd never seen me fire that thing, and he didn't think I knew how or that I had any bullets. And the way he was yelling, I knew that he wasn't just going to break in and take what he wanted. He was going to get rid of us, to be sure he could have all we had. So I shooed my kids behind me, and when he finally got the door chopped in, well, I fired, and I killed him. And then I packed up my children and what we could carry, and we ran away from there. By the time she finished speaking, she was hunched over in her chair, as if she expected me to strike her, wringing her hands together. She looked up at me from her cower. So now you know, she said very softly. I am what they accuse you of being. I murdered him. I'm telling you the truth, because I want you to know the truth before you decide if you'll help me or not. I sat down heavily in my chair. You can't stay here, Amsel. It wouldn't be safe for you or for the children. I'm not even sure if I can stay here anymore. She was silent for a time. Then she said furiously, It's because I killed him, isn't it? You think someone from Deadtown is going to come here and accuse me, and I'll hang and you'll be stuck with my children. The way she said it told me far more than she'd planned. She'd intended me to be her hedge against that possible disaster. She'd intended to bring her children to me in the desperate hope that if she was found out and executed, I'd protect them. I tried to speak in a calming voice. I'm flattered. No, I'm honoured that you would think of bringing your children here, and it means a great deal to me that you would hear such stories about me and disbelieve them. There are not many in town or in the fort that would be willing to stand by me as you would. But I'm serious when I say that it wouldn't be safe here for you. Feelings are running high. Today, when I was ordered to leave town, I worried that I would be followed. I have no confidence that I won't be attacked tonight or burned out of this house. That was the kind of hatred I saw today. I can't take you in, Amsel. I wish that I could. Of course you do, she said with hard skepticism, and stood to leave. I blocked her exit. Sparks of anger came into her eyes, but I didn't move. I took the Colonel's piece of silver from my pocket. You take this, I began. You don't owe me anything, she hissed. I owe you what you offered me, the belief that I know you well enough to say that you didn't murder that man. You did what you had to do in defense of your children. Now you take this coin for the little ones. It will at least feed them tonight. Get them out of Sala Mogham's brothel. It's a foul place. Take them to... For a moment I hesitated. Then I plunged on. Take them to Lieutenant Kester's house. Ask around. Someone will know where he lives. Lieutenant Spinrick Kester. Tell him the same thing you told me, that if he'll give you and the children a place to sleep, you'll help cook and clean and so on. Tell his lady that you used to be a seamstress, and you want to make an honest living for yourself. She'll help you. She's like that. She looked at the money that I'd pushed into her hand. Then she looked up at me, confused. Do I tell them that you sent me? Do you want me to come back here sometimes? At night? No, I said quickly, before I could be tempted by her offer. No, you didn't offer me that, and I'm not asking for that. And don't tell them I sent you. Tell them... No. Tell him that you wish your whistle was shaped like an otter, that you've heard that whistles shaped like otters are lucky enough to save a man's life. But you only say that to him if no one else is around. Do you understand me? It's important. Bewilderment flickered over her face. So, you want me to make him think I'm daft, so he'll give us shelter out of pity? No, Amsel, it's just something he and I both know. Something that will make him know it's important to help you as he was once helped. A whistle shaped like a beaver, she said carefully. No, an otter. A whistle shaped like an otter. She closed her fist tight on the coin. Then she said suddenly, Give me your trousers, at least. What? It was my turn to be bewildered. Your dirty trousers there. Give them to me. I'll wash them, and I'll let them out and bring them back to you. I was tempted, but no. Anyone who saw them would know to whom they belonged. Amsel, until I can clear my name, you must not be associated with me. Now, thank you. Go and do as I said. She looked down at the floor. Nivar, She stepped suddenly forward, and I thought she would hug me. At the last minute, she extended her hand and patted me timidly on the arm, as if I were a dog with an uncertain temperament. Thank you, she said again. I moved away from the door, and she fled. I watched her go, a small woman hurrying down the dirt road, away from the cemetery and toward the town. I yielded to an impulse, bowed my head, and asked the good God to look after her. I hadn't had an opportunity to buy food. Despite everything else that had happened, I was ravenous again. I drank my tea, trying to swallow my hunger with it. Then I methodically secured my house. I closed and latched the shutters of my window. I took my disreputable weapon down from its hooks on the wall, and prepared 5 loads for it. Then, scowling, I prepared an additional 5. I hoped against hope that I'd never have to use them. Perhaps, I thought sourly, I'd be lucky, and if a mob came to drag me from my house, this ancient derelict of a gun would blow up and kill me quickly. Ebrooks and Kesey came to my door before they went back to Getty's for the night. They were sweaty and tired, and looking for a few moments of talk and a cool drink before they began the walk back to town. I let them in, and watched them dip up water from my cask. The room was small, and while they were in it, they filled it with their noise. They talked about how much grass they'd cut, and what they had to do tomorrow, as if it all were of tremendous importance. It was trivial and meaningless to me. Dead soldiers and their wives and children were all rotting back into soil, and the soil grew the grass, and these 2 men would cut it to make the cemetery look tidy. And then more grass would grow, and they would cut that, and more folk would die, and we would bury them. I thought of the body that had been stolen, and how outraged I'd been, and all the effort I'd put into recovering it. What if I'd left him there, a soldier whose name I didn't now recall, and the tree roots had penetrated his body, and the beetles and ants had carried off his flesh? How was that any different from burying him in a hole and marking the spot by writing his name on a plank of wood? I thought about what I'd claimed as my life, that I would call myself a soldier and guard the place where bodies were buried. And I would do this because I was the second son my mother bore, and therefore I must wear the king's uniform on my back and, at least ostensibly, serve him. It was all so meaningless when I looked at it that way. It was meaningless in the same way as when I stood up from a game and then looked down on the scatter of playing pieces, and realized that they were all just bits of polished stone on a wooden board marked with squares. All the meaning they'd had moments before when I'd been trying to win a game were meanings that I'd imbued them with. Of themselves, neither they nor the board had any significance. I could not decide if I were just a playing piece, or if I'd finally stepped far enough away from the game someone else had made of my life to discover that I no longer wished to be a playing piece. I shook my head, as if I could rattle my own brain, trying to find my way back to my own world, where all these things were accepted and important and mattered. "Something wrong, Nivar?" Ebrooks asked me abruptly. I realized that both he and Kesey were looking at me oddly. I'd been staring sightlessly out the window. Now I looked at them. Their faces were damp with sweat and smudged with dirt, but their eyes seemed genuinely concerned. "You know what they're saying about me in town?" I asked them. Ebrooks looked away and said nothing. Geesey looked stricken. It was enough. "Why didn't you say something to me?" I demanded. "Oh, Nivar," Geesey exclaimed. "We know that ain't true. You ain't got that kind of mean in you." "I hope not," I said. "I just don't understand how a rumour like that could get started, or why so many people would be willing to believe it." "Well, it's how you are, you know," Geesey said ponderously. "Living out here, all alone, near the forest, and being, you know, big like you are, and no one knowing much about you. It just, well, maybe it makes it easier for them to make up something about you. You ought to come to town more often, drink with the boys, let 'em see you aren't so strange." "Good advice too late," I grumbled. "Not that I ever had the money to do much drinking with the boys. I'm all but banished now. I nearly got stoned to death today." "What?" Ebrooks demanded, horrified. They listened to my tale, nodding gravely. When I described the man who had come toward me out of the mob, Ebrooks nodded and said, "That'll be Dale Hardy. He's new. Give him a month in Getty's, and he won't be so piss and vinegar. He'll get ground down like the rest of us." We talked for some time longer, and then they left, promising to bring me supplies from the mess hall the next day. That was small comfort. I'd had next to nothing to eat all day, and the hunger inside me now was not to be ignored. An equation nudged into my awareness. I'd used the magic last night to keep myself warm, and today my hunger was proportionately strong. Magic, it seemed, demanded more food than physical effort. I wondered idly if I could work enough magic to shed the wall of fat from my body. I decided that the appetite it would create would probably drive me insane before I succeeded. I went out into the gathering evening to see if I could find anything to eat. I carried my gun with me. Even as I told myself, I was worrying needlessly. If the mob were going to hunt me down and hang me, they'd have done it by now. Wouldn't they? As yet, my vegetable garden wasn't yielding. I went to Clove's stall and abashedly took a measure of his grain. It was coarse and hard and none too clean, but I rinsed it and put it to soak in a pot near my fire. My water cask was nearly empty. I took my bucket and headed down to the spring. As I had that very first day, I had the strong feeling that someone was watching me. I heard a shuffle of feathers overhead, and looked up hastily to find that a croaker bird had just settled in a tree at the edge of the woods. The silhouette of the trees and the bird were black against the day's fading sky. He croaked suddenly. A shiver ran up my spine. I lurched to my feet, and my brimming bucket sloshed a little cold water down my leg. "Nivar!" A voice spoke softly from the woods. It seemed to come from the trees just below the bird's perch. Although it was a woman's voice, and I recognized Olakia's tone, my first thought was that death had called my name. On the fleeting heels of that thought, however, was the heated flush of my memory of Olakia. All my senses came to sudden, quivering attention. I stared into the shadowy woods and saw no one and nothing, until she moved. Then I could not understand how I had not seen her before. She stepped clear of the sheltering trees, but did not venture out of the forest. Abruptly, I became aware of the basket that she carried on one arm. She held out a hand toward me, beckoning me. I took a slow step toward her, trying to find logic in my mind. Did I wish to re-enter her world? I saw her flex her fist, and the scent of fresh, crushed fruit suddenly filled my nostrils. She had pulped something in her hand. "Nivar," she called again, softly, coaxingly. She took a step backward toward the forest. I dropped my bucket and lunged after her. She laughed and fled. I followed her into the forest. She paused and ran, dodged, hid, and then revealed herself, and I pursued her mindlessly, like a dog tracking a squirrel as it jumps from tree to tree. She had reduced me to my most elementary drives, food and sex. Dignity, intellect, rationality fell away from me, as I hunted her through the dusky woods. Night deepened under the interwoven branches. My eyes adjusted to the dimness, and my nose became a keen ally. She did not seriously try to elude me, but only stayed just out of my reach, laughing when I got close to her, then fleeing with a sudden dash and vanishing again from my sight as she camouflaged herself in the tricky sunset light. Before I knew it, we had reached the eaves of the true old forest. Then she ran in earnest, basket jouncing on her arm, and her buttocks bobbing. She made no attempt to hide from me now, and I ran heavily, panting, but running like a dog on a scent, tirelessly and determined. Did I catch her, or did she turn and snare me in her arms? I could not say. I only knew that near a welling spring, the game suddenly ended in triumph for us both. She had splashed out ankle-deep into the water. I followed her, and there she came to me, suddenly willing and not coy at all. I kissed her, an act that seemed to surprise and intrigue her. She pulled back, laughing and saying, "You do not need to eat me, Great One. I have brought the right foods for you, the foods that will restore you, the foods that will reveal you. I have the Dream Traveller's berries and the bark of the Flight of Eyes. I have Ever Heal and Never Tire. All that a Great One needs, I bring to you." She took both my hands and drew me to the riverbank. There, she would not allow me to do anything for myself. She fed me from her hands, even to cupping cool water for me to drink. She took my clothing from me, and then offered me more food and herself. The tang of the soft, thin-skinned fruit was interspersed with the play of her warm, wet tongue as she mixed her kisses with feeding me. She had learned so quickly. She held mushrooms between her teeth and offered them to me, refusing to let go so that I had to bite them from her mouth. Her hands were sticky with the fruit she had crushed, and as she ran them over me, the smell of the fruit nectar mingled with the musk of our bodies to become one scent. Later, I would think it depravity. At the time, it was lust and gluttony combined into one glorious, sense-engulfing indulgence. The moon was high before we had finished our consumption. I lay back on deep, soft moss, completely satiated in every way I could imagine. She leaned over me, breathing her wine breath into my face. "Are you happy, Great One?" she asked softly. She stroked the curve of my belly, following the line of hair that led downward. "Have I pleased you?" I was far beyond being pleased with her, and yet it was her first question that clung to my mind. Was I happy? No. This was transitory. Tomorrow I would be back in my cabin, fearing to go into town, digging holes to bury men I'd never known, and planning a fence that would keep out this world that I now wallowed in. I answered neither of her questions. "Olakia, you are a very kind woman." She laughed at that and replied, "I am as kind to you as I hope you will be to me. Will you be kind enough to come to my village? I wish to show you to the people there." "You wish to show me to your people?" "Some there do not believe that one of your kind could become a great one. They mock me and ask, why would the magic choose as defender the one who has invaded us?" She shrugged the question aside, as if it were of no consequence to her. "So I wish to prove I speak true to them. Will you come with me to my village?" I could suddenly think of no reason to refuse. "Yes, I will." "Good." She stood up suddenly. "Let's go." "Now? Tonight?" "Why not?" I thought the Speck villages were far back in the forest, days or even weeks from here. She tossed her head and puffed her cheeks. "Some are. All the winter villages are, but our summer village is not. Come, I'll show you." She stooped and seized both my hands. I laughed at the thought of her being able to tug me to my feet. With a groan and a lurch, I rolled over, got my knees under me, and stood up. She took my hand. She led, and I followed her, away from the spring and my discarded clothing, away from everything. At the time, I didn't even think that I was leaving my old life behind, only that I was going somewhere with Olakia. The night was velvet around us. Olakia occasionally swatted at the gnats that hummed about her head, but none came near me. If she followed a path, I could not detect it. We walked on banks of moss and waded through drifts of fallen leaves from decades past. Other animals moved in the forest, as softly as we did. Our way led us across the sides of steep hills at a slant, always ever higher. We came to a place where the trees were as big around as towers, their tops lost in leafy darkness. We topped a ridge and went down into the shallow valley beyond it, and never once left the shelter of the trees. Night was still deep around us when we came to her summer village. I smelled first the soft smoke of small campfires. Then I heard something that was more akin to the humming of bees in a hive than music, but was pleasant all the same. I began to catch glimpses of subtle firelight pooling in the hollows of the sheltered valley. As we descended, I expected to see a humble village of rustic dwellings. Instead, I saw only forest. It was only when we reached the edges of a natural clearing that I could see shadowy folk passing in front of the several small fires that dotted the dell. I estimated the population at about 60, but there could have been 3 or 4 times that many in the darkness. I had almost forgotten my nudity. It had seemed completely natural to move unclad and unencumbered through the soft darkness of the forest night. Now that I faced the reality of walking into a community of specks unclothed, I suddenly felt intensely uncomfortable. I halted and said softly to Olakia, "I need to go back for my clothing." "Oh, do not embarrass me." She chided me and, seizing my hand, led me inexorably forward. I followed her, as if unable to exert my own will in the matter. I walked into a child's nursery tale. That is as close as I can describe it. The soft glow of the campfire was cupped gold in the mossy hollows that had formed around each hearth. They lit no more than the circles around them. Shadowy people moved intermittently as black silhouettes before it. The dappled folk, who dozed or lounged and spoke quietly around the fires, were, for that time, the legendary denizens of the forest, creatures forever beyond my ken. They were comfortable in their naked skins. Their adornments of feathers, beads, and flowers were aesthetic ornamentation only, and all the more potently beautiful for that. The summer village seemed a place where the forest had chosen to welcome the humans. The earth had shaped itself to receive humanity, rising as mossy couches around the fire circles. The curving roots of one immense tree cupped 3 small children curled and sleeping in its grasp. In the hollowed trunk of a still-living tree, I glimpsed a couple indulging in unabashed passion, in a privacy granted to them by their fellows, and graced by a flowering vine that did not quite curtain them from the firelight. A hummock of earth sheltered a moss-floored cave. Glowing insects formed chains of light on the walls inside it, creating a mystical light for a group of women who were weaving baskets. Our destination was a central fire pit where a group of people were singing. Olakia's fingers imprisoned mine in a firm grip. She led me on a winding path through the village. She did not pause as we circled down and down to the lowest central fire pit in the dell, where the song was continuing. I felt she deliberately led me past the smaller family fires, as if she were leading an especially fine livestock purchase home, and wished to be sure that her neighbours admired it. If that was so, she was achieving her purpose, for as we passed, people were rising from their fires to follow us. At last we stopped on the outskirts of the musicians' circle. The men were humming a series of deep bass notes. The women were breathing out a sweet soprano counterpoint. A few shook bundles of dried seed pods that made a soft, shushing sound. It was a gentle concert. At our approach, the music faltered, broke into pieces, and then died. Olakia did not let go of my hand as she broke into the circle of gathered singers, and so I had to follow her. I hoped my high blush was invisible in the low light. She spoke not loudly, but in a clear, carrying voice. "Behold, I have found a great one of the plain-skinned folk. I have made him mine, and brought him here. Behold." In the hush that followed her words, I could hear my heart beating in my ears. I had expected only an introduction to her people, which had been a frightening enough prospect. To be announced as a great one, and presented like a prize bull, filled me with uneasiness. As my eyes began to adjust more fully to the firelight, I recognized Olakia's father among the singers. He had a contraption of leather thongs strung on a wooden frame attached to something that was like a drum. He did not stare at me, but looked into the flames. Next to him, a woman a few years younger than Olakia suddenly stood. She pulled the man beside her to his feet. He was a stout fellow, more dappled than most of the men gathered there, and with a face made even odder by the dark mask of pigment around his blue eyes. His hair was long and uniformly black rather than streaked. He wore it in many plaits. At the end of each plait, the hair was knotted through a small, polished animal vertebrae. He stared at me in astonishment and dismay. The woman spoke angrily. "We have a mage already. We have no need of your plain-skinned great one, Olakia. Take him away." "Olakia's great one is bigger," someone said. The voice was not aggressive, but was clearly audible. Murmurs of agreement followed this announcement. "Jodoli is still growing," Olakia's rival protested. "Already he has blessed us many times over. Continue to feast him, and he will continue to grow and fill with magic for you." "Nivar has scarcely begun to grow," Olakia countered. "Look at how big he is, and he has never been properly fed. Since I have taken him over, he has grown, and he will grow even more as he is correctly cared for. The magic favors him. Look at his belly. Look at his thighs, his calves. Even his feet are fattening. You cannot doubt he is the better one." "He is not of our people," the other woman declared shrilly. Olakia feigned amazement. "Farada, how you talk. He is a great one. How can he not be of our people? Do you dispute one that the magic has chosen and sent to us?" Farada was not persuaded. I do not see how it can be so. Who has taught him the magic's way? He is fat, that is true, but who could have trained him? Why does he come to us?" She turned to address the gathered folk. "Is this wise, my family, to take in a great one who does not come to us from our own? Jodoli we have seen since the day his mother birthed him. We all witnessed the fever, and we all saw him return to us, and when he began to fill with magic, we rejoiced. We know nothing of this plain-skinned great one. Shall we replace Jodoli with an untried stranger?" I spoke, much to Olakia's quick disgust. "I did not come here to replace anyone. Olakia simply asked me to come and meet you all. I cannot stay." "He cannot stay tonight," Olakia hastily corrected me. Her hand gripped mine firmly. "But soon he will come to live among us, and the richness of the magic that swirls inside him will benefit all of us. All of you will be grateful for the mage I have brought you. Never before has our tribe family been able to boast of such an immense mage loyal to our clan. Do not doubt him, lest he be offended and, leaving us, choose another family for alliance. Tonight you must dance and sing a welcome to him, and bring him food so that we may feast the magic." "Olakia, I cannot," I began in a low voice. She gripped my hand hard, digging her nails into me. She leaned close to speak by my ear. "Hush, you need food. Eat now, then we will talk. See? They already scatter to bring you food." No other words could have driven all my concerns so completely from my brain. My hunger came back, a roaring beast. Like a returning tide, the people came back, bearing with them every imaginable sort of food. There were berries and drupes that I had no names for, but also the tender tips of leaves and flower buds, a bowl full of nectar-heavy blossoms, and finely shaved tree bark. They brought me dense, golden bread, made not from grain flour, but from ground tubers. It was studded with dried fruit and spicy little nuts. I hesitated over a basket of smoked insects. The woman offering them to me took honeycomb in her fingers and pinched it to drizzle the honey over the gleaming black bodies. They were crunchy and smoky and strangely oily. Delicious. I washed them down with a forest wine, served in wide clay bowls. I ate, and as each dish was emptied, others were pushed forward to take their place. Eating had become an adventure in sensations, with no relationship to appetite or nourishing the body. I fed something larger than myself, something that took satisfaction in every morsel that entered my mouth. There were moments when my true self broke through, moments when I realized the incongruity of my pale nakedness in the flame-lit velvet darkness, moments when Olakia's satisfied patting of my swelling belly reminded me that in the streets I had walked this morning, that distended paunch was a source of mockery and shame to me. My hidden self that Tree Woman had nourished and educated emerged into his own. He, at least, understood that this tribute was due to him, and proper, and he showed his satisfaction in ways that would have made my aristocratic self shudder, had I taken time to consider it. He licked his fingers and moaned with pleasure at some tastes, smacking his lips over others, and licking bowls to obtain every last morsel of the best offered to him. The people adored his praise of the food they brought him. As the night progressed, they built the fires higher, making the circle of light broader. They joined in the feasting, serving to themselves the lesser food unfit to offer me. When I was full nigh to bursting, and had reduced my activity to sampling the best morsel from each dish presented to me, I became aware that the other mage had seated himself beside me. I turned to look at him. Jodoli gravely inclined his head to me. "My people feast you well," he informed me. There was no warmth in his voice, only the statement of fact. I suddenly felt awkward. The scattered fragments of my real self assembled, and I found myself groping for manners. "They feast me better than I have ever been fed." I started to thank him, and then hesitated. Was not I supplanting him? Would thanking him be rude? Who should I be thanking for this amazing meal? I glanced toward Olakia for guidance, but she was temporarily absent, circulating among her people. I watched her for a moment, nearly forgetting Jodoli. Olakia walked like a queen bestowing favor. Her nakedness was always graceful, but now her swaying walk suggested a swagger that was both attractive and intimidating to me. She inclined an ear to the people who sat or reclined on mossy couches, eating and drinking. To some she nodded and smiled. To others she raised her brows or waved a hand indecisively. "Great man Navarre," Jodoli's low voice summoned my attention back to him. His gaze held mine. It was singularly uncomfortable to look at him. His eyes were unnaturally light in the patch of darkness that swathed them. "Have you come to take my place?" he asked me bluntly. Olakia said, I began, but he cut my words off with a strange smile. He was rubbing the fingers of one hand together, as if he were polishing a small coin. "These people of mine," he warned me. "They may not be as easy to win as you might think. You are bigger than me, and you know as well as I that the magic courses through you. But magic is like any other strength, plain skin. It must be trained to be useful, and I do not think you have been trained." "And you have?" I asked him with a coolness that I did not really feel. "My teachers stand all around you," he said. I felt him watching me as he spoke, and knew that I was being tested just as surely as I knew I was failing that test. I looked at the gathered people, and wondered what I could set against them. Mentioning the academy would probably not impress him. My teacher is within me, I said impulsively, mostly for the sake of saying something different from what he had asserted. The words had no meaning for me, but I was pleased to see a flicker of uncertainty in his masked eyes. I propose a small competition, he said, one that will allow my people to choose wisely between one who is better schooled and one who is greater in girth. His eyes flickered away from me as he made this challenge. I followed the direction of his glance and saw the woman who had earlier championed him standing at the edge of the firelight's circle. I sensed how they conspired to unmask my ignorance. For one instant, I scrabbled for a strategy. Then I realized I simply didn't have one. My spec self might have a working knowledge of magic, but I didn't have access to it. I leaned back lazily and smiled at him, wondering if I should bluff. What did Olakia expect of me? She seemed to have deliberately maneuvered me into this confrontation. My eyes roved the gathering, looking for her. The moment my gaze touched her, she lifted her face. Our eyes met. I saw Olakia become aware of my danger. She began trying to hurry back to me without betraying her haste. Her gaze warned me, but I looked away from her. The smile on my face was becoming fixed. I nodded at Jadoli, as if I'd been carefully considering his challenge. "What sort of a competition did you have in mind?" I asked him. "The simplest sort," he replied complacently. "As you know, in times of plenty, the people care for their mage. In hard times, we burn our magic and ourselves to care for the people. So, shall we show which one of us is more capable of taking care of the folk in lean or dangerous times?" I was not sure how to reply to him. A woman carrying a flat tray toward me blocked Olakia. Her eyes flashed desperately toward me, but I looked away from her at Jadoli. He'd judge me weak if he caught me looking at a woman for advice. If I were going to move among these people, I must make my own way. I sized up my rival carefully. If this fellow thought he could best me in a competition of strength, he was wrong. I was not only wider than he was, but at least a head taller. My daily labor meant that my muscles were hard under the fat that coated them. He looked soft to me. The food I'd eaten had charged my magic. I could feel it scintillating through my blood, heady and intoxicating as liquor. Power. I had power, and I had it in greater quantity than he did. Hitch had said I'd worked wonders beyond anything he'd ever seen a great one do. Perhaps I had a natural talent for magic. I knew I had the benefit of a military education. Everything I'd ever learned about strategy warned me that now was no time to appear indecisive or afraid. My only hope was to draw Jadoli out and try to find a weakness. "Set the terms of the challenge as you wish," I told him affably. Did he look surprised at my nonchalance? I hoped I was buying time. He bowed his head. I thought for an instant that he smiled, but when he lifted his face to mine, his mouth was serious. "And when shall we begin?" he asked me softly. "Whenever you like," I said magnanimously. I opened my eyes to dim light filtering down through the forest canopy. A light rain of dew was sprinkling down from the leaves high above me as the morning breeze stirred them. The falling droplets sparkled in the random rays that broke through the canopy. They fell on my face, my bare chest and belly, for I lay flat on my back. I yawned and stretched. I could not recall a morning when I had awakened feeling better. My belly was still pleasantly full from the evening before, and I had slept as deeply as if I'd been snuggled into the finest feather bed. I sat up slowly and looked around. I was alone on a forested hillside. The events of the evening before came back to me in a rush of sensation and detail. Try as I might, though, I could recall nothing after I'd accepted Jadoli's challenge. As if someone had blown out the lamp, darkness followed his words until I opened my eyes to this day. Yet something must have happened, for there was absolutely no sign at all of the fires, or the feast, or the spec encampment. The lay of the land did not match my recollection at all. The specks had been settled in a little dell, and I rested on a slant of hillside. I doubted I had been carried here, yet surely I would remember if I had come here under my own power. Most annoying of all was Olakia's absence. She might at least have stayed by me after luring me to visit her people. I stood up slowly, gradually realizing how peculiar my circumstances were. I was stark naked. I had no supplies, nor tools, nor weapons of any kind. I was not sure where I was. Belatedly, I recalled that Spink had hinted he would be coming to see me today. He'd even given me a direct order to remain at my cabin so he would find me there. I needed to get back to my world. I looked around me, trying to get my bearings and finding nothing familiar. The leaves and branches overhead screened the sun. The forest of ancient trees looked the same in every direction. I recalled that as I pursued Olakia, we had climbed higher and higher up the forested flanks of the mountain. Downhill seemed my best choice. I walked the morning away. I could not see the passage of the sun, so I was uncertain of the passage of time. I cursed my own stupidity for following Olakia. I had been blinded by greed and lust, I told myself, and magic. I blamed the magic, and tried to convince myself that it, and not my own poor judgment, was responsible for my situation. The immense trees towered over me. I walked on and on. Birds moved overhead, and twice I startled deer. When I came to a trickling stream at the bottom of a ravine, I stooped for a drink, and then sat down with my back against an ancient tree, while I soaked my aching feet in the cold water. When I heard someone whispering behind me, I sat up straight and looked all around, both hoping and dreading that Olakia had returned to aid me. I would have welcomed her guidance to return to my world, even as I dreaded her disappointment in me. I could not recall what had befallen me, but I was certain that I had lost to Jadoli's challenge. That would displease her. When I saw no sign of anyone, I forced myself to rise and go on. My feet ached. My ankles and knees complained, and my back hurt. Sweat streamed down me, and myriads of insects came to dance around me, humming in my ears and getting tangled in my hair. The moss underfoot was mostly kind to my feet, but even small twigs and thorns are shocks to feet accustomed to boots. The underbrush was not thick, but there were places where I had to force my way through. By afternoon, I was sweaty, scraped, scratched, and insect-bitten. I did notice that the abrasions to my skin and the mosquito bites did not bother me as much as they once would have. At least my fat did me some good. In late afternoon, I recognized a lightning-scarred tree. I knew my way now. I could not explain why it had taken me so many daylight hours to cover terrain that I had obviously crossed in just a few hours the night before. Dusk was thickening when I passed from the ancient forest into the burned zone of younger trees. It was full dark, and I was grateful that it was when I finally emerged, naked, scratched, and itching, from the forest onto the bare hill of my cemetery. I was home. Chapter 24. An Envelope. I awoke the next morning, feeling as if I had a wild and drunken night to atone for. I lay in my narrow bed, looking up at a cobweb in the corner, and tried to make sense of my life. I failed. Then I tried to remember something that I wanted above all else, and could not discover anything. That was the lowest moment I'd had in a long time. Rescuing my sister from my father's oppression and starting a new life here seemed like a wild fantasy for an idealistic cadet in a green jacket with bright brass buttons, not something for a fat man covered with scratches and insect bites and infected with a magic he could not master. Spink had come out to see me yesterday. He'd left a note on my table, a very formal note from Lieutenant Spinrick Kester, saying that he was extremely disappointed not to find me at my post, and that the next time he came out to the cemetery, he expected to find me at my duties. To anyone else, it would probably look stern. To me, it sounded desperate and worried. I wished he hadn't come. I wished he were not involved in what looked to be the continuing disaster of my life. When I eventually got out of bed, I was surprised to find that it was still very early in the day. I hauled water and washed myself, dressed in my second set of clothing, much regretting the loss of my other garments, picketed clove in fresh grazing, and generally tried to behave as if I were starting a normal day. A normal day. That was something I could set my sights on and long for. Normality. I cut and sharpened some stakes, and with what simple means I could devise, I shot a straight line for my new fence. I threw myself into that engineering project as if I were constructing some life-saving rampart, rather than building a simple barrier to protect a graveyard. I was digging my third post hole before I finally confronted the reason for my glum spirits. I had run away to the Specks and found that even among a bunch of savages, I could not prevail. I had failed. I dropped one of Kilakara's poles into the hole, shoved earth in around it, and held it upright as I stamped down the soil. My bruised feet protested. I missed my boots. The low shoes I wore today were broken at the sides and worn at the soles. This afternoon, I'd have to go back to the forest and find my discarded clothing and boots. I dreaded it. It seems that now I dreaded almost everything, so it was simply one more task I had to face. I sighed, sighted down my line of stakes, and moved on to dig the next post hole. I was digging when Ebrooks and Kesey arrived. They had walked out from town, and I did not hear them coming until they were right behind me. They both seemed subdued, until Kesey blurted out, "Where were you yesterday, Navarre? Some lieutenant from Supply came out here looking for you and was really upset when he couldn't find you. We didn't know what to tell him. At first, we said you'd only been gone a little while, but he kept asking so many questions that finally we had to tell him that we hadn't seen you all day, but that we thought you'd only been gone a short time because you didn't often leave for very long. He went into your shack." "I know. He left me a note." "You in much trouble?" Ebrooks asked worriedly. "Some, probably. But I'll tell him the truth. I went into the woods and I got turned around, and it took me all day to find my way home." A silence greeted my words. I'd expected them to accept my excuse. Instead, they exchanged glances. Ebrooks shook his head slightly, and then, seeing me scowl, gestured toward the graves and said gruffly, "Kesey and me, we'd better get to cutting grass." But Kesey stood his ground. Slowly he moved his shoulders back, and his chin came up. His dark eyes had always looked mournful to me, and dispirited, but today he folded his arms on his chest and bored into me with his gaze. "Navarre, I got something to say. Lots of people in the regiment don't like you, but me, I think you're a decent fellow, just really fat. And that shouldn't count against you no more than me being bald or Gimper having only 2 toes left. It's just how you are. Now, we got an inspection coming up, and if every man don't look good, it's going to come down hard on all of us. Maybe you think we aren't much of a regiment, and maybe we haven't been since you joined us, but once we were plenty proud and a damn crack outfit. Things aren't the best for you, I know, what with the rumours about you and that fancy woman making a big squawk that you said something dirty to her. You might think going native is a way out. You wouldn't be the first to just walk off into those woods and never come back again. But don't you do it, Navarre. You take some pride in what you are and who you are, and you tough it out like a true-born soldier son. Nobody says it much any more around here, but I'll tell you this. You owe it to this regiment to be the best soldier you can be. Not just when we're stepping smart and pretty, and we've got our banners flying and good days rolling along. Not just when there's gunpowder and smoke and blood, but during times like this, when no one thinks much of us, not even ourselves, and we know we're going to get our comeuppance from that inspection team. Even in times like this, we got to do what we can and be soldiers like our fathers was before us. You hear me?" He took a deep breath after he'd spoken his piece. It was the longest speech and the most sense I'd heard out of the man since I'd met him. There he stood in a wrinkled uniform jacket, with one button dangling from a thread, and the knees of his trousers gone shiny with wear. His hat was dusty, and rain had speckled the dust. What hair he had stood out in tufts above his ears, but he stood as straight as a ramrod, and his words sank into me like rain falling on parched soil. They moved me, as I hadn't been moved in a long time. They restored my true self just as absolutely as the forest food had satiated my spec self. Nothing could have stirred the dormant duty in my soul as plainly as the heartfelt call to arms of that wizened old soldier. I lifted my eyes to meet his. "You're right, Kesey. You're right." That was all I said to him, but he beamed as if I'd just given him a commendation. He marched off to follow Ebrooks, and as they went, I heard him say, "I told you he was a right fellow, Ebrooks, now didn't I? Just needed a bit of reminding, that was all." I did not hear Ebrooks's muttered response. I applied myself to my task with fresh energy. By early afternoon, I'd used up all of Killicarra's poles. They looked pathetic. A widely spaced fence of shovel handles sticking up out of the earth. But when I stood at one end of the row and sighted down them, they lined up perfectly. I took pleasure in what I'd accomplished with only crude tools. I carried my shovel and pick back to my tool shed, returned to my cabin for water, and was just thinking of going to look for my clothing when I heard the snort of a horse outside my open door. I rose from my chair, but before I even reached my door, Spink rushed through it. He stopped short when he saw me and exclaimed fervently, "Oh, thank the good God that you have returned! Navarre, I feared I would never see you again." "I was lost in the forest overnight, sir, but as you can see, I've returned safely and taken up my duties again." Spink whirled as neatly as a cat and slammed my door behind him. Then he turned back to me, and I saw that the relief on his face had been replaced with something akin to anger. "We're talking plainly today, Navarre. No hedging. Where were you yesterday? And I'll warn you, I want the whole story." It was not a tale I could imagine telling to Spink or anyone else. Not just yet. So I replied stiffly, "I told you. I went into the forest, it got dark faster than I thought it would, and I got turned around. Even when daylight came, I couldn't get my bearings. It took me a long time to find my way back home. I returned late last night. Why did you go into the forest in the evening, Navarre?" I hesitated too long, trying to find a good answer for that. When I opened my mouth, Spink waved his hand at me. "No, don't lie to me. If you aren't going to tell me, then just don't tell me. But please, Navarre, don't lie to me. You've changed enough as it is. When you start deliberately lying to me, then I'll know there's nothing left of our friendship to salvage." His eyes bored into mine so honestly, and the hurt in them was so plain, that I was shamed dumb by it. I looked away from him. After a moment he said, "Well, let me tell you what has been transpiring in my home, and perhaps you can give me some answers to what you know of that." "In your home?" I asked, startled. He took a seat at my table, as if he expected to be there for a time. I slowly sat down across from him. He nodded at me sternly, affirming that I should take this conversation seriously. He cleared his throat. "Yesterday morning, a woman came to my door. She told me that she'd been told that my lady wife could use a servant, and that she was willing to do anything our household required in exchange for shelter and whatever food we could spare them." "Amzil," I said reflexively. I had completely forgotten that I'd sent her to Spink's store. "Yes, Amzil, the dead town whore." A small silence followed his words. I felt both angry that he called her such a name, and abashed that I had thoughtlessly sent a woman who merited such a name to his door. The awkwardness built between us as I tried desperately to think of something that would take us back to a place where we were friends who could talk to each other. Spink cleared his throat and then added accusingly, "Amsel and her 3 children." Of course, Epony was immediately entranced with all of them. "Have you any idea what a junior lieutenant's pay is, Navarre? And how much noise 3 children make in a very small house? And how much they eat, especially that little boy? It fascinates Epony. She just kept putting food in front of him, waiting for him to stop. But he didn't. Not until he suddenly put his head down on the table and fell asleep. A leaf turns in the wind, and you suddenly have a different perception of what colour it is. It stung that Spink could call Amsel a whore, but he had no way of knowing that she was someone I cared about. I wondered when she had become someone I cared about, rather than just Amsel the whore. That realization was as jolting to me as the sudden knowledge that I was the one throwing up barriers between Spink and me. I didn't stop to think about that, I admitted. Amsel came out here wanting to live with me. She thought that was her only option, other than raising her kids in a brothel. And you turned her away? Spink sounded surprised. I shifted in my chair and then said grudgingly, "It was right after that incident in town. I didn't think they would be safe here. And she wasn't offering me— I know they call her a whore, Spink, but I don't think that's fair to her. She's done that occasionally out of necessity to feed her children, and I suspect that sometimes she wasn't given the option of saying no, that men went out there, used her, and left money or whatever so they didn't have to think of themselves as rapists. Well, I don't know, but yes, I sent her to you, without thinking of what a financial burden they might be. Did you let them stay?" Epony answered the door. It was the only reply I needed. He went on, "She's a strong woman, my Epony. Not in the flesh. I'll admit that her health has suffered since we came here, and that, like the rest of us, she is prey to the darkness of spirit that flows out of the forest. But she fights it. She has made the women of Gettys her special project. Having a woman come to the door and say that she'd rather scrub floors for us than be a whore was a validation of all that Epony has been trying to accomplish with her whistles and meetings and night classes for women." "Classes? Classes in what?" Spink rolled his eyes. "In whatever they want to learn, I expect. By the good God, Navarre, you don't think I've attended, do you? I'm sure you recall how adamantly Epony endorsed my mother's idea that women must be able to manage their own households in the event that one is widowed or abandoned by her husband. Epony teaches them the basis of arithmetic, and gives them an understanding of banking and, well, I don't know, whatever it is that she thinks women need to know when there are no men about." I gave an involuntary snort of laughter. Amsel might be a better teacher than a student in such a class. I suspect she might. She probably will be, if Epony has her way. Despite their differences, Epony is quite glad to have another woman around the house because of her condition. She loves the children already. She has very much missed her younger sister, you know." Epony's condition? I feared the worst. It was well known that plague survivors often had impaired health and sometimes died young. Is she ill? "Quite the contrary," Spink assured me. His cheeks had gone pink, but he was grinning. "Navarre?" His voice suddenly deepened with emotion. "I'm going to be a father." I leaned back in my chair, astonished. "You've got my cousin with child?" His cheeks went redder. "Well, your cousin is also my wife. Had you forgotten that?" I hadn't, but I'd never dwelt on exactly what that meant. I was suddenly jolted to my core. They would be a family. They were a family. It was silly that such a concept could shock me, but I hadn't really seen Spink and Epony as a couple, let alone as the seed of a family. And now it was there. It was shameful, but I suddenly pitied myself, losing both of them to each other. I felt even more alone. I was glad for them, but my gladness was edged with envy. I kept that out of my voice as I offered him congratulations. With that the situation, you can see why Epony feels that the good God himself sent Amsel to our door. She's had 3 children herself, and has assisted at other births, she told us. And she's a hard worker. She's already proven that. Epony has tried to be a good housekeeper for us, but it is work she was never taught, and there are no decent servants to be hired in Gettys. So, in some ways, it has been a relief for Amsel to come in and give the floor a proper scrubbing and put the kitchen to rights. I breathed a sigh of relief. Then it may work out well for all of you. He gave me a flat look. It may work out in ways you hadn't planned on, Navarre. Your Amsel did find a way to get your message to me. Not that she needed to convince me to take her in. She already had Epony's goodwill on her side. But it's only a matter of time before she notices that Epony's whistle matches the one in her password. And then what will she make of it? I considered it for a moment. I don't know. Nor do I. But I already suspect Amsel is not one to let a mystery rest in peace. How long before she asks Epony what it means? I specifically told her not to say anything about it to Epony, only you. He rolled his eyes at me. Oh, well, that's such a relief. Navarre, don't you see that such a command would only add oil to the fire? He was right. I'd told Amsel that the otter whistle had saved her life, and when she saw Epony's whistle shaped like an otter, she'd know it was the one I meant. Spink was right. Amsel couldn't leave such a mystery alone. I sighed. Well, if she talks to Epony, then she does, and I'll deal with it then. That's not good enough, Navarre. He slapped the table at me and leaned forward earnestly. I've kept your secret for you far longer than I should. When Epony finds out, she will be murderous toward me. Since she became pregnant, she's been more emotional than usual. Learning that I've deceived her for months could destroy us. I came out here to ask you. No, I came out here to tell you that I'm going to tell her the truth, so you'd best be prepared for her. Spink, you can't. You mustn't. You know what my reputation has become in Gettys. You can't allow her to link her name to mine. It will ruin both of you. Which officers' wives will keep their friendships with her after they discover that her cousin is suspected of rape, murder, and propositioning virtuous women on the streets? She won't have a female friend left in Gettys. Think what that ostracism would do to her. Think what it could do to your child's future. He looked down at his feet and then up at me. I have thought about it, Navarre. I'm not a saintly man, but I have my honour. I would lose more of it by denying you than claiming you, especially at this time of need in your life. Don't look at me like that. I can see what's happening to you. He stood up abruptly and paced around the room, halting by my window. He stared out of it as he spoke. You grow fatter daily. I don't say that to rebuke you, but to tell you I notice. And I do believe it has some magical force behind it. For I don't see any of our other enlisted men growing as you do, and some of them spend far more time swilling beer and eating than you ever have. But it isn't just that. You go into the forest, Navarre, and you stay there, far beyond the amount of time than any of the rest of us could tolerate without going mad. You're drifting away from us. I can feel it when I talk to you. You remind me of that scout, Hitch. He gets that same look in his eyes sometimes. He glanced back over his shoulder at me suddenly as he said this, almost as if he expected to catch something in my expression. But I controlled my face well. All the while, I was weighing in my mind just how much of my experience I could share with Spink. I would be ashamed to tell how I had indulged myself with Olakia, or to admit how much contact I'd had with the Specks. He was uncomfortably close to the truth. I had thought of staying in the forest with them. I probably would have if I had not lost to Jadoli's challenge. I wondered again what had happened, then reined my mind violently back to the present as Spink suddenly slapped his forehead. What an imbecile I am! Here we've been talking away, and I almost forgot the most important reason for my visit, the one that makes it absolutely necessary for Epony to know that you are here. Look at this, Nivar, and tell me that it changes everything for you." From inside the breast of his jacket, he drew out a simple white envelope and set it on the table before me. My heart turned over in my chest. At one time, the sight of that handwriting had meant so much to me. The pen strokes in Carsina's hand spelled out my sister's name and my home address. I glanced at Spink, then opened the unsealed envelope and drew out 2 sheets of paper. "My dear Jarl, I regret that I could not find time to visit or write to you before my departure to the East. The opportunity arose, and my beloved parents judged it best that I act upon the invitation swiftly. I am staying with my cousin and his wife, Clara Gorling, so that I may have time to become better acquainted with her cousin, Captain Thayer, my fiancé. Gettys is a rather wild place, it's true, but I think I will find true happiness here with such an ambitious young officer. He is the most dashing fellow you could imagine, with dark curly hair and the widest shoulders I've ever seen. Oh, I do wish you could meet him. He is far handsomer than Renoir ever was. I feel so silly when I think that I was jealous of your flirtation with him. What children we both were! Please write to me at your earliest convenience to say that you have missed me as much as I have missed you, and that we can renew the friendship that sustained us through so many happy years. With affection, Carsina Grenalter, the future wife of Captain Thayer." "What is this?" I demanded of Spink, though my mind was already putting the puzzle together. "I went to Carsina. It was difficult for me to get in to see her, for it seemed a score of women had closed in to stand guard over her and commiserate with her on her terrifying experience. It was harder still to find a way to speak privately with her. I pretended I was there to get a detailed statement of exactly